244 and 248 seats again last 20
just
minutes.
UP and Bihar, right? Bihar, last time NDA had 39 out of 40. This time they have 31 leads. The BJP leading in 7, that's down 3. JDU leading in 7, down 3. Harm has an increase of 1. Let's look at the India Alliance seats and who's leading where. The RJD is leading in 3, that's up 3 from last time. Congress leading in 1. I want to see which that seat is. That, by the way, is Anshul Avijit's seat.
Yeah.
Ravi Shankar Prasad versus Anshul Avijit.
But
like I said, this could potentially change as well. But right now, anything that they get from these states, from UP, from Bihar, is a gain for the India Alliance. If you go back and check the overall number, it's 31 for the NDA and 7 for the India Alliance. So there seems to be pickups. Let's look at Rajasthan as well, because that was a state where we were expecting there would be some dents for the BJP. It's 14 to the BJP, 10 to the Congress and the India Alliance. Let's just take a look at where it is in Jalore, where Mr. Gehlot's son is fighting from. He's, of course, leading there right now. There's an independent candidate in Nagaur, Mr. Beniwal, who's leading. Just want to quickly run you through the Churu Janjanu belt.
If you really look at this as a sentiment catcher, then in Kashmir, Omar Abdullah is trailing.
Yeah.
And so is one other person. So I didn't expect that.
So is Mehbooba Mufti. She was fighting from Anantnag Rajouri. She's trailing as well.
Certainly Omar Abdullah trailing.
Yeah, Mia Altaf of the National
change.
Conference is leading in Anantnag Rajouri. And of course, from Srinagar again, it's the NC candidate who is leading in Baramulla. Sheikh Rashid. This is Engineer Rashid? Is that Abdullah Sheikh Rashid? He's the guy who's leading in the seat of Baramulla.
Engineer Rashid is actually in jail. And
Yeah.
his sons have been campaigning for him.
Yes,
and there is a lot of talk that Engineer Rashid will give a run for the money to someone like Omar Abdullah, who's contesting from Baramulla.
And he is training.
And it's quite interesting that Engineer Rashid is actually leading at this time. He's actually in jail on acts of aiding and abetting acts of terror. And his sons have been doing the campaigning on ground, and they had a lot of traction in Baramulla. First-time voters, and this whole,
down to the wire right
and this
now,
whole conversation happened. I was over on Hindi, and Rifat Abdullah was having this conversation with Omar Abdullah outside a polling station which had been torched and which had been
Maharashtra and Uttar Pradesh
the last time around in 2019.
Between them have a 128
numbers on the markets.
Yeah.
The Sensex, the Prio is down 84 points. The Nifty is down 84 points and the Sensex is down 183 points.
183
as a reaction to
Good, Rahul
early
Shivshankar,
numbers.
that you didn't put your non-existent money in the markets.
You should just think about
getting
into the market today.
Maharashtra is going to be very interesting. Maharashtra is very interesting. It's almost evenly split. 25 to the NDA, 20 to the India Alliance. Let's break up in terms of the allies. Are the allies dragging? BJP down 10 from last time. BJP had 23. They're at 11 right now. Sena Shinde down 6 from last time. Ajit Pawar NCP. I think it's the Baramati seat where Sunetra Pawar is leading. Yes, that's the gain of 1 for the NCP Ajit Pawar faction. Let's look at the India Alliance. Who is gaining where? The Congress gain of 10. Wow, gain of 10 from last time. Sena UBT gain of 4 from last time. Let's look at some of the Mumbai seats. In Mumbai Northwest, Amol Kirtikar is leading. Of course, in Bombay South, Mr. Arvind Sawant is leading. These are the two Bombay seats as far as Sena UBT is concerned. But really, I think Mumbai, Maharashtra, the second biggest state, is really going
What's the
neck
combined
and
number,
neck.
Uttar Pradesh and Maharashtra for the NDA
It's 80
right
and
now?
48. That's 128 seats in all.
128 seats
Yes,
in
I
all.
know, but what's the combined
That's where the
number
numbers are
for,
coming
what's the
from.
combined number for the NDA
For the
right
NDA,
now, from them?
25 in Maharashtra
And 54 there.
and 54 in.
54 there, yeah,
So that is
79.
exactly how much the BJP itself got in Uttar Pradesh in 2014.
The largest
Yeah,
states,
yeah,
right, for
that's
numbers.
exactly what
Yeah.
they got in 2014. Now,
You look at this
in
map
one
and it's
state.
not, you want to
So-
do a comparison, you want to do a straight check comparison, how this map is different from 2019. This is the map right now, 2024. Look at the map in 2019.
Yeah.
What do you see?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
I think it's a
Eastern
complete,
Uttar Pradesh-
yeah, there is
change.
reasonable amount of greens that you're seeing this
Yeah.
time around.
it's a big change.
It's a complete change in the state of Uttar Pradesh.
It's a big change. Uttar Pradesh and Maharashtra are the two aspects, and right now, if these leads hold, if they stay on this, the BJP is actually
positive
losing
from
a
there
lot of
is that
ground in
a
Maharashtra.
number of seats still haven't
Losing
been
10
called
seats
out
in
in Uttar
Maharashtra is not a
Pradesh, so-
problem. Yeah.
Again, look at Gujarat. I keep coming back to this.
6 seats.
No one quite predicted this. Congress party leading in Junagadh, leading in another seat in Sabarkantha, in Saurashtra, Jamnagar seat where the Congress candidate seems to be leading. Whole bunch of seats in the northern belt. Also one seat of Anand, which is of course the home to the cooperatives. The Anand seat, the Congress candidate there, Amit Bhai Chawda, seems to be leading in Patan, the Congress candidate, in Sabarkantha, in Banaskantha, and of course in Banaskantha, Sabarkantha and Patan. These are the three seats
India
in the
right
northern
now
part of the
100
state.
short of what they predicted.
Yeah.
295.
295, they are at 197, so 98 short overall, 291 for the NDA, 245 for the BJP. So they've just gone up one seat now in the last 5 minutes. Going across to the live result hub, Avantika has got the details on Odisha, where the BJD are not yet on the leaderboard. Yes.
Oh, absolutely, Anand. You know, you said it so right, and I'm quite surprised because all these constituencies, Kyonjhar, Balangir, Kendrapada, Baragad, Sambalpur, Puri, Bhubaneswar, all going the BJP way. I mean, I can just only see saffron all along right now in the seats that are taking a lead. Prajita Sarangi, Sambit Pradhan, Dharmendra Pradhan, the poster boy for the BJP. You have Jay Panda, who's also leading from Kendrapada. So this is the update that we're getting in from Odisha. All the candidates who are leading are from the BJP.
How many rounds are done? Has round one been completed across constituencies? Can we get an update on that?
Not yet. It's just about to finish. I just got a confirmation on that. It's just about to get over.
So we are just at round one. Overall, we should have at least 12 to 14 rounds of counting. So we are just...
One is that there's a problem in the Hindi belt for sure. But in the Coromandel coast, in Orissa and in Bengal they're holding. And if you especially look at the 2021 assembly election, and then you look at Orissa where they're gaining. In Telangana, we'll just have to quickly see because that's an important area where they can pick up. Maharashtra is another problem
So it's
area.
9-5, BJP 9 and Congress 5 in Telangana, BRS 0, of course Asaduddin Owaisi being the one other seat. So it's even Stevens almost.
So that
I mean,
means
of course, the
15%
BJP.
of the BRS vote has shifted.
Yeah, the BRS is getting
If you
0
look at the
seats,
vote
including
shares which are
Medak,
coming.
which is the home
15%
district for
of the
the...
BRS vote is shared, but this is still round one. Round one data has not yet been completed across counting centers. We just got a confirmation on that. Early days. We got to wait for at least 5 rounds minimum before we see changes. So is this going to change further? We got to wait and watch. It's going to happen.
Postal, exactly.
Round one is postal
ballot.
postal votes.
So let's be...
The actual EVM starts from round two.
No, postal plus EVM, round one. Round one this time around is postal plus EVM. Postal data, EC is not coming out. We are doing it from our counting centers because 770
I just want to look at the Northeast. We don't talk about the Northeast so much.
centers.
Let's look at Assam. Couple of interesting developments there. The Dhubri seat, Congress seems to be leading. Neighbouring seat of Barpeta, the AGP seems to be leading. I don't know when the AGP last won a seat. Kokrajhar, there's an independent from the UPPL leading. Nagaon, Pradyut Bordoloy, who's the state chief, he seems to be leading. From Kaziranga, Rosalina Turkey seems to be leading. But I believe Gaurav Gogoi is trailing. That's what I have on the map.
Well, that's... If you look at that, then
Gaurav
that's
Gogoi
trailing
in fact,
for
Tapan
well for the
Kumar
Congress
Gogoi of
at
the
all.
BJP is leading in that particular seat. Let's look at some of the other Northeast seats.
I think
and,
I think these numbers are going to now start changing.
Stabilizing
You're going to
and
start
changing.
seeing. You're going to now see a little bit of a regression.
Prajwal
on the
Revanna is
India
leading in
number.
Karnataka.
Well,
We
there
just
you go.
got an update. Prajwal Revanna
There
is
you
leading. Now these numbers may shift
He
or
was the weakest
consolidate.
link.
Which way we have to
Yeah.
wait and watch because
Yeah.
early on there has been an even Steven consolidation. The NDA and the
we don't
BJP
have
losing
any
traction in the
results
Hindi
recently.
belt
Yeah.
in some key states like Uttar Pradesh and Maharashtra. The Congress and the BJP and the INDA alliance consolidating. The Congress
If you
actually
were to
nearly
take the
30
postal
seats plus
ballot
from
as
the
a
last time
measure
around
of
so far in terms
predominantly
of leads.
military votes, then look, there is a division within the military about the Agniveer and all of that. So look, let's
Your number is very close to the election commission number.
Postal
Yeah.
votes only
Yeah.
very small
Very small,
percentage
very
is
point-
military.
0.3,
It's police,
we may-
it's
That's right.
the
State government and central
employees,
government employees.
and it's also old age people.
Yes.
So
the-
here's
there's a
the thing, the
combination of
election
quite a lot of
commission
things.
numbers will
Yes.
come and settle closer to our numbers. We'll be a little ahead because we have presence across every counting center, 720 reporters across the 717 counting centers nationally, and these are people with experience who are not only watching
So
the
they
counting
are
of the
saying
ballot boxes.
281 is the election commission number. Yours is 291.
291.
Yeah, so
291.
it's not too
Yeah, and
different.
this is 510 out of 543, 291 and 245. Ladies and gentlemen, the round one of the EVM counting will conclude now in about 4-5 minutes, and thereafter round two begins. These numbers could change either ways. There will be a fluctuation over the next hour and a half. By the time we come to round number 5, at least
Sumant,
12
I think, wants
rounds
to
of
make
counting.
a point. I'm sure it's about the exit poll.
By the time we come to round number 5, there could be certain leads, certain victories also called out because of the margin of victory.
Yes,
Yes, Sumant
Sumant,
Raman.
I'll concede this. I think this is a far closer election than we all thought. I think at least after the first hour, yeah.
As of now, the key figure, NDA is down 53 seats. The India Alliance is up 75 seats. I think that is the only figure. So if you take the NDA's tally from last time, you're looking at 50 seats lower for the NDA. For the BJP, it's close to 40 seats down from what it was last time. So that
As of now,
potentially, and I know these are early days, but potentially that brings it.
it's more
to
than 40
just
seats for the
about
BJP.
zero.
Sumant Raman, it's
Yeah,
more
right
than
now.
40. Right now,
More than 40.
right now
Yeah.
it's more than 40 seats, but also
Nalin
there are
has some
still about
numbers.
33
I will give you
seats to
some
be
numbers.
declared. 33 seats, the leads have not yet come out. So out of 510 seats, they are at least about 32 seats or 30 seats minus right now.
I want to add something on numbers.
Yeah, please.
When I'm looking at the election commission data,
Ji.
like you said, is slower than what we are showing. The BJP is ahead on 144. The Congress is ahead on 53. The Samajwadi Party in 27, which is a huge number in UP. That's all UP.
They had 5 last time. So it's a big jump.
So that's one measure.
Yeah.
But now look at the vote share. The vote share
vote
numbers are fascinating because the BJP on vote share right now is at 41.76% nationally.
Well, that's going to change.
And the
things.
Congress is at 29.9, which is just.
Last time they had 19,
Yes,
so it's a 10%
exactly,
jump.
10%.
Yeah. But the BJP is also up by 4%.
Yeah, about 3 or 4%.
We're expecting the Congress vote share to go up. Even
Yeah.
the exit polls have sort of shown that.
Yeah,
But if the BJP holds on to 40%, there's no way that
That this number is going to be 246.
Yeah.
At a
So-
41% vote share, this number will go
because
up
that
by
means
at
they're
least another
gaining in
70,
a lot
80
of
seats.
places where they haven't really had a presence, which means that there will be incremental gains. Look, I mean, it's early days right now. 517 seat trends only out of 543. We still have about 25 seats.
Yeah.
I just want to quickly run through Tamil Nadu because Sumant is also here. The NDA has one lead, which is in Dharmapuri, and I'm sure you've heard this as well. Soumya Anbumani, who's the wife of Dr. Anbumani Ramdas, she's leading in Dharmapuri. It's a one-year dominated seat, so the caste equation. And Ramanathapuram, where Opani Selvam seems to be leading. These are the two leads for the NDA, Sumant, in Tamil Nadu. Otherwise, it's 35 to the...
Dharmapuri is more likely to be going down to the wire. I expect Ramanathapuram to change in favor of the DMK after a few rounds. But early days yet, Dharmapuri, they really have a chance.
The ADMK is also leading in one seat. Tenkasi seat, Dr. K. Krishnaswamy of the ADMK is leading. So, again, just want to put this out there as far as Tamil Nadu is concerned. You want to take a quick look at Kerala? Let's look,
Let's
at
go
Kerala.
back to Kerala. The map color has changed again.
All right, now Shashi Tharoor is leading against Rajiv Chandrasekhar. Neighbouring seat Attingal, the left candidate of the Vijay of the CPM, he's leading. You have N.K. Premachandran, who's from the RSP. He's leading from Kollam. Mavelikara, Arun Kumar is leading. Now K.C. Venugopal is back in the lead in Alapura. In Mavelikara, like I said, the left is leading there. In Pathanamthitta, now Anto Antony of the Congress, sitting MP, he's leading in that. Dean Kuriakose has taken back the lead in Idukki. Trishur, Suresh Gopi continues to lead. Suresh Gopi continues to lead from Trishur. Alatur seat, K. Radhakrishnan of the CPM is leading. Palakkad seat, A. Vijay Raghavan is leading. And of course, Wayanad, Mr. Rahul Gandhi is leading in that seat. M.K. Raghavan is leading from the Congress in Kozhikode seat. From Vadagara now, Shailaja has slipped.
India numbers
Shafi
have gone up a
Parambil.
little bit, past 200 mark.
Yeah,
As
India
these
passed
numbers
200,
rise-
207, 207 for the INDA, 290 for the NDA, 243 for the BJP. So again, slipped down.
No, actually it's been holding steady,
Anand,
243 for the last 20
243
minutes.
to 44.
As
yeah.
these numbers are changing on the markets, the Sensex is down 2,000 points. It is slipped below 74,500. All BSE sectoral indices are at the moment in the red. The market breadth is a bit weak. About 819.1 shares have advanced. 1,572 shares have declined in the last since the market has opened. The Nifty is was down about roughly around 1.5%. The Sensex was down about 1.6% till about 5 minutes ago.
मुद्दे पे आओ. Buy, sell, what?
Hold.
No.
Hold. Please hold.
Buy, sell what?
Nistula is the one
Buy,
who made
sell,
money.
hold.
No. That
3
you
days
just
ago
have
on
to.
this.
You just have to download.
You know,
money
guys,
control
can I-
Anand, about Assembly Odisha, BJP is, according to Election Commission, BJP is leading on 2, BJD in 1, and in Andhra Pradesh, TDP 16 lead, YSRCP 3, and BJP 1. So Chandrababu Naidu is laughing all the way to the bank.
coming back. Maharashtra, I just want to focus on Maharashtra because now the India Alliance is in the lead. 23 to the India Alliance, 22 to the NDA.
This is
Let's
in line
just
with
take a
the
look
local
at the Bombay
exit polls.
seats. Now you have one more reporting. Rahul Chevalier is leading in South Central. Of course, Rahul Chevalier is sitting MP. He switched over to the Shinde Sena. Ujjwal Nikam leading in North Central. In South Bombay, Arvind Sawant leading. Anmol Kritikar in Northwest Mumbai leading. Piyush Goyal leading in North Mumbai. And Shrikant Shinde leading in Kalyan Dombivli. We don't have the number from Thane for some reason. We don't know who's leading in Thane, but anyway, we'll await that.
Yeah.
But I think this is a big story. Congress is running up good numbers in the Vidarbha region. In fact, if we look at Vidarbha, other than Nagpur, the small dot where Nitin Gadkari is leading, almost all the other seats, the Congress seems to be doing well.
Bhandara
Bhandara
Gondia.
Gondia
This Samvidhan Badal Denge and
seems to be
reservation
working
thing
here.
landed quite sharply there.
Landed quite sharply,
so-
just signposting the fact that the markets are down by 2,000 points. Nalin Mehta had just called that out sometime back. Yeah.
So from Ramtek, from Varda, now in Amravati also the Congress candidate is leading against Ms. Rana. From Akola, the Congress candidate Abhay Kashinath Patil is leading. Sena UBT is leading from Yavatmal, Washim. So it seems like, Maharashtra, like I said, is the second biggest state. Last time Shiv Sena and BJP had 41 out of 48. This time the state is almost evenly split. But let's talk about the biggest state because I think the biggest churn seems to be happening in the biggest state.
Biggest
in
state,
Uttar Pradesh.
46 to 33.
46 to 33. I mean, no one quite expected this kind of
Everybody expected Maharashtra to be a humdinger, but
absolutely,
not
but not quite Uttar Pradesh. So something was happening in Uttar Pradesh, which I guess we didn't pick up. In Western UP, the BJP seems to be doing okay. It's really running up. The SP is running up numbers in Eastern Uttar Pradesh.
Where are these white patches? What are these? These are not seats
These
that
are
being
not
reported?
reporting yet. These
are not reporting yet. Leads have come in via postal ballot, but the
Samajwadi
EVM
party
reporting
is
has not yet kicked
doing
in
pretty
all
good.
of these
Yep.
places.
Yeah.
Just getting an update from the live result hub. Yes, Avantika.
Quickly update you, Anand. Suresh Gopi was leading all this while, but he's trailing now. Annamalai is still trailing. Rajiv Gowda is trailing. Prahlad Joshi is leading. Prajwal Rivanna leading. Rahul Gandhi leading. Tejaswa Surya is also leading. Menaka Gandhi, I'll just shift focus to UP. She's trailing. Interestingly, Arun Govil was leading, but now he's trailing. Jiten Prasad, the new entrant from Pilibhit, he's trailing. And we're also getting to know that Smriti Irani is leading, and all the Yadav family members are all winning. A quick update, Zaka had mentioned about Thane. Just quickly tell me about Thane.
Naresh Maske was leading since first to 3 round. His lead was approximate 3,000 to 4,000. But right now, after 4 rounds, Naresh Maske is leading just by 193 votes. On 4th round, Rajan Vichare got 16,068 votes, whereas Naresh Maske got 16,260 votes.
Okay, overall, just tell me, Maha,
So hardly Naresh Maske is leading by 193
Avantika,
votes.
ask him a question. In Maharashtra, how many rounds of counting so far?
So
how many rounds of countings are over? The first round of EVM counting is done. I've got that official information from Brijesh.
In
in
Maharashtra.
Thane, there are 4 rounds, just now 4 rounds are over. And if we talk about overall structure of Maharashtra, out of 48, we got trains of 45 seats, out of which NDA is leading on 25 seats, whereas India is leading on 20 seats.
26, 25
All right.
and 26.
Can we
three
bring it
rounds
back to
and
Uttar
Thane already.
Pradesh? I think there's some fascinating
Yeah.
stories happening in Uttar Pradesh.
Yeah, Smriti Irani is trailing.
Yeah,
and
Smriti
Irani is
Samajwadi
trailing,
Party-
Amethi as of now.
Remember,
KL
Samajwadi
Sharma.
Party gave a large number of tickets to non-Yadavs
Yeah.
this particular election. So
No,
their ticket
this
selection
Amethi was
5 Yadavs, yeah.
Yeah.
Which were their family.
That's a
This to
major
other
upset.
non-Yadav
That's a
OBCs.
major upset if it happens, which is Smriti Irani trailing would be a major upset.
so this would be
Yeah.
the
This
David
is the
Goliath
barometer.
moment because KL
I
Sharma
want
was
to add
this.
a couple of
again.
numbers
You know,
to the
yeah.
UP discussion.
Shoo-in.
The election commission is actually showing Samajwadi Party is ahead of BJP right now, 32 versus 25. Look, but the vote share numbers are again very similar in terms of proportion to what the national numbers are showing in terms of vote share. Because that is
in UP.
In UP
But
as
then
well.
last time UP BJP had 49%.
Just very quickly.
So right now the election
297
commission
right
is showing
now.
41%
Yeah, so
for
it's down.
BJP in UP.
It's down.
But 32% for Samajwadi Party.
yeah.
But another point which is important,
The NDA
the
is gained by
absolute number
7.
of votes counted right now is minuscule.
Yeah.
For example, it's showing 6.3 lakh votes for BJP versus 4.9 lakh votes for Samajwadi. That's
Samajwadi, of
minuscule.
course,
I
that
mean,
will change.
half a constituency.
Well,
that is
NDA
exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah,
So
no,
this
the
is
25
still
crore
very,
base
very
of the
early.
voters,
If you look at the absolute number,
of which
right
about 18 crore, 19 crore will go to polls. Yes, key
Well,
race alerts have that.
NDA was at 290. It's picked up 7.
Yeah, it's picked up 7. See,
This might
these
be
numbers,
coming
ladies
from-
and gentlemen, will change. There will be changes that will happen. Early on, the early leads, it looked like that the INDA alliance and the Congress have really gained a lot of traction. And the NDA is in a spot of bother. And the NDA and the BJP, and especially at least about 50 to 60 seats minus
Let me just
overall
add a quick
pan-India.
caveat.
Yes,
Let me
yes,
add a quick
Rahul.
caveat here. We all expected vote shares to come down in the Hindi heartland. How much we don't know as of now. We'll try to look at those vote shares. I'm going to be looking now at vote shares very, very closely. We all knew that. We all knew that certain contests were going to get tighter. And right now, if we've only reported a minuscule amount of votes, we don't even know which areas they are coming out of. There could be areas of dominance of one particular formation over the other, and that's why you're seeing this tight, close contest. If they are going to be close contests, you might actually see things changing. So let's hold our horses on Uttar Pradesh also. It is an important state, but it's a state where obviously margins are coming into,
Interestingly, I just want to run you through Chhattisgarh, where again, last time, the assembly election 6 months ago, BJP swung an unexpected victory. Now it's much more even Stevens. Rajasthan, we talked about how Bhupesh Baghel is leading in that particular seat. I just want to look at some of the other seats. Mahasamund, again, Tamraj Sahu, who used to be a former deputy CM, I think he was. He's leading in that seat. From Korba, where Jyotsna Mahant is also leading. She's leading against Saroj Pandey of the BJP. And in
Congress picking up against the BJP.
in Sarguja,
That's what this
in
is telling you.
Sarguja, again, the Congress is leading. So this is as far as Chhattisgarh is concerned. I want to quickly look at Madhya Pradesh as well. Madhya Pradesh is entirely BJP. There are 4 seats for the Congress. It's not showing here on the magic wall. Just quick check of Rajasthan. Again, it could, it's 13-12. It's 13-12, a state that the BJP just swept, 6 months ago. It's even Stevens. And like I keep going back to this is the most fascinating for me. Now it's come down. It's come down to 4. 4 seats to Congress in Gujarat, 22 to the BJP.
See, this leaderboard is very important because the story that we said is that if the INDA alliance had to get to that 295 number or even 272, the Congress had to pull its weight and the Congress had to get above 100, nearly 120 seats. Right now at 92, the Congress seems to be pulling its weight early on in terms of the trends, and that too, most of these seats have come in straight fights with the BJP. So if the Congress is improving its strike rate against the BJP,
Do we
they
have a
won only
Again,
50 or
Haryana
186 last
now,
time.
Congress has 6, BJP has 4, JJP has 0. India Alliance has 6, out of which 1 is AAP, Sushil Gupta from Kurukshetra. But Congress
so it's the
has
same story
has 5.
that's happening. That the Congress is improving its strike rate in bastions where the
Can
BJP
we have
actually
a quick
beat
look
it
at
the last time
BJP
around.
versus Congress straight fight comparison, because that'll give you an idea of where things stand.
Yeah, so it was 186 seats last time around, which BJP had won 120. Right now, again, NDA has 127, and the India Alliance is 48, which is primarily Congress versus BJP.
But are these BJP versus Congress?
Yeah,
Or India versus NDA?
No, this is Congress versus BJP.
Okay.
Of which last time Congress had 10 or 15, I think.
Yeah, 15,
Now,
17 actually.
Yeah, now they're up
17
to
of
48.
They are up to
177.
48. They are up
Yeah.
to
So
48.
they've-
So out of 17 and now they've gone to 48. So nearly 3 times. They've
Yeah, nearly
improved
3 times.
themselves
Yeah.
nearly 3 times. They've gone up. And that is significant. If the Congress can get up to 120 seats in terms of leads and also win, that's when the scenario that was presented by the INDI actually happens, which also means that the NDA will be in a spot of bother. But gradually, ladies and gentlemen, these numbers are changing. The NDA is slowly inching up, coming back down. These leads will change. Round 1 of counting has just gotten over. And now we will get into round 2, round 3, round 4 by the time. And some of the constituencies may have reached up to round 4 or round 5. Other constituencies may still be at round 1 or round 2. Overall, we will get to about round 2 in about 10 minutes from now.
Can we look at Bengal for a second? So
Let's go
Bengal
to
is
Bengal.
21 to the TMC, 15 to the BJP. Just taking a look at where the BJP is leading right now in Kanti, where Shubhendu Adhikari's brother is contesting. He's leading in Kanti. In Tamluk, Justice Gangopadhyay, who resigned and then joined the BJP, he's leading in Tamluk. Let's take a look at the other seats where the BJP is leading. Purulia, I mentioned this. Now in Asansol, S.S. Ahluwalia, now he's taken the lead against Shatrughan Sinha. In Birbhum, again, Shatabdi Roy is trailing. Deptanuj Bhattacharya of the BJP is leading in that seat. The Congress is 2 seats. One, I think, is Baharampur. The other is Malda Uttar. Malda Uttar is the seat that's Malda South. The next, Ghani Khan.
Ghani Khan's nephew.
Okay, Ghani Khan's nephew. So
Ghani
that's
Khan's
the Malda Uttar.
Isha Khan Chaudhary.
Yeah, that's that seat. Again, in the Calcutta seats, now we have almost all of them reporting. Diamond Harbour, Jadavpur, Howrah. You have the Barasat seat. All the Calcutta seats and the Greater Calcutta seats, the TMC seems to be leading. No changes there. Cooch Bihar, TMC seems to be leading. This is Nishit Pramanik's seat. He's taking on Jagdish Chandra Basunia of the TMC. So TMC is leading in Cooch Bihar, but in neighbouring Alipurdwar, Manoj Tigga is leading. So that's the state of West Bengal. But really, I think Rahul Shivshankar, the story is about the Hindi heartland. It's about UP, it's about Bihar, Rajasthan, the only Hindi heartland state which seems to be bucking the...
Look, there are 2 belts. There are 2 belts. If you really look at the top and you look at
This is the belt.
Yeah, so there's a middle belt which is Haryana, Uttar Pradesh and parts of Rajasthan where there's a problem. So that's really the agrarian belt there. That's the Jat vote and a little bit of the...
So Madhya Pradesh seems to be okay for the BJP.
Which is surprising to me.
Yeah.
Which is surprising because, you know,
individual states in the heartland are showing different trends. Yeah.
So there are probably local factors at work, but the Samajwadi Party proving to be a bit of a bone.
No, on the leaderboard, big slip now. 6 seats slip for the NDA, 290.
BJP
5 seats slip for the BJP.
This is Uttar Pradesh. This is Uttar Pradesh. It's 40 to the NDA, 39 to the India Alliance. This is a massive shift,
This is
folks.
like a 2004
let's take a look. So
Samajwadi Party.
BJP is down 25 from last time around. It's down 25. RLD has 1. A gain of 1. I think RLD was fighting 2 or 3 seats. I think
Let's never forget the axiom. If you can't control Uttar Pradesh, you've got a problem.
And look at the Samajwadi Party. They're leading in 32. That's a gain of 28 from last time. Congress leading in 7, gain of 6 from last time. So it's neck and neck. Nalin Mehta, you want to weigh in? Uttar Pradesh, NDA 40, India Alliance 39. I mean, look at the map. It's just... there's a lot more green than there was 5 years ago.
This map, it's very early days, but if this map holds, then it's a return to the UP of 10 years ago.
Yeah, it's a return to... Do we have the 2009
Mayawati, mind you, has not taken a single lead.
Yeah.
Not a single lead. She had 10 seats last time.
Consolidation.
Clearly, some of her vote has gone to Samajwadi Party.
vote is transferred. Do we have 2009 UP?
At the moment is very low in the election commission's website.
So this is the 2024 UP situation. Let's look at the map as it existed in 2009. It's a similar picture. But look at 2014 and 2019. It's complete saffron sweep. There's very few pockets of green and blue. It's otherwise entirely saffron sweep in 2014. Again, a repeat of that in 2019. A little more pockets of blue and green, but again, massive saffron sweep. 64 to the NDA, 62 to the BJP. But this is the 2019 map, and now look at the 2024 map.
Yeah, interesting story in Bihar where it is 29 to the NDA and 9 to the INDA. So where the INDA was supposed to actually make big inroads as their claims were, the JDU seems to be holding up its end of the bargain. Quickly going to Avantika with an update. Yes, Avantika.
Now that you speak about Bihar, Anand, I'm right here. In fact, RK Singh is leading, Chirag Paswan leading, Ravi Shankar Prasad leading, Rajiv Pratap Rudy, Misa Bharti is leading now. How many for the BJP-JDU alliance?
ये 25 सीट पे बीजेपी आगे है और जो है आरजेडी प्लस 6 सीट्स पे आगे है.
आरजेडी
ये जो है गिरिराज सिंह अभी फिर आगे चल रहे थे, पीछे चल रहे थे, अभी फिर आगे हो गए हैं. मधेपुरा से दिनेश चंद्र यादव आगे हैं, गोपालगंज से प्रेमनाथ चंचल आगे हैं.
ठीक है. All right, so that's the count. I just want to give a quick update. Annamalai is trailing by 10,000 votes. Dayanidhi Maran is leading by 10,000 votes. Karti Chidambaram is also leading. He's doing really well. And a very quick update from Jammu and Kashmir. Mehbooba Mufti, she's trailing. And the National Conference is leading. And very interestingly, all the 4 seats for the BJP is doing really well in Himachal Pradesh, Anand.
All 4 seats well in Himachal
Now
Pradesh.
in Delhi as well,
Yeah,
I think
Delhi.
all seats are reporting for the BJP,
All
including
seats
in
reporting
South
for the
Delhi,
BJP.
where Sahi Ram, Ranveer Singh Biduri now, the BJP is leading. Sahi Ram of the AAP was leading for the longest time. But now if you look at the India map,
Gujarat again, BJP's pulled one
Yeah,
more
I
seat
think
back.
one more
It's
seat. Let's
23.
look
They're
at
leading in
Gujarat.
23 out
Gujarat,
of 26
yeah, so
now.
there is only 3 seats where the Congress is leading, 23 out of 26.
Well,
the
Gujarat
BJP
is beginning to turn for
Gujarat
the
is
BJP
beginning to
now.
turn, yeah.
I think, you know, we've got to be a little more, add a few more caveats there. Delhi swinging towards the BJP bellwether. Don't forget that in about since 1989, 1999,
all elections,
all
whoever's won
elections,
Delhi.
Delhi has.
Yeah, but Delhi में I think थोड़ा सा touch and go हो रहा है. वो South Delhi वाला seat थोड़ा सा.
Look, Uttar Pradesh is a problem right now. And it is a problem because many people will say that, look, there has been distress, this, that, the other. And there was obviously this talk about 400 par and the way the opposition sort of construed it. So there could be a bit of a problem there. But if the BJP starts picking up in some pockets and gets closer to the 50 mark, then things will change even in Uttar Pradesh, and that will have a bearing on the overall number.
Yeah, trouble for Annamalai, 10,000 votes. He's trailing by 10,000 votes already. That's the update from Coimbatore. Dayanidhi Maran leading by 10,000 votes. Comfortable lead for Karti Chidambaram. Very confident of retaining that seat, and he should do it by a big margin. That's what the indications are. Let's come back and look at the state of Tamil Nadu and see where are the possibilities.
To get a number of how many votes people are leading by in Uttar Pradesh? Can we get that sort of?
We could.
We'll try and get if we can get Avantika to tell us what is the lead margin for some of
and how many votes have been counted?
Some of the key candidates in some of the big seats.
Yeah.
But ladies and gentlemen, the scenario could change, will change. Either ways, these numbers will not hold. These numbers will change, either in favor of the NDA and the BJP or in favor of the INDA and the Congress party. But this is after the first hour and 15 minutes of counting. The first hour and 15 minutes of counting, where some of the counting centers have gotten into round 4. Some of them are getting into round 2. These are the status. This is the status. The big story is that the INDA, the alliance, the opposition has closed the gap with the NDA early on. And the BJP is slipping. The BJP is slipping.
On UP because, you know,
Uttar Pradesh is the story.
You have to win
Uttar Pradesh
UP.
is the story.
Just on Western Uttar Pradesh, I want to run you through some of the seats where the alliance is leading. Saharanpur, Imran Masood is leading. In Kairana, Ikra Hassan Chaudhary is leading. In Muzaffarnagar, Harendra Singh Malik of the Samajwadi Party is leading against Sanjeev Balyan. And then you have Baghpat, which I think the RLD was fighting from Baghpat, if I'm not mistaken. Again, the Samajwadi Party candidate there is leading. In Sambal, Ziaur Rahman of the Samajwadi Party is leading. Let's take a look at Nagina from Bijnor. Again, Chandan Chauhan of the RLD is leading. Of course, RLD is now with the BJP, with the NDA.
Yeah.
Taking a quick look at the centre part, Amethi, Congress candidate is leading. Raebareli, Rahul Gandhi is leading. Barabanki, Tanuj Punia is leading. And then in Sitapur, Rakesh Rathod of the Congress is leading. So where the Samajwadi Party is running up numbers, obviously in their belt, the Yadav belt of Mehpuri,
this
Etawah.
was phase 2.
Yeah,
this was phase 2.
Mehpuri, Etawah, this belt, which is the Yadav belt, some in Western Uttar Pradesh, in the Jat belt, and a large number of seats here in Eastern Uttar Pradesh. A large number of seats from Robertsganj, even in Mirzapur, which is Anupriya Patel's seat, the Samajwadi Party is leading.
This is the non-Yadav.
The Election Commission website is currently showing that Ajay Rai is leading against Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Varanasi.
That the votes counted are about 10,000.
Oh, I see.
So it's
votes counted at 10,000.
No, in that constituency. That
in a lot of constituencies, the total number of votes counted is not so much.
Sample size is too minuscule right now.
Yeah, sample is too minuscule. UP overall, they're saying about less than 10 lakh votes have been counted out of a base of about 18 crore voters. So that's a big number that will impact. So obviously
Odisha is
these
good news.
this
Odisha
scenario.
Assembly is good news right now.
Odisha,
Yeah,
Good
it's
news?
in the Assembly, Odisha, BJP is leading in 14, BJD in 9. In Andhra Pradesh, TDP is leading in 45 and the BJP in 3, YSRCP in 13, JNP in 8.
So big gains for the BJP as far as Odisha Assembly and Andhra Assembly seats are is concerned, where there could be a bit of a turn there, and we are given to understand the BJP will stand to gain.
Constituencies, so you can see the mood on the ground there.
The story in Haryana has changed. The story in Haryana is that the BJP is leading only in 4. INDA, Congress is leading in 6 seats.
Yeah, so that includes one of the Aam Aadmi Party.
One of the Aam Aadmi Party.
One of the Aam Aadmi
Party.
BJP has gained. The NDA alliance has gained. The Congress has now come down under 10. So it's in single digits.
So it's
in
19-9. But remember,
19.
last time
Yes,
NDA had 25. So they're down 6 from last time.
But as I said, if these are very early days, then that Congress number might come down. I don't know.
Correct. But we have also gone to 526 leads. 526 leads out of 543 that are currently reporting. The BJP is at 239, 291 for the NDA, 216 for the INDA and 94 for the Congress. 94 leads for the Congress party. So they are clearly about 40 seats better than, 42 seats better than the last time around. And that itself is significant. That means the Congress has gained traction on ground, ladies and gentlemen. The Congress is posting far greater leads than it did in 2019 at this point, at 9:45 a.m. Will this get adjusted? Either way, we have to wait and watch. Nothing before 11 o'clock. There could be a lot of change over the next hour and 15 minutes. If the first hour and 45 minutes of counting day, 4th of June, have resulted in the stock market tanking 2,000 points plus, the next hour and 15 minutes could have a different story altogether, or it could further propel the bearish trend.
Look
we have
at
to wait and watch.
Mumbai seats, BJP leading in 2, Piyush Goyal leading in Mumbai North and Ujjwal Nikam leading in Mumbai North Central. 3 seats to the Sena UBT. So Uddhav Thackeray will be happy if the result stays this way. Mumbai Northwest, Amol Kirtikar is leading. Mumbai Northeast, Sanjay Dina Patil is leading. And Arvind Sawant leading in Mumbai South. Shinde Sena, Rahul Shewale leading in Mumbai South Central. So it's, as far as the Mumbai region is concerned, it's 2 to the Shinde Sena, 3 to the Sena UBT and 2 to the BJP. So in terms of trying to prove a point, I think Uddhav Thackeray.
Quick check on the Odisha and Andhra Assembly numbers. The leads have come in out of 65 for out of 147 seats in Odisha. BJD is leading in 29, BJP in 28. So neck and neck in Andhra Assembly. NDA leading in 74. YSRCP in 9, 83 out of 175 leads are out. NDA means largely propelled by the TDP there in Andhra Pradesh. BJP and BJD, it's neck and neck in Odisha. The Congress with just 6 seats, so not in the fray there as far as the assembly elections are concerned. We'll get you more details on that front. There are also by-polls happening in Himachal, and the assembly by-polls could also determine the fate of the local government there. Sambit Patra right now leading in Odisha, Aparajita Sarangi leading in Bhubaneswar in Odisha, Sambit Patra contesting from Puri. Kendrapara, it's a tight fight. It's going to be a really tight one. Jai Panda there, he is leading in Kendrapara. So Odisha leads, key race alerts coming through. The BJP doing well in Odisha, but there are serious concerns as far as Rajasthan, Haryana and Uttar Pradesh is concerned. Swapan Das Gupta, do you think this will hold or do you see this changing?
Well, it's quite obvious that, what's significant is that the BJP figure has come down to 239. That's substantially below the 270 mark. Now that has a very important overall implication for the nature of the government if it's formed. And I think that's what we need to look at.
But the NDA number is above 272. So
no, but it has, in terms of the balance.
Okay.
Whether we are having a single party government or we are having
a coalition
government. It has a definite meaning.
So single party with multiple alliances
and
that
look,
pushes the
just
number
to throw it
further,
out there,
or is it a coalition
some
government?
of the newly acquired allies, there could be a reorientation.
The Congress
people
moving
could come,
closer
people could
to
go.
100.
Yeah.
That is significant, right?
Yeah.
I mean, their numbers are, the Congress is doing pretty well, and this is probably the reason why the Congress was completely rejecting the exit polls. 94 is a handsome number right now, at least in the early counting rounds.
So again, Delhi, Chandni Chowk, now JP Agarwal of the Congress is leading. All other seats, the BJP is leading. So it's 6-1.
Let's go back to UP. Is there a change in the leads? And also let's look at Bengal. 21 and 16 is the story right now.
So Uttar Pradesh is pretty much neck and neck. I don't think we're getting too many numbers out of Uttar Pradesh. The counting might be slow there. It's 40 to the NDA and 39 to the India Alliance. Whether there could be a dramatic shift in these numbers, we'll have to wait and see. But it's very clear that some of the BSP vote, particularly in Western Uttar Pradesh, in the Yadav belt, and most importantly in Purvanchal, seems to have gone to the SP and to the Congress. Let me also quickly take a look at Bihar, because UP and Bihar are 120 seats. They really decide in a way. Again here, last time the NDA had 39 out of 40. They're down 10 seats. The India Alliance had just 1. They are up 8 seats. Just taking a look at where the BJP is.
Leads also 2 seats have still not.
So the BJP is down 4. Let's take a look at where the BJP is down 4. I think even in the Patna seat, which has been hovering between Anshul Avijit and Ravi Shankar Prasad, right now it is Anshul Avijit who's leading. Even in Patliputra, Misa Bharti is leading right now. So some big changes happening in these two big states.
But what is interesting is that the JDU is pretty much held on. That was supposed to be the weakest link, and they're only down 3.
Yeah.
It's the BJP that supposedly at this moment is underperforming. Now, I don't know if that is actually a factor of the fact that there are fewer votes being counted as of now. Apparently 10,000 votes per constituency. That's very little.
Maybe this is that entire thing that Zaka was talking about in the morning, that this time around we'll see slower counting because all the returning officers would be under that much scrutiny.
Yeah, we'd also have to see over the next hour and 15 minutes, hour and a half, 90 minutes, does the counting actually pick up and these numbers actually change?
I think Nalin was talking about it some time back. Right now the magic wall is showing Ajay Rai leading Narendra Modi in Varanasi.
Yeah.
He was talking about it
I was also saying the same thing. But they said only 10,000 votes have been polled in that very constituency or counted so far in that constituency.
Me of that time, when railways began computerization and you took money to the booth to book a ticket. So first he would put it through that counting machine, and then he would take it and manually count it. We just be absolutely certain.
Sure. Absolutely sure. But this is early days, ladies and gentlemen. We've got to keep telling you that in a lot of the constituencies, it's not even the first round over, the second round over. Overall, in some of the states which returns huge number of voters, the total number of votes counted is very small. So that's why the way the map is plotting could be surprising. But yes, it has shocked the stock markets. The stock markets so far have reacted very negatively, down 2,000 points. Sanjeev Balyan is currently leading in Muzaffarnagar in Uttar Pradesh. 291 for the NDA, 216 for the INDA alliance. The BJP slipping below the 240 number to 239 leads. The Congress going above the 90 number to 94 leads. So it's becoming very interesting in this election. Hema Malini, another key race alert, leading from Mathura in Uttar Pradesh. So far, the NDA is in position to form government as a coalition government because they are above the halfway mark of 272. In terms of leads, they have 291 leads, the NDA. But the BJP would want to be the single largest party. They would want to do better than 2019. The exit polls said that the BJP will do 310. Right now, they are way below that number. Right now, the BJP is at least 71 seats behind that 310 projection of the News 18 mega exit poll. Will this change in the forthcoming rounds? We'll have to wait and watch. As of now, counting continues. Anupriya Patel is now trailing in Mirzapur. So big change there. So fluctuations are quite few. Uttar Pradesh is a story, Maharashtra is a story, Karnataka is a big story. In these states, the INDA alliance is doing very well with the Congress gaining traction. In Rajasthan also Congress gaining traction. Any change in Maharashtra? Let's look at Maharashtra again. Zaka.
All right now again it's neck and neck. It's 23-23. Like I said, the NDA running up the numbers largely in the Marathwada region. So if you look at Konkan and the coastal belt, the NDA seems to be down on numbers. Vidarbha, and this is important because Devendra Fadnavis comes from Vidarbha, he comes from Nagpur. There again, the BJP is leading only in 2 constituencies. One is Nagpur, where Nitin Gadkari is fighting from, and the other is Bandara Gondia. But all the other seats, it is the non-NDA parties who are leading in Vidarbha, possibly because of either the Dalit issue or even the farmers' distress issue. There was a lot of talk about farmer distress there. Again, in Konkan, and in the coastal belt in Western Maharashtra. In Western Maharashtra, the BJP currently is not leading in a single seat. The BJP, in fact, the Shinde Sena is leading from Hatkangle But all the other seats, of course, the Ajit Pawar NCP is leading from Baramati. There is one seat, of course, Pune, where Muralidhar Mohol of the BJP is leading. But BJP is not able to run up the numbers in significant regions of Maharashtra. Yes, in the Marathwada belt, they're getting. I want to just check on Nanded, and in Nanded, the BJP candidate is leading. So there was a lot of chatter around after Mr. Chavan joined the BJP, but Nanded, the BJP candidate seems to be leading. But other than in Marathwada, even in Mumbai city, the BJP leading in 2 seats, in Piyush Goyal's seat, that is North Mumbai, and in Ujjwal Nikam's seat, which used to be Poonam Mahajan's seat. These are the 2 seats where the BJP is leading. The Sena UBT leading in 2 seats, which is Mumbai Northeast, Sanjay Dina Patil, and Mumbai South, Arvind Sawant. Now the Shinde Sena has clawed back in Mumbai Northwest as well, where Amol Kirtikar was leading for a long time.
Uttar Pradesh, that's where the story is. Let's also go to the hub and get a sense of how many rounds, etc. Yes, Nalin, you have a point.
Update on Banaras.
Banaras.
Modi is now leading in Banaras.
Okay.
But to give you a sense of the scale, at the moment, the Election Commission website is showing 28,719 votes for Modi and 28,283 votes for Ajay Rai. So that is still the the level of the magnitude of
So
this.
PM Modi is now leading in Varanasi. So that's the update coming in from Varanasi.
By
PM
about
Modi is
200-300
leading.
votes.
Huh?
By about 200-300
436 votes.
436. As per the EC counting, 436 votes is the difference between both sides are 28,000 votes plus Ajay Rai and Prime Minister Narendra Modi. So a lot of it will change.
5 lakh, I think.
5 lakh is the target that the BJP wants to win by, and if they're only counted, what is it? Quickly do the math. About
56,000 votes.
56,000 votes. Less than 60,000 votes is the votes that have been counted. Varanasi will return at least 8.5 lakh voters, if I remember correctly. More than 8.5 lakh voters.
No other candidate so far has got more than 500 votes.
Now
In Varanasi,
it's
there's
in
5
Gujarat, it's
more
all seats reporting, all seats going to the BJP. So this is business, normal business resumed
Normal
as far as Gujarat is concerned. It's all saffron.
I think I'm just going to check.
Like what
I think we have
Some of the
Anil
tribal
Antony.
seats,
How
I
can
think.
blue turn
what
to
happened
orange
was-
within a couple of minutes?
Then
do we have
Anil
Antony
contested?
that the mud pack. You decided to hide yourself behind a mud pack. Now, why did you have to do that?
It looks really strange how suddenly.
I'm just checking. Do we have Anil Antony with us? Yes. Yeah. Anil Antony, good morning.
Morning.
This is Anand Narsimhan with Zakat Jacob and Rahul Shivshankar in the studio. But what's the sense? Right now, the trends show that you are trailing in your constituency in Pathanamthitta.
Yes, at the moment I am trailing early. There were a couple of occasions I was leading also.
Yes.
These are very early rounds. The postal ballots are almost over. At the same time, I think we are in the second round. In one constituency in Kerala, Thrissur, we are substantially leading. We are very sure that by the time the elections are over, we will be seeing a good performance by the NDA, where we will be coming back with a bigger mandate than the last 2 elections. And multiple of those seats will be from Kerala, including mine. So
no palpitation for you. How many rounds before you believe you are going to be confident about your position?
We are going till the last round, but I am very sure that we are winning.
Oh, you're going down to the wire, but you're very sure. But because you know that the stock markets have reacted negatively to the early trends, down 2,700 points.
Some momentary trends. Right now, it's only second round in most of the places, but we are still having a good. Like if you look at the numbers right now, we are still leading. The NDA is leading, but by the end of it, you will be seeing us reaching our 400. So there is nothing to panic about.
So far, counting peaceful. No problems all across.
No, Kerala is peaceful so far.
Well, all the best.
Yes.
Yeah. Rahul has a question.
So the top of 10 o'clock, the 3 big takeaways right now as things stand, it appears that just to look at the absolute numbers, the NDA is more than 272. That's the one thing that one has to look at. The BJP slips down right under 240 as of now, which could be problematic, as Swapan Das Gupta also mentioned, if this continues to hold in the way it is holding in government formation and continuity. But fundamentally, what you're really looking at is a bit of a reversal in the Hindi heartland, which I think we will begin to see correcting over the next 1 hour. As we significant.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
there is definitely a problem, and I think that as Nistula was saying, the journalists might have got it right from their
Compared to the pollsters.
to the
See,
post.
if the BJP is anything less than 260, then the 297 that you're seeing for the NDA, that's in jeopardy. They need to get to 260. This is of course trends, but they need to get to 260 so that the NDA. If it's anything less than that, then the NDA formulation
The last
is
5
garbage.
minutes. Last 5 minutes. Anil Antony, thank you for speaking with us. All the best to you, and hopefully we'll connect with you if things go according to your plans. But all the
No,
best
we'll
to you
connect with
there.
him even if it doesn't go according
all
to his
the,
plan.
all the best to you there. But ladies and gentlemen, last 5 minutes, the NDA has moved up from 289, 291 to 297, closer to 300. The BJP has moved from 239 to 242 in terms of leads. The Congress has slipped from 94 to 91. The INDA alliance has slipped 5 seats from 216 to 211. So things will change slowly and gradually. Either ways, they will keep fluctuating. We'll keep telling you where the fluctuations are happening. Right now, if I can tell you, in Rajasthan, the BJP is now 13 and 12. If you look at Maharashtra, it's 23-23. It remains the same. In Gujarat, the BJP is now pulling back the lead away from the Congress party. In Tamil Nadu, again, the NDA is still 1. In Jharkhand, it is 10 and 4. Interesting. In Odisha, it is 13 and 5 between the BJP and the BJD. In West Bengal, it is 22 and 15. So some change there. Bihar, it's 29 and 9. NDA, Maharashtra continues to be the AAP on the leaderboard in Punjab now. Yeah, Maharashtra and Punjab, we'll look at both. Yeah.
Is like I said, it's neck and neck between the Mahayuti and the Maha Vikas Aghadi. But let's take a look at Punjab also. Punjab, I think there were 2 AAP seats. Sangrur, which is Bhagwant Man's seat, the AAP is leading there. That's against Sukhpal Khera, by the way, the man he put in jail. And then you have in the Hoshiarpur seat, which used to be the BJP seat, Som Prakash was the sitting MP there. The Congress has 7. Incidentally, Aujla is leading in Amritsar. He's leading against Saranjit Sandhu in Gurdaspur, where Sukhi Randhawa, the former Deputy Chief Minister, is fighting. He's leading there. You have a couple of independents in Kadur Sahib. Amritpal Singh is leading in that seat. And then also in the neighbouring constituency of Faridkot. Faridkot, an independent, Sarabjit Singh Khalsa, is leading in Faridkot. The Akali is managing to retain both Batinda as well as Firozpur, both the seats that were won by Harsimrat and by Sukhbir last time around. So Congress is down 1 from last time. AAP is gain 1 from last time. SAD no change. BJP has not opened its account as far as Punjab is concerned. Just very quickly on Delhi, if I can look at Delhi. Again, one seat which is Chandni Chowk. JP Agarwal is leading in that seat. All the other seats, the BJP is leading.
Kerala, we are given to understand that Suresh Gopi in Thrissur is leading by 15,000 votes. So he's breaking out into a lead. But the UDF has more seats than the LDF in terms of lead.
Yeah,
that does not augur well for Pinarayi Vijayan and the LDF.
Yes.
Given that they are in power there.
Last time had 18. The left only had 1. So they are up 1 from last time. But like I said, ultimately it will go back to the India alliance.
In Punjab, since you started with Punjab and come down to Kerala, the Congress holding on. Remember, it had 8.
They had 8 last time, they have 7 now.
So 7 this time, and in Kerala.
I don't know if we have, it's
3.
not there on the map. If you can check with our team on the Chandigarh seat. Is Manish Tiwari leading, trailing? What's happening?
We get an update on that, but here they are -3 right now.
Yeah,
so
UDF,
LDF is +2, but largely the Congress seems to be holding. Congress is leading. Manish Tiwari is leading Chandigarh.
Leading. So I'll tell you where the Congress is trailing as far as Kerala is concerned. Last time they won Attingal.
BJP number has gone up just a bit.
BJP now back to 249. BJP 249, NDA 307. The Congress slipping to 90, INDA alliance now 206. So they have slipped 5 seats. The BJP has really raised 10 seats plus in the last 10 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. And the NDA has gone to 307. So these numbers will change. The others are consolidating. We still don't have leads from all 543 constituencies. It is 538 to 543. Akanksha joining us with details from the live result hub. Akanksha, Bengal, what's the story?
Anand, the projections are very interesting in Bengal because Adhir Ranjan is trailing behind TMC's Yusuf Pathan. We also have the Krishnanagar seat where we know Mahua Moitra was in a direct contest, and Rajmata Amrita Roy of the Bharatiya Janata Party is leading. Nishit Pramanik is trailing in Cooch Behar. Rekha Patra is leading from the BJP in Bashirhat.
21
Trinamool Congress, as far as out of 42 is concerned, BJP is leading in 13, Congress only in 1. Let me go to our gentleman who's looking after the Bengal results. Sir, what are your insights?
Actually, the thing is, the trends have been interesting coming from the morning. So we have seen some, it's not a paradigm shift. Actually, to some extent, it's a very predictable scenario we are having now. Actually, the latest scenario, as we can see this, Trinamool Congress is leading in 27 seats in Bengal, whereas BJP is leading in 14 seats, and Congress is having only 1 seat in their fund, I mean, as a leading seat. So the thing is, if the time passed by, the war will be more intense, I think.
Absolutely.
And the competition, the fight will be more intense.
It's only growing, and I think BJP may
more
in fact take over
rounds
in some
being
time.
counted. The BJP at 250 leads for the first time since 8 a.m. this morning. First time since 8 a.m. this morning, the BJP is at 250 leads. 250 leads, NDA at 307. So slowly consolidating and inching further. Rahul Shivshankar, yes.
Bihar, the number is going up. In Gujarat, it's going up. In Uttar Pradesh, I don't know what's happening there, why the numbers aren't coming through, why we are not getting, the full blast of things. So we don't know what's happening there. In the south, the BJP has made
Uttar Pradesh खींच लिया अभी 44-35 हो गया.
And in Orissa,
and
in Orissa, mixed bag along the Coromandel, because in Bengal it's a bit up in the air. So, that's where things are.
The shift that you're talking about, the one thing that has remained consistent since the morning is the vote share, not the numbers. And the BJP vote share has remained constant at 40.56% so far, and the Congress number is around the 27.2% mark.
So it's fallen from 29.
But the absolute number, it's fallen 2% in the last 10 minutes. But the absolute number is now indicative of the votes. Maybe the BJP is at 40.56% with 2 crore votes at the moment nationally, and the Congress is at 27.2% of the vote share with 1.3 crore votes in its favor.
2 crore. How many nationally votes counted so far? 2 crore.
2 crore for BJP, 1.3 crore for Congress.
Congress. So 3.5 crore votes have been counted.
NDA, do we have any?
No, we right now we'll have to
So
calculate.
2 crore votes so far.
NDA party,
2 crore votes have been counted for the BJP. 1 crore votes for the Congress. 3 crore votes out of 64 crore votes, ladies and gentlemen. 3 crore votes out of 64 crore votes have been counted. Yes, there have been some votes that have been counted for the others also, some of the regional parties, but only roughly about 4.5 crore votes have been counted so far. You got to count 64 crore votes. And so far in these 4 crore votes, the BJP has been holding on to about a 41% vote share. So these numbers will consolidate further and they will change further. INDA going back up into 212, Congress going back up to 96 leads, BJP slipping from 250 to 247, NDA leads from 307 to 303. So it's going to be a little topsy-turvy over the next 1 hour before it starts consolidating.
If this is the broad trend in Uttar Pradesh, I keep coming back to Uttar Pradesh because let's face it, this is where the election is made or lost, right? If let's say NDA goes up to 50, and India Alliance comes down to 30. It's a direct two-way fight, right? If it's 50-30, what are we looking at? Are we looking at, potentially, election-changing sort of dynamic, or are we looking at NDA with a reduced majority? What are we looking at?
Not at that number, but if that number were to go down for the BJP to the 20s, the late 20s, because that's what happened to the BJP in 2004.
9. Yeah, and 4, yeah.
And 9. Actually 9, you're right. And the other two were in their 50s, so that could be a problem.
But that window of 20 seats, because BJP was expecting more than 62 that they got last time.
Of course.
Nistula Nalin. If that comes down to around 50.
They were expecting to do very well in Uttar Pradesh, especially on the back of the Pran Pratishtha of the Ram Mandir and all of those things. And but towards the end of the election cycle, Eastern UP was said to be pretty tight, and there was a lot of micromanaging that was going on.
In fact, around Varanasi, look at the number of green pockets.
So I myself had gone to Jaunpur and Machli Shahar and all these places.
But here's the thing: if the BJP does not, if the BJP does not win 50 seats in Uttar Pradesh, they will not be the single, they will not have majority. They will not be past 272.
Yeah.
So that's
The BJP will not be past 272 if it wins less than 50 seats in Uttar Pradesh. That's very, very clear. It will be a coalition government. NDA may form government, but it will be a coalition government, not a single party driven.
The fulcrum of BJP's power has been is
of course,
UP.
is UP.
So if you get this number in UP and if this number holds, then basically it means A, the BJP loses its majority as a party. B, in some sense, the Iqbal and the kind of pure dominance it had in the heartland, that kind of comes down. Then
But
you're
I
getting
just want
into
to add a
older
caveat.
mean, if you like.
Nalin, just a caveat. Look, in 2014, the BJP had about 71. And that came down by about
62.
Yeah, so about 9 or 10 or whatever it is. But the absolute number did go up.
Yes.
Because the vote share did go up. Right now, what we're reporting is a 40.6% or 2%
So the
or
vote
something
share
like that.
in
Vote
UP
share.
at the moment for the BJP is 42.3%.
Yes, so the worry for the BJP right now is conversion. It might be picking up a lot of votes in a lot of places where it was very weak. But if it's not converting those seats, then that's the problem. That's really the problem.
See, the Congress inching up to 100. It's 98 now. Congress in Leeds is 98. The BJP is right on the flirting with 250 for a while.
So we need to find out where these gains are coming for the Congress from. Predominantly, if we can just filter the Congress numbers, we'll get an idea.
Sumant Raman, and after that Nalin Mehta and Smita Prakash. Yes, Sumant Raman.
Gains for the Congress are very clearly coming from Karnataka, they are coming from Maharashtra, they are coming from Rajasthan. That is at the moment close to 30 seats are coming from just these three states for the Congress party.
So here are are the 99 seats, okay? You're bang on right. Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka. I'll just select Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, some seats in Telangana, Maharashtra, Rajasthan, a few seats in UP. Let's not forget UP. A few seats in Haryana, in Punjab, and then of course you go back here, a couple of seats in Chhattisgarh, couple of seats in Jharkhand, 2 seats in Bihar, and some in the northeast. In Assam, a couple of seats in Assam. So they're picking up everywhere where in some of those places it's direct fights with the BJP, for example in Karnataka, in Rajasthan, etc. And they're also, and Chhattisgarh, in Telangana, but they're also picking up in places where it's fighting against other regional parties. So the alliance, the India alliance is helping surely in places like Kerala, in places like Maharashtra for sure, because they're banking on both Uddhav Sena as well as the NCP. So there are places where and of course in Uttar Pradesh, they are being helped by the Samajwadi party. Otherwise, there's no way that the Congress is leading in 7 seats in Uttar Pradesh without the help of the Samajwadi party.
True, but like you said, some of the seats are also in Haryana. Haryana, it's a 6+ for them. They had nothing last time around, Sumant Raman. So the Congress is gaining there. Yeah, it's slipping. It's been flirting with that 100 number for a while, just like the BJP has been flirting around with 250 for a while. Yeah,
that's really been their catchment. That's really been their area of dominance. There is a problem.
There is a missing of the Balakot
impact,
booster,
emotional
that happened.
thing.
There was no overarching emotional
with 98 that the Congress is leading in right now, what you're showing, that clearly indicates that in the India alliance, they are going to be the largest out there. And if the BJP is not able to bring in more numbers in Uttar Pradesh, that makes it difficult to form a government with the NDA happening. So they need to come up right now, and the Sensex has fallen. It's now 2,500 points down.
It was down 2,700. It's just consolidated a little more.
The Hindi heartland,
so
because
it's not a happy situation currently for the BJP.
Rahul was talking about the Hindi heartland. This is the Hindi heartland, right? So where do you see the pockets of I mean, this is 2024. Let's take a look at how this was in 2019. You see, so lots of saffron in Madhya Pradesh, lots of saffron in, of course, Uttarakhand and Himachal, not so much in UP, not so much in Bihar, but take a look at how this map was in 2019. This is how this map was in 2019.
There are 200 seats out of 240.
That's 225 seats in the Hindi heartland, and this is what it's looking like right now.
It's a 90% conversion rate. Right now, that's not. So if you look at the conversion rate right now,
looks down impossible.
They are down 44 seats.
Down 44
seats. So that itself is a big one. Sumant Raman was saying something. Yes, Sumant Raman.
One point. I think that a lot was said about the gains that the BJP would make in Bengal and in Odisha. Odisha, it's happening. Bengal, it's not happening.
Bengal
at best, as it stands now, the best case scenario for the BJP is if they can retain what they won last time in Bengal. Even that does not seem to be happening at the moment. It's still early days.
Yeah, it's
So
early
they are
days.
losing-
As
they're
of
not-
Sopan
those
Das
gains
Gupta,
of 10 seats in
22,
Bengal is not happening.
22 for the TMC, 15 for the BJP.
No.
BJP, you know, last time around, the map for the BJP was largely here in the north and it was here in Bankura, Purulia. Now, they are managing to get sort of in the outskirts of Kolkata. Bashir Hat, they are currently leading. But
the
what
West
do you make of this?
was their
You
game.
see, I think my own personal feeling is that they're likely to retain North Bengal and a bit of the old Jungle Mahal issue. But I don't think they're going to make any gains in and around Calcutta.
But what about these three seats? This is the Adhikari brothers, right?
Yeah, that's the Midnapur. That's Midnapur.
Okay, that's Midnapur. You have the Tamluk seat, you have the Kanti seat.
But you
These
don't
are
expect
three
much
seats.
in the last phase, the last 9 seats.
Oh, I don't expect them to. I mean, they have a chance in 1 out of the 9.
Oh, here in the Kolkata
One
seats,
out of
the TMC is leading in all of them. In Kolkata Uttar, in Kolkata Dakshin, in Damdam, all the seats. All
to swing this entire election one way
you
or
know,
the other.
Samajwadi party could end up being the third largest party in the new Lok Sabha. They're sitting at 33 seats.
How many rounds over?
मुंबई में तो अभी 6 राउंड्स हुए हैं, ठाणे में 10 राउंड हुए हैं, सातारा में 3rd राउंड चल रहा है, धुले 3rd राउंड कांग्रेस इज अप्रॉक्सीमेट 90,000, जलगांव स्मितावाग इज लीड अप्रॉक्सीमेटली 42,000 वोट्स, गोवा श्रीपाद नाइक फ्रॉम भाजपा ही इज ऑल्सो लीडिंग. So as far as now, as we check election commission of India sites for Maharashtra, BJP is leading on 13.
Interestingly, Himachal was also being discussed by Anurag Thakur. He said that चौके और छक्के हम ही छुड़ाएंगे, but यहाँ पे चौके बीजेपी के हो रहे हैं, पर छक्के कांग्रेस के हो रहे हैं as far as the by-elections are concerned. Could you give us a sense of what the Himachal numbers are looking like?
In Himachal Pradesh, Congress by-elections and 4 seats are going to, as of
So
another interesting update is Chhindwara is in fact being led by Bunty. BJP sort of manages that in the exit polls as far as another Gujarat of sorts for BJP.
This is why, you know, 4 Lok Sabha seats in Himachal Pradesh, the BJP is leading. But all the 6
Pradesh repopulated altogether.
Zach, can we have a breakdown of the NDA, please? Let's have a look at how the NDA partners are faring against the BJP, and that would be an interesting
so NDA
number.
is at 303. The BJP has 247 of it. JDU has 15. JDU is fighting 16. They have 15.
That's decent.
TDP has got 14. So TDP is a
So
significant chunk.
JDU has held on.
JDU
pretty
has managed
much.
to hold on to its tally.
So that was a good.
The Sena Shinde is a problem because remember Sena
No,
Sena
LLJ
had 18. So
LJP
they're down to 7.
had 5.
LJP had 5. They're doing
doing
okay. The JDS is a new partner too. But
Yeah.
really, I think the ally problem is a Maharashtra ally problem.
Maharashtra ally, but BJP is also not holding ground in Maharashtra.
The BJP is not holding ground.
And in Uttar Pradesh. So this is where
it's Mansoor Ali Khan is leading against PC Mohan. PC Mohan is I think a 3-time MP from Bengaluru City.
how many rounds?
Central.
How many rounds of counting do we know?
That we'll have to check with the
Karnataka, I think
LRH.
everywhere it's an average of 2 rounds.
So there is a definite. This is a definite grievance vote now taking shape a little bit against the BJP. Specifically, its allies are doing better than it. When it comes to converting.
True.
So, a bit of a grievance vote taking place. Now, we don't know how this is going to play out.
Haryana 6 leads, 6 leads.
It's doing better.
Let me just check with
India
Akanksha. Yes, Akanksha, what's the update?
All right, so you were discussing the numbers as far as Karnataka is concerned. The latest is that Congress is less than half of BJP. BJP placed at a comfortable 17 at the moment. Congress at 8. Prajwal Revana still taking this lead in Hassan. Can you share the other seat details?
Yeah, Jagadish Shettar and Prahalad Joshi, dominant candidate, they are leading in their own constituency. Dharwad constituency. He is leading from the
Rounds of counting in Karnataka.
Is leading. 4th round is over.
Fourth round.
is
4.
Yeah, back and
Sure,
forth.
back and forth. Chandrasekhar, Suresh Gopi continues to consolidate.
to be on a better wicket certainly, because I think his lead range.
A larger concern which the numbers, if it's falling below 270. Constituents of the NDA who are doing and TDP. Both.
Didn't Nitish Kumar meet Mr.
He did. He called on the Prime Minister yesterday.
Very interesting.
Slipping 302. BJP numbers are. The Congress also went up to 98. The INDA, which went down to 206. The allies are doing well for the INDA. Especially in Uttar Pradesh, they have had, as of now, there are reversals in Rajasthan. There are also certain reversals or 5 seats at least, which the BJP is losing as of now.
India Alliance is gaining at the cost of the BJP, no doubt. But other parties, BRS, YSR, had 15. So all of those also are, some of which is going to the India Alliance, because otherwise where do you explain the gain of 90? Only half of it is coming from the BJP and the NDA. Where is the rest coming from?
That's right.
I think
Sumant Raman wants to say something.
Telangana has proven to be a bit of a...
Yeah, Sumant Raman.
Look, Zaka, YSRCP, that gain has gone only to the NDA. Whatever YSRCP has lost has not gone to India Alliance. Similarly, whatever BJD has lost has not gone to the India Alliance, it's gone to the NDA. So those two parties, so that 42 is going to be interesting. We've got to figure out where those 42 seats are being lost, because it's not from Orissa or Andhra, where all those gains have directly gone to the NDA.
So Maharashtra, I think, would be one part of it for sure, as far as I can tell.
Maharashtra, Gujarat, again the BJP is back on 25 and 1 now out of 20.
Are EVMs to be trusted at this point or not to be trusted? Are EVMs to be trusted or not trusted at this point?
So far the EVMs are trustworthy.
So far they are trustworthy.
Four rounds, the EVMs are trustworthy. So far at 4 rounds the EVMs are trustworthy.
Can I just look at the Northeast as well, because we don't pay enough attention to the Northeast. So let's see where, BJP is now really running up the numbers in the Northeast. So NDA Alliance is 17, India Alliance is just 5.
So they are at par with what their performance was last time.
It was 24 out of 25. They were 24 out of 25.
Right
now they're par.
Right now
so both the Arunachal seats the BJP is leading in. Just want to quickly look at the Assam seats. Which are the ones the BJP is not leading? So in Jorhat, Gaurav Gogoi back in the lead. In Nagaon, Pradyut Bordoloi back in the lead. In Dhubri, Rakibul Hussain is in the lead. From Barpeta, AGP is leading. So 4 plus 1, 5, which is...
AGP is NDA, but I think you will find that AUDF will probably get the lead in Barpeta.
AUDF could get the lead in Barpeta. Yes, Sumant Raman.
Zaka, what is happening in Jharkhand? We haven't been there at all. The arrest of the former Chief Minister.
Let's look at Jharkhand.
Has it had an impact?
So Jharkhand is 11-3. Last time around, I think BJP, almost. It was 12-2.
Yeah, I think
so it's more or less the same, except let's look at, Sita Soren. That's an interesting constituency. Sita Soren, sister-in-law of the arrested Chief Minister. She's leading on a BJP ticket from Dumka.
Sita Soren was the one who rebelled against Hemant Soren. And
Nishikant Dubey is leading in Goda. From Giridih, the AJSU is leading. The AJSU candidate is leading.
Big news coming in that Mr.
Hazaribagh, Manish Jaiswal of the BJP is leading. In Ranchi seat, again the BJP is leading.
From
Which is said, Rajiv Chandrasekhar has a slender lead in Tirunelveli.
From Kunti, Arjun Munda is trailing. Arjun Munda is trailing from Kunti. It is the Congress candidate against him who is leading. From Chhatra, again, the Congress candidate is leading. So, Jharkhand more or less the same, one pickup seat for the India Alliance, but by and large, it is really for...
Well, at least we are leading.
Well, one thing we can say, we don't know who's going to lead eventually and how, what by what, but we are leading, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you very, very much.
हमने तो 300 पार कर दिया.
हमने 3 लाख पार कर दिया. It is 3,42,000 live views right now, and we would like to go across to, we want it to be 5 lakhs. What the PM wants, We also want in Varanasi 5 lakh plus margin. We want it to be here. We want in data beings. This is view count taken at 5-minute intervals between 9 a.m. and 10 a.m. Thank you very, very much. Continue to watch us, and I hope you're enjoying the broadcast. We'd like these views to go up, and we'd like more of you to watch us. I don't think you should waste your click and time in somewhere else. You should be where the numbers are. That's where it is, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very, very much once again. Let's come back to these numbers: 246, 303, 219, 93, 21. The story in 3 or 4 states, ladies and gentlemen. Uttar Pradesh, what is going to happen? Is this Uttar Pradesh going to be the reason why the BJP does not become the party with majority in this election, or is that story going to change in the subsequent rounds? An average of 3 to 4 rounds of counting have happened in most of the states. Some states slower on the take than the others. Nalin Mehta, how many votes being polled in Uttar Pradesh?
Just give me another 2 minutes on that.
Doesn't look like Naveen Patnaik is going to be forming government in Odisha.
Odisha, we'll just put out at the bottom of our table on our screen, we'll put out the assembly scores also. Andhra Pradesh and Odisha will put out.
And it's going to be Chandrababu Naidu forming government in Andhra Pradesh, and well, the BJP
59 out of 113 leads that have come in Odisha are to the BJP. BJD is trailing at 38, nearly 19 seats behind. And in Andhra Pradesh, 118 to the NDA, YSRCP 16. It's a rout. 134 leads out of 175. It's a rout out there. It's a rout. Chandrababu Naidu steamrolled Jagan Reddy there.
I think the arrest was the turning point. Yes. It was on the morning of the G20, Jagan deciding to arrest Chandrababu Naidu. He kept him. I mean, the prevailing feeling was it was all flimsy cases. And when Naidu came out, the day he came out, there was this visible difference in just his...
So, Zaka, can I ask you a question? Were the other arrests that have taken place of other opposition leaders
so far in Delhi, no. In Delhi, no. Let's take a look at Delhi. In Delhi, no, but in Punjab, yes.
No, but in Maharashtra, it has had an effect, the splitting of parties and things like that.
No arrests have happened there.
To answer your question, Rahul, in Delhi, no, Aam Aadmi Party is not leading in any of the constituencies.
In Punjab, too.
But in Punjab, I just want to run you the Punjab number. They've got 3 now.
3, okay.
They had only 1, they've got 3 now. Let's take a look. Anandpur Sahib, which was Manish Tiwari's old seat, AAP is leading there. In Hoshiarpur, old BJP seat, AAP is leading there. And of course in Sangrur, which is the Chief Minister's former seat, the AAP candidate is leading there.
So this is where Maharashtra and UP are the 2 states, beg your pardon, which are going to hurt the BJP the most. Because it is 27 and 20 there in Maharashtra. That's a big setback.
25-22.
This is within the NDA right now, it is a BJP problem. Let's be honest about it. It's the BJP problem. The BJP really needs to start kicking in the next, 3 or 4 rounds if it's in any way going to sort of be in a commanding position.
And see, if they really kick in, it's got to be a massive turnaround. From 244 to about 320. It's a big jump that they need to make in the subsequent rounds.
I think right now this is about 272 first.
To give you context on the UP battle, the BJP's vote share at the moment is 42.68%. The Samajwadi Party's vote share is 31.5%. In terms of the magnitude of votes counted, BJP has 41.1 lakh votes at the moment in UP. And the Samajwadi Party is at 30.4 lakh votes.
Oh, not even a crore.
So not even 1 crore votes have been counted in Uttar Pradesh. Ladies and gentlemen, UP can change because not even 1 crore votes have been counted. So
but which way?
It's not even, in fact, not even 80 lakh votes have been counted.
Can you say that again, Nalin? What was the BJP vote share? What is the BJP vote share right now?
So the percentage of the
percentage
is 42.6.
So they had 49.
That's remained constant since the morning.
So they've had 49 last time. This is 2019. They had
Also,
49
last time. Madhya Pradesh has become the new Gujarat. Complete sweep
and one more.
so
So
far.
what did you say was the Samajwadi Party
Samajwadi
share?
31.5.
They were at 17 last time.
Yeah.
So they've almost doubled.
So they've almost doubled.
That is
so for the BJP, let's just put it in perspective.
Only SP. We're just looking at SP
for the BJP to get to 272, Uttar Pradesh right now is crucial. Forget about 300 right now for the BJP. It's 272 that they really have to focus on.
What Sumant is making a point is that SP plus Congress is 42%. So it's the same as what the BJP is getting. Congress is about Congress is at about 11% or 10%.
That is a good
10.9.
10.9. So 11%. So if the Congress is at 11%, so then it's even keel. And is it on all? But we have to say that nearly 18 crore voters in Uttar Pradesh, not even 1 crore votes have been counted so far.
And the BSP has dropped to below 10. It's dropped to 9.2%.
Yeah, it is
that's
on
very
a
significant.
It is on a
Last time in the
base of
assembly
80
election,
lakhs.
they were around
It is on a
12.5.
base of 80 lakh votes counted so far. 80 lakh votes.
I agree. I agree.
West Bengal, TMC is at 31.
Yeah.
BJP is at 10. And Congress is at 1. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary is trailing right now. But Mamta Banerjee seems to have really made a big comeback, if these numbers hold.
Yeah.
She had 22 last time. She's at 30 right now. BJP had 18 last time. BJP is down to 11 now.
BJP right now fighting for 272. Let's be honest. You know, we can't think about 370.
So
can't think
the
about
breakout
400.
states, the breakout states for last time, which was Bengal, Uttar Pradesh, of course, and Bihar, Maharashtra. These 5 big states, the BJP is losing big, and that's where this election is really turning.
Punjab, Aam Aadmi Party taking a major hit out there, and the Congress doing pretty good.
Yeah,
in Punjab.
that's another story.
That's
See, as we look at the BJP and the Congress story, there is also the Aam Aadmi Party story in these 2 states.
So, which means
of
that
Delhi
the
and
arrest of Kejriwal and then him coming and campaigning in Punjab in the last leg, it did not seem to have clicked and got the sympathy vote.
No,
there.
but the interesting part is to see how
all
many
of
votes
those
have been
seats
counted in
ultimately
Bengal
go up
also.
to the India Alliance, whether AAP wins or Congress wins.
Yeah, but whatever.
So,
I'm just saying Aam Aadmi Party story.
How many
in
votes
Delhi, they're not
counted in
leading in a
Bengal?
single
Yeah, in
seat.
Delhi they're not leading either.
How many votes counted in Bengal? We should also see how many votes counted in Bengal out of the overall base, because that could also show a different picture altogether. Yes, Sumant Raman.
Just one very quick point. The Election Commission website now shows the Samajwadi Party and Congress together leading in 42 seats in UP. That's the first time I think it's crossed the halfway mark. 34 seats for the SP and 8 seats for the Congress is what the Election Commission website is officially showing. 35 leads for the BJP, 2 for the RLD.
Yeah, this was some time back, sir. Right now the scenario has changed.
This is what we have right now.
Yeah, right now it's 42 and 37.
NDA, 37 to the
Anyhow,
India
it's quite
Alliance.
clear.
In
If
the
this was a-
42,
you know, if this
in
was-
the 42, BJP is leading in 39, RLD in 2, Apna Dal S in 1, Rajbar's party in no seat. And again, a breakup of the India Alliance. Samajwadi Party is leading in 29, Congress in 8. So this is the breakup that we have right now.
Samajwadi Party is the real story coming out of Uttar
I think
Pradesh
so.
right now.
I think it's a big story.
And that's a very big story, and it's and it's coming on the back of talk of crisis as far as, you know, economic.
But if Smriti Irani is trailing in Amethi,
Yep.
then it's not just a Samajwadi Party story, it's an anti-BJP story happening in
and the
Uttar
vote
Pradesh.
transfer, the vote transferring from one party to the other.
Only one aspect that we've got a base of 17.5 to 18 crore voters to count in Uttar Pradesh itself. We've not even counted 1 crore voters if that's the case. So that there is a lot that could happen. And somewhere we got to hand it to Zaka
But
to
this
say
is really
that
the
the counting
largest-
will be slow, it will be steady, and they will want to make it sure. That means we are going
But
to
Anand,
be in
this
it
is the
for a
largest-
longer time. It's the results are not going to be called anytime soon.
Okay,
ladies
but
and
this is
gentlemen.
the
It's going to
largest
take
live
at least
exit
till
poll.
1 p.m.
I think
Till
it's
1
going to
p.m.
be-
if not more. Till
Okay,
1
this is
p.m.
the largest.
I have
Hey,
a
hang
feeling
on.
that Subhalas Gupta is right. I think we
So,
might go
hang
into
on,
the
this is the
afternoon.
largest-
Go into
this
the
is the
afternoon
largest
till
live
about-
exit
till about
poll,
4
okay?
p.m. Till
On
about
Uttar
4
Pradesh.
p.m. before the results consolidate.
Anand,
250 for the BJP now
Market
again.
update.
Yes,
The market update. The Sensex is down 1,700 points or 2.3%.
So it's recovered a bit.
So it's recovered 1,000 points. The Sensex has recovered 1,000 points.
And the Nifty is down 2.2%.
Nifty is
Chandrababu
down
Naidu is
2.2%.
heading
But
towards
down by
absolute
28
majority. 116 out of
BJP
175.
Let's call out the
BJP
statewide leads at the bottom if you
251
can.
right now. BJP 251 right now. So it's,
Odisha and Andhra
Even in
Pradesh.
Telangana, it's
Odisha,
interesting.
BJP.
It's flipped now. Congress is 8, BJP has 7,
Yeah.
BRS has 1, and MIM has 1. So it's again changing. A lot of changing that's happening in many of
Jammu
these states.
Kashmir, interesting. Mehbooba
8-8.
Mufti is trailing Mia Altaf. Mehbooba Mufti trailing Mia Altaf.
And Omar Abdullah is trailing Engineer Rashid.
Yeah, Omar Abdullah trailing Engineer Rashid.
Mehbooba didn't even come for that India Alliance meeting if you
yeah.
remember. Nor did Omar. Farooq came, but Omar Abdullah
So
did not
both
come for
Omar
that.
and Mehbooba are trailing.
Yeah. But Omar will, I think, anyway come
Yeah,
up.
national conference is
number
strong,
yeah.
but the challenge there was not from the PDP, it was from somebody
Engineer.
who's in jail, Engineer
Yeah,
Rashid, Sheikh
Engineer
Rashid. So very interesting this one. Yeah.
If you are looking at the regional parties around the country, looking at the larger message, this may be the end of the Naveen Patnaik era in Odisha.
Yeah.
With others, MK Stalin has been reaffirmed, Thackeray has been reaffirmed, Mamata Banerjee has been reaffirmed. Akhilesh is the big story.
Akhilesh is the big story. Akhilesh Yadav, big story. Mamata Banerjee, somewhere one
So
see.
the early assessment of the exit polls that the regional parties are going to take a hit does not seem to be borne out by the actual results.
Yeah, in fact, the regional parties have worked hard and they've also propped up the Congress nationally.
In Bihar and Uttar Pradesh, the two Yadavs have been able to.
It also confirms what I felt as a journalist on this thing. There was a lot of questioning by the Indian voter that was happening the other way around, saying, who are you, where have you come from, are you doing a survey, what channel do you work in? You know, those kind of questions were also asked. A lot of people just kept their own counsel. Every time I spoke to politicians, they said, voter silent hai. So I think this is...
Just a quick check of the leads.
Mahua Moitra is trailing when the TMC's got 31.
31.
I guess that also is a story in itself.
Yes. Odisha, just quickly doing the state-wide thing. We'll get back into Bengal. Odisha, BJP 61, BJD 44, Congress 10, 120 out of 147 leads. So the BJP clearly in pole position right now, still short of the majority number in terms of leads. But there, Chandrababu Naidu and the BJP, the NDA steamrolling YSRCP. So far, it's one-sided election, 133, 17 out of 150 leads. So they... Well, Akanksha has an update from Punjab. Going to her. Yes, Akanksha.
All right. So, Anand, it's basically between Aam Aadmi Party and Congress so far. BJP has 0 leads in Punjab, and that's massively disappointing news for the Bharatiya Janata Party. Could you share the breakup? In fact, if I could request my camera person to show all those leads. From Sangrur, you have Gurmeet and of the Aam Aadmi Party.
I think we lost her. You got to hold the mic closer, please.
All right, if you can see, there is Dharamveer Gandhi who is leading in Patiala, and in fact, Praneet Kaur of the Bharatiya Janata Party, Captain Amrinder Singh's wife, she is trailing as far as BJP is concerned. Sukhjinder Singh Randhawa from Congress again in another lead. Ludhiana, you can see Amrinder Singh Rajawaring of the Congress is leading. Aam Aadmi Party again leading as far as Anandpur Sahib, Hoshiarpur is concerned. Aam Aadmi Party is leading. Shiromani Akali Dal over there is leading in Firozpur. So clearly, Anand, you have that breakup for you. BJP is missing as far as the numbers right now.
We have Meenakshi Lekhi, former MOS MEA. I think she's been waiting. Ma'am, thank you very much. Your first response. These are the numbers that we have right now. NDA at 303, down 47. India Alliance at 218, up 89. BJP on its own at 246. Is this surprising? Is it a shock?
No, I don't think it's a shock in the sense that, of course, we had targeted for much higher numbers, and it is still early in the day, and we are hoping the trends will be more clear post lunchtime, and we will be waiting. But it's a contest, and I think what is surprising is all these people who were complaining about EVMs right from the beginning, they are missing right now. So for me personally, I think elections are a process in which we should all fairly participate and wait for what public has to say.
But there seems to be a problem for the BJP in the Hindi heartland, states which had won big time last time, Rajasthan, Uttar Pradesh, even parts of Bihar, Chhattisgarh. The BJP is not able to run up the same kind of numbers it did.
54 seats down in Uttar Pradesh and some of the other four.
Yes, ma'am.
I see that. What I feel is when you reach a saturation point and there is, you just can't go above a certain number. You have to keep that number going and you have to build the momentum, and that's what we tried to do. And whatever a public decides to do for us, we take it in a stride.
And just a quick word on Delhi. Out of the 7 seats, Congress is leading only in 1. All 6 other seats are the BJP candidates are leading.
Very good news, because a lot of work had been done, and which is where we get the confidence of the people.
All right, Meenakshi Lekhi, thank you very much, ma'am. We'll touch base with you as and when the picture becomes a little clearer. I just want to underline
Just
that.
from
I don't
two
think
states.
we can call this election just yet.
No, we
There is a
can't.
long ways to go
Just
before...
from two states right now, Uttar
Yeah.
Pradesh
No, not just two
and
states.
Maharashtra.
It's
Uttar
so-
Pradesh
so-
and Maharashtra, 48 seats down from last time's tally. Just to put it in perspective, just two states are beginning to eat into the BJP.
You know,
if
we
you know-
were
if you look
talking
at
about Maharashtra as, you know, the game's not known.
right.
There are new parties. There are 6 parties in the fray and so on. But no one quite got this on
Well, the
on
exit
UP.
polls did. The local exit polls got it right.
As far
they
as
gave
Uttar Pradesh?
26. No, Maharashtra.
Maharashtra,
they gave
yeah.
26,
Maharashtra,
yeah.
even we were talking about
Uttar
it
Pradesh
in the
has been
studio
a
and
complete,
stuff. But Uttar Pradesh was a complete
Yeah, but the margin of
unexpected.
leads for the Samajwadi party in most of the seats is very, very slender.
that's what I'm saying. It's very early days.
This is very early. Yes. One of the learnings, I think the story is going to be Maharashtra, where there could be a little bit of a flux, especially if the BJP is not able to retain the seats that it is fighting.
It's
Many
only
would
fighting
say
more
that
seats than it did the
Eknath
last
Shinde
time.
But can
Sena
I just
pressure
add
is
a
on them,
small
but if the
caveat?
BJP is not able to
Can
retain
I just
seats,
add a
then-
small caveat?
Yeah.
What it tells you is that the voter in Uttar Pradesh is very divided. Even if it's, less than a crore, 50, 70 lakhs, it means that every other voter right now, is not voting for the BJP. So
Yeah.
if it's 42 and 42% each,
Yeah.
it shows that the
It's
voter
neck and neck.
It's
It's neck and neck.
and
It's
it
neck
will
and
be-
neck.
it'll be
as
decided
far as
by margins.
Maharashtra is concerned, one concern for the BJP is you look at the Vidarbha region where there was farmer distress. Other than one seat of Nagpur, which is Gadkari's seat, and Bandara Gondia, which is another seat, which I think Praful Patel used to be the MP from that seat many years ago. Other than these two seats, they're not running up any numbers in Vidarbha. You look at Western Maharashtra, again now
is a Congress
Baramati,
stronghold, actually.
Supriya Sule has gone back to taking the lead in Western Maharashtra. In Konkan, other than this one seat of Sindhudurg, which Narayan Rane is fighting from, in Marathwada, some pockets for the BJP, but again, it's a mixed bag. Sena UBT has 3 seats. NCP,
The larger question that you might want to pose on Maharashtra, and maybe I would like to bring you in, Siddharth Gupta, is Hindutva really now a factor in Maharashtra? Shiv Sena, the UBT, goes the other side, rejects, the iconic pillars of the Hindutva movement, and it seems to be prospering.
Well, it may not be a live political issue, and it's certainly not an electoral factor any longer, but it seems to be an underlying consensus that there are certain things you can't do, and very few people have violated that. But the interesting thing is, if you come to Hindutva, UP is probably a bigger test on that, because
that's what I was going to come to.
because of the immediacy of the Ram temple issue, and if this is the
So ration seems to be the burning issue in Uttar Pradesh, not so much Ram then. And perhaps one has to sort of look at that. I don't know.
In the Maharashtra numbers, the India Alliance is at 27, the NDA is at 20. And if you want to break up, I think a bulk of the losses are actually that of the BJP.
That's right.
BJP is down 12
Well, that's
from
what I'm
last
saying.
time.
It's
That's
the
a
allies that
massive
have
drop.
actually, the BJP's picked the right allies.
Yeah.
They've given it the cushion. You can see 50-seat cushion there.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, the BJP itself
is dropping
and the
numbers.
BJP has to start asking some questions of
And
itself.
if I can just take a look at the India Alliance, who's gaining and at whose expense.
Yeah.
The Congress has a gain of 9. They had just 1 last time. They have a gain of 9. Sena UBT has a gain of 4. Sharad Pawar NCP has a gain of 5. So again, it comes back to the whole point of clearly the MVA votes were transferring
to
and
each
this whole
other.
thing about
Well, it's a protest
Dhokebaazi.
vote.
There
It's
was
very clear.
There was an emotion on their side,
Sharad
which
Pawar
was very appealing, which appealed to the masses there.
Look,
their supporters.
livelihood and bread and butter issue, there's a bit of a protest vote against the BJP, and because it's the Congress that is picking up against the BJP. So you have to ask yourself the questions that were asked
No,
perhaps
in Vidarbha
by
specifically,
the opposition.
Rahul, I was told even by
Yeah.
BJP candidates who had fought from Vidarbha area, that this Samvidhan Badal Denge narrative,
was a
that
problem.
reservations will come to an end, that had really landed.
Maratha
They found
quota.
it difficult, the BJP candidates to break through that.
Direct fights, Congress versus BJP. It was 15 Congress last time, 170 for the BJP. The BJP's lost 35. The Congress has picked up 37. Where is it coming from? It's coming from Karnataka. It's coming from Maharashtra, of course. 1 seat in Gujarat. A lot of seats coming from Rajasthan. Again, Rajasthan, people were talking about it being a problem for the BJP. There are 5 or 6 seats in Uttar Pradesh. Could you have imagined 5 or 6 seats for the Congress party snatched from the BJP in UP?
Well,
There are
if the-
2
if
seats
I
in
think they've
Kerala.
got a lot of
There are
the
2 in
BSP
Kerala also
vote this
because
time.
right now the UDF is leading in 17 out of, and the last time they had 15. So they are leading in 17 out of the 20.
Look, whichever way you cut it, it's going to be a bit of a wake-up call for the BJP.
It's actually down 1.
Just check who
last time they had 18, is it?
Yeah, last time they had 18.
So the Congress is down 2 in Kerala. So,
the flip seat, I think, is the left seat. The Kollam seat, no, but N.K. Premichandran is with the UDF. So I don't think that's the flip seat. Of course, right now Rajiv Chandrasekhar is leading, so that's one flip seat, and Thrissur is the other seat, which of course,
have
Mr.
moved
Suresh
away.
Gopi
So the
leading,
Congress is -2 in Kerala, but it's plus in Maharashtra, plus in Uttar Pradesh, plus in
let's
Rajasthan.
get the numbers from Uttar Pradesh.
We must discuss Mayawati's data base and how it has transferred to the SP Congress, because BJP was hoping that once she comes down, then they will get the rest of the Jata vote, but it has clearly gone the other way.
No, even in a place like Allahabad, it's the Congress candidate who's leading right now, which means that the SP
that was
vote.
that famous rally where both Akhilesh and
Rahul Gandhi had,
couldn't
that was in
address the crowd
Fulpur, I
because
think.
there
That
was
was
so
in
much crowd.
Fulpur, right next to it. Let's look
Well,
at
the
Fulpur.
three
in
things
fact.
that are
Kaushambi SP is
the
leading.
three
Rajasthan
narratives
itself
about
is
Uttar
Fulpur
Pradesh.
again. Fulpur SP is leading. Fulpur is Keshav Prasad Maurya's seat, by the way.
Traditionally, SP has done well there.
Well in
and
Fulpur,
there are
this
three
notorious
narratives.
Atiq Ahmed used
along
to
with
rep-
Uttar
No, hang on. There are three
Yeah,
narratives
please,
about Uttar Pradesh that we need to sort of home in on. The Yogi and Modi factor, the MY factor against the other MY factor. So obviously something has gone wrong there. There has been a certain peeling away, a certain protest, a certain, hey, listen to us kind of message that is coming
No,
through.
can I ask you a direct question?
Yeah.
Because Arvind Kejriwal had made this a campaign issue. If this is how this state is going to break out, 40-38, what happens to Mr. Yogi Adityanath? Straight question.
Well, I think it's a bit premature right now to ask that question.
40-38.
It's a little premature because, we saw the Samajwadi party picking up. Just like, you saw the RJD picking up in Bihar. You saw the Samajwadi party picking up in a bipolar contest against the BJP. And there have been a couple of elections, local body elections, where you saw the Samajwadi party forging ahead. What is worrisome right now for the BJP, and that's the second point I want to raise, is the consolidation of that big coalition that they had, the caste coalition, that seems to have been fractured. So that's the second issue.
Maneka Gandhi is trailing in Sultanpur.
Yeah, exactly. So, and if you said Amethi, Smriti Irani is trailing, it tells you that people are questioning the party now about performance.
Yeah, but I'm just still going to qualify this. 40-38 is not healthy for the BJP, but the fact is it's early days in Uttar Pradesh.
But
the
now it's 39-39.
The numbers will
by the way,
further consolidate and
BSP,
change.
can I just, BSP has picked up too. I just want to see where those, I don't know if I can tell you where those seats are from because it's not showing.
Yeah. So the seat
now it's
data.
back to zero again.
Yeah, one sec. I also want to bring your attention to Rajasthan. Rajasthan, the pollsters predicted about 7 seats to the Congress.
Yes.
5 to 7 seats. The Congress is now, or the INDA is in 12 seats out of 25. That's a big thing. And many, Sopan Das Gupta, are saying that in Rajasthan, the problem is not the Congress. The problem is the BJP.
Well, I think
Internal rumblings within the BJP has hurt them.
Experiment which may not have gone down very well with the BJP's own rank and file.
Yeah. Yep.
That is that if you bring in obscure people and catapult them to the top, maybe the more established leadership.
It's improved now, 14-11, it was 13-12, it's 14-11, it's improved now a bit.
Those who take decisions in the BJP, even in Haryana, for instance,
yeah,
you alienated a lot of the Jats, you didn't accommodate them when the need arose. So perhaps, people are
the Gurgaon seat, the Rohtak seat, the Sirsa seat, the Kurukshetra seat, the Ambala seat. Yeah. I mean, this is the Jat heartland, as it were, and the BJP is doing badly in those seats. And they swept Haryana twice completely, 10-10, both in 14 and in 19.
What is interesting is that there is no all India pattern.
Yes.
That the BJP is doing badly in Uttar Pradesh, Rajasthan, Maharashtra, but it's doing remarkably well in Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, even Karnataka they are doing
Gujarat,
very well. So there's no all India pattern to this whole thing.
I think
no, but
the
Uttar Pradesh,
BJP, when
Uttar
it was doing
Pradesh and
its number crunching,
Uttar Pradesh, Maharashtra and Rajasthan together are nearly 150 seats.
So when BJP was doing its number crunching, I think they over depended on this Labharti vote. It looks like that when they thought about all the welfare measures, they thought that would be good enough to get all the numbers. But right now it seems that things, when people went to vote, the Samvidhan Khatre mein hai, the Jat anger, all these things factored in when people were casting their vote. So what we're going to see now is, you know, Nitish and Chandrababu becoming kingmakers. If this is what the numbers are.
I mean, I know it's a day of fluctuations. One second, Rahul. The India Alliance is ahead of the NDA in Uttar Pradesh.
Yes, that's
it's
what
40 to the India Alliance
happening.
and 38 to the NDA. This
NDA.
was
I'm telling you,
unthinkable.
if it's a crore vote, says, you know, Nalin had pointed out, and even within a crore, if that was an exit poll,
It's
there is
changed
one
further.
voter going
It's
this way and one going
41-37.
that
No,
way.
it's indicative.
Yep.
Now
It's changed further.
completely indicative.
It's 41-37 now.
But I just want to put
41-37.
this in some perspective here. Look, you've had 10 years of anti-incumbency, but 2 black swan events. You've had a war in Europe and, of course, in the Middle East, and you've had, of course, COVID. And despite that, after all of this, you know, the BJP is there in the picture. It's the single largest party right now.
The vote share, you can look at the 7.7, I think it was, to 40. So about 2.2 or 2.3% rise for the BJP. Percent has gone up to 27. 27.
Now,
So
and
that is
numbers here. The UP numbers show that the BJP has 40%, party has 31%. The Congress. So Samajwadi party and the Congress put with the BJP. So then for them, and in Uttar Pradesh, the BJP's vote share has to go up. And they need to get to nearly 50% vote share for them to be able to convert the kind of seats they do. And they are minus 7%.
What it also shows is, if you add up the Samajwadi and Congress vote share, that's an increase of 19%.
19%. And
7 of which is coming from the BJP, yes. But the remaining is
coming from the others. It's coming from the BSP.
It has to come from
it's coming from the BSP. Very clearly, it's coming from the BSP. 9% or 10% coming from the BSP. But for the BJP, they have had an erosion in their own vote share. And that's an issue. That's going to be an issue so far. As of now, this is the number. About a crore and a half. Still about 12-15 crore votes to be bowled.
But
so
what
we'll
it's
see if
telling
the
you,
scenario
generally
changes.
speaking, what it's telling you is that the other Pichra classes, the EBCs, they have moved not to the BJP as the BJP was expecting. It's clearly moved to the other side. That caste rainbow coalition that the BJP had.
Here's the thing. For me, unless counted and polled in Uttar Pradesh, I'm not willing. True. My point is that as and when we inch to, scenario could change. This scenario could change drastically. This scenario could change.
This is a protest vote. It's coming not only.
Enough indicative.
Look, there is a belt. There are 3 belts. The north, Himalaya. Then you have this middle belt where there's been a lot of and all that, which is held up again for the BJP in Gujarat. The borders of Bengal.
That's what that's saying earlier, that if you start going down in UP, you will go. Like
Bihar is not
Zaka, you pointed that out, like
Academic papers about it. 77, 89 goes down, but that's not the case this time.
As the numbers are concerned, Congress are also consolidating their. Been hovering around this 299 to 303, 250 at all. It slipped down to 2. That's happening as the rounds are increasing. Bihar, NDA is doing well at 33 out of 40. The biggest shock so far is from Uttar Pradesh, Rajasthan. Akanksha's got an update for us. Yes.
Anand, we can see it's a close fight between. He's got 13 so far, Congress 12 in fact. In Kota, let's have some more insights.
में कांटे की टक्कर चल रही है कोटा सीट में लोकसभा ओम बिरला
कितने राउंड काउंटिंग हो गए?
का है मार्जिन?
चौथा 5वां राउंड चल रहा है, कई जगह 6 राउंड यहाँ पर फ्लक्चुएट हो रहे हैं आंकड़े बहुत ही, कभी बीजेपी रुझान एकदम स्पष्ट हो चुके हैं।
सीट है जहां 15-20 हजार से ज्यादा वोट शेयर का
वोट शेयर या मार्जिन दिख रहा है।
करीब 10,000 के मार्जिन में कांग्रेस प्रत्याशी आगे चले गए। लगभग
You have it
So
there,
nearly
5 to 6 rounds done.
Yeah. Where the margin of victory is more than there largely it's a Congress party which is consolidating.
Doing better than it's doing certainly in Uttar Pradesh. Greater share of seats. They had 17 last time. They're right now. JDU. Everybody was saying, JDU MPs will face. JDU is only down 1 from last time. So what is the equations? Clearly,
yeah, not very good news. Stake claim or whatever, as Shopon also. Both Chandrababu Naidu and the JDU. BJP will have its task cut out for itself.
Now, NDA on 300, BJP on, and there is some seat which is a neck and neck. The BJP, it's a straight fight between the BJP and the Congress. Yadav trail कर रहे हैं, Pappu Yadav trailing, but Rohini Acharya. Purnia seat, Saran. Rajiv Pratap Rudy is leading. Ara Bihar, RK Singh is currently trailing in Begusarai, and Jitan Ram is leading in Hajipur. Interesting number in Munger in Bihar.
Interesting campaign.
Ram Putra is trailing. Misa Bharti is leading in Patna. Prasad leading in Patna Sahib. Seat where Pappu Yadav, who's fighting of Purvi Champaran, is also leading. Of in Bihar, like you said, Zaka, and the JDU,
than the JDU.
Contrary to expectations.
That's a yeah. 5 down. BJP is. Again, all the people who traveled to Bihar were saying, liking this, Palto Maruf. But he seems to be doing okay.
Doesn't seem like it.
But I think, folks, let's go back to Uttar Pradesh. I mean, it has always been the old adage that you have to win UP to win Delhi. The road to Delhi passes through Lucknow. And right now, Nalin Mehta, you're looking at a situation where the India alliance is at 40 and the NDA is at 39.
This is a clear vote of discontent against the BJP. This is a protest vote. It's very clear. We have returned. This is uniform across all regions of UP. It's not like one region or here or there. I mean, if you see that map, that's swathes of green across. The BJP has a real problem here.
Yeah.
No, what did Akhilesh do right, which nobody could gauge? It was like, why did he?
I think he broad-based
none of the exit polls showed.
Broad-based the candidates selection.
The exit polls did not show him getting these kind of. None of the exit polls showed Akhilesh getting.
He gave Yadav's only 5 tickets. Only 5 tickets were given to Yadav's. 50% of the tickets were given to either backwards or Dalits. I think that's where, and one Muslim.
So he learned a lesson from 2022 where he had the full consolidation of the MY vote, but he didn't have other groups didn't join. This time 17 tickets to Dalits. And two, he copied the BJP model and replicated it very well, where he gave lots of tickets to non-Yadav OBCs to get around this whole thing of Yadav dominance and so on. And that's worked. That combined with Savidhan.
And so he took away a lot of Mayawati's
he took away a lot of Mayawati's
that is actually
so that is what worked.
Seats distribution, the ticket distribution, etc. And also, there is always this fear in Uttar Pradesh that if you have a Samajwadi party government, all the darogas and everybody will change in the local thanas and things like that. This is a behavioral issue with a very domineering community, a martial sort of a community. So he kind of brought that temperature down. He actually had to talk down to his cadre and tell them to kind of hold on. I think that Allahabad rally thing was an exception. And very importantly, this time around, the Shivpal Chacha was very much with him, and he had the organizational sort of heft to do this kind of thing.
Again, scenarios changing. BJP slipping closer to the 240 number, whereas the Congress is inching slowly closer to the 100 number. 95 leads the BJP at 240 and 294. So 6 down 300. The NDA overall. INDA inching closer. So some of the allies of the INDA are consolidating and becoming stronger. And are these gains largely happening in Maharashtra? We'll do a quick check. Sumant Raman, you had a point to make. Lucknow, Rajnath Singh is leading. Yes, Sumant Raman.
Yeah, Anand, I think also the BJP was probably a little complacent in UP because of that 49-50% vote share.
Yeah.
You know, when you're getting 50%, you tend to assume that you can't be beaten. I mean, how many ever people gang up against you? And last time everybody did in 2019, and they still won such a huge victory. I think that made them a little complacent. And the important lesson is no seat is safe, however big a margin you won it by. Many of these seats where the BJP is trailing now were won by margins of more than 3 lakh votes.
Correct.
Last time.
Correct.
So I think that is a big lesson.
No, but the fact is in Uttar Pradesh, sir, the Prime Minister himself did 31 out of his 206 rallies across Uttar Pradesh. So it was not
Maybe
that...
the Hindu-Muslim didn't work. I think that's a very significant point.
Yeah.
The Prime Minister went all out with the Hindu-Muslim card after the first phase, after southern India had more or less
whether that was the reason, or just because, just the frictions within the BJP itself.
You know,
in many seats, the BJP itself leaders were working against their own MP
candidates. Can I just make this point? You know,
Yeah.
when PM Modi made that statement, he made it in Banswara. In Banswara, a tribal from the Bhap party is leading in Banswara. They were not allied with either the BJP or with the India Alliance. They were
with the India Alliance.
With the India Alliance.
India Alliance.
So, you know, when you say, yeah, it may not have worked, at least from evidence in Rajasthan, it doesn't seem to have, because if the idea was to, you know, gin up the base and get the base to come, clearly the base hasn't turned up like the way the BJP hoped it would.
The larger question, especially in Rajasthan, if you look at Rajasthan and Uttar Pradesh, it was the infighting within the BJP which was the talking point. A BJP versus BJP scenario is what was being spoken about more than what the opposition was doing. And especially when you have a victory like in Rajasthan, there were MLAs who were unhappy with the MP candidates who have been assigned and the tickets that have been given. There were those who said that these MPs tried to fix us during the assembly elections. We are now going to make you happen because Bagalwala jeetega. The thought was overall aayega to Modi, but inko let me just take care of these
even in
people.
Telangana,
Is that BJP versus BJP scenario hurting them? I don't know. I'm just saying that's another factor that needs to be spoken about.
Even in Telangana, so the Secunderabad seat, Mr. G. Kishan Reddy was expected to win that seat. He's now trailing Danam Nagender.
That had become a very tight seat.
Yeah, Danam Nagender, who was I think with the BRS before, he's now with the Congress. He's leading in that seat. BJP has gone from 4 to 7 in Telangana. BRS 0. They had 9 last time, including in places like Medak where they've lost.
Congress has really consolidated.
Congress is consolidated. 6. They had just 3 last time. They've gone up to 9. Asaduddin Owaisi continues to retain his seat of Hyderabad.
And Andhra Pradesh?
Let's look at Andhra Pradesh. This is a NDA sweep all the way. I think YSRCP had 17 last time. They're down to 5. It's almost a flip from what happened last time. Yeah. So NDA 20 seats. YSRCP had 22. This time they're down to just 5. Let's take a look at the BJP seats, where the BJP is leading. So Narsapuram is a lead for the BJP. Dagubati Purandeshwari, I said, is leading. She continues to lead. That's from Rajmundry. From Araku, again, the BJP candidate is leading. From Anakpale, CM Ramesh of the BJP is leading. So BJP, out of the 20 that the NDA has, the BJP was contesting 6, I think. They're leading in 4 of the 6.
They slipped below 240 now, the BJP. In terms of leads, they slipped below 240. They're at 239. And the NDA is less than 295. They're at 292 now. whereas the INDA alliance is actually getting into 230. They're 229 on the cusp of 230, and the Congress again inching back to the 100 mark at 96 seats. If the Congress, 97 seats now, so just 3 short of 100 seats, the Congress party from 52 to 97.
So this
is
is
a big jump, 45 seat
Congress
jump.
97, Samajwadi Party 34, TMC 31, DMK 20, Shiv Sena UBT 10, NCP Pawar 8. This is the breakup of the India alliance.
See, a point which I think should be made now is that for 10 years we'd got accustomed to stable government. I think if these results are to hold till the end of the day, we have an underlying instability in the dispensation.
Yeah.
And that I think is something we need
Already
to think
people
about.
are asking whether somebody like a Chandrababu Naidu and Nitish Kumar can be trusted, or will they palat again?
Yeah, you can never say, and I think all eyes will be on the India alliance, because you will see Sonia Gandhi, who has an experience of bringing in smaller parties to make a coalition, like she did with UPA 1 and 2. She has more experience in talking to allies, potential allies, as compared to the NDA, which is still one of those bully pulpit leaders of a
But the NDA
coalition
is well
alliance.
ahead of 272.
In a scenario where you need allies.
That is because of these two.
Suppose you can't trust a Babu or you can't trust Nitish, then at that stage you need somebody who is more pliant and who is more conducive to pulling in allies, and Sonia has more experience in that than a Modi, Amit Shah.
232 for INDA alliance, 289 for the NDA. If some key allies of the NDA actually were to decamp, then the INDA alliance actually gets within shot of that 272 number. But it will be a cobbled up coalition either ways. Instability is what looks right on top, is according to Swapan Das Gupta. Yes.
Anand, I think the important factor that we have to look at is this government, even if it is an NDA government, will be forced to be more democratic, will be forced to take in opinions from all sides. It can no longer be my way or the highway, which is what it was in the last 5 years. And I essentially see this vote as a protest vote against that kind of, when the campaign started, people were laughing when they said, saving constitution, saving, democracy, how on earth will the rural voter even relate to all this? But the results tell us that I see this fundamentally as a voter saying that he wants a more consensuous kind of a government. And I think that this entire approach of, concentrating power in one individual, whatever be the result, even if Mr. Modi does become the Prime Minister again, that will have to change, because there will be some level of checks and balances.
Well, you're going to have an opposition in Parliament to start with. You're going to have a
you're going to have a very robust, solid opposition in Parliament.
You can't pass bills that win.
Yeah, but no, the other thing is, in Tamil Nadu, what happens to the ADMK? The ADMK has not been able to do anything there significant, because they are just 1 seat ahead of the NDA right now. So then the political dynamic in Tamil Nadu, does it also change?
Hang on, I have a different take on this. ADMK has more seats than the NDA, more vote share than the NDA. This is EPS telling the BJP that, look, you can't do business in the state without me.
It's also
In
a question mark
2026,
over Annamalai.
it is a question mark over Annamalai, no doubt about it. But I think this is definitely good news for EPS, telling the BJP state and central leadership, in 2026, in the assembly election, let's put up a joint fight. We can take on the DMK. And Doc mentioned this yesterday. Had they fought together, they would have won at least 10 seats.
15
or maybe even 15
what he
seats.
was saying, yeah.
Anand, I want to point this out. I said this point not once, twice. In fact, I
You've said it every time. You have said it every time.
No, I said it at the time that the alliance broke.
Yeah.
That had this, and at that point, people said it doesn't matter, because whether they contest together or whether they contest separately, they're going to lose anyway. And at that point, I was, I saw this writing, because I knew that there is anti-incumbency against the DMK. Their vote share will come down to 45 thereabouts, and if these two people had put their eggs together and fought together, a minimum of 15 seats. And mind you, those 15 seats may be important today. It may not have been important after the exit polls, But those 15 to 20 seats could have been very important today.
Today, okay. Let's try and get a sense of how many rounds of counting are over across most of the states and how close are we. Let's start with Uttar Pradesh. We'll try and check with Akanksha how many rounds are over, what's the base of votes, and are results consolidating anywhere? Is in any constituency, are the leads really consolidating? Smriti Irani is currently trailing in Amethi in Uttar Pradesh. There are other leaders. Dharmendra Yadav is leading in Azamgarh. There are many pockets where, as per the Election Commission website, the lead is very slender for the Samajwadi Party, but we've got our own reports on ground and are some leads consolidating into victories and wins. We'll have to wait and watch. It's about 11:50.
Can we also ask our
We're
team,
still far away from victories.
at the
We're
back
still far
end,
away from wins.
Can we ask our team at the back end, the ministers in the Modi cabinet who are currently trailing? I think we should have a graphic on that.
How are they
I
doing?
think it gives you an indication of, if there was this anger and
1.2
protest
crore,
and all that.
there are 1.2 crore votes that have been counted in Uttar Pradesh.
1.2 crore?
Yes.
So, but that's very small compared to an 18 crore base.
But it's representative. You see, you've got to understand that even within those 1.2 crore voters, half are not voting for the BJP. So that huge 15% gap that the BJP enjoyed, or even more in some cases, since the two...
Can we actually say that with 1.2 crore voters is the question that I'm asking, when your base is more than 15 crore is what I'm asking.
Theoretically, you're right. But I'm just saying the trend is that the voter is not following the BJP in a pack like it perhaps was.
Because every Lok Sabha constituency is made up of certain assembly constituencies. Now, there could be one assembly constituency out of 5 or 6 which may have voted entirely against the BJP. And there could be 2 or 3 constituents vote totally in favor. That's why I said, unless we get to about a 5 crore base, can we actually call Uttar Pradesh saying that this is how it's going to stay?
Not if you won 56 or 54% of the vote in each constituency, or even 48%, 49%, then it becomes a bit tricky. That's all I'm saying.
But yeah, because the BJP is also minus 7% in terms of vote share out of these 1.2 crore votes.
By 9 or 10, by significantly
by 19%.
That's a huge.
19% jump
out
in
of
vote
that
share.
1.2 crores that Rahul is
Look at
talking
West
about.
Bengal now. It's 32-9. Trinamool Congress is actually steamrolling the BJP in West Bengal. It's not 22-18. It's far greater. Bengal scenario has changed drastically. The BJP is only leading in 9 seats in Bengal.
So again, if you go back to 2019, Bengal, the north seats, Darjeeling, it is exactly
half of what they won last
time. They had 18 last time, now it's 9. But again, BJP only winning in the northern part. In the southern part, let me look at the seats where the BJP is leading in. They're leading in Bangaon, which is Shantanu Thakur's seat. That was expected. In Bishnupur, where Soumitra Khan of the BJP is leading. And the 2 Mednipur seats. Angimitra Paul is leading in Mednipur. And then Kanti, where Shomendu Adhikari is leading. So in the southern part of Bengal...
They're trailing in one of the...
One of these
one of the seats.
Okay.
So now 20% of the vote is counted by now.
Mahua is in the lead in Krishnanagar.
And 290 is what the NDA has, and the India Alliance has 233. So if 20% of the vote is counted, though in many of the places, the lead is very slim, 200 to 300 is the lead. So you can never tell which way the seats will go. Vote share alag baat hai.
So far 20% of the votes have been counted. 20% of the votes have been counted, and this is the scenario at this point. In Bengal, is this going to change drastically is one big question. 32 seats for the
Can I put
Trinamool.
this out there? If we are having for the first time a non-single party majority government in 10 years, what does that mean? How is our polity going to change?
Well, I think first of all, it'll be difficult for the BJP to dictate terms during government formation. I mean, I think there's going to be that, which is going to be the first impediment that they're going to face, which means there'll be a large number of people making demands on the party. There could be demands of different kinds that could be made.
Cabinet berths, special
Cabinet
status for
special
Andhra Pradesh,
status.
all
I
those
think you'll
things.
have to put forward somebody like,
And
say,
Bihar.
Rajnath Singh or Nitin Gadkari.
No, how
who
much is
have
that is
friends
going
across
to
the aisle
affect the
chat
growth
with,
story overall, the investor confidence
other
overall?
party.
I know a
leaders.
lot of other questions.
Markets are
Policy.
crashing again. I think you will have the details now.
Yeah, so
the markets are coming down further.
Markets are coming down again. We'll get that update from Nalin in just a bit. Akanksha, yes, what's the update at the live result hub?
NDA is in fact at 36 in Uttar Pradesh, India 43, which of course as far as the leading BJP leaders are concerned, they are in fact trailing behind. Menaka Gandhi, remember, was taking the lead, but I'm learning that she's also trailing, as is Smriti Irani. Let's quickly get in some inputs. बताएंगे कौन-कौन अभी आगे या पीछे है?
यूपी में इस वक्त सबसे चौंकाने वाली बात यह है कि 4 केंद्रीय मंत्री पीछे चल रहे हैं। स्मृति ईरानी पीछे चल रही हैं, अजय मिश्रा टेनी पीछे चल रहे हैं और कौशल किशोर मोहनलालगंज से पीछे चल रहे हैं, सपा प्रत्याशियों से आगे हैं। ये पीछे चल रहे हैं ये चारों केंद्रीय मंत्री। और अभी जो हम देख रहे हैं इस वक्त 36 सीटें हैं एनडीए के पास, जबकि 40 प्लस इंडिया गठबंधन के पास है, जो कि काफ़ी चौंकाने वाली चीज़ है।
कितने राउंड्स हो गए हैं अभी?
ये लगभग कई जगह पे 4, कई जगह पे 5 राउंड हुए हैं, कहीं पे 7 राउंड हुए हैं, अलग अलग जगह पे इस तरह से राउंड हुए हैं। राहुल गांधी आगे चल रहे हैं रायबरेली से, जबकि अमेठी से स्मृति ईरानी पीछे चल रही हैं। जी, अखिलेश यादव कन्नौज से आगे चल रहे हैं।
Akansha, sorry, I missed that. He said 4 sitting ministers are trailing.
Yeah,
yes,
4 sitting ministers.
He did say that.
Who are the 4?
4 जो 4 मिनिस्टर्स थे उनके नाम फिर से दोहरा।
स्मृति, कौशल किशोर
and Mahendranath Pandey.
अजय मिश्रा टेनी पीछे चल रहे हैं।
अजय मिश्रा टेनी।
हाँ, कौशल किशोर and then Mahendranath Pandey.
What about Brajbhushan's son? What about him?
ब्रजभूषण शरण सिंह के बेटे जो है करण सिंह आगे चल रहे हैं।
वो आगे चल रहे हैं।
Like Prajwal Revanna, you have a Karan Singh also who is in fact.
But Prajwal is trailing now.
Prajwal is trailing now, but Karan Singh is leading in Uttar Pradesh. Interesting turn of events there now. 294 for the NDA, so gaining some seats there, but the BJP is still at 238. The Congress now slipping back from 96, 97 seats to 93. India Alliance, which was at 231, has now slipped to 238. So 3-4 seats plus minus, that's the tussle that's going on over the last half an hour, ladies and gentlemen, but only 20% of the votes have been counted yet. Does that represent a trend for the rest of the remaining 80% of the votes?
So are we
such a big election? That's a big question.
Are we going back to a situation where we have an NDA convener and the likes of Mr. Naidu, Mr. Nitish are going to play, certainly they're going to demand their pound of flesh, but they're going to play a bigger role? Supan Das Gupta, are we going back to the
I don't know whether
Vajpayee?
we'll have a convener or something like that, but certainly I think the balance of forces tilts towards some of the smaller coalition
So
allies.
more like a Vajpayee NDA?
Vajpayee was temperamentally very different from Mr. Modi, and Mr. Modi at present has a leadership stature which is far
Of course,
greater.
far higher.
I think we will probably see the return of Amit Shah to a far more active political role than had been the case. And I think this would also mean that in far as the balance of power within the BJP, the old Sangathanist approach is again going to be tempered.
But what about being more accommodative, more compromising?
That of course will depend on the situation.
Towards the allies and so on.
Yeah, that's all will be there. But
I wanted to ask him, I couldn't catch the last.
What does Sangathan
No. What did you say? Is it going to be tempered?
Yes, they are going to be modified, and certainly we will get a far more explicitly political approach, which was not the case in the organization of this election. In this election, as opposed to, say, for instance, the election of 2014, where there was a greater element of trying to accommodate outside people into the system. Here it was, the...
I want to ask a couple of things. No, once again, Nalin, you're familiar with this, Nistula's familiar with this, where I think there was an interview, I think it was Mr. Nadda who said, we don't need the RSS or the RSS. There was this whole chatter about the RSS folks not putting their hand to the wheel. Do you think this again has a rebalancing in that equation?
Yes, I think there will be a rebalancing.
Okay.
I think there was an element of complacency. I think there have been differences internally. In UP, for example, that's been that was very obvious about factions. There were tales about RSS or BJP cadres not turning out in the beginning. Also because I think somebody said earlier in the discussion that when you put, I think Swapan, you made the point, when you put so many outsiders on the assumption that
that was certainly the case in Maharashtra.
That it's a Modi vote anyway. You put so many outsiders. There are local factions which were kind of subsumed earlier, that has become much more open. On top of that, you have a larger vote of dissent against the BJP and a vote of essentially and a consolidation of all the opposition forces who've also learnt who've taken a leaf out of the BJP book in terms of organization and caste arithmetic and things like that.
Look, you made the point in one of the earlier shows, right, in the first or second phases, that at the local level, everybody's like, anyway, Modi is going to win, but I want to fix the local MP.
So that is the 399 trap, as I call it. 400 नहीं, ठीक है, 399 आ जाएंगे, मोदी जी प्रधानमंत्री बन ही जाएंगे. तो इसको हम निपटाते हैं.
इसको सबक सिखाना है.
ये निपटाओ राजनीति जो है, this Sushma Swaraj had also said कि बीजेपी में निपटाओ राजनीति, ये निपटाओ परंपरा चल रही है.
And interestingly, in Uttar Pradesh,
how many top berths are going to be sort of up now
Samajwadi Party is leading
in the Ayodhya.
What does that mean?
Wow.
Where everybody would, they were saying that मंदिर जो है वो आस्था का विषय है. वोट जब देंगे तो कुछ और चलेगा. So that's just what has happened. I mean, to a large extent, the Labharti vote, the Ayodhya vote, all those things, the Ram Temple vote, all that has been miscalculated by the BJP if these numbers are to...
if these numbers, there is a bloodbath in the Sensex as of now. Both Nifty and Sensex down by 5%.
So on the market update, the Sensex is down by 3,500 points.
3,500 points.
The Nifty is down by 1,120 points of 4.8%. The market breadth at the moment is overwhelmingly negative. There are 356 shares which are up, but 2,926 shares which are down. The Nifty has seen the biggest single day fall since February 2022.
Since February 2020, single
and the
biggest
volatility index and the India volatility index
EVMs are all right. ये जनता का वोट है coming via EVMs.
One thing I want to say that in 2004 when the UPA came to power and Mr. A.B. Bardhan, the late A.B. Bardhan CPI leader, there was talk happening about a minimum, common minimum program, etc. He had a very famous television bite where he said, "Bhaad mein gaya disinvestment." That day, they had to put circuit breakers on the stock exchange, and it recovered. So everybody just take a breath, buy what you want to buy today. No. He said, "Bhaad mein gaya disinvestment." Because the NDA government of the past had a robust disinvestment program.
Mr. Shori
and his ministry.
And so forth. But yeah, I mean.
You know, the markets recovered.
The point
I think
is,
it's the day to
Markets
buy.
will recover because they'd gone up 2.5% the other day. So you know,
there's a course correction, but still.
But you were going to make a point which.
Yeah, I just want to make a point. You know, if this is going to be, say, assume that this is going to be the final picture,
result,
which is an assumption.
Okay.
I think in this case, we are likely to see another election in 2 years.
Oh, really? Okay.
It's a big thing.
That's a big thing.
Big state.
Well, that's what a lot of people were saying, that if there is going to be this kind of sort of volatility, because I think that a coalition of this nature will be fractious. Because as I said, and I think Mr. Dasgupta said that Mr. Modi is a different kind of leader. So that might sort of result in...
But again,
let me pose a question.
No, he's just putting it out there. It may or may not happen.
Let me pose a question. On the back of the exit poll results, a lot of the expectation was in terms of the political agenda of the BJP, that what to expect from a new BJP government had it got an absolute majority of the kind that the exit polls had earlier been predicting. So you were talking about definitely a uniform civil code, one nation, one election. So the question now really is,
and a lot of economic reforms.
And a lot more reforms. There was a debate on what kind of reforms, but now if this result, and this is now pretty clear. The message certainly is very clear. The numbers may be up and down here and there, but there's a very clear message from the Indian electorate to the BJP.
Those reforms are going on the back burner. For certain, they are going on the back burner. If these are the kind of
reforms. Again, I don't think one nation, one poll is going to happen. I think, the big concern was delimitation. I think this result is a significant marker for the BJP that, look, handle delimitation with care.
And forget
it's not something you can.
You had Mr. Naidu and Mr. Modi sort of contradicting each other on a very important issue.
Reservations for Muslims.
Reservations
for. And let me put one more question here.
Of the 97 seats, Congress is ahead on 37 seats. The margin is less than 10,000 votes. So as of now, that is also another update that's coming through. Somewhere the numbers one gets the feeling this is not going to be where it is going to settle. It's going to
fundamentally,
it's going to swing either ways. It's going to swing either ways. Because
I'll
I'll tell you what. If the Congress is really doing well, then it should get to the 120 number in its direct fights with the BJP. If the sentiment is against BJP and wherever it is consolidating, and if the Congress does 100 seats, then there is no way that the BJP is going to get to even 250 or 260 seats, and it's not the single largest party. Sumant Raman is joining. Yes, Sumant Raman.
A very, very important point. This election was a pure and simple referendum on the Prime Minister, Mr. Modi. Now, results are out in front of everyone. Now, obviously, we'll have to wait till the end of the day, but by and large, there is a clear trend in these elections. Now, why is it that, I won't be surprised at all if poor Mr. Nadda is trotted out in the evening to sort of take the blame for this. No. But the point, if the BJP had won big, it would have been not so much the BJP's victory, it would have been Mr. Modi's victory. So by the same yardstick, we need to discuss if his campaign strategy was wrong. Whether a more accommodative approach, it's not just with reference to the allies or with reference to the opponent, whether the entire sequence of events which happened in the last, particularly 8 months to 1 year, perhaps should have been done differently. Perhaps a more accommodating. I don't know. I'm not.
But Doc, can I ask you this?
We should not discuss that at all.
Can I ask you this? If this is how the results are, and clearly it's not going to be a single party government, it's going to be a coalition government. But Mr. Modi will still head the government, right? What sort of change do you think? What sort of change do you think will have to be brought in to run a coalition government?
To run a look, Zaka, my point is simple. The approach that has been there in this last 5 years, particularly, not so much in the first 5 years, but certainly in the last 5 years, has been a complete unilateral. Even within the BJP, voices of dissent have been very, very, feeble.
Right, we've got, sorry Sumant Raman, we got the first result. First result outside of Surat, the Sikkim candidate has won. Yes, Akanksha.
Subba Anand from SKM has won. This is the first official result that's been out and declared on the Election Commission's website as well. Let's have it.
Indrahang Subba, who's the SKM candidate from Sikkim, has won. He has a considerable lead of 75,000 votes, and the total votes polled in Sikkim, Lok Sabha constituency is 3,60,000, and his lead is so much that nobody can even trail him now. There's only 30,000 votes to be counted, and the official result hasn't been declared by the Election Commission, but a reporter on the ground has confirmed that he has already won, and then his supporters are outside his house, and they are meeting him at this moment, and it's almost official from the candidate's house.
What is the victory margin roughly?
The victory margin is almost 75,000 votes.
75,000 votes. So the first result coming in, the SKM candidate has won in Sikkim, and that's also confirmed by the live result hub ahead of the Election Commission, because the margin of lead is greater than the remaining votes that need to be polled at the counting center. And this is the reason why you get the result first. So the first results outside of the Surat one that the BJP started the scoreboard with even before counting began. This is the next one.
The two questions need to be asked. Sorry, the two questions that need to be asked now fundamentally is this: how secure are the two main allies of the BJP that have actually done pretty well there? That is the JDU. And also, of course,
you mean how secure the BJP is with them?
Well, that's right. How, within the, as I said, within the NDA, how secure are they?
You recall under Mr. Vajpayee, Chandrababu Naidu.
Yes.
Was a relentless bargainer.
Yes. Yes.
I mean, he bargained on everything.
And let's not forget, there was a bitter split between the TDP and the BJP just about 5 years ago. Lots of harsh words were exchanged. And I'm just saying, what is the guarantee that you might not see the NDA staying together in the present sort of framework that things could change very dramatically.
Things could change,
And certainly Nitish is not going to be accepted by the India Alliance. I don't think Tejasvi or Lalu will be agreeable to getting Nitish back again.
What about the others? What about the others? Who are the others? There's YSRCP there in
Very little, Rahul. There's 6 independents, 4 BJD, 4 YSRCP, 1 AIMIM.
Well, we now
not enough to
know.
But would you agree that this is, I mean, it's a point of view, I get it, that it's a referendum on Modi, because that's what Mr. Raman had to say, and one of the channels has now replaced Modi's picture with Nadda's picture. So, you know, while I get what Mr. Raman is saying, that by evening BJP will probably, you know, have Mr. Nadda out there as the Bakra, but then the point is that you can see the signals if a channel is changing. It's always been Modi and Rahul Gandhi, right? India Alliance, Rahul Gandhi, like you
let's not beat around the bush. This is a message from the Indian voter.
Yeah, that
and this
it's
is
a reality check for the BJP as well as Mr. Modi. That
if these results hold right now, and if they stay as it is, this whole campaign of the BJP was Modi ki guarantee. The whole campaign of the BJP, and it was the Prime Minister who first said, "Aayega to Modi hi," and said, "Ab ki baar 400 par." So if the voter has said, no, I will not give you as a single largest party, I will not even give you majority as a single party, I won't give you 272 seats, then it is a message that's got to be taken in.
I want you, but I want you with less muscle power.
If this holds, although the NDA is creeping back up, it's gone up to 296, and the BJP is broken back into the 240s.
Still not enough.
Still not enough. There's still 32 seats.
Short. If this BJP in the last 10 years has been like the Congress of the 1950s, then what was the big jhatka to it? It was 1967. This result, which is giving you a BJP as the single largest party if this result holds in the end, and may will probably still be in power, will be in power, but not with the kind of dominance had earlier. This is akin to what was the 1967 result was to the Congress, where you got a jhatka, you got a message from the voters of discontent and so on, and yet the Congress remained in power. But
this
it led
is
to many
a
other
bit of a
changes
chastening,
in the politics.
for sure. I mean, this has to be a bit of a chastening.
So it's a opening of a new fault line in our polity.
No, you know, I just want to say this. In the 3 biggest states in India, Uttar Pradesh, Maharashtra and in Bengal, it's the India alliance that is ahead. In fact, in Bengal, it's far ahead. In Maharashtra, it's slightly ahead. And in Tamil Nadu, of course. And in Tamil Nadu,
Bengal, just a little bit of catch-up for the BJP now.
In the 4 biggest states, it's the India alliance that is ahead. Of course, they don't have enough to form a government. I don't think they can form a government at these numbers. It'll still be a BJP government.
In Maharashtra also, the BJP moving up a little to 21 seats now.
At 70 seats. Or would have been a very strong opposition and a very vociferous voice in the new Lok Sabha. Opposition with this number is going to be a formidable force.
As I said, Achhe Din for journalists, at least in Parliament, we'll get to see a lot more, you know, action and that kind of thing. Good, lots of stuff to report, I think.
Right. Maharashtra again, scenarios changed a bit. The BJP playing catch up a little. It's gone up to 21. Compared to it was NDA.
It's 25, 22.
It's 25 and 22. So the NDA now goes into the lead ahead of the INDA
but,
alliance.
You know, Anand, I think the message will be very clear. Both Mr. Thackeray and Mr. Pawar can put their leg up and say, boss, you know, we have sent a message across to Delhi.
Put their feet up.
I mean,
there is a world of difference between putting a leg up and putting your feet up.
Feet up. Put their feet
the
up.
Point that, excuse me.
I think we'll leave it at that.
Rahul, I think we just want to quickly look at the numbers from Uttar Pradesh and see the margins now, because I think that's really where the election is. Let's just
Uttar
Pradesh have a look
continues.
at how many seats and what's the differential.
Uttar Pradesh continues with the INDA at 42, NDA at 37. But there are quite a few number of seats where the margins are very narrow. We'll try and get some numbers. We'll try and get some numbers where the leads are consolidating.
While you get the numbers, Anand, the vote share is remarkably stable. It's still 42% for the BJP in UP, and it is still 32% for the SP in UP.
But then
and Congress is 10.5.
There's a transference going on.
It's a dead heat. It's a neck-to-neck heat.
No, but again, you know, that's the thing.
It depends on conversion
Nalin,
and the seat construction.
The vote share to seat share conversion, you don't know how that cookie crumbles.
Exactly.
Right? And especially in a state like UP, it's very hard to predict.
So you have very small margins.
Exactly.
So the BJP now clawing its way back in Bengal also. It's 30 and 11 right now, 30 and 12 right now. It was 9 earlier. So now the BJP has gone into 11. And from 32 to it's come down to 30. It's straight fight between the BJP and the Trinamool Congress. One seat has gone to the other West Bengal leads. There you go. Congress Plus is at 1 seat. That looks like the Behrampur seat. Yeah.
No, in fact, it's not. I think in Behrampur, from what I
Yusuf Pathan is leading?
Yusuf Pathan is leading, but the Congress lead is Malda Dakshin.
Malda Dakshin.
Yeah,
Isha Khan Chaudhary.
Yeah. That is the Congress lead. There's no other lead for the Congress in this. Again, Mamata Banerjee will look back at this and say, you know, she made the right decision about not going into the alliance with left end Congress, and it's paid off for her. Yeah, it's paid off in a big way.
I'm just looking at the Odisha leads again, 16, 4 and 1. So again, as predicted by the exit pollsters, 16 seats to the BJP. So big gains there for the BJP. If you look at Kerala, NDA 2. So that lead is steady and consolidating. And if the NDA is breaking into Kerala, that itself is another story. Gujarat, it's 25 and 1. Now, so 1 seat being pinched by the Congress party in Gujarat, whereas the MP is the new Gujarat, as Nistula was saying earlier, 29 of 29, all going towards the Madhya
No,
Pradesh.
interestingly, in Odisha, I mean, clearly BJP is well ahead. It's 16 and BJP just 4. But in Kendrapara, our good friend Mr. Jay Panda is trailing there.
Well, Kendrapara was Biju Babu's. So it's one of the most difficult seats
and
for
it was in the last round of polling. So what they were very clever. What the BJD did was that all the BJD workers are candidates who finished with their polling in their seat, they all came to campaign because it is that prestigious thing, you know. It's so they came to campaign.
Very unfortunately, there was a certain personal rancor which had developed between Naveen Babu and Jai Panda.
As
But that's
of now,
what politics
one
is.
just update, Tejinder Sodhi is telling us in Jammu and Kashmir, the BJP is the single largest party with a 26.39% vote share. The Jammu and Kashmir National Conference at 22.18%, Congress at 21.31% and the PDP at 8.64%. So, and this is despite the BJP not fighting in the Kashmir Valley
Jammu and
at all.
Kashmir, can I just make that point? The Ladakh seat, which they changed, an independent is leading there, the Shering Namgyal, that was his name, right? The young MP. They didn't give him the ticket this time, so an independent is leading from there, Mohammad Hanif. I don't know what his political allegiance is. But the two Jammu seats, Udhampur and Jammu, of course, that's Dr. Jitendra Singh and Jugal Kishore. They continue to lead there. In Anantnag Rajouri, it's Mia Altaf of the NC who's leading. In Srinagar, again, it's the NC candidate, Aga Syed Ruhullah Mehdi of the NC who's leading. And in Baramulla, Engineer Rashid continues to lead.
But you know, for Omar Abdullah, Engineer Rashid, since we are talking, for Omar Abdullah, it's the state election which is of importance, which we've been discussing. So even if he loses here, his energy is going to be for the state once statehood is restored out there.
Well, digital viewership for our numbers, whether for the BJP and the NDA, the numbers are going up or not, but for us, they are going up and we need to just thank our viewers. So we've just consolidated further. But Sarkar ne viewership hamari hai, itna main keh sakta hu. But the fact is that we need our viewers to help us a little more. We want to inch towards 4 lakhs, ladies and gentlemen. We are at 347, so we want to get to 4 lakh views, live views. And thank you. Thank you for being with us and enjoying our coverage as much as we are enjoying bringing it to you. It's a neck-and-neck fight. The INDA on ground seems to have made an impact with the voter. The BJP, early stages, 20% of the votes being counted. Another 80% of the votes has to be counted. Will the scenario change? We are looking at these numbers. The BJP has gone up to 240. The NDA has gone up to 294. INDA is slipping down a little. Congress going up a little. There is a lot that's happening. The result is not yet settled. It's not yet over. There is a bloodbath in the stock markets, but will they pick up later on in the day, or will this settle and will this trend settle? Are we looking at a coalition government or are we looking at a majority government? Is it a mandate for Modi or is it trying to... There is another update from the northeast, after Sikkim where there was a first result, there is a result now in Meghalaya. Yes, Akanksha.
This is the first victory for Congress from Meghalaya. Let's quickly bring you the details. In fact, it's a victory margin of over 1 lakh votes. Saling A. Sangma has he's in fact...
she's a former MP. She's also the sister of Meghalaya Chief Minister Conrad Sangma, and she was the former MP from Tura, and she has lost this time around. Saling and Sangma has pipped her to this prestigious post, which is a bastion for the Sangma family.
Okay, there you have it. This was a prestige seat as far as Tura in Meghalaya is concerned. As the gentleman here was discussing, Agatha K. Sangma happens to belong to the prestigious Sangma family, has been beaten by Saling A. Sangma of the Indian National Congress. The victory margin is of over a lakh votes.
Over a lakh votes, yeah.
Over 1 lakh votes and in Tura. So that was the Sangma
again,
bastion
Conrad,
again.
it's interesting because they split just before the state election, then they came back again as part of the NDA after the election. And again, people are looking at this and saying, boss, don't take us for a ride. Don't take us for granted.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't have an alliance before. You break the alliance just before the election. You fight separately. And then you come back again together. And the person who's been defeated is the sister of Conrad, right? It's a message from the voter.
True. Obviously, it's coming down to the wire now. Uttar Pradesh is the state where I think we should focus our energies
the story
and
is
attentions.
Uttar Pradesh and the story is Maharashtra.
Because that could be the difference between what kind of government we're going to get.
Yeah.
Ayodhya, losing Ayodhya,
Faizabad,
I feel,
Ayodhya.
I feel that there are certain things which will happen even if the NDA does make a government at the center. What's going to happen is Kashi, Mathura, UCC, these three things will go into the back burner because it's not getting you the votes. NRC will probably also go to the back burner. Many things which was about the Hindu consolidation, because a Hindu consolidation has obviously not happened, not been delivered for the BJP. So many of these things are going to, there's going to be reworking if at all the NDA is able to form a government, if we see this right now.
Yeah, I think, you know, things like one nation, one poll, and I keep coming back to this. I think delimitation, this is a big signal from the Indian voter. You know, don't take that exercise lightly. Don't just steamroll, you know, the numbers.
Think, because of what happened in Assam, if you can recall, the delineation
again, look
there
at
had
Assam.
created
I
a lot
don't think
of
it's a
problems.
slam dunk for the BJP. Let me just take a look at Assam. Last time, I think it was 11-3, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
I'm not
11,
sure
9,
exactly.
9.
Yeah,
Last
so this
time 9,
it's-
so this time it's 10
it's
plus 1.
10.
Yeah.
But again, you have in the India bloc plus others. So if you
Look, I think in Assam they've done better. But I think that the issue is not quite that. I think the election will be won or lost by the BJP in the Hindi heartland.
Of course, Hindi heartland. And more than the other larger factors, it is what they have done within their own party.
But it does present a dilemma. I mean, does the BJP completely back off on Hindutva? Or does it persist?
Rahul, I think you've tracked the BJP for a long time. The BJP has always maintained power or no power, they don't deviate from their ideology. And it's not that they want the vote. They have a commitment, and this is something.
The problem is what the allies. The problem is what the allies.
How do you go at it in the discourse?
Yes.
Look at the Hindi heartland.
Yes.
Out of the 225 seats, last time BJP had 202. This time they're down to 152. It's still twice that of Congress. I think the bigger story is that the Congress has gone from 15 to
questions
to
will be asked of the Prabharis of Uttar Pradesh, Prabharis of Rajasthan, and also those who decided these are the tickets, these are how the ticket distributions have to be done. The India Alliance and the Congress, wherever it is gaining, are those places, and there could be a lot of seats where the candidate himself was a question.
No, why just the Prabharis? What about the sitting chief ministers? The chief minister of Rajasthan, the chief minister of Uttar Pradesh will be asked.
They will be questioned.
Mr. Bhajanlal Sharma.
Bhajanlal Sharma.
Thank you. But these questions will be
questions
asked.
will be asked.
I guess
As much
rightfully
as
so.
questions will be asked about Prime Minister Modi being on the ticket and him being the face of the campaign, those who are part of the organizational mechanism will also be asked. Is there, and if Zaka was asking this question, will there be pressure on Yogi now? What will happen if this is the result in Uttar Pradesh? Yes, Rahul. Yeah.
Well, I just feel that if you really want to look at how the next government is going to sort of come through, you have to look at the base number of the BJP.
Yeah.
If it falls further, then there might be even questions asked in a more meaningful way, which could lead to a large number of changes right at the top of the BJP. That could also happen. Okay. So I think this is now becoming an issue. How short are we going to be from 272? I think that's where the conversation is at this moment in time.
Okay.
Without Chandrababu Naidu, it's not
Just deviating a bit. Deviating a bit, Odisha is a story. In the assembly elections, it looks like a big victory for the BJP. BJP in position now to form the government in Odisha. And the NDA alliance led by the TDP in position to form the government in Andhra Pradesh. There you go. That is it. 147, 76 leads for the BJP. So they are there. They are there in the halfway mark in sight of forming government, and they are clearly comfortable at this point. After the advertisements are over, thank you to all our sponsors and our advertisers on this result day. 76 for the BJP, 53 for the BJD, 14 for the Congress, and it looks like that the BJP is in position to form government and come to power in Odisha. It's a story in itself. It's a story in itself. And 150 landslide victory for Chandrababu Naidu in Andhra Pradesh. Yes,
you know, in Odisha, this is something where the leadership in Delhi has listened to the ground level workers, you know, who said that no to the alliance. Till April, there was talk of Modi and Patnaik talking to each other and an alliance coming through. Mr. Pandian was also included in those talks. But the local unit persisted and said we can win. And they have been correct, and Amit Shah backed the local unit. And that is where, and you know, this is the strange thing, that Mr. Patnaik should have read the tea leaves. He could have gone out gracefully without, you know, making a spectacle and making this sad picture that he painted towards the end, where those videos were leaked and those came out. There was absolutely no need. He could have just stepped back and said, I have had a good run and I am backing out right now. Or he could have brought in somebody else to say that he will be taking the lead. Somewhere I think the BJD overemphasized that whole loved so much kind of a thing. And there's been this chup-chap vote towards the Kamal. You know, because they voted Shank. Always there was Shank and there was Kamal. This time they have voted Kamal and Kamal and not Shank and Kamal.
Why didn't that happen in Bengal? Shobhan Das Gupta, there was the whole thing, chup-chap, Kamal-chap and all that. What happened there?
No, I think in Bengal we need to know the exact places. You know, what seems to have happened in Bengal is twofold. Firstly, that the BJP has done okay in North Bengal, it would seem, by and large. But in the rest of the state, there was a sort of division. The organization was split down the middle between two factions. Subhendu Adhikari leading one, and the old BJP Sangathan, as it were, leading the other. And there was very little connection between the two.
In both states where you've had large-scale imports, Maharashtra and on two different
Bengal
coasts, you've had a problem.
That integration has not been possible.
Just an update on Assam. Preeti Priyadarshini sharing these details. Kokrajhar, UPPL, Jayanta Basumatari is leading by 10,908 votes. In Dhubri, Rakibul Hussain, of course, the Congress is leading by 1,31,771 votes. Barpeta, Phani Bhushan Chaudhary leading by 39,261 votes. Darang, Udalguri, Dilip Saika leading by 60,475. Guwahati, Bijuli Kalita Medi, 49,300 votes lead. Amar Singh Tisso is leading by 8,235 votes of the BJP in Difu. Karimganj, Congress's Hafiz Rashid Chaudhary leading by 10,889 votes. Silchar, Parimal Shukla Baidya leading by 48,461 votes. Nagaon, Pradyut Bordoloi of the Congress leading by 23,223 votes. Kaziranga, Kamakhya, Tasa is leading by 52,115 votes. Sonitpur, Ranjit Datta is leading by 99,660 votes. Lakhimpur, Pradhan Baru of the BJP leading by 52,270 votes. Dibrugarh, Sarbananda Sonowal leading by 74,659 votes. Jorhat, Gaurav Gogoi leading by 36,063 votes. So 10 for the NDA, 4 for the INC. This is the update as of 11:45 a.m. by Preeti Priyadarshini from Assam. That's the update on Assam.
I just want to quickly look at the Northeast itself. I mean, again, the NDA has not done badly at all in the Northeast. Last time out of 25, they had 24, I think. This time they have 16 to the NDA. You want to look at the breakup. The NDA alliance is a gain of 2, but the breakup for the NDA out of that 16, just down 1. The BJP 12, AGP 1, NDPP 1, NPF 1, UPPL 1. So basically, the BJP is holding on to its sort of premier position in the NEDA alliance.
Here again, some of these allies are fickle allies. They sort of follow the scent of power.
But I think Hemanta seems to be doing okay.
Yes, Hemanta is delivered. I think
BJP by itself is doing so well
Yes.
in a state like Assam.
In
So now in Odisha, you've got a majority. Assam, you've consolidated yourself. So I think in eastern India, that foothold of the BJP is there,
And I think
except for Bengal.
If Mr. Modi is on the ticket and was on the ticket, I don't think you can sort of hold it against him. Yes, he didn't give you 370 seats, but it's a very competitive score right now for 10 years.
No,
they need
the
30.
BJP
They need
needs 40
34.
more.
Okay,
The BJP
Arun Singh.
needs 40 more for comfort. Otherwise, they are
40
not
more
enough.
for 40 more for comfort. They need-
So can we
is
look
why
at
I'm
Uttar
saying
Pradesh?
interesting. Arun Singh of News 18 is reporting that TDP और नीतीश JDU से दोनों से बात करेगी कांग्रेस पार्टी. The Congress will reach out to both
Naidu's
allies.
vote base.
Or
Naidu's
Naidu's
won
right?
reporting that.
Hang on, Naidu's won an assembly election.
Talking about
A big win, 150 out of 175.
So Naidu's vote base is a very different vote base, really, from the BJP sort of traditional vote base. So he's going to look at survival, continuity, all of these things. And, you know, as I was saying,
many say this could be Chandrababu Naidu's last election. After this, it will be.
It just depends on how far the
Do you
BJP
remember
is
the
from
time
that
when
magic
Chandrababu
mark.
Naidu was requested to become the Prime Minister? Even Jyoti Babu told him ki ban jao.
Acha,
But nahi bane, you know.
Acha, update from Gujarat. Amit Shah has won Gandhinagar. Yes, Akanksha.
उनका मार्जिन ऑलरेडी इकट्ठा हो गया, उससे कम वोटिंग बाकी है जो काउंट करना. गांधीनगर वहां से खुलेगा क्योंकि
Yeah.
Yes, Akanksha.
Amit Shah has won Gandhinagar.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
And could you please share the breakup right now?
जी गांधीनगर बैठक पर अमित शाह की अभी जीत चुके हैं क्योंकि काफ़ी ज़्यादा मार्जिन के आगे चल रहे हैं और जो अभी वोटिंग के काउंटिंग राउंड है वो भी कम बाकी है, तो 4 लाख की ज़्यादा से लीड अभी तक हो गई है, तो मतलब वो
4 लाख से ज्यादा है ना? So,
4 lakh से ज्यादा.
He surpassed the previous victory margin.
Previous victory margin. Akanksha, can you just check what's the margin of lead for the Congress, the lone Congress candidate who's leading in Gujarat?
जो सोनल शाह का कितना है?
सोनल पटेल का काफ़ी कम वोट है, 60-70 हज़ार वोट ही अभी उनका चल रहा है, तो अमित शाह जीत चुके हैं.
No, not the Congress candidate in Gandhinagar. There is one lead for the Congress in Gujarat.
लीड आ रही है गुजरात से?
पाटन
से क्या है?
पाटन लोकसभा पर से कांग्रेस के उम्मीदवार चंदन जी ठाकुर जो है वो आगे चल रहे हैं.
कितने वोटों से?
फिलहाल की
कितने वोटों से?
15,000 वोटों से अभी आगे चल रहे हैं.
15,000 votes. So it's
कितने राउंड हो गए?
11 राउंड हुए, अभी 12 राउंड और बाकी है.
Was it 11?
और बाकी हैं. All right, 12 more rounds to go for Patan.
So 23 rounds in Patan, 15,000 is the margin of lead for the Congress candidate in Patan in Gujarat. Amit Shah has more than 4 lakh plus in terms of lead. So yes, Akanksha.
Have a look at the Maharashtra figure. It's pretty much neck and neck. I'll request the camera person to show you. Congress is at 11, BJP 11 again. As you can see, Uddhav Thackere's Shiv Sena 11. And the Sharad Pawar NC is at 8, surpassing Ajit Pawar's NC, which is at 1. And in fact, the overall tally is coming to more than what BJP's tally is right now. Let's have the insights.
Right, 27 and 20.
It was expected that ki NDA will get approximate 25 to 28 seats, whereas India will get approximate 20 seats. But it's happening exactly different. Whereas NDA is getting only 20 seats and India is getting 27 seats, and one is independent, which is Vishal Patil is leading from Sangli.
So how many rounds? How many rounds over? How many rounds?
How many rounds over?
There are various rounds. In few constituency it was 8 round, few constituency it was 12 round. So
how many rounds in all?
कितने बचे?
अभी हर जगह के अलग-अलग rounds बचे हुए हैं.
But overall कितने? On an average 22, 23 rounds. How many average in Maharashtra?
How many rounds now left?
Many. There are different kind of rounds. In different constituencies there are different rounds. So कुछ constituencies में 12 rounds
sympathy
But
vote
average में Anand, it's very apparent that India is taking the lead.
And by the way,
about
remember
20 to 22
one second,
rounds.
there's
20 to 22 rounds overall.
There's a much bigger important point as far as Maharashtra is concerned. In 6 months, you're going to have an assembly election.
Yes.
If this result holds, then the assembly election is going to be a real wake-up call for the BM.
No, BMC elections in Mumbai also, no? All of that. The assembly elections will be a big flux. The political future of a few people will be in big flux.
Continues to hold on.
Also, that's important because it's the richest municipality. I mean, our stock market is there, is the financial capital of the country. So for that election is also very important.
Bengal scenario has changed again, 32 and 9 again. So Trinamool Congress again really storming away with the lead at 32 and with the BJP at 9.
That means it's a tight contest there also. It's going down to the wire there. Let's have a look at the vote shares in Bengal. Is it possible to see the vote
one
shares?
of our viewers wanted your opinion on Naveen Babu. What happens next with Naveen Babu and also with the BJP?
Naveen Babu, I personally, I mean...
Yeah, you know him personally.
I'm not the only person in this panel who knows him personally.
Yeah. But still, what happens next?
Well, I think it's sad. You know, here's a man who had a very, very distinguished career. And I think the public perception of the proximity to Mr. Pandian, I think, was his undoing, more than anything else. And I think he'll be remembered as a very good Chief Minister of Odisha. And it's sad that the ending was like this.
Do you believe Mr. Pandian is a worthy successor, and will he actually take the party?
It's not a question of whether I believe or not. It's a question is that the people of Odisha don't think so. They have got the impression that Mr. Pandian has been manipulating Naveen Babu at a point when he is very vulnerable. So these public perceptions seem to have become conventional wisdom and has been expressed in the thing. So the victory of the BJP is complete. Mr. Pandian must take a big credit for.
Three short of majority in Odisha. BJP 3 short of majority in Odisha. As far as the leads are concerned, these are not even settled results, but the indication is very clear. NDA sweeping Andhra Pradesh, 150 out of 175 seats. All the leads are already out at this point, but the BJP still 3 short of majority. BJD has 52, Congress has 14. So if they are 3 short of majority, and if this stays, ये फंसेगा Odisha में?
Also see that 5 terms of going on voting for the same one, the youngsters feel okay, we like him, he's respectable, everything fine, but there is oob gaya man. You want to move faster. Yeah, there's a boredom factor. At some point of time there will be an anti-establishment sentiment that will come in, and there will be this happening. Also the isolationist way of Naveen Babu's style of working. He stayed in his home, he hardly steps out. He has a very close set of friends that he meets. You don't see him meeting. It's only when the BJP seem to be mounting a challenge, which is like literally in the month of May, that he started getting out and campaigning. And that also just a few sentences here or there. It doesn't work, After some time, that charisma wanes among the people.
I just want to talk a little bit about Haryana. Again,
I think can we do Maharashtra, because we've got Priyanka Chaturvedi also with us. Big lead for the INDA at this point. Priyanka Chaturvedi 28 and 19. Phenomenal score there. Do you think this will consolidate further in favor of the INDA?
You can call it India Alliance now. It's okay.
No, you will be the INDA Alliance, or you will be INDA. India A is Alliance. So that's why. So I can't say India Alliance again. So it will be INDA Alliance or INDA. So let's not fight on that. But yeah, congratulations if this stays. Yeah.
You can call it grouping of India. Okay, if that is also working for you, whatever works. Anyway, whatever.
NDA, UPA, INDA. That works for me. Yeah,
I'm not getting into that. I will, whatever floats your boat, whatever makes you happy. However, people of the country have shown that they look at it as an alliance which is formidable, which needs to be strengthened, which has, with the way numbers are going and how it turns around for the alliance later in the day, can also probably get us to form our government as well.
Yeah.
As far as Maharashtra is concerned, you're seeing the numbers, and I remember I was on your show 2 days ago, where I said the numbers that you are showing for India Alliance vis-a-vis NDA is going to change. What you're showing for NDA is going to be India's outcome, and what you're giving to India is going to be NDA's outcome. In fact, we're doing far better than the numbers were shown, right?
More gains for Congress compared to UBT.
I do want to ask you, Priyanka ji, Zaka here, you're getting 28 as of now, gain of 19 from last time, and the NDA is getting 19. But I want to specifically talk about your party. Shiv Sena UBT is getting 11 seats, gain of 6 from last time. 4 of those are coming from Mumbai, Bombay South, South Central, North East and North West. So the single largest party in Mumbai city out of the 6 is actually your party.
Yes.
Absolutely. See, I just want to say couple of things here, because it is important that we put things in perspective as far as Maharashtra is concerned. 2 regional parties, 2 important voices of Maharashtra were broken by the Bharatiya Janata Party at the behest of the party which is in power in the center, which is the BJP. It wasn't just the Maharashtra BJP. It was a plan which was, the architect of which was Mr. Amit Shah, which has been said many times by Mr. Amit Shah himself. Having broken 2 political parties, having trampled upon the constitution, democratic norms, in the belief that you can label it as a Nakli Shiv Sena You can even go on to call Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray as the Nakli Santan of Balasaheb Thackeray and think that people are not going to people are going to take this lying down. That people who are born and brought up in the state of Maharashtra, who are the Bhumi Putras of Maharashtra, are going to take it easily. And whatever narrative that is set on them is going to be the narrative that they will vote on. They have understood that this was trying to damage the idea of Maharashtra, the ethos of the state, only for wanting to be in power.
I just
and
want
Mumbai
to bring your
Mumbai
attention
has again
back to the numbers.
You can continue to postpone the local elections. You can continue to bypass the electoral processes for the local bodies. It is going to be a city which has stood by Shiv Sena Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray, Shiv Sena Balasaheb Thackeray, and the numbers are now proving that.
I just want to come back to the numbers again. The two parties that you said tod marod karke kiya tha. So Sena UBT has 11. Mr. Sharad Pawar's NCP has 7. So that's 18 seats between the two of you. And if you look at your counterparts on the other side, Mr. Eknath Shinde Sena has 4 and the Ajit Pawar NCP has 1. So that's 5 compared to 18. You think this now settles the whole issue of who is the real Sena and who is the real NCP?
I think the only issue that needed to be settled was in the minds of the media and the news anchors who are asking us this every day.
No, the people have spoken. The people have spoken.
Just allow me to complete. No, this was a narrative which was being spoken about day in, day out by television channels. You all were the medium, right? And so was Mr. Narendra Modi, who thought that he can say this, he can build this narrative against the will of the people of Maharashtra. So I think people of Maharashtra, without, making too much noise, listening to all the noise, doing away with all the narratives that were being pushed across by a very aggressive media and a very aggressive Narendra Modi and his team, has shown through their votes, through the ballot, who the Asli Aulad is, who the Asli party is. Take away our symbol, take away our name, take away whatever you want to take away. We will vote on a new symbol. We will stand by Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray because we all know that Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray is the true legacy bearer of Balasaheb Thackeray.
No, we respect the people. Everyone should respect the people. At the end of the day, it is Janta Janardhan, no doubt about it. And the people have spoken. This is the first time you've had elections in Maharashtra after all this Tod, Mod, Farod and all that. And the people have given their unequivocal response. I also want to know from you that if this is how the numbers stack up in Maharashtra and this is how it ends at the end of the day, what may this mean for the upcoming assembly elections?
Yes.
What may this mean for the BMC elections, which, as you said, the can has just been kicked down the road and kicked down the road and kicked down the road?
So, two things. One thing is that we are going above 35 seats in Maharashtra. And Mr. Modi and Mr. Devendra Fadnavis are going to see the biggest loss of a state in Maharashtra, where they were trying to consolidate, but it's gone the other way around. The experiment has failed spectacularly. That's one. So we are going above 35 seats by the end of the day. The second, how it will relate to assembly elections as well as the local body elections, which are pending for over 2 years. We don't have corporators, we don't have elected representatives being able to run these corporations. And not just in Mumbai, various other parts of the city and in the state of Maharashtra. Elections haven't happened. So we are very certain. People have shown faith in us. We will not let down their faith. We will continue to strive for a better Maharashtra, for a better outcome, and ensure that the rights of Maharashtra and the people of Maharashtra are not trampled upon.
Okay.
But on the whims and fancies of a man who thinks he's the Lord Avatar.
I do want to ask you one final question on the national picture. We're getting a source-based information from the Congress that they're reaching out to both the TDP and to Nitish Kumar's JDU. They, of course, I think TDP has 15 or 16 and Nitish Kumar has 15. At the India Alliance level, I mean, if these numbers crystallize the way they are, NDA is at 289, BJP at 237, India Alliance at 233 and Congress at 94, the NDA will still form the government unless, of course, there is a breakage in the NDA. Are you looking to expand your partners in the India Alliance, or are you happy to play the role of a strong, constructive, vociferous opposition, which is what, if these numbers stay at this stage, indicate?
Now, these numbers are going to change and we're going to come close to forming the government. And having said that, there's just a couple of things I want to tell you. Shiv Sena, along with the Bharatiya Janata Party, were in alliance for over 25 years. Shiromani Akali Dal was the longest standing ally. Those were the kind of alliances that BJP did away with because of sheer arrogance of power. And they have come together with a ragtag alliance. You know, these alliances who they were using agencies against, who they were telling them that if they don't come along with the BJP, they're going to face a problem and the best idea to win elections is to come along with the BJP. They're not the committed alliances of the BJP. And they are going to realize that it is easier to work alongside a partner which believes in democratic ethos as well as constitutional, principles of this country.
All right.
They also realize, these alliances, they also realize that sooner or later Bharatiya Janata Party will go after them, like they went after Shiv Sena, like they went after Shiromani Akali Dal, like they went against LJP. So those are things that people, the political parties, for their own existence as well as their own, ideology to continue, they are going to rethink their alliance to the BJP. And
all right.
I am telling you, we are forming the government.
Priyanka Chaturvedi, many congratulations. It is a well-deserved victory. Like I said, Janta Janardhan in a democracy, the people of Maharashtra have spoken. It's not just the numbers. I think the message from the voters of Maharashtra is very, very clear. We are rejecting outright all this Tod, Ford, Marod ki Rajniti, and that this whole legacy...
People are
and not just that, the betrayal versus betrayal aspect, the greater betrayal has been chosen, which was the greater betrayal by the people of Maharashtra in terms of these hold. And Priyanka Chaturvedi confident that these numbers will only improve in favor of the alliance. Let's quickly just get, before Ghanshyam Tiwari comes, thank you Priyanka ji. We've just got results coming in from the Northeast, 2 big results, going to the live result hub. Shivani joining us, 2 more results. Yes, Shivani.
Yes. Just some big names that are being declared winners, and that's always interesting to watch out for. I've got our Northeast desk, Assam and Tripura. We've got big results coming in. Tell me the big names who've been declared now.
Kiran Rijiju has won from Arunachal West by a margin of almost 80,000 votes. He defeated former Arunachal Chief Minister Nabam Tuki. And then Agatha Sangma from Tura, who's the sitting MP from Tura, she lost to Salenge Sangma of the Congress. And 2 seats from Tripura have been declared. Former Chief Minister Biplab Kumar Dey has won by a whooping margin of over 5.5 lakh. And Kirti Dev Burma, who's the sister of Padyut Dev Manika Burma, who's the princely king of Tripura, has also won from Tripura East.
So, you know, East is the place, Anand, where actually the BJP is kind of managed to hold on. I just want to quickly give you a sense of West Bengal, where the numbers are standing. What's the situation looking like?
Actually,
TMC 31.
Within 42 seats में जो है हम आ गया ट्रेंड पूरा आ गया तो उसमें तृणमूल 31 में लीड कर रहा है और बीजेपी 10 में लीड कर रहा है और 1 सीट है मालदा दक्षिण जो है वहाँ पे कांग्रेस लीड कर रहा है तो ये जो है सिनारियो देखिए सुबह 8 बजे से शुरू हुआ है वोट का जो काउंटिंग है तो 4 घंटे में जो ट्रेंड आ रहा है तो उसमें थोड़ा एक बात हम कह सकते हैं कि एग्जिट पोल का जो है जो था अभी उसमें थोड़ा अंदर
कितने राउंड हो गए हैं कितने बचे हैं
अभी तक तो फिलहाल अगर आप एवरेज करें तो देखा जाए कि 5th राउंड तक हो चुके हैं 42 पार्लियामेंट्री कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी में
Fifth round ही हुआ है. So you know there is a little bit of caveat here that there is actually very little rounds that have actually taken place. But as most of us, our experts here are also saying, and you are also discussing, the trends are pretty much clear as it stands right now. Anand, I'll also get you UP. What are the big names that are trailing and by how much in just a bit?
Right. Thanks for that update, Shivani. Yes.
At TMC in 31, BJP 10. BJP was hoping that they would get somewhere around 18 to 20. So you're looking at way short of what the BJP expected even in Bengal.
Yeah, even in Bengal.
Yeah.
Bengal, they were looking at 25 plus. Bengal, they said 25 plus.
Yeah.
Maharashtra, they said they will retain and they actually contested 27. It's a big slip there. And in Uttar Pradesh, the story itself is evident. 44 and 34.
I think it's a phenomenon.
So
I think
what
UP is the story of this election.
They had expected that some numbers would come down in states like Karnataka, Rajasthan, Uttar Pradesh. They would be made up in the eastern side, which is Bengal, Odisha, Andhra Pradesh, when they had
minus 28.
But it's not happening.
Minus
Look at the
28
UP
in
picture.
UP.
The India alliance is ahead of the NDA.
It's a disaster.
Here in our studios. We were here on Saturday when we did the exit polls. This is not a map you expected on Saturday.
It's
not a map anybody showed on Saturday.
None of the pollsters even predicted.
I have to say, Zaka, a very different mood from the exit poll.
Yeah.
But I mean, I thought the smartest thing anyone has said today was Nistula on this program when she said the pollsters lost, the journalists won. This is not unlike what most journalists who toured were expecting. Most people were saying about 250, 260, short of a majority for the BJP. But Mr. Modi is still the most popular leader, will form the government, he will get allies. And I think that's pretty much the situation that's come to pass. But a couple of things I think worth pointing out. The first is UP. We had contradictory reports from journalists who went. Many people who were shooting with me for the print program said to me, even Mr. Modi is going to win by a much reduced majority. Smriti Irani will lose. And I was skeptical because the polls didn't tell us that. But it turns out they weren't wrong. Bengal, the journalists were always clear that this BJP optimism was nonsense and hype. And I think that's turned out to be correct. And Maharashtra, as Priyanka has said, I don't need to say anything. But two important lessons at this stage, if these results hold. One is this Tod Bod ki Rajniti, when you go and break people's parties, you file enforcement-directed cases against them and get. The voters don't necessarily like that if Maharashtra is an indication. Secondly, if you do the politics of hate, and the BJP has done a lot of the Hindu-Muslim stuff, etc., particularly in UP, where Yogi is pretty much a champion at this, it doesn't necessarily yield results. I think these are lessons that are going to be important going forward.
Ghanshyam is also joining us. Ghanshyam, first of all, congratulations. No one expected that Akhilesh Yadav and Samajwadi Party in particular would do as well as you are doing right now. Right now, India Alliance in Uttar Pradesh is leading in 44, NDA in 34. And I just want to give you the breakup. The Samajwadi Party is leading in 37, up 32 from last time. Last time you had 5. Phenomenal. Now you're leading in 37. You'd probably be the third biggest party in the 18th Lok Sabha. Congress leading in 7. So, first of all, congratulations, Ghanshyam. What is it that the pollsters, maybe even the journalists, did not see that has resulted in this result? But you folks always knew, certainly Akhilesh was going around saying that particularly in eastern Uttar Pradesh, it's not as what you guys are seeing, there is an undercurrent.
Good afternoon, Zaka, to you, the fellow co-panelists and the viewers. I want to congratulate the country. What you asked that what the media did not see, the pollsters did not see, is the nation wants to say, "Fat of dictatorship." The dictatorial dreams of BJP, Narendra Modi, Amit Shah have been removed, erased by people of India. That a prime minister can stoop so low to say that election of opposition is a mujra. People of India have rejected that prime minister, and it is clear with this verdict that no single alliance partner of BJP no one wants to be blackmailed, no one wants to sign their death sentence by joining BJP. The alliance partners of BJP will not allow Mr. Modi to return as Prime Minister. No one wants to sign their own death sentence. If this verdict holds, and it is only going to go better, and if Mr. Modi becomes the Prime Minister again, you will see every day protests across the country by the youth who these people have robbed of their future, by the farmers who they have fired on, by the women against whom they propped up Prajwal Revanna and Bhushan Sharan Singh and the rapists of Bilkis Bano, by the backwards Dalits, Alpsankhyaks and Adi against whom they stood against caste census. This government has no moral authority to sustain. They misused, abused machinery and media and exit polls to get to this number. But the grassroots sentiment against this government is much wider. If Mr. Modi dares to return as Prime Minister, people of India will not settle till
I need to come in.
That dream is
one second, Sanju Verma,
There will be everyday protests.
People have spoken,
the
opposition, let them have their say. I mean, people have spoken, we have to respect that. A BJP at 237 is not something anyone predicted. None of the exit polls predicted. Journalists, one second, Ghanshyam, one second. Journalists may have anecdotally said this, no one said it on television, nobody wrote newspaper articles about, the BJP ending up at 237 and NDA at 290. So, Sanju Verma, before I come to you, just give me 30 seconds. But Ghanshyam, Mr. Modi will still be Prime Minister. NDA is still far ahead of 272. They're 290. Of course, it may be a different Mr. Modi. He'll have to, of course, take everybody along. He'll have to listen to the allies and so on. And of course, he has to respect and listen to the Indian voter, which is fair enough, which is what a democracy should do to people. But I don't think Mr. Modi is not going to be Prime Minister.
Zaka, there are three things. No ally wants a backstabber as their Prime Minister. This BJP has backstabbed every alliance partner, including Nitish Kumar, including Chandrababu Naidu. So there is no reason for people to sign their death sentence and go and ally with Mr. Modi as Prime Minister. That's one. Two, everybody understands that there is grassroots sentiment against Mr. Modi. The youth want him out. The women of India want him out. The farmers of India want him out. They have abused the machinery to somehow find a majority. That will not sustain. If the alliance partners believe this, Mr. Modi will not be the Prime Minister.
Whether that holds or not, let's just see. We've just got a result coming through, then Sanju Verma coming across to you. The first Karnataka seat, the result has come through. The JDS has won Kolar. So the result coming through. Yes, Shivani, going through the live result.
Absolutely. Just showing you some trends and leads, and now results coming in from Karnataka. The first Karnataka result has come. We've got the Kolar seat that has been declared. That's the JDS seat, mind you. The JDS candidate Malesh Babu has won from there. Now, that's the only seat declared from Karnataka?
Yeah, it is so far only one seat is declared in Karnataka. In Kolar constituency, JDS candidate Malesh Babu won the seat.
Yeah. All right, I also want to give you a trend. DK Suresh fighting from Bangalore Rural. Just show me exactly who's leading from Bangalore Rural. Is DK Suresh doing okay, or what is happening? So, CN Manjunath is now leading by over 1 lakh votes, 1,43,000 votes he is leading by. So, DK Suresh, the brother of heavyweight DK Shiv Kumar, is trailing by roughly that margin. So, this is a contest that is going to be very interesting one to watch out for, Anand.
Right.
He recently joined politics, Manjunath. Dr. Manjunath just recently joined politics, known cardiologist. And then, you know, the BJP had only given 3 seats to the JDS. So they didn't know where to accommodate him. So they brought him into the BJP, though he's Deve Gowda's son-in-law. Yeah. They bring him into the BJP, they put him out there. He refuses to say a single word against DK Suresh. He just runs his own campaign, doesn't go against DK Suresh. It's the Vocaliga versus Vocaliga vote out there. DK Suresh, remember, is DK Shiv Kumar's brother. Yeah. DK Shiv Kumar went to societies, housing societies, and said, you want water, first you give my brother your vote, only then you'll get it. And DK Suresh is the guy who said that in South India should be a separate country. So that kind of attitude has obviously been rejected by the people of Bengaluru.
No, what this also means is that this is bad news for DK Shiv Kumar because his own brother has lost, and it's also good news for Siddaramaiah because Congress has not done that badly. It's got 10 out of 28. It had 1 last time, which was Suresh's seat. BJP had 25 last time.
DK Shiv Kumar is quite the phoenix, you know, he will
rise. But I have a feeling that this will strengthen Siddaramaiah. All this talk about, you know, 2.5-year chief minister, I don't think this is this result is going to give.
Will be only laughing at this.
He will be happy with this result.
He'll be very happy because
in fact, if you look at this belt, the North Karnataka belt, the 2 people who will be happy are Mr. Kharge and Mr. Siddaramaiah because these are some of the backwardest districts of Karnataka.
Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge, brought in as Congress president, under whose watch the Congress has done obviously very, very well. Does the credit go to him?
We know who the credit will go to.
We'll see who gets the credit there.
It's obviously the Gandhis who get the credit for everything.
It's a question. It's a legitimate question.
I think you have to give credit to Kharge. You have to say that the Gandhis Rahul never managed this. There is objectively a change on the ground. You cannot deny Kharge the credit. And I think also this idea of broad-basing the leadership, so it isn't just Rahul everywhere, seems to have worked.
But Veer, you have to admit, from 52 to 92, 40 seats plus, the star campaigner for the Congress party is Rahul Gandhi. So Rahul Gandhi, so the credit, if the BJP does well, credit goes to PM Modi. If the Congress does well, the credit has to go to Rahul Gandhi.
I don't dispute that. I'm not denying Rahul any of the credit. All I am saying is everyone says the Gandhis get all the credit. I think it's unfair to exclude Kharge from that. He deserves
Mr. Kharge,
I've just run a filter.
Yeah.
These are the SC reserved seats. Now, for the first time in the last 10 years, the India alliance is leading in the SC reserved seats. The NDA has about 5 seats less than that of the India alliance.
They're actually minus 18.
They're down 18. They're down 18 from last time.
In the SC reserved seats compared to the last time.
The story that is coming out is quite clear that there was a great deal of distress, and the poorest of the poor, the most marginalized, were feeling that, and somewhere the issues have not been addressed, and you see this. And where you see this most is in our 2 poorest states, unfortunately. That's where the results have come through.
We have Sanju Verma, Meeta Chakrabarti also with us, along with Ghanshyam Tiwari and Radhika Khera, who should be joining us in a bit. Yes, Sanju Verma.
first and foremost, I want to tell the Samajwadi Party and Ghanshyam, he says, how dare the Prime Minister even think of coming in for a third term because he's been rejected by the electorate. I think that is absolutely unfair, and I'm not going to hold back my punches. 54 out of the 59 big and small elections in the last 10 years, that is a strike rate of almost 92%, have been won by the BJP unconditionally, unequivocally, under the aegis of Narendra Modi. Yes, did we do as well as we expected? Certainly not. But is this a vote for Rahul Gandhi? Certainly not. I can tell you that the Congress says it is the fulcrum of this alliance, and an alliance is only as good as how strong or weak the fulcrum is. And as things stand now, with more than 150 seats, the victory margin being less than 20,000, and with still at least 11 to 12 more rounds to go, people from within the cabal on the other side, if they are jumping up and down and writing off the BJP and the NDA,
even as you speak, we've got an update from Raebareli. Rahul Gandhi has a huge lead in Raebareli. Dinesh Pratap Singh has put out a social media post saying, I apologize for hurting anyone, and he's literally conceded the seat to Rahul Gandhi. So that's a big win for Rahul Gandhi from Raebareli.
But
that's what you're flashing.
If I may just ask you, isn't this a message from the Indian voter? Again, I disagree with Ghanshyam. I think Mr. Modi will come back for a third term. What that government entails, what accommodation he may have to make, that's a different debate altogether. But isn't it, sometimes it's okay to be a little humble in politics and say, okay, we're listening to the people. The people have spoken. And the people have spoken quite emphatically. From 303, the BJP is now down to 238. There are concerns in UP, in Bihar, in Rajasthan. The BJP's numbers have come down quite significantly. What you attribute that to is, again, you'll have to do an analysis, whether it is jobs or Samvidhan Badal Denge, whatever it is. But ultimately, the people of India, particularly in the Hindi heartland, Rahul Shivshankar has been making this point since morning. It's the Hindi heartland which brought you to power, and it's the Hindi heartland which is sending you a message that, look, there are concerns and you need to listen to our concerns.
Zaka, that's a very valid point. That is why even in my introductory comment, I did say that, the results in terms of what we were expecting by way of seat tally has certainly not happened. Am I disappointed? Of course. I mean, if we are talking about the BJP standalone being well past the 300 mark, and here the NDA itself is contained in and around that 300 number, there are reasons to introspect, and to say otherwise would reek of overconfidence. My limited point, Zaka, without being offensive, is only this. Is this a vote for Rahul Gandhi, which is what the Congress would have you believe? No. Is this a vote yet again for Narendra Modi, but with a lower mandate? Certainly yes. Is the BJP and NDA going to come back to power? Yes. And if you're going to take the knives out and say UP has taught a lesson to the BJP, please also then give us credit for the fact that in two big states, after 25 odd years, Naveen Patnaik would have been forced to hang his boots. Whether it was Pandian who worked in BJP's favor or not, I'm not going to comment. But give us credit for the fact that we are going to be coming back with a thumping majority in Odisha. Give us credit for the fact that the BJP-led alliance will be forming a government in Andhra Pradesh. Uttar Pradesh, I agree, we need to introspect what changed between 2022 when we had a 41.29% vote share and 255 seats, and now. In less than 2 years, what has been the catalyst that has led to a performance which certainly leaves a lot to be desired?
Thank you, Sanju Verma ji. We've got guests coming back to back. I think Pawan Khera, the head of the media department of the Congress party, is now joining us. Thank you very much, Khera Saab. I know you joined us on Saturday and you were like, exit polls are wrong, exit polls are wrong. None of us believed you, but congratulations. I mean, the India Alliance is at 230, Congress at 93. I think it's a phenomenal performance against anything that anybody sensed on the ground. I think clearly the exit pollsters missed it, maybe the journalists missed it, but you sensed something that none of us could.
No, it's premature for me to celebrate or for anybody to get depressed. Let's wait for another couple of hours. Situation will be clearer. But you're right, pollsters and a lot of people in the media missed what was happening on the ground, because I think the BJP imposed upon the country a particular echo chamber, and everybody was busy listening to each other. When Rahul Gandhi stepped out and went for a Bharat Jodo Yatra, I think that's when people realized that here is the man who's speaking the language of the common man, and he understands my issues, your issues. So I think that was that broke the iceberg. I think that's what breached the iceberg to begin with. Then the Bharat Jodo Nyaya Yatra. And all these things, of course, helped a lot in a connect with the people.
What is the message, particularly from the Hindi heartland, your home state, Rajasthan? Last I checked, it was 13-11, I think. Uttar Pradesh, where now the India alliance is leading 42 to 36 of the NDA. What is the message of the Indian voter, particularly from the Hindi heartland, to the BJP and to the India alliance with this kind of numbers?
I think the message is very clear, loud and clear. Don't be arrogant. Please talk about our issues. Enough of your own Man Ki Baat. Our Man Ki Baat also matters, and that's where Rahul Gandhi tapped. That's where he spoke their Man Ki Baat. That's where the issues raised by Mr. Kharge and Priyanka ji, I think Priyanka ji emerged as our ace campaigner, I must say. And these are the issues that they talked about. The constitution was a serious issue. I think people connected with that issue because our rights, your rights, everybody's rights depend on the constitution. And that was under serious threat, and people realized that.
I do want to ask you, Mr. Khera, at these numbers, 293 NDA, 240 BJP, 229 India Alliance and 93 Congress, it seems like Mr. Modi will come back for a third term. Well, of course, like I said, in what form or shape, in what kind of accommodations he'll have to make, we don't know. That's another matter. But do you see this as a mandate where, yes, the opposition's numbers have increased, you'll be a formidable opposition in the 18th Lok Sabha, the NDA's numbers have been cut down, the BJP's numbers in particular have been cut down, so they have to listen to the people, they have to listen to the opposition. But ultimately, it will still be a third term for Mr. Modi.
Let's wait and watch for a couple of more hours. But for a man who thought he was the reincarnation of God, this is worse than a defeat.
Okay. Are you reaching out to NDA allies?
Even if we were, we won't reveal it on any channel right now. But obviously, processes are on from all sides.
But no, the mood. Okay, tell me this: do you believe you still have a shot at forming the government?
Absolutely, absolutely. A lot of partners of the NDA are not comfortable with the arrogance of the two men from Gujarat.
Okay.
They would rather choose someone else. They would rather partner with someone else.
Pawan Khera, thank you very much. Once again, like I said, in a democracy, you have to listen to the people. Janta Janardhan, they have spoken. And I think this is a resounding message. I mean, our panelists are back again. Rahul Shivshankar. Okay, I think Anand's going to take
just do a quick check. Smriti Irani is trailing big time in Amethi, trailing by about 50,000 votes. Amit Shah has won by more than 4 lakh votes in Gandhinagar. We'll go across to the live result hub in just a bit. Just quickly telling you, how does the parliament look like right now? There, as we set this up, ladies and gentlemen, clearly there is a huge amount of attrition for the BJP and the NDA. And it's not going to go all the way past the halfway mark comfortably. The BJP on its own, it's not the single largest party. It is consolidating, getting closer, the NDA, till about 300. But at the basis, at the back of some of its allies, the JDU and Chandrababu Naidu, that is the TDP. What a turn of fortunes for Chandrababu Naidu. The Congress, on the other hand, if you were to look at it, the Congress and the INDA alliance or the India is coming right across, right up to about the 230 number. 93 seats, near about 100 seats for the Congress party. That makes it a far more robust and a far more vocal, vociferous opposition in the lower house in Parliament. What does that do going forward? We'll have to wait and watch. This is the scenario as of 12:30 p.m. As of 12:30 p.m. Does this scenario hold at 4 p.m. this evening? We have to wait and watch. Experts believe that this will stay. More or less, it will be steady. There's not going to be a radical change in the picture. There is no way that the BJP is going to emerge as the party with the majority. It may be very short, it may fall short of that majority magic number of 272 on its own. That's the scenario as of now. Quickly going across to the live result hub for an update on Smriti Irani and also Amit Shah. Yes, Shivani.
Yes. Amit Shah, as you mentioned very rightly, has won with a huge vote margin. I'm just going to step over to the Gujarat desk in just a bit. मैं अभी उत्तर प्रदेश के डेस्क पे हूँ. यहाँ पे हमारे साथ है हमारे साथी. उत्तर प्रदेश से स्मृति ईरानी का भी कितना गैप चल रहा है?
स्मृति ईरानी अभी 15,000 वोटों से पीछे चल रही है.
हाँ. और आपको क्या लगता है कि उत्तर प्रदेश में जो सीट्स हैं, बराबर की टक्कर की लड़ाई है, उसमें वोट मार्जिन कितना चल रहा है अभी? कितना डिफरेंस चल रहा है मोस्टली सीट्स में?
देखिए, कई जगह पर तो बहुत कम डिफरेंस चल रहा है. बार बार चीज़ें पलट रही हैं. जैसे कि अभी अरुण गोविल 7,000 वोटों से आगे हुए हैं, जबकि अभी वो पीछे चल रहे थे. उसी तरह से फतेहपुर सीकरी में राजकुमार चाहर जो अभी तक पीछे चल रहे थे, अब वो फिर 6,000 वोटों से आगे हो गए हैं.
अच्छा. और जो बड़ी बड़ी सीट्स हैं, जैसे आप रायबरेली और उसकी अमेठी की बात,
जैसे रायबरेली में राहुल गांधी 1 लाख से ज़्यादा वोटों से आगे चल रहे हैं.
अच्छा.
1,56,000 वोटों से आगे चल रहे हैं राहुल गांधी.
और कन्नौज,
और जी कन्नौज में अखिलेश 70,000 से ज़्यादा वोटों से आगे चल रहे हैं. मैनपुरी में डिम्पल 60,000 से ज़्यादा आगे चल रही हैं. बाराबंकी में तनुज पुनिया 80,000 वोटों से आगे चल रहे हैं. और अगर हम वैसे बात करें बड़े नामों की, तो मेनका गांधी इस वक्त 10,000 वोटों से पीछे चल रही हैं.
हाँ. तो टाइट सीट्स हैं क्या यूपी में या क्लियर मार्जिन है?
नहीं, अभी तो टक्कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि अभी काफ़ी राउंड्स रह गए हैं.
कितने राउंड
आगे? अभी तो काफ़ी 6-7 राउंड हुए हैं अभी. तो अभी काफ़ी राउंड्स बाकी हैं. तो अभी चीज़ें पलट सकती हैं, आगे पीछे हो सकती हैं. लेकिन जिस तरह से चीज़ें अचानक वाली, चौंकाने वाली हैं, मेनका गांधी का पीछे रह जाना, संजीव बालियान पीछे हैं, 10,000 से ज़्यादा वोटों से पीछे हैं संजीव बालियान. कौशल किशोर लखनऊ में पीछे चल रहे हैं 10,000 से ज़्यादा वोटों से. तो ये कुछ सीटें ऐसी हैं जिनसे थोड़ा सा चौंकाने वाली चीज़ें आई हैं. हालांकि अभी कई राउंड्स बाकी.
स्मृति ईरानी कितना पीछे है?
अभी इनके हिसाब से 15,000 वोटों से पीछे हैं. जो इलेक्शन कमीशन के नंबर्स आ रहे हैं, वो थोड़ा ज्यादा उनको ट्रेल करते हुए दिखा रहे हैं. तो हम एक बार और 15 मिनट में दोबारा टैली करेंगे.
Those numbers could have been from earlier the election commission.
Yeah.
This is the latest.
15,000.
15,000. Smriti Irani trailing by 15,000 votes as of now, but there are ups and downs, and it's a lot of close contests in Uttar Pradesh, and that's reflective on the vote shares which the Samajwadi party and the Congress put together. Almost mirrors the BJP's vote share. That's about 42%. And if that's the case, then there will be a little bit of a tussle. Is this going to swing either ways? Ex-UP minister has said that the Uttar Pradesh performance is disappointing and there's something that we need to take cognizance of. Dinesh Sharma ji is with us. Sandeep Dikshit ji with us. Your thoughts, Dinesh Sharma ji, on the overall performance? The NDA is at 294, but the BJP 241. Well short, nearly 60 seats short of its score the last time around.
नहीं, अब देखिए, अभी जब तक पूरी मतगणना ना हो जाए, तब तक कोई भी एक निष्कर्ष पे पहुंचना ठीक नहीं है. लेकिन प्रारंभिक दौर में ये जरूर चिंताजनक बात है कि हम अपनी अपेक्षाओं से पीछे चल रहे हैं. और मैं समझता हूं कि उत्तर प्रदेश में भी हमारी स्थिति सुधरेगी और हम महाराष्ट्र में भी और स्थिति हमारी सुधरेगी.
ये दो राज्य हैं जहां पर बीजेपी के वर्चस्व को बहुत बड़ी सेंध लगी है. प्रियंका चतुर्वेदी का कहना है कि महाराष्ट्र की जनता ने आपको सबक सिखाया है वहां पर तोड़ मरोड़ की राजनीति खेलने के लिए. और उत्तर प्रदेश में भी कहीं ना कहीं समाजवादी पार्टी और कांग्रेस पार्टी को जितना लाभ मिलता हुआ दिख रहा है, क्या ये एक मैसेज है वोटर का?
नहीं, अभी कोई मैसेज को नहीं कह सकते, लेकिन इतना जरूर है कि हमें और परिश्रम करने की आवश्यकता भविष्य में पड़ेगी. और बीजेपी एक कैडर बेस्ड पार्टी है. जो भी परिणाम हमारे अच्छे होते हैं तब भी हम विश्लेषण करते हैं, और कहीं से कोई कमी रहती है तो भी हम उसका विश्लेषण करते हैं. तो एक बात हम सबको ये ध्यान में रखना होगा कि हम लगातार तीसरी बार केंद्र में सरकार बनाने की तरफ बढ़ रहे हैं. तीसरी बार आज़ादी के बाद शायद केवल नेहरू जी की सरकार 3 बार बनी थी, और आज हम तीसरी बार सरकार बनाने की स्थिति में पहुंचे हैं. इसका सीधा सा ये मतलब है कि हमारी परफॉर्मेंस जनता ने पसंद किया है. कहीं कोई समीकरण रहे हैं जिनकी वजह से हम उतना अचीवमेंट नहीं कर पाए जितनी कि हमें संभावना थी. हम उसका विश्लेषण जरूर करेंगे, लेकिन अभी परिणाम आ रहे हैं. मुझको लगता है कि 1 बजे तक स्थिति स्पष्ट होगी. फिर कोई चीज में किसी बात पे टिप्पणी करना ज्यादा उचित होगा कि
12:30 तो अभी बजे हैं. आधे घंटे में आप कह रहे हैं स्थिति आधे घंटे में कितनी परिस्थिति बदल जाएगी वो देखना बाकी है. राहुल शिवशंकर,
जो लेटेस्ट परिणाम आएंगे. अब देखिए, उड़ीसा में हम सरकार बना लिए, हम आंध्र प्रदेश में हमारा एनडीए का सरकार बन रहा है, तो कुछ परिणाम ऐसे भी हैं जो हमें खुशी देने वाले बने हैं। हम हिमाचल में, मध्य प्रदेश में, गुजरात में, उत्तराखंड में हम एकदम स्वीप की स्थिति में है। छत्तीसगढ़ में
नहीं, उत्तर प्रदेश में
परिणाम भी हमें,
लेकिन यूपी जीते तो ही दिल्ली जीते, वही लखनऊ से, दिल्ली का रास्ता लखनऊ से कहा जाता है।
आपको मैं इंटरप्ट कर रहा हूं, मगर उत्तर प्रदेश में पिछड़े वर्ग के जो वोटर हैं, ऐसा लग रहा है कि उन्होंने इस दफा आप पर विश्वास नहीं रखा है। ये क्यों हुआ ऐसे?
देखिए, अभी ये प्री मैच्योर बात है, अभी पहले से ही इस प्रकार का आकलन ठीक नहीं है। अभी पूरे डाटा आ जाएं, कहाँ पे कितना प्रतिशत हमको मिला है, कौन सी सीट ऐसी थी जो ओबीसी डोमिनेटेड हैं या कौन सी सीट हैं जो एससी डोमिनेटेड हैं, ये पहले देखने के बाद ही तब हम किसी विश्लेषण पर पहुंच सकते हैं। लेकिन ये जरूर है कि हमें जितनी आशातीत सफलता की उम्मीद थी उस तक हम नहीं पहुंच पा रहे हैं।
संदीप दीक्षित जी नमस्ते।
अभी परिणाम आने बाकी हैं।
Would you agree with what Dinesh Sharma ji is saying? Just an update before you start speaking, sir. Amit Shah is leading by 6 lakh votes. He's been declared winner. Rajiv Chandrasekhar leading by more than 11,000 votes in Thiruvananthapuram. Suresh Gopi in Thrissur leading by more than 62,000 votes. So these are the updates that have come through. Yes, Sandeep ji, big gains for the Congress party also. They are already about 41 seats more than the last time around.
Okay, sorry, just for confusion, should I answer in Hindi or English?
You may go ahead in English, sir. You may go ahead in English.
दिनेश जी ने हिंदी में कहा था, तो मैं हिंदी में कहना चाहूँगा। पहली चीज ठीक है, दिनेश जी की बात की ये शुरुआती रुझान है, तो थोड़ा इंतजार किया जाए। लेकिन मेरे ख्याल से जहाँ अमूमन अब हम लोग माने तो 18 से 20 से 25 राउंड के करीब होते हैं, 7-8 राउंड हो गए हैं, तो ये हम मान सकते हैं कि ये फिगर जो है बहुत ज्यादा अब नहीं बदलेगा। और अगर दिनेश जी आपकी उम्मीद है कि आपके 280, 290, 320, 330 चले जाएंगे, तो कई कांग्रेसियों का जो कहना है कि घटकर हम भी 25-30 बढ़ सकते हैं, उसकी भी उम्मीद है। तो मेरा ये कि अभी विश्लेषण जो इस समय खबरें आ रही हैं उस पर हम लोग इस बात को आधारित रखें। लेकिन एक चीज जो मैंने देखी है इस चुनाव में, जो खासकर 2014 और 2019 से अलग है, और कुछ ये 2004 और 2009 के चुनाव की तरह थी, कि इसमें कोई राष्ट्रीय एक वोट नहीं पड़ा है, राज्यवार वोट पड़ा है। इसलिए आप देखिए, कुछ राज्य बिल्कुल एक तरफ जा रहे हैं, कुछ राज्य बिल्कुल एक तरफ जा रहे हैं, और कुछ में बहुत ज्यादा भले नतीजे इतने उधर उधर नहीं हुए हों। पहले आपका जैसे था सामान्य तरीके से एक देखा गया था कि पूरी की पूरी नॉर्थ इंडिया बेल्ट में एक तरफ के नतीजे गए, मार्जिन 3-3, 4-4 लाख के थे, दक्षिण भारत एक दूसरी तरफ से गया। अब की बार हिंदुस्तान ने अपने राज्यों को देखकर, वहां की परिस्थितियों को देखकर और प्रधानमंत्री के काम को अपने राज्य परिप्रेक्ष्य के अनुभव में देखकर वोट पड़ा है। तो एक तो कोई नेशनल वोट नहीं है, और जब नेशनल वोट नहीं पड़ता है तो कम से कम मेरा इसमें विश्लेषण यह है कि फिर प्रधानमंत्री, क्योंकि प्रधानमंत्री पूरे राष्ट्र पर उसका असर होता है, उसका हर काम, हर बातचीत, हर कानून, हर उसका कार्यक्रम पूरे राष्ट्र पर पड़ता है। इसका मतलब है जो पहले 2, 4, 5 चुनाव में वो एक राष्ट्रव्यापी असर कर सकते थे, अब कम से कम इस चुनाव में एक राष्ट्रव्यापी असर नहीं रहा, और ये बीजेपी को देखना चाहिए। मुझे लगता है ये एक बहुत बड़ा बदलाव आया है, और इससे ठीक है, अगर इस समय के आप आंकड़े लें तो लगता ऐसा है कि एनडीए दोबारा से सरकार बनाएगी, लेकिन हम लोग एक बहुत ज्यादा सशक्त विपक्ष बनकर इस समय सामने आने वाले हैं
जी। वेरी स्ट्रॉन्ग,
दूसरी चीज, हाँ बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग। दूसरी चीज जो मैं पढ़ रहा हूँ, जो मैंने कहा कि अब की बार देश ने पूरे देश की तरह नहीं, राज्यों में अपने अपने वोट डाले हैं। दूसरी जो बात यह है कि अगर आप पिछले 10-15 साल का ट्रेंड देखें, खासकर जब से नरेंद्र मोदी का उदय हुआ एक राष्ट्रीय परिप्रेक्ष्य में और प्रधानमंत्री बने, राष्ट्र के एक तरीके से बीजेपी के नेता बनकर आए, कि हमेशा भारतीय जनता पार्टी राज्यों के चुनाव में लोकसभा के चुनाव के बनस्पत हल्का करती है। अगर यहाँ उनको 36% वोट मिलता है तो राज्यों में वो 30-32% पर आ जाती है। और उस कॉन्टेक्स्ट में अगर आप आने वाले अगले 2-3 साल के अगर आप चुनाव को पढ़ेंगे तो आपको लगने लगेगा कि राज्यों में बहुत बड़े बदलाव आने वाले। महाराष्ट्र आ रहा है, झारखंड आ रहा है, हरियाणा आ रहा है, उसके बाद के राज्य आ रहे हैं। जिन राज्यों में अच्छी पकड़ आपकी बार दिखी है, वो जैसे मध्य प्रदेश है, गुजरात है, वो बाद के चुनाव हैं। तो आने वाले 2-3 साल भी राजनीतिक रूप से बहुत उथल पुथल के रहेंगे। और ये एक बात मैं और तीसरी बात कहना चाहूंगा कि ये समझ लेना, क्योंकि महाराष्ट्र के असेंबली चुनाव के बाद हमने देखा, मध्य प्रदेश में देखा किस तरीके से राज्य की सरकारें बदली। कि आज घटक दल और उसके अंदर के सांसद अब उस तरीके से अपनी चुनाव के समय में साथ खड़ी हुई पार्टियों के साथ उतने साथ नहीं दिखते हैं जितना वो आने वाले समय 6 महीने साल भर में रखते हैं। अभी तक कांग्रेस के संबंधित, कांग्रेस के घटक दलों के संबंधित लोग इधर से उधर जाते रहे, तो जब यही लोग उधर जाते हैं तो वो लोग इधर भी आ सकते हैं। तो मेरा ये कि अनसर्टेनिटी इस चुनाव में जितनी दिख रही है उससे बहुत ज्यादा रहेगी।
जी, महाराष्ट्र के पटल पर अगर देखा जाए तो महाराष्ट्र में बहुत ज़्यादा उथल पुथल हो सकती है, एंड ऑल्सो दैट द असेंबली इलेक्शंस आर नॉट सो फार अवे. BMC elections are going to happen, and there is a mind of the voter that seems to have been established by the EVM. नीरज कुमार JDU से हमारे साथ हैं. बिहार में लेकिन परिस्थिति उतनी विपरीत नहीं दिख रही. JDU ने अपेक्षा से ज़्यादा परफॉर्मेंस दिखाया है. सीटें सेंधमारी अगर हुई है तो बीजेपी की सीटों पे हुई है. नीरज जी, अभी तक
देखिए, सबसे महत्वपूर्ण पक्ष है कि बिहार में चुनाव, आपको स्मरण होगा कि इंडिया ब्लॉक बनाने की शुरुआत हमने की थी, लेकिन कांग्रेस पार्टी का दुराग्रहपूर्ण रवैया, जो जेल में बंद है आजकल भ्रष्टाचार में, कभी अरविंद केजरीवाल से बुलवाते थे, कभी ममता बुलवाते थे, तो हमारी यूटिलिटी को इन लोगों ने इग्नोर किया. तो आज एहसास तो हो गया होगा कि माननीय नीतीश कुमार जी की उपयोगिता क्या है, कोएलिशन पॉलिटिक्स की उपयोगिता क्या है, गठबंधन की राजनीति की उपयोगिता क्या है. तो स्ट्रैटेजी फाइनल जब आएगा तब हम इस पर कोई टिप्पणी करेंगे. लेकिन जो लोग यह कह रहे थे कि एंटी इनकम्बरेंसी है, बहुत तरह की बातें, नीतीश कुमार जी की यूटिलिटी नहीं है, तो एहसास हो गया होगा ना कि नीतीश कुमार जी की उपयोगिता क्या राज्य के अंदर में और राष्ट्रीय राजनीति में क्या है.
दिनेश शर्मा जी, क्या कहेंगे आप?
देखिए, जो ये बात तो सही है कि राज्यों की राजनीति और केंद्र की राजनीति में अंतर होता है, लेकिन भारतीय जनता पार्टी की राजनीति में पूरे देश में कोई अंतर नहीं होता. जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी की राजनीति में ऊपर से होता है वही संगठनात्मक रूप में नीचे से उस परफॉर्मेंस को दोहराने की तरफ हम सफलता प्राप्त करते हैं.
जी,
मैं ये कह सकता हूँ कि उत्तर प्रदेश की राजनीति ने समय समय पर करवटें ली हैं, लेकिन बीजेपी ने अपने कैडर बेस्ड कार्यकर्ताओं के बल पर उनको उन स्थितियों पर नियंत्रण भी पाया है. जो अभी परिणाम आ रहे हैं ये विश्लेषण का विषय जरूर है, लेकिन इतना मैं कह सकता हूँ कि एनडीए की सरकार बनेगी और मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में एक बार फिर से एक सुशासन देकर जहां पर कमियां होंगी उनका हम अध्ययन करके उनको हम पूरा करेंगे.
नीरज जी, अटकलें लगाई जा रही हैं कि कांग्रेस ने संपर्क करना शुरू कर दिया है जेडीयू से और टीडीपी से, तो क्या जेडीयू का मन बदलेगा?
देखिए, कांग्रेस पार्टी के बारे में सूत्रों के हवाले से खबर चल रही है, इसका कोई औचित्य नहीं है. कांग्रेस के लिए गाड़ी छूट चुकी है, क्योंकि कांग्रेस पार्टी को जब निर्णय लेना था उस समय तो ये लोग राजनीतिक रूप से एक दूसरे को नीचा दिखाने की कोशिश कर रहे थे. तो नीतीश कुमार जी के व्यक्तित्व से कोई प्यार करे या घृणा करे, इनकार कैसे कर देगा. अब एहसास इनको नीतीश कुमार जी का हो रहा होगा जो सूत्रों के हवाले से. लेकिन अब तो गाड़ी छूट चुकी है, पानी बहुत निकल चुका है. हम एनडीए के पार्ट और पार्सल है, एनडीए के पार्ट एंड पार्सल रहेंगे.
जी, नीरज कुमार जी, धन्यवाद समय के लिए. संदीप जी, हाउ डू यू वांट टू रिस्पॉन्ड?
I think that's okay what he's saying right now, but see, JDU has behaved peculiarly in the last 5 to 8 years. So, I don't want to make a comment, that may not be comfortable to anybody to hear. But can anybody frankly take JDU statements on their face value? I mean, I don't think we had any idea where they left us, even probably hours before his leaving us, that he was leaving us. His statement that, we did it on the, instigation of Arvind Kejriwal. In fact, I can tell you that the Congress was a little worried about the fact that it was Mr. Nitish Kumar who was pushing Kejriwal onto our bandwagon. So I don't think these little arguments is what we need to go to. I am fully aware of the fact that the current allies of the NDA are as, possibly remaining loyal to them as anybody else would be. There can be, whether there is or not, I don't really know. I think there is, in case Congress is reaching out to them, I don't know whether they are reaching out to them or not, but I think it's fair game. When a verdict like this comes, in which no comprehensive, absolutely clear lead comes to any party, even if there is a pre-poll alliance, I think it's fair game for anybody to talk to anybody. I'm quite sure even BJP would be talking to people amongst us. So let's see where it goes from here.
How do you read Maharashtra? How do you read Maharashtra? Smita Prakash is with us. Swapan Das Gupta is with us. Yes.
So what you are saying is that the BJP is also talking to allies of the India group. Is that possible?
Are you asking me?
Yes, sir.
Sorry. I just seem to have gone off. No, as I said, I don't know. I'm just listening to what's coming on TV. I don't know whether anybody is speaking to anybody or not. But all I'm saying is that in case there is a verdict like this, and what we are finding out in 290, 295 versus about 230, 240, if this is a broad figure that goes on and carries on till about 435, then talking to anybody is fair game. All our allies, with all the respect that we can give them, have shown in the past that they have moved, they have jumped from one ship to another, and once they jump ship and form a government, they all become respectable. So let's see. And
this is something that the Congress has experience in dealing with this kind of a situation. The BJP doesn't have experience since the days of Mr.
Can I
Vajpayee.
just ask Mr. Dixit?
Yeah, please go ahead. Anurag Thakur has won from Hamirpur. Just that update, we put it on the
Mr.
screen.
Dixit,
Yes, Rahul.
Is the India Alliance, the India Bloc, going to try and form the government? That's the fundamental question right now.
I think it will all depend about 5:30 what the results are. See, 290, 300 by itself is a fairly confirmed number of a majority.
Yeah.
And I think at 290, 300, I don't think anybody would really venture out unless there are some back channel talks and you hear that people are uncomfortable. Okay. And this level of discomfort can continue.
The reason I'm asking is because
let me just finish. I'll just take 2 minutes. Let me just finish. See, will there be a discomfort with regard to BJP's selection of its CLP, parliamentary party leader, etc.? So that's something we need to do. If they are dropping below 290, if it's going to be a 70, 270, 275, 280 NDA, okay? BJP say suddenly we find it goes to about 220, 230, okay? I think these 20 seats is going to give a lot of change. My personal gut feeling is that, because that was also the talk amongst political people who in BJP and otherwise.
Overall, there are about 40 seats.
Just one second, Mr. Dixit, many people say that it's easier for the India parties to find partners. We've had a history between Mr. Naidu and the BJP, and of course Mr. Nitish Kumar, where both of them walked out of the previous government because of differences over special packages, for example, for their own states. So, you would fancy your chance to do business with these two individuals, despite all the water that's flown under the bridge.
I don't know really fancy. I think fancy is a bit of the word that has a lot of meaning. But you see, there are others. The NCP and the Shiv Sena, I don't know, they're probably getting half a dozen seats among themselves. They are another, motley group that happens to be under the NDA. Okay, there is a couple of seats that maybe Akalis are getting. There are 2-3 seats here and there that some other parties are getting. Chandrababu Naidu very clearly, as I said, although he said this morning that he'll stand with the India Alliance, NDA Alliance, but he's there. I think there are 2-3 seats that Jagan are also getting. So, there are parties that make up about 10-15 seats among themselves, and there's a stronger bloc of about 30-40 seats. So let's see. Okay, as I said, I have no idea whether we will go forward or not. But if it's the same numbers plus 8 or 10 to NDA, I think they are comfortable in their formation of government. And if it's 8 or 10 on the other side, then
things go into a flux and it's everybody's game. We'll come back to this conversation in just a bit. Big updates coming in from Karnataka. Prajwal Revanna has lost. Some seats are being declared in Karnataka now. Let's go across to Shivani at the live result hub. Yes, Shivani.
Yes. Anand, big update coming in. Prajwal Revanna, who was mostly leading throughout the morning and the early afternoon, has lost from Hassan, and the Congress candidate has won from there. We've got Shreyas M. Patel of the Congress party winning and being declared winner in Hassan. This is going to be a big headline seat, if not overall changing the scenario seat. But I've got more results coming in from Karnataka. Bellary, Congress has won. Udupi Chikmagalur, BJP has won. Uttar Kannada, BJP has won. Hegde Vishwar. Mandya, HD Kumaraswamy, JDS has won. We've got Sunil Bose, Chamarajnagar of the Congress winning. Belgaum, Jagdish Shettar of the BJP has won. And of course, Kolara, I had told you that Malesh Babu has run. How many rounds are currently still ongoing in Karnataka?
Counting process is going to end very soon.
Very soon. So in Karnataka, the counting process is going to end very soon, which is why we've
the
got
result
almost
more or
10
less
results coming in from Karnataka
more
already.
or less settled in Karnataka. 18-10 is the leaderboard. Some of the seats have been declared. Prajwal Revanna versus Shreyas Patel was also a family fight which was happening, and within the family, and even this controversy that broke out about Prajwal Revanna, somewhere on ground has it impacted him already even before it became a huge controversy. Prajwal Revanna losing that seat, but the Congress big gains for it in in Karnataka, where it's come plus 9 seats. It's 10 seats there. The NDA is 18. What Sandeep Dixit ji said, Meeta Chakrabarti of the Congress also with us, what Sandeep Dixit said, that if this lead holds, 290 plus for the NDA means nothing unsettled. Yes, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will have to work with the allies. Anything less than this, if it goes up to 280, 285, then there is a flux. It's all up in the air. Agree, disagree, possibility. Yeah,
I think it's going to be interesting because Mr. Modi is a man who's never lost an election in his life. He's never had to deal with allies in any substantial way. How will he deal with allies? He's pretty much an absolute ruler even within this government. And this election, the only issue has been Narendra Modi. He's fought it on his own charisma. To now say, look, I fought on my own charisma, but you know, guys, I still need your help, is something he's not used to saying. How will he do it? I don't know. It remains to be seen.
Shatrughan Sinha is leading from Asansol. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary of the Congress is trailing Yusuf Pathan in Baharampur. Nalin Mehta and then Meeta Chakrabarti. Yeah.
I want to make a point about UP because the final number will hinge a great deal on what UP eventually lands up at. Out of the leads in UP, there are about 17 seats which are under.
How many seats?
17 seats.
17 seats.
In which the margins are very small. Margins are under less than 10,000. Several of them under 5,000. Some of them under 1,000. Now the thing is, in terms of how they are split right now, out of these 17, 9 SP is leading in and 8 BJP is leading in. So
there's nothing in it.
So there's nothing in it.
Won't make
so
it
they could all go one way or the other or remain as it is.
Yeah.
So it's
You know,
all these
UP
results are
is
still
the most
possible
interesting,
in these seats.
and I think Smriti Irani losing is the leitmotif of what
She's
BJP
not, as of
stand
now,
for.
she's trailing 15,000 votes.
15,000, but to think that a KL Sharma would give a run, Smriti Irani a run for her money is what it is. David Goliath kind of a battle happening in Uttar Pradesh.
But the argument is that Priyanka Vadra was fighting from the shadows.
If she had, so Priyanka Vadra fought from 2 constituencies without actually having her name on the ticket.
Right? And she's won both Raebareli and Amethi.
In both Raebareli and Amethi, it was Priyanka, though her name was not on the ticket. The other one is Prajwal Revanna that you're talking about. Thank God for small mercies. In some way or the other, the gods seem to have worked, and he's not going to be there. But the point which Veer pointed out about the BJP reaching out, and that it was Mr. Modi who was on the ticket. He has been an absolute ruler. Will he be the one who will reach out to the smaller ones, which Mr. Dikshit pointed out that it is possible that the BJP is doing a backroom negotiations. Have they already started? The fact that Mr. Nitish Kumar met with Mr. Modi yesterday is also significant, that they're not taking anything for granted. So it is possible that backroom conversations have been done.
Mr. Modi was not meeting Chandrababu Naidu. The point is the reason for meeting Nitish Kumar could be very different.
You cannot have even a minorly stable government without the NDA, without the BJP. So let's be honest about that. This may be a chastening result for the BJP. It's certainly not an acceptance of the other side.
But he did throw, Mr. Sandeep Dikshit did throw an important point that if these results by 435 swing either ways or more towards the Congress party and the Congress inches towards 100 seats, that means the INDA alliance goes to 235 and the NDA slips to about 280.
Then this takes you back to the Chandrasekhar kind of government.
No, will that happen?
Outside support.
Yes.
Will that happen? He just said that anything can happen.
Support.
Now, it's up to both sides because everybody will be talking to everybody. Meeta Chakrabarti, congratulations on the first half because it's a phenomenal performance by the Congress party and especially in key states where the Congress has also shouldered bulk of the wins and also winning leads. Fought 52 the last time around, 95 this time around, inching close to 100 seats. Your thoughts on UP and Maharashtra?
Well, thank you very much, but I think we need to wait for the actual results before we start celebrating, and I think the actual numbers will be much more than what is being projected right now as leads. Right now you're projecting 230, 231 for the India Alliance and about 95 for Congress. I'm sure Congress will be in 3 digits. And this despite us not having a level playing field. Months before the election, we know that our accounts, our bank accounts got frozen. We had opposition chief ministers getting arrested. We had opposition leaders being continuously harassed and targeted by ED, CBI, income tax. We had a section of media also being compromised. I really do not understand. I do not get the rationale and the logic behind the poll surveys, the opinion polls, and especially the exit polls. And the fact that some of the exit polls actually predicted a 400 plus for NDA. So the margin of error, you really cannot just pass it on as a simple margin of error or a simple calculation error. To a great extent, these opinion polls and the exit polls, if I may take the liberty of saying, were highly manipulated. So right now, when we did not get a level playing field, here we are giving a much closer contest, and let's wait for another couple of hours to get the final results.
Yes.
Picture abhi baki hai.
No, I think just
both sides are saying picture abhi baki hai. We are also saying picture abhi baki hai. About
Anand,
4 o'clock, 4:30 is when it will consolidate.
I think the one thing that the exit polls got right was the vote share. Now, vote share to seat share conversion is always difficult. You can say, yes, there might have been confirmation bias, etc., at work, but the vote share, the exit polls got right.
But so the collective vote share of the INDA alliance, has it then worked in their favor? We'll dwell on that. Picture abhi baki hai. Break के बाद मिलते हैं. Stay with us.
Co-presented by.
We are still waiting, and what Zaka was saying was right. I just have 2, that is Sambit Patra. But let's focus on Assam. We are getting a lead for the NDA, 5 out of 14. Just take us through the numbers quickly.
At this moment, the BJP candidates from Dibrugarh, which is former Assam Chief Minister Sarbaనంদ Sonowal, he is leading. From Sonitpur, the the BJP is leading. From Lakhimpur, the BJP is leading.
How many total for the NDA?
Total 7 for the NDA. Okay. We are still waiting for one result from a constituency called Borpeta, which would make it 8. But at this moment, the big thing is that the Congress is leading in 4 constituencies, which is supposed to be a very good.
All right, quickly. Let me just quickly go to Odisha
Gaurav
also.
Gogoi is actually leading in Jorhat. Odisha update coming through. Yes, Avantika. Yes, Avantika.
Sambit Patra is leading in postal ballot, and also in Bhubaneswar, Aparajita Sarangi.
Oh, Aparajita Sarangi is
also leading. So both BJP is leading in 2 seats for the time being. And we are getting.
What about Dharmendra Pradhan? What about
Dharmendra Pradhan is also leading in postal ballot. And counting is still going on.
Okay, so it's looking good for the BJP. Anand, we just have information for 3 seats. From
are you getting details anywhere where the EVM countings have also begun? When can we expect round 1 data that is to be consolidated across?
Not yet, but it's just about to begin. I've just gone to all the states and just waiting, just a few minutes
just
now.
Waiting. So round 1 data.
Just going to start then.
Just want to run you through the Bengal numbers. Bengal numbers are coming in thick and fast. In Purulia, the BJP candidate Jyotirmay Singh Mato is leading. Neighbouring constituency of Bankura, the TMC candidate Arup Chakrabarti is leading. In Asansol, I mentioned Shatrughan Sinha is leading. In Bolpur, which used to be Mr. Chatterjee's seat many years ago, Asit Kumar Mal of the TMC is leading. In Bashirhat, Sandesh Khali, Haji Nurul Islam of the TMC is leading. BJP has 1 lead in Malda Uttar, where Khagen Murmu is leading. 1 lead, of course, in Alipur Dwar, where the BJP candidate there, Mr. Thiga, is leading. And in Birbhum, Devtanu Bhattacharya. So 3 leads for the BJP in Bengal. 4
postal ballot lead, 17 out of 34. That's the postal ballot number. Yes, Avantika, some big news from the live result hub.
Big news coming in from West Bengal. बताइए जल्दी.
17 और 17 दोनों बीजेपी और तृणमूल 17 सीटों के दोनों भी एक बराबर की हिस्सा भी नेक चल रहा है. और जो सबसे बड़ी खबर अभी तक आ रहा है कि बसीरहाट संदेशखाली मुद्दा जहाँ से जो पार्लियामेंट्री कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी शुरू हुआ था, तो वहाँ पे तृणमूल का जो कैंडिडेट है वो आगे चल रहा है और रेखा पात्रा जो बीजेपी कैंडिडेट वो पीछे चल रही है।
पीछे चल रही है। 17-17 in Bengal. Thank you for that. 297 for the NDA. Close to 300 already in terms of leads. Postal ballots, EVM data has just started counting at the counting centers, ladies and gentlemen. EVM data along with the postal ballot and the consolidation will start happening over the next 20 minutes to half an hour. By about 9:30, beg your pardon, you would have more of the round 1, round 2 data of the EVMs and some more consolidated leads and more of the leads populating. All 543 should start populating by 9:05, 9:10 a.m. 477 leads so far, 295 to the NDA, 248 for the BJP, 60 for the Congress, 165 for the INDA alliance, 19 to the others. That's the leaderboard right at the top. And of course, the NDA way past the halfway mark in terms of leads on postal ballots. It's already at 294, so 1 seat less. That's where it slipped down. 294 and 168, it's a jostle and tussle that's happening, but clearly in terms of leads, it's crossed the halfway mark, the NDA at this point, with just 481 seats that are being declared in terms of leads, 481 seats where the leads have started coming through. We are still saying these are early days, postal ballots, even the first round of EVM counting has not come in, but the postal ballot numbers are quite sizable, and across constituencies, like the last time around in 2019, 9 seats across 8 states were decided by postal ballots. So
all right,
these numbers cannot be
from
undermined.
Karnataka.
Yeah, more numbers coming through.
Nagar, Sunil Bose of the Congress is leading. Now in Bangalore rural, DK Suresh seems to have taken a lead. In Kolar as well, where it was a very, very personal battle. Now KV Gautam of the Congress has taken a lead. So some seats for the Congress as far as the southern part of Karnataka is concerned. Let me also quickly just run you through Haryana because we're getting more. Mr. Khattar has now taken the lead back in Karnal seat. BJP leading in the Ambala, Kant seat. But the Aam Aadmi Party, Sushil Gupta leading from Kurukshetra. He's leading against Naveen Jindal. Then you have from the Sonipat seat where Satpal Brahmachari of the Congress is leading. Rohtak, Dipinder Hooda is leading. From Hisar, the BJP candidate is leading, Ranjit Singh. From Mahendragarh, Bhiwani, again the BJP candidate leading, and so they are in Gurgaon as well as in Faridabad. Let me also quickly run you through Rajasthan. From Junjunu, Brijendra Ola of the Congress leading. From Jaipur Rural, Anil Chopra of the Congress leading. From Bharatpur, Sanjana Jatav of the Congress leading. Only 3 to the Congress out of 25 in Rajasthan. All the remaining seats except 1 going to the BJP. From Barmer, and this was again a rebel BJP candidate, Ravindra Singh Bhati, fighting as an independent, was denied a ticket. He is now leading in the seat of Barmer. So clearly lots of interesting. Gujarat, surprisingly, let's take a look at Saurashtra. Jamnagar, the Congress candidate seems to be leading.
Counting begins!
On the day that counts, CNN News 18 was way ahead of competition.
We have the first numbers coming in from Tumkur, Mysuru, Dakshina Kannada, BJP taking a lead.
Others tried to keep pace, but were no match. Elections equals CNN News 18.
Welcome back, viewers. This is live and rolling coverage of the elections, and it is really hung on a precipice, isn't it? Since the morning, that number for the BJP hovering around that 239, 240 mark, and for the NDA, 295, just short of 300. It wasn't in any way the dominating impact of Mr. Modi that was predicted. A large number of people, including many pollsters, had suggested that this time the BJP would do better than the 2 scores it got in 2014 and 2019. That hasn't quite happened. It's been a chastening experience for the Bharatiya Janata Party. The big story coming in, of course, from Uttar Pradesh. Anand, the big story coming in from Uttar Pradesh, where we still have a great deal of uncertainty, some very close elections.
We've got to check this, but there are at least 50 to 55 seats.
I believe that we have Mr. Salman Khurshid with us. Let's go straight across to him. Sure. Mr. Khurshid, how do you see the scenario as it's unfolded right now? Mr. Khurshid, can you hear me?
If there was a logic...
Yes. Go ahead.
Yeah, I can. And I said that if there was a logic that we all accepted
when we went in for the alliance, I think that logic has been proved in the results that are now coming. Now, of course, it wasn't an even fight in the sense that we had 17 seats that we contested and the Samajwadi Party had 63. So obviously the strike rate had to be different. But we are just very glad that we put this alliance together and we've got some wonderful results. I think a lot of thinking went into how the alliance was to work itself through. And I think all that has been successful. We are very pleased with the result and we hope that this cooperation that we showed and our leaders came together to project, this cooperation will go further to consolidate the gains that we've made in Uttar Pradesh.
Mr. Khurshid, are you going to try and put a government together?
Well, that's something that one always aspires. Now we have to be realistic. When we actually get the results 2 o'clock onwards and we put them together, so whether we can make a realistic bid or not will become apparent to our leadership and then they'll take a call. But I think we are very well poised to make a bid. But let's see how it works out in the next couple of hours.
Well, the Congress set out to contest the lowest number of seats it has ever done, 329 seats. I think they're at 93 right now. How do you see the Congress's performance in this election?
Well, see, I can imagine that if we had contested more seats, we would certainly have got much more than 93. 93 is impressive by itself, but we would have got much more than 93. But then don't forget that if we hadn't worked as hard and sacrificed as much as we did, and alliance hadn't come into existence, then perhaps we wouldn't have had the extra spring in our walk of the alliance to have got these extra seats. So for the larger cause, I believe we did the right thing. And even if it meant that we had to give up something somewhere, etc., but for the larger cause, I think it was just the right thing we did. And I'm very, very glad that it's looking good in terms of how people now perceive our effort.
Well, how do you perceive the message from the voter? What do you think they voted for?
Well, the voter, I think, has voted for specifics that we put in our manifesto. They voted for acceptance of the alliance logic, that in the past, the aggressive manner in which parties in UP treated each other, that we had genuinely given up and we were trying to cooperate for a larger cause. And I think the voter accepted this in sincerity and accepted this as a promise for the future.
Going forward, how is this going to sort of shape the political discourse now? What do you think is the impact of this verdict on the NDA? They're obviously in a position to form a government. There might be permutations and combinations that they'll have to look at, but it almost does appear that Mr. Modi will be back as Prime Minister. But how does that sort of shape the larger national picture with regards to the opposition now?
Well, I think you would finally have an opposition in terms of substantive numbers. Our greatest disadvantage was that we had the vigor, but we didn't have the numbers, and that was a great disadvantage. Now, I think that disadvantage is gone. We can truly be a substantive opposition in a democracy. But the important thing really is what we have highlighted, the issues that we have highlighted, such as the issues of youth, the issues of farmers, women, security of people, price rise, the young people not getting jobs, etc. Those issues are burning issues, and those issues will have to be taken forward. We can't make this just as a standalone election victory or an election upswing. It has to be taken forward in terms of substantive issues that we raised during this election.
Well, congratulations, Mr. Khurshid. We'll speak again, I'm sure, perhaps in the evening or in the days ensuing. Thank you very much. Let's go straight across to Anand. Anand.
Certainly will.
Congress party, but we have to check this, that how many seats are still tight fights? Is there a lot that can change between 1 p.m. and 4 p.m.? And when I say tight fights, that the margin of victory is less than about 10,000 votes and with about 10 to 12 rounds to go. But this is how the parliament now looks. Very much shrunk NDA if these numbers that are flashing on top of our screens currently hold. Prime Minister Narendra Modi all likely to continue as Prime Minister because the BJP emerges as the single largest party with about 240 leads and victories as of now, leads and wins as of now. Will this further consolidate in favor of the BJP? We have to see. But as of 1:10 p.m. this afternoon, this is how the parliament looks like, and it is a larger spread of the opposition, a far more robust opposition, with the INDA alliance itself with about 228 seats, the Congress 93 seats, about 41 seats more than the last time around, where they have leads and victories already coming into play. This is very interesting. And what's more interesting, ladies and gentlemen, that there are sources that are saying that Nitish Kumar has been approached by the Congress party and there has been a promise made to him that he will be made the Deputy Prime Minister if he joins the INDA alliance. So that's the conversation. So what's going to be promised to Chandrababu Naidu? The larger question is, if the alliance stays, the opposition stays at 228, will Nitish Kumar getting on the bandwagon and Chandrababu Naidu coming on the bandwagon actually help this? That's it.
Let's go straight across.
Yeah, let's go across. Go ahead.
Yes, can you hear me, sir? This is Rahul Shivshankar. I just wanted to ask you, Mr. Kumar, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm able to hear.
Yeah, Mr. Kumar, there's a lot of speculation now. I mean, first of all, how do you view the result that has come through for the TDP? Congratulations. You form a government after a hiatus of 10 years. You're back in Andhra. Congratulations to you on that. You're also, of course, one of the leading lights now of the NDA. So it's been a win-win for Mr. Babu. How do you see this now unfold? Is Mr. Babu, first of all, very, very committed to the NDA, or is he also receptive to overtures?
No, we come back to power only after 5 years, not 10 years, number one. Number two, it's a landslide victory to the Telugu Desam Party, though we joined an NDA. We are a reliable partner for any our NDA and others also. Therefore, we are committed to this thing. There is no question of second thought in this. So, as far as the result in the country is concerned, they are at liberty to contact everybody. It does not mean that there are some changes in the alliance. There is no change. As far as we stick to our promises and we are a part of NDA, we will continue in that.
Mr. Ravindra Kumar, namaste. This is Anand Narasimhan here. Congratulations on the phenomenal victory in Andhra Pradesh. The TDP is forming government there. 154 out of 175. That's a phenomenal victory. But there are already news coming through that the Congress and the opposition alliance is reaching out to the NDA partners, including TDP and the JDU, offering them key posts, prime berths, etc. Will Mr. Naidu be tempted? Will Chandrababu Garu be tempted?
No, our party is a regional party having a national outlook. We earlier also, Telugu Desam Party had an history during our founder N.T. Ramarao and also our leader Chandrababu Naidu. We have placed, participated in key role in the center. Now also we will play the key role, there is no doubt about it. But it is a pre-poll alliance, there is no question of post-poll alliance. Pre-poll alliance is already there. As per the pre-poll alliance, we will continue that.
Well, did you expect this kind of a result for the NDA? These setbacks in Uttar Pradesh and Maharashtra?
Yes, as far as said, after the exit polls also, it is totally reversed as per the present result is concerned. But so far as in Andhra Pradesh is concerned, exit polls, it's a sweep. Almost most of the exit polls, some of the national channels has given edge to the YSRCP to some extent. Now they lost even opposition status also in the state assembly. Now our NDA alliance has a victory, landslide victory in the state of Andhra Pradesh. We have expected in Andhra Pradesh. As far as the center is concerned, just basing on the repoll we have concern. But we heard during the last few weeks some decreasing in the seats in some of the states, but as far as the NDA improved in southern states also now.
Let me bring in Mr. Shehzad Poonawalla for a few moments. Mr. Poonawalla, good afternoon. Obviously not the result that you were expecting. What's the general overview of the result from the BJP's point of view?
First of all, Rahul, it's a brilliant afternoon because after 10 years, if at the 30% counting rate and with 200 seats in a close margin of 10,000 votes, the NDA has formed its government for the third time. In Odisha, we have a state government now by all looks of it. We have dominated Odisha. We have made new ground in Kerala and Tamil Nadu. I think we should only think that why is Salman Khurshid accepting congratulations from you because they are not forming the government. The Congress is struggling to cross 100 and perhaps by 4 o'clock we don't know where those 200 seats, where the competition is less than 10,000 votes will go. So Rahul, it is a brilliant afternoon for me. I have nothing to complain about this afternoon except for the fact that it's a little hot.
So, but
Shehzad,
Namaste.
Rahul, I can understand.
You're saying 30% of the votes have been counted, 70% still left, and 200 seats with a margin of less than 10,000 votes. So, are you saying that these numbers could change by 4:35 p.m.?
Yes, in all likelihood, what I foresee is that the Prime Minister, with the BJP crossing halfway mark and the NDA obviously going way beyond the halfway mark, will be going in for a third term, and that will be seen by 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock because these countings are going to go till late. But I am very happy.
It still
just
could
10
be.
seconds more, Rahul.
You're absolutely
I am very
right.
happy, Rahul.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Just one line before you come in.
Yeah.
Rahul, I am very happy that today, Anand, you have been absolved from being Godi media when Salman Khurshid is talking to you, and nobody has abused the EVMs. So Rahul and Anand, I am very happy for you guys.
Democracy is clearly the winner. But just one second.
We are happy that democracy is the winner. We are happy mandate of the voter is being respected across all party lines, and we are happy that there is a message that is going across to all political parties.
I just wanted to
मेहनत
ask,
करोगे फल मिलेगा, अकड़ दिखाओगे तो डंडा मिलेगा. So,
but one thing that we can take away from some of the numbers that we are now getting, the vote shares, for example, this is a tight election. This is not a one-sided canter as it was in 2019 and 2014. Now, what do you think that came down to? Why is it such a tight election? It is unforeseen, obviously, but why?
Well, again, putting the caveat that I've put, but for the sake of not being repetitive, let me say that we need to analyze, and Rahul, I'm glad that I'm on your show with Anand and others who have intense discussions on the subject. Is politics dominating over policy? That should be the question that we can perhaps have a detailed discussion after 5 o'clock, that the politics of fear-mongering, the politics of trying to make brother against brother fight, the politics of trying to seep in division-based politics, as opposed to the policies of taking everybody together. We can have an analysis post-5 that is a short-term politics, something that people have played, taking the country to the edge, and has that given them a certain bit of benefit over a long-term policy that benefits the country? I think that discussion can be had.
Well, we'll see after 5 p.m. because you're saying the numbers will change, consolidate. Let me ask Pradeep Bhandari, is there any rationale to Shehzad's argument? 30% votes have been counted, 200 seats with less than 10,000. These numbers could change even as the NDA creeps up, actually slips one more seat. It's 294 now.
Thank you so much, Anand and Rahul, for having me, and it's great to be there with you guys. Anand and Rahul, I do believe that the trend has stabilized in the last 1.5 hour. Now we've seen in the Bihar Assembly elections, if you very well remember, that after 2 p.m. you saw a complete reversal in trend which took place. So if it could happen in Bihar, yes, because the margins are very, very narrow, it can happen. But imagine in a hypothetical scenario, if it is not happening, Rahul, then I would definitely conclude that rather than welfare, what has dominated as a narrative in the states, particularly of Uttar Pradesh, has been caste and the local candidate, because the Bharatiya Janata Party did not change majority of its candidate in Uttar Pradesh. But as of right now, I will not conclude because there are 200 seats where the margin is very, very narrow. And we have seen in Bihar that how the entire reversal took place. The earlier the Bharatiya Janata Party was celebrating, and post-lunch it was Nitish Kumar and RJD who formed the government. So let us hold our conclusions for 1.5 hours, and after that we'll be able to conclude whether this has been a cast in a candidate election or an election which is being dominated by the national narrative. Because the state of Uttar Pradesh, Maharashtra, Bengal, these three for
Pradeep,
me
I'm interrupting you because we have the former Chief Minister of Karnataka, Shri H.D. Kumaraswamy, joining us at this time. Mr. Kumaraswamy, namaskara. This is Anand Narasimhan here. Congratulations. Congratulations on your victory. How would you look at the performance in Karnataka, sir?
I think might be connected.
Mr. Kumaraswamy, can you hear me? I'm not sure if he's speaking with us or if he's speaking with somebody else. We'll try and go back to him in just a bit. We have Zama Khan, Minority Affairs Minister of Bihar, of the JDU with us. Zama Khan ji, namaste. Bihar mein JDU has performed along with the BJP quite well. BJP की कुछ सीटों पे सेंग लगी है, but overall performance पे आप क्या कहेंगे बिहार को लेकर?
बिहार में जो हमारे नेता आदरणीय नीतीश कुमार जी ने जो काम किया है, 2005 के बाद जो इन्होंने काम करके दिखाने का काम किया, हर जाति धर्म वर्ग उठकर उन्होंने काम, हर लोगों के हर समाज का काम और विकास जो बिहार के अंदर उन्होंने किया था, उस विकास को देखते हुए जनता ने निर्णय लिया। और जनता को मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं, बिहार के तमाम लोगों को जिन्होंने हमारे नेता के कार्यों को देखते हुए, कार्य के तौर तरीका देखते हुए जिन्होंने काम किया है, जो सम्मान दिया है बिहार की जनता, मैं उसका धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं। निश्चित तौर पर हमारे नेता नीतीश कुमार जी ने जो बिहार के अंदर विकास किया, वो विकास को प्रदेश नहीं पूरा देश दुनिया ने देखा है। तो जनता ने जो रिजल्ट दिया है, ये उम्मीद
अटकलें लग रही हैं कि
रिजल्ट ऐसा आएगा।
इंडी गठबंधन से उनको फोन आए हैं, उनसे डिप्यूटी पीएम की जगह उनको प्रॉमिस की गई है, अगर ये नंबर ठहरते हैं।
अब ये तो मुझे नहीं जानकारी, जो आप जानकारी दे रही है मुझे जानकारी नहीं है।
आपको लगता है कि विपक्ष के साथ हाथ जोड़ना चाहिए?
कुमार जी हैं, हम लोग देखिए, हमारे नेता, हमारे गार्जियन, हमारे अभिभावक है, हमारे गुरु हैं, जो उनका निर्णय होगा उस निर्णय के साथ हम सब लोग खड़े हैं। वो अपने नेता के निर्णय होता है, सब लोग नेता तो होता नहीं, नेता एक होता है, नेता नीतीश कुमार जी जो निर्णय होगा उस पर हमारे से तमाम कार्यकर्ताओं के साथ हमेशा खड़े रहेंगे। क्योंकि आप जानते हैं कि नेता ने जो भी निर्णय लिया है बिहार के विकास के लिए, बिहार के सम्मान में हमेशा निर्णय लिए हैं। तो जो भी फायदा बिहार का हो, जैसे उचित समझेंगे वो निर्णय लेंगे। मैं उनके साथ हूँ, हम लोग उनके साथ हैं, मैं उस पर कोई हमको नहीं बोलना है। मैं सिर्फ इतना कहना चाहूँगा, बिहार के लोगों को, आपके माध्यम से बिहार के लोगों ने जिस तरह से विश्वास किया हमारे नेता पर, और नेता ने जो सम्मान दिया था, जो काम किया था, जाति भेद वर्ग धर्म से उठकर उन्होंने काम किया था, तो उसका रिजल्ट जनता ने दिया है।
So you are going to leave it to नीतीश कुमार? आप नीतीश कुमार पर छोड़ रहे हैं। TDP has said that they are not going anywhere. JDU's Neeraj Kumar said that JDU is not going anywhere. Shehzad Poonawalla, is there a worry that the allies may decamp? Because the Congress has been talking up, there are talks that they are reaching out to NDA allies or BJP's allies.
जी,
first of all, I think you just spoke to a representative of TDP.
नेता नीतीश कुमार जी नेता हम लोगों के हैं, जो उनका रिजल्ट देंगे हम लोग को, जो निर्णय लेंगे उस निर्णय पर हम लोग खड़े हैं।
जी, जमा खान, मैंने ये प्रश्न शहजाद पूनावाला से पूछा, वीर सांघवी भी है, मैं जरा उनसे भी उनके विचार जान लूं। इवन एज देयर आर सेलिब्रेशन शॉट्स कमिंग, देयर आर वर्कर्स हु आर डांसिंग, वी हैव टू सी वेयर दीज विजुअल्स आर कमिंग एंड व्हिच पार्टी लीडर्स दे आर। यस शहजाद, ऑन बिहार, on the NDA allies being approached by the opposition, and then we'll come to Bengal, where it's a complete rout of the BJP. Yes.
Okay. First of all, Anand, let me again put it in perspective that as we stand at this moment, when 200 seats are still in the close margin, the BJP alone is more than the India alliance. Let's get that perspective clear. Secondly, the BJP by 4 o'clock will itself cross the halfway mark. So the question won't arise. But having said that, our allies are time-tested allies. The senior spokesperson of KC Tyagi, of JDU, KC Tyagi ji, has already said that we are in the NDA, we are firmly under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi. A TDP representative just now on your show.
Well, Shehzad, interrupting you, we've got Mr. H.D. Kumaraswamy through with us. H.D. Kumaraswamy ji, namaskara. This is Anand Narasimhan here. Congratulations on your victory in Mandya.
Good morning, sir. How are you, sir?
I'm good, sir. How are you? And congratulations on the Mandya victory. How would you see the performance of the NDA in Karnataka?
I'm telling one with little bit I'm happy, but very disappointed. We are expected more than 25 seats in this election from BJP and JDS combination. In that we failed. That development actually little bit I am unhappy.
Mr. Manjunath has won, but Prajwal has lost. Prajwal Revanna has lost. How would you see the results? How they are coming so far? How do you assess them, sir?
Manjunath victories, we expected that victory in a big margin. On the advice of our Honorable Home Minister, in our family we decided to select Dr. Manjunath as a candidate in Bangalore rural constituency. That strategy worked out very well. But in Hassan issue, some decision what we have taken, there is some fault is there, but future days we will going to try to solve all those things. It is not possible for me to express about the development in that Hassan. Future days we will going to solve those problems and we will come back again in Hassan also future days.
What do you think are the learnings from the election? I know it's early, but still, the 10 seats that the NDA lost to the Congress and the INDA alliance.
Definitely in Karnataka, that's why I told you I am very unhappy that Congress has won the 10 seats in this election. Because of our small errors, Congress got those seats, even though they have invested huge money by misusing the official machineries. We think that they will going to struck at 3 to 4 seats. But because of some small mistakes from our side also, we lost another 6 seats. Otherwise, we would have reached 25 seats.
The national scenario, how would you see it, sir? The NDA is at 295, BJP is at 240. Is all well?
No, there will be a big challenge to Honorable Prime Minister. I can understand what he worked from last 2 months without giving any scope for his actually how he travel entire country from last 2 months without giving rest to his health also. He worked very hard, but it is surprise result in this election because everybody predicting more than 350 seats NDA will going to get it. But because of some misinterpretation by some section of the parties, we structured NDA alliance with nearing 300 seats. But there is a big work we have to responsibly we have to work to get the confidence of the people of this country. For that, I think Narendra Modi ji is a very experienced leader. He can work it out, whatever mistakes is there, to get the confidence of the people. He will going to work very hard.
Will the JDS continue with the NDA, sir? Final question. Well, I think that was the aspect that the Prime Minister will feel it as a setback is what H.D. Kumaraswamy is saying, with the assumption that these numbers will stay. We are just getting an update that Prime Minister Narendra Modi has spoken to Chandrababu Naidu. He has dialed the TDP chief, perhaps to congratulate him on that landslide victory in the assembly elections and also a phenomenal turn for the NDA in Andhra Pradesh. Although Odisha, it looks like it is going to be stuck, because the BJP is with 71 seats. It's short of majority there, Veer Sanghvi. The BJD is at 56. The Congress has 17. So there could be a bit of a flux there.
Yes, I think that's a reasonable assumption. Overall, I think the way to look at this election, and we were asked to look at it as BJP versus the rest. It's not really. It's a battle of two alliances, the India alliance versus the NDA alliance, and the NDA alliance is one. If you look at it that way, you get a completely different perspective. Our problem, and the BJP's problem essentially, is that the Prime Minister said 400, talked about a 1,000-year reign. he upped the ante. He made it seem that anything less than 400 would be a defeat. Whereas, in fact, if you're a third-term Prime Minister and you've got these results, if you're going to break history, make history and be sworn in for a third term, you've already achieved quite a lot. Why Mr. Modi upped the ante, I do not know.
Well, Prime Minister has spoken with Chandrababu Naidu. Payal is joining us with the details before we get into the analysis. Yes, Payal, what's the conversation about? Or we'll go across to Payal in just a bit. Yes,
if you look at phase 1 and phase 2, you'll see that both those phases haven't really kicked in for the BJP. If you just look at that in the data set,
right, let's see.
That'll give you the picture. And I think that's really where he had to press the panic button, so to speak. Let me bring in Mr. Poonawalla on that, if he's still there with us. Mr. Poonawalla, just wanted to ask you, the conversation here is veering around to the fact that the Prime Minister really went hell for leather after the second phase. Is that because the BJP had sensed that there was a certain degree of perhaps dissipation in support on the ground?
Look, Rahul, once again, the BJP and the NDA alliance, already NDA plus was 400, and therefore we set a high benchmark for ourselves. We always knew, as we've been already validated, that we were going to come back to power for a third time. The only question was that could we reach or better the target that we had set for ourselves. Perhaps Veer has a point that we set our ambitions too high. We could be guilty of the burden of expectations weighing too heavily on us. But now, just think of it. Had this been 2014, the 2014 NDA was about 310 or 315 seats. We are not very far away from that. By all likelihood, in 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock, we'll be making that mark.
Right.
At that time, that was considered as a wave. And today, it's not being considered as a wave.
No, and see, I'm just looking at Zaka wanted to know, beg your pardon, Rahul wanted to know, in phase 1 and 2 together, the opposition has actually taken 26 seats, plus 26 seats. The NDA is minus 23. And in that, if I have to look at the breakup of the NDA, the BJP has got 72 seats. They are minus 23 overall. So that's the breakup. And if you look at phase 1, 2 and 3, let me add to the filters and add phase 3 also. If you look at phase 1, 2 and 3, overall, the NDA is minus 34 seats. Yes. So the first 3 phases is where the BJP and the NDA has suffered a lot of losses. Bulk of the losses are from the BJP.
And that's the area where the SP has really capitalized in Uttar Pradesh also. If you overlay those 3 phases.
If we look at the Uttar Pradesh region, and let's look at the region, let's go back and we'll look at the states. I've got Payal with me. Just a minute. Yes, Payal. Chandrababu Naidu has dialed, has been spoken to by the PM. What's the conversation about? Yes, Payal.
You know, what we are given to understand is that Prime Minister Narendra Modi had called up Chandrababu Naidu, the TDP chief, to convey his congratulations to Naidu's led TDP, which is of course heading the NDA alliance over there, for the stupendous kind of result they've been able to get. If you remember, the 2019 election was just the reverse when Jagan Mohan Reddy swept the entire election, but this time around it's the reverse which has taken place. Also, very importantly, although there were a lot of talks within the Congress circles that they will approach Chandrababu Naidu for an alliance, but Chandrababu Naidu, in no uncertain terms, has conveyed to the Prime Minister that irrespective of whatever is going the rounds, he still solidly continues to be with the NDA. Now, Chandrababu Naidu is somebody who's been with the Atal Bihari Vajpayee government also. He was with the government in 2014. He walked off the alliance in 2019 before the 2019 elections, but he's come back just a few months ago, so he's very much solidly behind the alliance and very much solidly behind the NDA. That's what Chandrababu Naidu has conveyed in his brief conversation with Prime Minister Modi.
Right. So, just quickly understanding between the JDU and the TDP, any of these allies who are a little dicey, is the BJP worried about them decamping or leaving the NDA because they're being wooed openly by the opposition?
Well, that cannot be confirmed as of now, because, you know, like I know that Chandrababu Naidu has conveyed, you know, in fact, to the Prime Minister himself that he's going to be with the NDA. Nitish Kumar is known as the Palturam, is known as to have several flips and flops. It'll be important to see what the BJP's conversation will be, because I'm sure the BJP will put the likes of Vinod Tavde and the others who are in charge of Bihar to have a conversation with Nitish Kumar to make sure that they are on the same page. Because much to the surprise of BJP, although they were expecting Nitish Kumar's some seats to be lost, interestingly Nitish Kumar has done better than the BJP really expected. So will Nitish Kumar stage another flip-flop? We'll have to only wait and watch. But as of now, the BJP is very, very sure that their alliance partners will stay with them.
Right. So as of now, the alliance partners.
I think we should ask Mr. Poonawalla if there will be
Shehzad,
any more conversations. Shehzad Poonawalla, if you can hear me, do you believe that the BJP itself? Okay, we've lost his line.
No. See, you wanted to understand where the Samajwadi Party has actually made gains.
Yes.
The gains are there in the first phase.
Yes.
You see this, the first, second and the second phase. But look at this. This is the final phase.
Yeah.
This is the final phase where the bulk of the gains have happened. And they've also made inroads even through phase 4, 5.
Yeah.
If you look at in Uttar Pradesh. As of now, these are a lot of tight contests in Uttar Pradesh. But this is the story. If there is one hero or somebody who's perhaps the man of the match of this for the opposition, it's Akhilesh Yadav. Akhilesh has quietly gone ahead and fought this election smartly.
The threshold always for any government, the pain threshold is 30. If the opposition starts getting more than 30 in Uttar Pradesh, that's when it starts hurting incumbent governments. And we've seen that throughout the last 20 years. And here you have the India bloc at 43.
Right.
Well above the pain threshold.
No, and not just that. Can I just make a point about Uttar Pradesh?
Look at this. Sorry.
Can I just make a point about a quick point? It was believed going into the election that the BJP would sweep Uttar Pradesh because of the Ram Temple. In fact, people who covered Uttar Pradesh, journalists campaign, said the Ram Temple hardly ever came up in conversation.
Okay.
The second element was the attack on Muslims who were infiltrators, who were going to get your Mangal Sutras, etc. And Akhilesh was portrayed all the time as the candidate of the Muslims. The fact that that hasn't harmed him suggests that that whole campaign was a mistake.
True. The other story is Abhishek Banerjee, who's gone to call on Mamata Banerjee. 30 seats that where the Trinamool Congress is leading, or it's already 1 out of 42 in Bengal. It's a story in itself. Will that change over the course of the next 2 or 3 hours? We'll have to wait and watch. Going straight across to Prakash Javadekar ji. Prakash Javadekar ji, namaste. This is Anand Narsimhan here. First up in Kerala, the NDA entering and getting on the leaderboard in Kerala.
Yes, this is a new beginning for Kerala politics. Modi ji had changed the politics of Kerala. It was bipolar between LDF and UDF for 75 years. Now, BJP is well entrenched and nearly 20% votes. We will be making the whole lot of difference. And this is because Modi ji's 3-4 actions. One, all the beneficiary schemes, welfare schemes, reached 100% to all the targeted people without discrimination. This is very important. If there are 28% Muslims, there are 35% beneficiaries are Muslims. So he has done it without discrimination. Second, the large infrastructure project, railways, Vande Bharat, and highways, 6-lane highway. So that is also done. Stature of India has gone up like anything. And there are large scale of diaspora of Kerala in other countries. They are saying that our stature has increased, our esteem has increased in the eyes of the people in these countries. So what they called themselves to their families and said, vote.
But as of now, Mr. Javadekar, the only seat where the BJP is leading is Thrissur. Even Mr. Rajiv Chandrasekhar now is trailing in Thiruvananthapuram. Mr. K. Surendran, the state BJP president, is trailing. Mr. Muralidharan is trailing. These are seats you are very confident about.
We have never won even a single seat. So 1 or 2 seats, whatever we win, is a news and is a very good beginning. And once that is done, next year it is the municipal and local body elections, and 26 it is assembly elections. We will all make jointly progress in that direction where everybody works.
So some inroads in Kerala, ji.
Constituencies.
Some inroads in Kerala, sir, but national picture, there is a big slide, Uttar Pradesh and Maharashtra.
What all the exit polls told, not figures, but the result. And result was that NDA will become the ruling party for next 5 years, and Modi will become the Prime Minister. And that is what is exactly going to happen. So that is the main headline. The figures in this state, this much or that much, that is different. See, every election is a different election. I'm working since 1971 parliament elections. I worked first time, 53 years, hundreds of elections, different kinds of elections, and I was in charge in 10 states. So, and I'm keen observer of elections. So, every election throws some surprises. But today also, it is just halfway through.
But
Still more, because in UP, there are so much close contests.
No, I understand that, and we're still not calling UP for any one side. But Javadekar ji, this is Rahul Shivshankar. Very quick question to you.
Rahul.
From your own state of Maharashtra, sir, there has been a very disappointing, underwhelming result that has come through. How do you see this? Do you believe that perhaps
I will tell you the story in 3 sentences. First, in 2019, BJP and Shiv Sena fought together as alliance.
Yes.
And we won 60% seats, 160 seats out of 288. So we got comfortable majority. But, we got 105, he got 55. And he wanted to be Chief Minister, Thackeray. So Uddhav Thackeray ditched alliance. He won on the posters of Modi and went and joined Congress and NCP. So that was the worst part of Maharashtra politics that has happened. And then what happened? All three put together. We have not broken their parties. Please remember, we have not broken the parties. Shinde and 40 of their MLAs were dissatisfied with those leadership. So they came out and joined us. Ajit Pawar, with him 40 MLAs came out on their own. We cannot bring...
No, but Mr. Javadekar, respectfully, I just want to ask you this, because many people saw the switching of Ajit Pawar as a extremely negative development. He was a tainted leader. The Prime Minister himself had sort of described him as a corrupt politician. Do you think this cynical sort of crossing of ranks from one to the other and welcoming in your own party undermined your own credibility?
He has that opinion. You have every right, and everybody has a right to have his opinion. I don't... I can't say that nobody should have that too. Sure. But the fact remains that we have not broken the parties. They have come here. Up now, at hindsight, you can say anything, but fact remains that now TDP. In 2019, he lost because 2014, I was there in charge and I stitched up the alliance with the High Command's decision. But after that, he won. He then criticized very much and he lost 19 elections without BJP. Now with BJP, he has won again. So this happens. And all will stay with NDA because they are NDA and NDA will be ruling and Modi will be the third time Prime Minister. I think this is the main agenda,
Mr. Javadekar, Sir, Anand here, final question. Congress almost touching 100 seats. Is it a resurgence of the Congress party? You know, the BJP's slogan of Congress Mukt Bharat now seems bunked because they've done nearly 45 seats better than last time.
What? No, we never said Congress Mukt Bharat means opposition Mukt Bharat. No. We said corruption Mukt Bharat, dynasty Mukt Bharat, and one family rule Mukta Bharat. That is the only real thing. It is the ideological war, and you give a phrase to it. So that was Congress Mukta Bharat. But then Kharge said, Bhajapa Mukta BJP South India हो गया. नहीं हुआ. भाजपा कर्नाटक में भी है, आंध्र में भी है, तेलंगाना में भी है, केरल में भी है. तो ऐसा नहीं है. मुक्त नहीं होता ऐसा. पार्टी विचार की लड़ाई.
तमिलनाडु में भी एनडीए, तमिलनाडु में एनडीए है, भाजपा नहीं है अभी तक के लिए.
हाँ तो वो ठीक है ना. BJP means NDA is the BJP because BJP cannot be separated from NDA. We don't. I will tell you one example. Ki there were many offers by other parties, but they wanted to do away with some of our partners. We never said yes. We never said yes.
Right. Prakash Javadekar ji, congratulations on Kerala on getting on the leaderboard. Thank you very much for speaking with us. We've just got a confirmation that Home Minister Amit Shah has also spoken with Chandrababu Naidu, who's underlined that he will continue to be with the NDA. They have been he's been congratulated by the PM and then the HM, and he will be taking oath on the 9th of June as Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh. Chandrababu Naidu back on the hot seat right now. Pradeep Bhandari with us. Pradeep, 1:45 on the clock. By 4 PM, what could change? Or do you think this is how the result is going to be more or less?
Anand here. What I can definitely suggest is that right now the margins, Anand, the margins right now are still very narrow. But the Samajwadi party is at 37 as per election commission, the BJP is at 32. It looks difficult, Anand, that the Bharatiya Janata Party will cross 60 or 65 on its own. And the margin, if this trend continues for the next half an hour, I do not believe that Uttar Pradesh will change massively. And if there is no massive change in Uttar Pradesh, then Anand, then what we can definitely conclude is, rather than Akhilesh Yadav, Anand, it is the Bharatiya Janata Party which did not change its candidates in Uttar Pradesh. If you very well remember that majority of the candidates in Uttar Pradesh were repeated, whereas in Delhi 6 out of 7 candidates were changed. So for the first time in Uttar Pradesh, if this trend continues, the non-Yadav OBC vote, which was with Bharatiya Janata Party since 2014, solidified in 2019-2022, would have splintered, and the BSP vote, which did not move to the Samajwadi Party, even when the Samajwadi Party and BSP had a formal alliance, this time would have moved more to the Samajwadi Party vis-a-vis the BJP. This is for the first time happening in Uttar Pradesh in the last 10 years, if this trend continues, Anand.
True, some phenomenal work, and kudos to Akhilesh Yadav for the work that's happened. As there a lot of introspection to be done with vis-a-vis Uttar Pradesh as far as the BJP is concerned. Many believe one of the key factors for these numbers, if they hold, to manifest is a BJP versus BJP scenario in Uttar Pradesh. Does that put pressure on Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath? Does that put pressure on the Prabharis? Or does that put pressure on those who said that we will not change our candidates? And more importantly, how does it reflect on the Prime Minister himself? Because it was his face all over and it was his guarantee all over on which the BJP and the NDA actually fought this election. We'll
Anand,
talk about all...
Anand, just 10 seconds point.
Yeah.
If I can.
Yeah.
Anand, the majority gain that the Samajwadi Party is doing is from Purvanchal. So that is where the caste is a very, very dominant factor. So clearly, if this trend continues, Uttar Pradesh has been a pure caste-based voting in the entire Purvanchal belt.
Right. So it will be caste that's driven Purvanchal, the first phase and the last phase, big gains. We've got to take a break. We've got to take a break.
Did the whole campaign by the opposition suggest that the Modi government's going to do away with reservations?
Did that actually resonate on ground? Yes. We'll park that question, talk about this when we come back. Stay with us. All right, on the way out, thank you very much. Thank you very much to all our viewers. 4.5 lakh live views. We wanted you to take us past 4 lakhs. You said 4.51 is the viewership, and we are really streaming ahead of the competition. Here's my request. Over the next hour, by the time we come back and do this update at 3 PM, can we take us past 5 lakhs? We're not getting greedy. We'll stop asking you after you take us past 5 lakh concurrent views. Continue to stay with us. Watch this coverage here. The battle for Bharat. 18. Back after a break. Stay with us.
Bandar, the Lalit Vasoya seems to be leading. That, of course, is where Mansukh Mandavia is fighting from. And in Junagadh, also the Congress candidate seems to be leading. So in Saurashtra, the story is not over just yet. Also in Patan, Chandanji Thakur of the Congress seems to be leading. From Mehsana, Ramji Thakur of the Congress leading. Mehsana is where the Prime Minister hails from. Sabarkhanta, which is a reserve seat there.
The other coast, Bengal,
we'll go to the
very tight.
Just as he sets that up, Avantika has got an update from the live result hub. Yes, Avantika.
Yeah, so very quickly, Anand, from Tamil Nadu, DMK is taking a lead, 32 out of 38 so far. AIDMK 2. Very interesting. Tirunelveli is looking very interesting for BJP. This person, Nayanar Nagendran, the candidate, is leading, right?
Yeah. As far as Tamil Nadu is concerned, we have seen, as per the exit poll prediction of DMK is leading in most of the seats, but surprisingly BJP now leading in postal votes. That's very important because in postal votes, most of the government employees are expected to vote in favor of the ruling government, that is DMK. But now even in postal votes, we are seeing BJP is leading, that too with a good margin. That is BJP have got 202 votes, whereas DMK got only 92 votes in post votes. So that's a very good.
Right now, Nayanar Nagendran is leading.
He's leading in Tirunelveli.
Yes, and Congress is gaining momentum in Karnataka. And very quick update, Puducherry, even Congress is doing really well in Puducherry as of now.
All right.
We are still waiting, and what Zaka was saying was right. I just have two, that is Sambit Patra. But let's focus on Assam. We are getting a lead for the NDA, 5 out of 14. Just take us through the numbers quickly.
At this moment, the BJP candidates from Dibrugarh, which is former Assam Chief Minister Sarbaనంద Sonowal, he is leading. From Sonitpur, the the BJP is leading. From Lakhimpur, the BJP is leading.
So how many total for the NDA?
Total 7 for the NDA. Okay. We are still waiting for one result from a constituency called Borpeta, which would make it 8. But at this moment, the big thing is that the Congress is leading in 4 constituencies, which is supposed to be a very good.
All right, quickly. Let me just quickly go to Odisha
Gaurav
also.
Gogoi is actually leading in Jorhat. Odisha update coming through.
Odisha,
Yes, Avantika.
Jaldi.
Yes, Avantika.
Sambit Patra is leading in postal ballot and also in Bhubaneswar Aparajita Sarangi.
Oh, Aparajita Sarangi is
also leading. So both BJP is leading in 2 seats for the time being. And we are getting.
What about Dharmendra Pradhan? What about
Dharmendra Pradhan is also leading in postal ballot. And counting is still going on.
Okay, so it's looking good for the BJP. Anand, we just have information for 3 seats.
Are you getting details anywhere where the EVM countings have also begun? When can we expect round 1 data that is to be consolidated across?
Not yet, but it's just about to begin. I've just gone to all the states and just waiting, just a few minutes
just
now.
Waiting. So round 1 data.
Just going to start then.
Just want to run you through the Bengal numbers. Bengal numbers are coming in thick and fast. In Purulia, the BJP candidate Jyotirmay Singh Mato is leading. Neighbouring constituency of Bankura, the TMC candidate Arup Chakrabarti is leading. In Asansol, I mentioned Shatrughan Sinha is leading. In Bolpur, which used to be Mr. Chatterjee's seat many years ago, Asit Kumar Mal of the TMC is leading. In Bashirhat, Sandesh Khali, Haji Nurul Islam of the TMC is leading. BJP has 1 lead in Malda Uttar, where Khagen Murmu is leading. 1 lead, of course, in Alipur Dwar, where the BJP candidate there, Mr. Thiga, is leading. And in Birbhum, Devtanu Bhattacharya. So 3 leads for the BJP in Bengal. 4
postal ballot lead 17 out of 34. That's the postal ballot number. Yes, Avantika, some big news from the live result hub.
Coming in from West Bengal. बताइए जल्दी.
17 on 17 दोनों बीजेपी और तृणमूल 17 सीटों के दोनों भी एक बराबर की हिस्सा भी नेक चल रहा है. और जो सबसे बड़ी खबर अभी तक आ रहा है कि बसीरहाट संदेशखाली मुद्दा जहाँ से जो पार्लियामेंट्री कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी शुरू हुआ था तो वहाँ पे तृणमूल का जो कैंडिडेट है वो आगे चल रहा है और रेखा पात्रा जो बीजेपी कैंडिडेट वो पीछे चल रही है.
पीछे चल रही है. 17 in Bengal. Thank you for that. 297 for the NDA. Close to 300 already in terms of leads. Postal ballots, EVM data has just started counting at the counting centers, ladies and gentlemen. EVM data along with the postal ballot and the consolidation will start happening over the next 20 minutes to half an hour. By about 9:30, beg your pardon, you would have more of the round 1, round 2 data of the EVMs and some more consolidated leads and more of the leads populating. All 543 should start populating by 9:05, 9:10 a.m. 477 leads so far, 295 to the NDA, 248 for the BJP, 60 for the Congress, 165 for the INDA alliance, 19 to the others. That's the leaderboard right at the top. And of course, the NDA way past the halfway mark in terms of leads on postal ballots. It's already at 294, so 1 seat less. That's where it slipped down. 294 and 168, it's a jostle and tussle that's happening, but clearly in terms of leads it's crossed the halfway mark, the NDA at this point, with just 481 seats that have been declared in terms of leads. 481 seats where the leads have started coming through. We are still saying these are early days. Postal ballots, even the first round of EVM counting has not come in, but the postal ballot numbers are quite sizable, and across constituencies 2024, many believe this is on the cusp of us writing our destiny as a nation, ladies and gentlemen. We are leading, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you very, very much. हमने 3 लाख पार कर दिया. 3,42,000 live views right now.
400 par looks an impossible.
Suku for state and Modi for Delhi.
This is a definite grievance vote now taking shape a little bit.
India Alliance is gaining at the cost of the BJP, no doubt.
Whether for the BJP and the NDA the numbers are going up or not, but for us they are going up. सरकार में व्यूअरशिप हमारी है, इतना मैं कह सकता हूं, but the fact is that we need our viewers to help us a little more. We want it to be 5 lakhs. Last time around in 2019, 9 seats across 8 states were decided by postal ballots. So these numbers cannot be
from
undermined.
Karnataka.
Yeah, more numbers coming through.
Chamarajanagar, Sunil Bose of the Congress is leading. Now in Bangalore rural, DK Suresh seems to have taken a lead. In Kolar as well, where it was a very, very personal battle. Now KV Gautam of the Congress has taken a lead. So some seats for the Congress as far as the southern part of Karnataka is concerned. Let me also quickly just run you through Haryana because we're getting more. Mr. Khattar has now taken the lead back in Karnal seat. BJP leading in the Ambala, Kant seat. But the Aam Aadmi Party, Sushil Gupta leading from Kurukshetra. He's leading against Naveen Jindal. Then you have from the Sonipat seat where Satpal Brahmachari of the Congress is leading. Rohtak, Dipinder Hooda is leading. From Hisar, the BJP candidate is leading, Ranjit Singh. From Mahendragarh, Bhiwani, again the BJP candidate leading, and so they are in Gurgaon as well as in Faridabad. Let me also quickly run you through Rajasthan. From Junjunu, Brijendra Ola of the Congress leading. From Jaipur Rural, Anil Chopra of the Congress leading. From Bharatpur, Sanjana Jatav of the Congress leading. Only 3 to the Congress out of 25 in Rajasthan. All the remaining seats except 1 going to the BJP. From Barmer, and this was again a rebel BJP candidate, Ravindra Singh Bhati, fighting as an independent, was denied a ticket. He is now leading in the seat of Barmer. So clearly lots of interesting. Gujarat, surprisingly, let's take a look at Saurashtra. Jamnagar, the Congress candidate seems to be leading. In Porbandar, the Lalit Vasoya seems to be leading. That, of course, is where Mansukh Mandavia is fighting from. And in Junagadh, also the Congress candidate seems to be leading. So in Saurashtra, the story is not over just yet. Also in Patan, Chandanji Thakur of the Congress seems to be leading. From Mehsana, Ramji Thakur of the Congress leading. Mehsana is where the Prime Minister hails from. Sabarkhanta, which is a reserve seat. There.
The other coast, Bengal,
we'll go to the
very tight.
Just as he sets that up, Avantika has got an update from the live result hub. Yes, Avantika.
Yeah, so very quickly, Anand, from Tamil Nadu, DMK is taking a lead, 32 out of 38 so far, AIDMK 2. Very interesting, Tirunelveli is looking very interesting for BJP. This person, Nayanar Nagendran, the candidate is leading, right?
Yeah, as far as Tamil Nadu is concerned, we have seen, as per the exit poll prediction of DMK is leading in most of the seats, but surprisingly BJP now leading in postal votes. That's very important because in postal votes, most of the government employees are expected to vote in favor of the ruling government, that is DMK, but now even in postal votes, we are seeing BJP is leading, that too with a good margin, that is BJP have got 202 votes, whereas DMK got only 92 votes in post votes. So that's a very good.
Right now, Nayanar Nagendran is leading.
He's leading internally.
Yes, and Congress is gaining momentum in Karnataka. And very quick update, Puducherry, even Congress is doing really well in Puducherry as of now.
All right.
We're still waiting, and what Zaka was saying was right. I just have 2, that is Sambit Patra. But let's focus on Assam. Yeah. We are getting a lead for the NDA, 5 out of 14. Just take us through the numbers quickly.
At this moment, the BJP candidates from Dibrugarh, which is former Assam Chief Minister Sarbaనంద Sonowal, he is leading. From Sonitpur, the the BJP is leading. From Lokhimpur, the BJP is leading.
So how many total for the NDA?
Total 7 for the NDA. Okay. We are still waiting for one result from a constituency called Borpeta, which would make it 8. But at this moment, the big thing is that the Congress is leading in 4 constituencies, which is supposed to be a very good.
All right, quickly. Let me just quickly go to Odisha
Gaurav
also.
Gogoi is actually leading in leading in Jorhat, Odisha. Update coming through. Yes, Avantika. Yes, Avantika.
Samrit Patra is leading in postal ballot and also in Bhubaneswar, Aparajita Sarangi.
Oh, Aparajita Sarangi is
also leading. So both BJP is leading in 2 seats for the time being. And we are getting.
What about Dharmendra Pradhan? What about
Dharmendra Pradhan is also leading in postal ballot, and counting is still going on.
Okay, so it's looking good for the BJP. Anand, we just have information for 3 seats. From
are you getting details anywhere where the EVM countings have also begun? When can we expect round 1 data that is to be consolidated across?
Not yet, but it's just about to begin. I've just gone to all the states and just waiting, just a few minutes
just
now.
Waiting. So round 1 data.
Just going to start there.
Just want to run you through the Bengal numbers. Bengal numbers are coming in thick and fast. In Purulia, the BJP candidate Jyotirmay Singh Mato is leading. Neighbouring constituency of Bankura, the TMC candidate Arup Chakrabarti is leading. In Asansol, I mentioned Shatrughan Sinha is leading. In Bolpur, which used to be Mr. Chatterjee's seat many years ago, Asit Kumar Mal of the TMC is leading. In Bashirhat, Sandesh Khali, Haji Nurul Islam of the TMC is leading. BJP has 1 lead in Malda Uttar, where Khagen Murmu is leading.
Begins.
On the day that counts, CNN News 18 was way ahead of competition.
We have the first numbers coming in from Tumkur, Mysuru, Dakshina Kannada, BJP taking a lead.
Others tried to keep pace, but were no match. Elections equals CNN News 18.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks a lot for staying with your election hub, CNN News 18. I'm Shivani Gupta joining you from our studios. And what a morning and an afternoon it has been. Nobody literally saw this coming. Certainly none of the exit pollsters, because the trend that has now come as far as the numbers are concerned at 2 p.m. this afternoon is not what anyone saw. Barring, of course, the best of the most optimistic supporters of the India Alliance. The big numbers are flashing on the top of your screen. 290 for the NDA right now. They've been hovering around the 290-300 mark. 233 for the India Alliance. Who would have thought? 100 plus for the INC, Congress alone. Who would have thought? And they're certainly going to have a spring in their step if these numbers are going to hold on. The only caveat I will add at this stage is there are a lot of seats. At least about 50 seats where the margin is 5K, about 200 seats where the margin is 10K or less. In Uttar Pradesh alone, which I'm going to show you on my magic wall very soon, of why this is the story of the 2024 general elections. In Uttar Pradesh alone, there are 10 seats almost where the margin is less than 10K. All right, speaking of Uttar Pradesh, this is of course first up the national picture on our magic wall. The sea of saffron that you saw in 2019, mind you, is no longer the case. In fact, I want to show you the picture. So this is 2019. You see this on your screen, 2019. You see virtually apart from this eastern belt and southern India, it's virtually a sea of orange. And as I now change this to 2024, you can just visualize that this is no longer a sea of saffron. All of this, Maharashtra, you've got, of course, BJP doing well in Andhra Pradesh. In Telangana, Congress has bounced back. Even in some states in Chhattisgarh, Rajasthan, their Karnataka, they have gained. Of course, Maharashtra, they seem to have gained a lot. So I'm going to focus a little bit on the areas where the BJP has declined, mostly or majorly, and the areas where they have managed to pick up, because they're still, of course, touching almost 300. The big question will be if BJP will get 272 on its own. So first one, of course, I have to talk about Uttar Pradesh. This is Uttar Pradesh. This is not looking like what anybody saw coming, except, of course, the Samajwadi party was insisting quietly behind the scenes that they are confident of about 30 to 35, which is why the India Alliance came out with a number of 295, remember.
2 days ago. Again, I want to do the same thing. Just visualize what has happened in 5 years. This is 2019 Uttar Pradesh. Yes, BSP won 10 seats. There were about 1 for the Congress, a few for the Samajwadi party, but it was virtually a sweep still for the BJP, and this was less than 2014 for them. Now visualize this as this map changes. Look at the pockets of green now, particularly in eastern Uttar Pradesh. The pockets of green. This is still actually a lot of the seats that the BSP won last time around, they've gone to the SP. Last time around, the contention was that BSP gained because of SP, not so much the SP because of BSP, and that gains have come back to the Samajwadi party. But look at these regions everywhere, western Uttar Pradesh, southern Uttar Pradesh, eastern Uttar Pradesh majorly, the BJP has gained. This is a loss. This is a gain of 37 for the India Alliance, and the Samajwadi party is turning out to be the star for them. It's going to be a big party in the parliament. And of course, minus 28 for the NDA. Nobody really saw this coming. The other big is, let me show you Karnataka. Karnataka, 8-seat loss for the NDA. It's not as good as pollsters said it would be for the BJP. They've managed to lead on 18. Most of these results have also come out. But the trend tells you the Congress has gained. Maybe not so surprising because the Congress won the recent state elections there. Let's also look at West Bengal. Now look at West Bengal. West Bengal, a loss of 7 seats for the BJP. They were hoping to increase from the 18 last time around, but actually they've gone down from the 18 last time around. Again, I want to do the same thing. Visualize the map from 2019 to 2018. 2019, BJP swept Upper Bengal and Western Bengal plus pockets of the border area with Bangladesh. As we get into 2024 leads, this is now majorly TMC, the green. Yes, BJP has retained some, not all in Northern Bengal. They've lost what they won in Western Bengal. Couple of seats in that border area, Matua community, they have managed to retain, I think, but not all. So these are the areas where they're losing predominantly. Rajasthan, they've lost 10 seats as it stands in Rajasthan alone. It was supposed to be tricky for them, but nobody saw this coming. And look at Haryana. Haryana is even Stevens at 5 all. Loss of 5 seats for the BJP. So this is the kind of area where they have lost predominantly. Of course, there are areas where they have also gained. And I'm going to come to those areas in just a bit. Let me quickly show you Bihar as well. Because Bihar is where the NDA had done well. They had swept 39 of the 40 seats, minus 6 this time around. I've got my colleague. We've got some breaking updates now coming in. NCP Sharad Pawar sources are telling us that Sharad Pawar, the patriarch of the NCP, and of course the Chanakya on the other side of the political divide, he has dialed Nitish Kumar. That is what we're getting to know. He has dialed Nitish Kumar, has spoken to him. You know, this is where Sharad Pawar is going to come in very handy for the India Alliance. He is known to be able to manage pushes and pulls that maybe not many can manage, and given the numbers that have come in as far as the NCP and the India Alliance is concerned, certainly this is going to give them fillip. But JDU plus TDP, both sources have told us that they are not going anywhere. These are the NDA alliance that are going to be targeted. Both were estranged at one point of time, but they are not estranged anymore. Let's get you the big takeaways as far as the general elections 2024 are concerned. The big takeaways as the numbers stand this afternoon. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to need allies for his third term. As it stands, the BJP is not clear majority and they will need to take their allies along. Of course, the BJP says we've always done that, but the criticism against them is that they haven't. Anti-incumbency clearly hurting the ruling BJP. Their allies have done okay. They've not really pulled down the BJP as was the suspicion. It's the BJP that has lost its share as well. Big Uttar Pradesh fall for them. We showed you on the magic wall how the numbers have come down for them, but not nobody really saw as bad a situation in Uttar Pradesh. Some tight seats still remain, but certainly a big setback for them. They wanted to improve from 2019. They've lost a major chunk in Uttar Pradesh. BJP's losses are also coming from Dalit strong constituencies. They've lost a chunk of the Dalit vote share. Is that because of the reservation, caste census narrative of the opposition mounted by Rahul Gandhi is the big question. Big boost for the India alliance, of course, at the number that is crossing 200. They have surpassed even their best friends, expectations. Congress has doubled its seat share. Congress alone is crossing a 3-figure mark, which is a big gain for them. Again, not many saw this coming. Akhilesh has emerged as the alliance's superstar. We showed you the UP scenario. He is really the one that has propelled both the alliance's fight in Uttar Pradesh, which is the key state leading to Delhi, and of course overall in the India alliance numbers by about 30 plus. Mamata Banerjee, still Bengal's lady number 1, leading lady, and she has held on despite the fact that virtually everyone felt that the BJP will either hold on or improve from their 2019 number. The Jod Tod in Maharashtra seems to have boomeranged. The Prime Minister himself had talked about the sympathy factor, but it seems the sympathy factor has gone to the other side. Now, jobs, rural distress have been talked about. The expectation was that they're not going to hurt the BJP as much, but it has hurt as far as the verdict is concerned. And Odisha, we will talk a little bit about the state results in Odisha and Andhra Pradesh too. But Odisha win for the BJP, displacing the BJD and emerging as the single largest party in majority is the only solace really for them today. This is soothing their heartland slump. Dinesh Gundu Rao, Minister of Health and Family Affairs, Karnataka government is joining us. Dinesh Gundu Rao, let me come to you first as Tohin Sinha, Matthew Antony, Ram Pratap Singh of the Samajwadi Party, Abhijit Majumdar all with us. Also my colleague Christine Walia with me in the studio. But Dinesh Gundu Rao, this is better than what you expected, or are you still expecting more?
No, I don't think I will say it's better than what we expected. It's much better than what the exit poll predicted. That prediction has gone totally awry now. But I think we were expecting a little bit more seats. Even in Karnataka, we were expecting a little bit more seats. And I think, the number of seats that we've got in some other states has been a little bit, I think we've fallen short. So I would not say that this is met our expectations, but I think this election has been a defining election because we were not just fighting a political party, we were fighting the entire establishment, including the institutions, including the media, which was one-sided, and it was a battle where we had to go all out. And if you look at it from that angle, the BJP not getting a majority is and falling way short of majority. Let's wait for the final numbers.
Yeah.
But I think this is going to be good for India, good for India's democracy.
You say that this is not better than what we expected. I just have a counter question to that before I toss over to Christine as well. Why is it that you didn't expect more? After the numbers you got in Karnataka State Assembly, this was the state where the Congress was expected to do well. So why are you in any way surprised?
Exactly. No, exactly. We were expecting better results than this. Even in Karnataka, we were expecting at least 14 seats. So we are falling few seats short. So whatever it may be, I think let's wait for the final numbers. But I think this election will curtail the arrogance and the totalitarian approach of the Bharatiya Janata Party and the Prime Minister Modi. Mr. Modi himself is struggling to win his own election. And Uttar Pradesh, where in fact, this is in a way, I think, Lord Ram telling the entire nation that follow the principles of Dharma. And this is an election where I think the blessings of Ram has been there to save the nation from a dictator and someone who would have usurped all powers and would have been really the death knell of India's democracy if BJP had come back to power in a brutal majority, like what the exit poll predicted. So in that sense, I would say this is good for India. And I think Congress, all of you people have been writing off the Congress, we've been writing off the opposition parties, and we had an uphill battle on our hands. We had the CBI, IT, ED, media, all fighting against us.
Okay,
and
Mr.
this is a victory, I think, ultimately,
since about
in
a
that
month's
sense,
time,
for the founding principles of the nation.
Since about a month's time, you've been saying the Congress is comfortably positioned in Karnataka. Now, given the numbers that are coming in, and in comparison to 2019, for example, the NDA with 18 and Congress with 10, it most certainly is a jump again for the Congress. But as for the other takeaways are concerned, what's your biggest talking point? What do you project for the INDA bloc? We're putting out the numbers, but remember, it all goes down to the last vote, really.
See, I think what has happened in the last 10 years, there's a big division that has been taking place in this country, which has been created by the establishment, by the central government and the political party BJP. They were building walls between communities, between societies, and they were creating a nation, India versus Bharat. Now, I think this election is not India versus Bharat. India is Bharat and Bharat is India. We are all together in this. So do not, I think, in the next government, whoever forms, I think this message is loud and clear that take everybody along. We need work on the ground. We need jobs. We need our economy to improve. We don't want the rich and the super rich to enjoy at the cost of the poor people. Okay. If you look at the results, I think rural India has spoken in a loud voice. More than urban India. Rural India has realized the distress India is going through. Okay. Rural India has understood
we'll look
that
at those numbers. I want when that
so
statement
if you look at the numbers, I think I would say hats off to the rural voters.
Sure.
The voters who
we'll break that down on our magic wall as well.
Less poor, less rich.
Gundu Rao, you said whoever forms the next government. You said whoever forms the next government, is the Congress hopeful that it can form the next government, or the Congress-led India alliance can form the next government still?
Yeah, so let's wait for the final number. No, once the wins are completed, we'll never know what happens, how many seats things can change. Right now, I'm being optimistic, but one never knows in politics, right? So let's wait for the final numbers. But the message is clear. India needs peace. India needs harmony. And India has rejected the authoritarian regime of Narendra Modi.
Can I ask you a final question? Can I ask you a final question? DK Suresh not doing very well from Bangalore South. He is the brother of DK Shiv Kumar. What does that mean for the Congress party internally?
See, in Karnataka, in the old Mysore region, the alliance of JDS and BJP coming together has helped the BJP and helped JDS. So, you know, this alliance, if this alliance had not been there, definitely this would have been a much different result. So, that has been helpful for the BJP in tying up with JDS. So, DK Suresh losing is something that we didn't expect because he's a hard worker and a good organizer and everything. But politics, you know, certain things happen due to certain reasons. And we have to accept it, and even DK Suresh also has magnanimously accepted it. Okay. And we will continue to work for the people and for the state.
All right, we've got the other big updates coming in. There's the big update on Amethi. Amethi is the big shocker. We expected maybe not so much of a shocker from Rai Bareli, but we didn't expect it from Amethi either. I want to go across. Gundu Rao, thanks a lot for joining us. Many congratulations. We'll look at how things eventually fall as far as the very last seat is concerned. Abhijit, I want to come to you on Uttar Pradesh. We were discussing the big story, but look at Amethi. Did you see that coming at all?
Yes, sir. No, I don't think many of us saw that coming at all. Overall, UP results will be very, very disappointing for the BJP. But Shivani, this has been more of a regional central election. You know, if you look at the trend across the country, you know, MP, for instance, BJP has swept. Delhi, all the seats are with BJP. Now, UP, Maharashtra and Bengal, three largest states, BJP has ceded a fair bit of ground in all these. I mean, shocking setbacks in UP and Maharashtra. In Bengal, they were hoping to do better. They have done much worse. So, obviously, there are factors local to those states that are at work. I don't think there is a overall trend here. The trend is probably that the regional leaders, regional parties have risen again.
Okay. Before we talk about the other talking points that we're picking up from, let's say, an Odisha or a West Bengal or Rajasthan for that matter, which is seeing a very interesting fight. What do you think really worked out for the Samajwadi Party? Is it, the caste calculations that the Samajwadi Party went ahead with? Many say the focus was not as much on the MY factor as it was on the PDA.
I think, this election has seen the comeback of the Muslim vote.
Okay.
The relevance of the Muslim vote. Muslims, it seems, have voted strategically, determinedly, and that has been a big factor in UP, especially helping the Samajwadi Party and eventually, of course, the larger India Alliance. That is one. The Dalit vote, which has completely vanished from behind Mayawati, probably is another very big factor. And it has probably gone to the India Alliance instead of the BJP. So that could be another, solid setback for the UP, for the BJP in Uttar Pradesh. These two seem right now to be the main prominent factors. There has been a fair bit of delivery under the Modi government, but one has to probably realize that the hype around that still did not match up to reality on the ground.
Okay.
Probably. Or maybe the voters are expecting more.
Ram Pratap Singh of the Samajwadi Party is actually with us. Mr. Singh, aapko meri awaaz aa rahi hogi. The numbers are extremely encouraging for the Samajwadi Party. I would say not just encouraging, they are actually great for the Samajwadi Party. Last assembly elections, Samajwadi Party had fought alone and kind of grown or bounced back a little bit against the resurgent BJP. This time around, not many gave you this big a chance. Your thoughts on the verdict and what this means for the India Alliance?
Thank you. It's been a very big day for the Indian democracy and the constitution. And I would like to take you back to about 2 months ago when Samajwadi Party launched their manifesto. And our manifesto talked about how this election was all about saving the constitution, how constitution and its basic tenets were possibly under stress. And that was one of the major issues that we went for the elections. And the second big issue that we talked about was unemployment, and rampant unemployment through several remote districts of Uttar Pradesh is a real issue on the ground, and we also highlighted the fact that the BJP had lost touch with the realities on the ground. And if you look at their campaign and their rhetoric, how negative it was. So all these factors put together, I think the electorate realized that we have to give an opportunity to in an election and make people win who would fight for their issues, who stand for their issues. And that's what's led to a shift, a tectonic shift, I would say here, in the Dalit vote bank, in the backwards, reconsolidating with Samajwadi and the India Bloc. And of course, there is one very significant shift that has happened, that the youth in the employable range of 18 to 30, which was blindly supporting BJP in last several elections on issues which were not real, which was related to Hindutva, which were related to temple, etc. There, once the detailed analysis comes out, you will realize that there has been a big shift towards the India Alliance, where they are now looking from us as some real solutions, UP being such a large state and a very young state at that. So possibly the impact of unemployment is being felt hugely here. And then add to that the agrarian distress, which
Mr.
did not end with the
do you actually believe it was more about the local issues, about unemployment, the Agniveer scheme, so on and so forth, as the Samajwadi Party is very well trying to project as well? Or was it about a very calculated, strategic move on part of the Samajwadi Party to get the caste equations right? And I keep reiterating that, Shivani, because look at the choices made by the Samajwadi Party. 15 Dalit candidates fielded, 27 other OBCs and 4 Muslims. Abhijit was pointing out about the Muslim vote really, but I think it's gone much beyond that this time around.
No, so they've obviously played the caste rhetoric very, very well, and that is where I remember when the first constitution will be changed narrative was started. It was the likes of the deputy chief ministers in Uttar Pradesh, it was the likes of Yogi Adityanath himself who came out and gave sound bites to say that, listen, this is not what is going to happen. We've got Anil Antony and Tuhin Sinha also joining us. Tuhin, why don't I give you a word before I go across to the Congress's representative as well. This is not what, you know, forget the 400 par rhetoric. This is not what the BJP saw coming. Let's face it. This is not the kind of mandate you thought you would get in the third term for Narendra Modi. Currently, the BJP is not touching the majority mark alone.
This is to me, Shivani, or this is to Tuhin?
Tuhin. Matthew, I'm coming to you next. Just wait.
Exit poll.
Yeah.
If you look at the exit poll estimates and our own, figures which we had thought, there seems to be a disparity. But like I said, a World Cup win is a World Cup win, whether you win by 5 runs or whether you win by 100 runs. There are I'm told, about 70 to 75 seats where the leads, the margin of the leads is very less. So I still believe we will be 260 plus. I think we need to wait for a couple of hours. More importantly, I also feel that this has been a unique elections. There have been states which have voted on national issues, and then there seems to be states where local issues seems to have taken center stage. But for the positive, on the positive side, BJP has won. Andhra Pradesh, BJP has won. Odisha, we are going to form governments in both the states. Odisha, in fact, has been a clean sweep for the BJP. We continue to keep we continue to be in a very strong position in Madhya Pradesh, in Gujarat, and in several other states. So I think, I don't think there is much to worry. The mandate is very clearly for a BJP-led NDA government at the center.
You're talking about Odisha, you're talking about the gains made by the Bharatiya Janata Party, and that has to be given to the BJP. But what about seats like Amethi? What about developments like Sharad Pawar, for example, now dialing Nitish Kumar? Is that not trouble for the Bharatiya Janata Party? Do you not sense all is not well there?
Well, for the last 3 decades, that's all that Sharad Pawar has been doing, dialing up people after elections. So I think, the fringe players do that. But I don't think that would impact the existing coalition. The existing coalition is based on very strong factors, and we are all set to form a government in the Andhra Pradesh. So I don't think there is going to be any change. At 300 plus or 310 plus is a strong figure to form a stable and a strong government for the next 5 years.
Tuhin, you're calling it fringe. If I may just come in with the data so far that we've managed to access, given the leads that have come in so far. In 2019 in Maharashtra, BJP won 23 and the undivided Shiv Sena bagged about 18, which meant 41 for the NDA. Cut to today, the BJP has 11 and Shinde Sena, for example, in this case, only has 6. Ajit Pawar, NCP, 1. So you're talking about Sharad Pawar as a fringe leader, but that's not what the numbers suggest. The Mahavikas Aghadi is quite comfortable in Maharashtra.
So far as the numbers are concerned, obviously, we will get back to the drawing board. We will get back to introspecting on what really did not shape up the way, because in Maharashtra we were very clear that BJP per se would not be suffering any losses. Yes, there has been a realignment of forces 2 to 3 times in the last 5 years, but that was not our doing. The 2019 assembly elections were very clearly for Prime Minister Modi-led BJP coalition in Maharashtra, but it was, the other side which went back on the coalition. So, the realignments seem to have had a toll, it seemed to have caused some amount of confusion in the minds of the people, but that's a call that's something which we will get down to by evening once all the figures are there, once all the results are out.
Okay, Matthew Antony, for the Congress party, touching 3 figures for the India alliance to be roughly around 220, 230. Give me your sense of what it means as far as the opposition in the country and the India alliance is concerned. And also added to that, are you hopeful of maybe doing what the BJP is generally known for, get a few people on your side post-verdict and see where things go?
Shivani, it's a good day for us as far as we are till now. However, we need to wait till the evening for us to have the final numbers in place. I've been maintaining this in your show from the very beginning for the last 4-5 months that we will be making our numbers for this election because the people of India have called out on the unemployment, people of India have called out the government on the price rises and also the lies which has been played on them all these years by the Modi government. This is significant loss for the Modi guarantee which has been played across because BJP on themselves is not making the 272 mark. They are well short from the majority on their own. Now, we all know how BJP was arrogant towards their NDA coalition partners in the last 10 years' time. And we all know that how Congress is one of the best alliance partner managers when it comes to UPA 1 and 2. So there are a few more hours to see, and we don't want to do the BJP of blackmailing and all of the things like that. However, we are of the view that we have been one of the best managers of the coalition partners in the country's political history. And there can be possibilities in politics. Nothing can be ruled out till the time something is formed, something is shaped up and something is
But is there a
officially
plan
declared.
in place, if I may ask, given the figures that we have so far, about 9,900, which is a double in itself for the Congress party from 2019. The figures for the Bharatiya Janata Party, if we just talk about the BJP, so far have not been able to cross the magic number, the halfway mark. And if we just talk about the alliance, remember, we're already seeing a lot of phone calls being dialed left, right and center. So is there a plan in place on part of the Congress?
There will be a plan and there is a plan, but what is the point in me talking the plan out in the public till the time it works out into a shape? So if you look into the 2004 and 2009 elections vote share, Congress was around at 26.5 and 27%, and we have formed the government with the coalition partners. So right now also we are somewhere closer to that one or slightly more than that when compared to the vote shares. And you look at the India Alliance and the NDA put together, the vote share is not more than 2% difference between the two major fronts. So let us wait till the evening or maybe a day, we can see something unfolding in the political front in India.
I sense, Abhijit, that the Congress is still being extremely cautious as far as the numbers are concerned. For the last 2-3 hours, you're not really seeing them celebrate the numbers. They're being very cautious. I think they really do want to wait and see whether it will stick around to the 30 mark or whether it will go down to 200. Even 200 would be a great I think, achievement for them because not many gave them 200 as the alliance. But there's a sense of caution. Matthew, I hope I have not got that wrong because I've heard a few Congress spokespersons now since I think about 11 a.m. and everybody saying, okay, let's wait for the numbers, let's wait for the numbers.
The thing is, this is, I would say that we respect the people's mandate. We don't call them as a cricket match. Because,
yeah, but can I just say, mandate. I'm sorry I'm interrupting you again.
We respect you've it made two statements. And we will see.
No, you've made two statements that we've always done coalition dharma better. I'm not so sure because some of your coalition partners have not been very happy even in this experiment of the India Alliance. Right? Mamata Banerjee is the prime example. Also, some of the alliances that were with the Congress or with the opposition, the likes of RLD, the likes of SPSP, in Uttar Pradesh alone have switched to the BJP. You've obviously got TDP coming back to the BJP and things like that. So, we'll wait on that. But the other thing you're saying is that, we're going to wait for the numbers and we respect the people's mandate. Can I remind you, before the verdict came and after the exit polls came, it was Congress leaders who were asking questions of the EVMs. Maybe you jumped the gun on that.
No, we will definitely ask the questions on the EVM. You have seen our senior leader in Chhattisgarh calling out the 17C disparities on the 17C forms as well as on the EVM machines. So we definitely will ask questions whenever it has to be asked. And we definitely called out the exit polls void or the emptiness of the exit polls or the artificiality of the exit polls. You see the difference between the exit polls and what has come out actually. So the people has voted against the Modi government. The Modi guarantee has failed to a large extent because the vote share percentage, if you overall look into the NDA vote share and the India vote share, it is not more than 2%.
Okay.
The seats are giving the differences, but the vote shares are not very vast. It's too thin in terms of a large country like that of ours. It's too thin. So we should say that our campaign has worked, our narrative has worked, whereas BJP didn't have a narrative. They were just going on the name of Modi, which has failed. And look at the number of seats which has gone down with the BJP themselves. And look at the seats where we have gained also. So we are talking about facts. We are not talking about things in the air. We are just talking about facts, but we are very cautious that we are waiting for the elections' final numbers to materialize. And then politics is always something which can create opportunities, which will come out with opportunities at the right time. So let's wait and watch.
Okay, Matthew, you're saying that's, the reason why there's a sense of calm in the Congress camp and you're going to wait a little bit longer. But so is the BJP. Tuhin, isn't the BJP also waiting for, 4 p.m., 5 p.m. to really come out and say, yeah, this is what we're going to settle with and we're going to take this forward from here?
There is a difference in our attitude vis-a-vis the Congress party. The Congress party, their attitude is quite amusing. They still seem to be suggesting that if the final number is not to their liking, they will go ahead and question the EVM. On the contrary, the BJP has always had explicit faith in institutions, in the Election Commission. So I think there is a huge difference. And like I said, our total number as a standalone number of BJP is still ahead than the number of India Alliance, 20-party India Alliance put together. So the mandate is very clearly for a BJP-led NDA government.
Mandate.
I don't think anybody should have any doubt over that.
No, there is a doubt over that. This is not a thumping majority win and stamp of approval on the BJP. Tuhin, could you get me? Okay, I think we're facing some trouble. Okay, Abhijit, I want to ask you, what is your sense? Do you think this could be trouble as far as government formation is concerned? As it stands, 290 NDA, 235 for the India Alliance. Could some of their partners desert them, switch sides, maybe, maybe act up a little bit and things like that?
See, first of all, this is a tectonic change in Indian polity. We will most probably be seeing Narendra Modi in a coalition. That
an
itself is big.
Where they're not in majority.
In terms of vote share, BJP has actually, improved its vote share by about 1% or slightly more. Congress has improved its vote share by almost 4.5% from a smaller base, of course. But Congress's alliance partners have actually performed spectacularly. That is something that, one has to see. I mean, if you look at TMC, if you look at Samajwadi Party, if you look at DMK.
They are the stars of it. But on West Bengal, since you follow West Bengal very closely, your takeaway of why this has happened, because everybody was, very buoyant about the BJP doing very well. Also, what does this mean as far as state politics is concerned? Will Mamata Banerjee get the hint from this election that, it's better for me to be solo?
No, Mamata anyway has been going solo in the state. But the thing is, in West Bengal, there are so many factors. One still wonders whether the BJP actually understands West Bengal well. First of all, even now, much of its campaigning is Hindi-led, which BJP has to sort of look at. Women vote. Mamata, all said and done, Sandeshkhali, it seems that the women of Bengal have, chosen to sort of not vote for, against the horrors of Sandeshkhali, but for Lakshmi Bhandar, which is, 500 rupees, 1,000 rupees a month. So that is also a big winner for Mamata Banerjee.
But what explains this kind of a decline from 18 seats in 2019 to I think 11, if I'm not wrong, in 2024, given the host of issues that the BJP has rigged and also keeping in mind their vote share in 2019?
See, again, BJP has been making this whole thing of mistake of getting people from TMC. BJP has to have a hard look at the state leadership. Getting somebody to lead the party who is actually tainted in some of the scams that TMC is accused of, that itself is a problem. Mamata still, commands a lot more, popular appeal and respect on the ground than the BJP leadership. If I'm right, even the BJP state unit president is trailing. Shukanta Majumdar is trailing. So, one has to understand that Mamata starts anyway at 30% votes, which is the minority vote. So, in the demography itself.
So, we've got numbers which are about 31 for the TMC, about 10. So they've lost about 8 from last time around. But do you get a sense that the entire vote share got consolidated behind the TMC? Abhijit, their vote share is 46%. I'm going by the Election Commission website right now.
Right.
46%, BJP at 38.
Right.
But you look at the CPI, CPM is about 6%. And INC is about 4.5%.
Yeah.
So, of course,
I think the left share has been more or less the same.
Their vote share had collapsed in the state elections.
But there is one more very important factor, Shivani, which is the fear factor in the West Bengal voter. What happened before and after 2021 assembly elections was there for everybody to see the kind of absolutely brutal, violent retribution.
But wasn't it better this time around in West Bengal?
No, it was better, but just look at Bashirat, the constituency under which Sandesh Khali falls. Who does Mamata go ahead and field from there? Haji Nurul Islam, who was who was at the forefront of the Diganga riots. So the voters there will,
they have to live there.
They will have to live there.
So you're saying they're worried about the retribution.
Exactly, they have got no confidence that the party or the center will do something to actually save their lives, dignity.
You talked about Shakuntala Majumdar. I'm just looking at the Election Commission website right now, Christine, and he's kind of leading, but the lead is very slim. So this is going to be one of those tight results from West Bengal, but he was trailing for quite some time from Balurghat as well.
Okay. Now, Tuhin, interestingly, since we're talking about the BJP and its strategy in West Bengal, there's a lot that BJP also has to think about, and isn't it? 2024 Lok Sabha elections in Bengal for the Bharatiya Janata Party was supposed to be another turning point after 2019, and clearly that's not happened.
Well, clearly the results today are, very disappointing. But I would say there is more to it than meets the eye. In the final phase of elections on last Saturday, which took place in the urban constituencies around Kolkata, you have seen the kind of violence that was unleashed by TMC cadres. There is a lot of violence which gets unleashed in the rural areas, much of which does not even get reported. So the kind of fear, psychosis that our workers have been living in for a very long time, I think that also had a role to play. Having said that, like I said, the BJP is a party that works 24/7. So by evening, once we have all the data with us, a comprehensive introspection on what went wrong would take place. But clearly, we were expecting 20 plus seats. The organization has been consistently growing, and Mamata Banerjee's two very indicting experiences with the High Court in the last 1 month. One where her involvement with the teachers scam was called out, and second, the OBC theft, reservation theft, which the TMC government had been carrying out since 2011. We had clearly anticipated that those would have an impact on the elections. Why they did not have the impact that they were supposed to have is something we will, kind of figure out in the days to come.
Okay, so anticipating that there is a strategy that the Congress has in place, that the INDA bloc has in place, Matthew, even the fact that Mamata Banerjee has emerged a formidable force in West Bengal once again, she's proven the BJP wrong, isn't that going to be a little bit of a challenge to the rest of the INDA, given that she's come out to say, no, I'm not going to fight with the Congress party in West Bengal. She's also come out to make it very clear that she's going to extend outside support to the INDA alliance if it comes to power. This, if the INDA has a strategy in place, given the numbers that are coming up right now.
See, we have always maintained that we have an inclusive mindset by spirits as well as in practice. Not like the BJP, which says, inclusiveness, and then they practice just the opposite of that. So we have maintained all across from the beginning till the time now that TMC is very much as a part of us in terms of the alliance. We will be talking to them. The alliance partners will be talking to them. And as I said, that it is Congress which has got the best expertise in managing diverse coalition partners. When Shivani earlier spoke about Congress alliance partners moving out of Congress, These guys have moved out before, and they have come back also. So there are certain people who likes to jump, as well as the political opportunities shapes up for them. We can't do much about it, but Congress has been pretty good in managing the coalition partners with mutual respect rather than pressurizing them with ED, CBI and all other things like that. So
I think
we
you're
will
referring
see
to
how
Nitish
exactly
Kumar.
this will.
Are you expecting him to jump again?
Yeah. So we will see how exactly things will unfold. And we have shown, Congress has shown in the India Alliance formation about sacrificing a number of seats where we could have contested by ourselves. Whereas, we accepted including parties like AAP where we have significant differences with, in order to have a common goal of getting the polarization, the party which is polarizing this country, as well as,
that will give you, I think, Matthew, that
rule which BJP was trying to.
I think that you have a point in. The Congress did do, it may have been painstaking, it may have been prolonged, but eventually the seat sharing did happen. In Maharashtra also, it was a painful process. But eventually it did happen, and the Congress, which had the tendency or was criticized of being the big brother, eventually did let a lot of its alliance partners have the share that they wanted, and they've reaped rewards for the India alliance.
But Shivani, again, players like Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, for example, are going to continue spelling some sort of trouble for this alliance. So all may be well when it comes to Mallikarjun Kharge and Mamata Banerjee for that matter, but not when it comes to Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary.
Actually, interesting you mention Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary. I should look at what he's doing as far as his constituency is concerned.
Should be comfortable
he's,
for him.
No, he's trailing.
I would like to
he's
add
trailing.
one point
He's
to
been
that,
trailing for most of the morning and most of the
sure.
afternoon. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary has been trailing. Yusuf Pathan, Behrampur, TMC leading, and the complaint that Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary would have is that nobody supported me.
So that's
nobody from the Congress party
came.
Nobody from the Congress party came and campaigned for me. But anyways, we'll talk about those granular things in just a bit. Matthew, I'll give you 10-20 seconds to finish. I want to go across to our Samajwadi party representative again.
I am saying, that with respect to the coalition dharma, we have the things to pride, that we respect our coalition partners rather than backstabbing and splitting them, just like how they did in Maharashtra. They split the two regional parties, which has its origin from Maharashtra, and the results are proving it right for them in terms of how the people.
Okay. Okay.
You missed me? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. No, we got you. We heard you fully. And Ram Pratap Singh, I want to give you the final, or at least before we slip into a break, I want to give you another word in. Just give me a sense of where does the Samajwadi party see itself as far as national politics is concerned. You've got a bumper crop of almost 30 plus MPs now going into the next parliament. What role do you see for yourself nationally and particularly as far as the India Alliance is concerned?
Thank you. So at Samajwadi Party, we would definitely be playing a very constructive role in the India Alliance. And if India Alliance does get an opportunity to form the government, then of course we would have a very positive role in policy making and seeing that, because we have come back with this mandate because the people of Uttar Pradesh want change. People of Uttar Pradesh want jobs. People of Uttar Pradesh want liberation from divisive politics. So we have to stand up to all that, and we will continue to do so as we go along with the India Alliance.
Okay. I request all of you to stay with us. We're going to slip into a very short break. Remember, more and more of the seats are getting declared. We'll also try and get you a sense of where some of the VVIP or VIP seats, or whichever way you want to say, the hot seats are swaying. So stay with us. We'll be back in just a bit.
In Alipurdwar, where the BJP candidate there, Mr. Thiga, is leading, and in Birbhum, Devtanu Bhattacharya. So 3 leads for the BJP in Bengal. 4
postal ballot lead 17 out of 34. That's the postal ballot number. Yes, Avantika, some big news from the live
big
result
news
hub.
coming in from West Bengal. बताइए जल्दी.
17 और 17 दोनों बीजेपी और तृणमूल 17 सीटों के दोनों भी एक बराबर की हिस्सा भी नेक एंड नेक चल रहा है. और जो सबसे बड़ी खबर अभी तक आ रहा है कि बसीरहाट संदेशखाली मुद्दा जहाँ से जो पार्लियामेंट्री कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी शुरू हुआ था, तो वहाँ पे तृणमूल का जो कैंडिडेट है वो आगे चल रहा है और रेखा पात्रा जो बीजेपी कैंडिडेट वो पीछे चल रही है।
पीछे चल रही है। 17-17 in Bengal. Thank you for that. 297 for the NDA. Close to 300 already in terms of leads. Postal ballots, EVM data has just started counting at the counting centers, ladies and gentlemen. EVM data along with the postal ballot and the consolidation will start happening over the next 20 minutes to half an hour. By about 9:30, beg your pardon, you would have more of the round 1, round 2 data of the EVMs and some more consolidated leads and more of the leads populating. All 543 should start populating by 9:05, 9:10 a.m. 477 leads so far, 295 to the NDA, 248 for the BJP, 60 for the Congress, 165 for the INDA alliance, 19 to the others. That's the leaderboard right at the top. And of course, the NDA way past the halfway mark in terms of leads on postal ballots. It's already at 294, so 1 seat less. That's where it slipped down. 294 and 168, it's a jostle and tussle that's happening. But clearly, in terms of leads, it's crossed the halfway mark, the NDA at this point, with just 481 seats that have been declared in terms of leads. 481 seats where the leads have started coming through. We are still saying these are early days. Postal ballots, even the first round of EVM counting has not come in, but the postal ballot numbers are quite sizable. And across constituencies, like the last time around in 2019, 9 seats across 8 states were decided by postal ballots. So these numbers cannot be
from
undermined.
Karnataka.
Yeah, more numbers coming through.
Chamarajanagar, Sunil Bose of the Congress is leading. Now in Bangalore rural, DK Suresh seems to have taken a lead. In Kolar as well, where it was a very, very personal battle. Now KV Gautam of the Congress has taken a lead. So some seats for the Congress as far as the southern part of Karnataka is concerned. Let me also quickly just run you through Haryana because we're getting more. Mr. Khattar has now taken the lead back in Karnal seat. BJP leading in the Ambala, Kant seat. But the Aam Aadmi Party, Sushil Gupta leading from Kurukshetra. He's leading against Naveen Jindal. Then you have from the Sonipat seat where Satpal Brahmachari of the Congress is leading. Rohtak, Dipinder Hooda is leading. From Hisar, the BJP candidate is leading, Ranjit Singh. From Mahendragarh, Bhiwani, again the BJP candidate leading, and so they are in Gurgaon as well as in Faridabad. Let me also quickly run you through Rajasthan. From Junjunu, Brijendra Ola of the Congress leading. From Jaipur Rural, Anil Chopra of the Congress leading. From Bharatpur, Sanjana Jatav of the Congress leading. Only 3 to the Congress out of 25 in Rajasthan. All the remaining seats except 1 going to the BJP. From Barmer, and this was again a rebel BJP candidate, Ravindra Singh Bhati, fighting as an independent, was denied a ticket. He is now leading in the seat of Barmer. So clearly lots of interesting. Gujarat, surprisingly, let's take a look at Saurashtra. Jamnagar, the Congress candidate seems to be leading. In Porbandar, the Lalit Vasoya seems to be leading. That, of course, is where Mansukh Mandavia is fighting from. And in Junagadh, also the Congress candidate seems to be leading. So in Saurashtra, the story is not over just yet. Also in Patan, Chandanji Thakur of the Congress seems to be leading. From Mehsana, Ramji Thakur of the Congress leading. Mehsana is where the Prime Minister hails from. Sabarkhanta, which is a reserve seat. There.
The other coast, Bengal,
we'll go to the
very tight.
Just as he sets that up, Avantika has got an update from the live result hub. Yes, Avantika.
Yeah, so very quickly, Anand, from Tamil Nadu, DMK is taking a lead, 32 out of 38 so far, AIDMK 2. Very interesting, Tirunelveli is looking very interesting for BJP. This person, Nayanar Nagendran, the candidate is leading, right?
Yeah, as far as Tamil Nadu is concerned, we have seen, as per the exit poll prediction of DMK is leading in most of the seats, but surprisingly BJP now leading in postal votes. That's very important because in postal votes, most of the government employees are expected to vote in favor of the ruling government, that is DMK, but now even in postal votes, we are seeing BJP is leading, that too with a good margin, that is BJP have got 202 votes, whereas DMK got only 92 votes in post votes. So that's a very good.
Right now, Nayanar Nagendra is leading.
He's leading
and, yes, and Congress is gaining momentum in Karnataka. And very quick update, Puducherry, even Congress is doing really well in Puducherry as of now.
All right.
We're still waiting, and what Zaka was.
Many believe this is on the cusp of us writing our destiny as a nation, ladies and gentlemen. We are leading, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you very, very much. हमने 3 लाख पार कर दिया. 3,42,000 live views right now.
400 par looks an impossible.
Suku for state and Modi for Delhi.
This is a definite grievance vote now, taking shape a little bit.
India Alliance is gaining at the cost of the BJP, no doubt.
Whether for the BJP and the NDA the numbers are going up or not, but for us they are going up. सरकार ने viewership हमारी है. We wanted you to take us past 4 lakhs. You said 4.51 is the viewership, and we are really streaming ahead of the competition. Here's my request: over the next hour, can we take us past 5 lakhs? We'll stop asking you after you take us past 5 lakh concurrent views.
Two, that is Sambit Patra. But let's focus on Assam.
Yeah.
We are getting a lead for the NDA, 5 out of 14. Just take us through the numbers quickly.
At this moment, the BJP candidates from Dibrugarh, which is former Assam Chief Minister Sarbaనంద Sonowal, he is leading. From Sonitpur, the the BJP is leading. From Lakhimpur, the BJP is leading.
So how many total for the NDA?
Total 7 for the NDA. Okay. We are still waiting for one result from a constituency called Borpeta, which would make it 8. But at this moment, the big thing is that the Congress is leading in 4 constituencies, which is supposed to be a very good.
All right, quickly. Let me just quickly go to Odisha
Gaurav
also.
Gogoi is actually leading in Jorhat, Odisha update coming through. Yes, Avantika. Yes, Avantika.
Sambit Patra is leading in postal ballot, and also in Bhubaneswar, Aparajita Sarangi.
Oh, Aparajita Sarangi is
also leading. So both BJP is leading in 2 seats for the time being. And we are getting.
What about Dharmendra Pradhan? What about
Dharmendra Pradhan is also leading in postal ballot. And counting is still going on.
Okay, so it's looking good for the BJP. Anand, we just have information for 3 seats. From
are you getting details anywhere where the EVM countings have also begun? When can we expect round 1 data that is to be consolidated across?
Not yet, but it's just about to begin. I've just gone to all the states and just waiting, just a few minutes
just
now.
Waiting. So round 1 data
is just going to start then.
Just want to run you through the Bengal numbers. Yeah. Bengal numbers are coming in thick and fast. In Purulia, the BJP candidate Jyotirmay Singh Mato is leading. Neighbouring constituency of Bankura, the TMC candidate Arup Chakrabarti has spoken to Chandrababu Naidu. He has dialed the TDP chief, perhaps to congratulate him on that landslide victory in the assembly elections, and also a phenomenal turn for the NDA in Andhra Pradesh. Although Odisha, it looks like it is going to be stuck because the BJP is with 71 seats. It's short of majority there, Veer Sanghvi. The BJD is at 56, the Congress has 17. So there could be a bit of a flux there.
Yes. I think that's a reasonable assumption. Overall, I think the way to look at this election, and we were asked to look at it as BJP versus the rest, it's not really. It's a battle of 2 alliances, the India alliance versus the NDA alliance, and the NDA alliance is one. If you look at it that way, you get a completely different perspective. Our problem, and the BJP's problem essentially, is that the Prime Minister said 400, talked about a 1,000-year reign. He upped the ante. He made it seem that anything less than 400 would be a defeat. Whereas, in fact, if you're a 3rd-term Prime Minister and you've got these results, if you're going to break history, make history and be sworn in for a 3rd term, you've already achieved quite a lot. Why Mr. Modi upped the ante, I do not know.
Well, Prime Minister has spoken with Chandrababu Naidu. Payal is joining us with the details before we get into the analysis. Yes, Payal, what's the conversation about? Or we'll go across to Payal in just a bit. Yes,
if you look at phase 1 and phase 2, you'll see that both those phases haven't really kicked in for the BJP. If you just look at that in the data set,
right? Let's see.
That'll give you the picture, and I think that's really where you have to press the panic button, so to speak. Let me bring in Mr. Poonawalla on that, if he's still there with us. Mr. Poonawalla, just wanted to ask you, the conversation here is veering around to the fact that the Prime Minister really went hell for leather after the 2nd phase. Is that because the BJP had sensed that there was a certain degree of perhaps dissipation in support on the ground?
Look, Rahul, once again, the BJP and the NDA alliance, already NDA plus was 400 and therefore we set a high benchmark for ourselves. We always knew, as we've been already validated, that we were going to come back to power for a third time. The only question was that could we reach or better the target that...
Welcome everyone. Thanks a lot for staying with us. So the BJP is close to the 300 mark as we speak. 3 p.m. on June 4, the big verdict day. And what a tumultuous Tuesday it has turned out to be, if I can say so. Both sides are still a little bit cagey and nervous. They're waiting for the numbers to settle down. Maybe this is because there are close fights still as far as some of the big states are concerned. States like Uttar Pradesh. We will of course do a deep dive as far as that is concerned, but Uttar Pradesh, you've got Bihar, you've got Karnataka, you've got some of these other states where the BJP has kind of lost. Rajasthan, Haryana, so their tally has come down to half in Haryana, for example. So there are those states that we outlined earlier, a short while ago, where they've not done so well. I just want to focus on South India now, because a lot of the gains for the NDA, if not BJP directly, have come from South. So this is the South region. The India alliance is 77 overall, plus 12 from last time around. The NDA is 50, but this is also plus 17 for them. So they wouldn't be unhappy as far as this performance is concerned. The only caveat here is that the NDA numbers are actually going to be a lot of their new alliances. For example, TDP, new alliance 16, JDS, new alliance 2. And this is the Janasena Party 2. So, you know, this is a game of the alliances they have built as well. Let's look at the overall numbers. So, you've got Karnataka, I showcased earlier. You've got Congress, you know, kind of coming back in many seats, about 8 out of the 28. Let's look a little bit state-wise. So, let me begin with Tamil Nadu. Tamil Nadu, not a surprise. The India alliance, this is of course the DMK plus the Congress and others. They are sweeping the Tamil Nadu landscape. From out of the 38, DMK alone is 22, down 2 though from last time. Congress is 8, retaining, CPI, CPM retaining, IUML is retaining, and so has VCK, I think. But you look at the fact that ADMK is the only one that has managed to open their account, and this is the one from Tirupur, where K. Subbanarayan of the CPI has taken a lead. Let me see which one is the AIADMK seat, and you've got Nagatipattam also, okay. So this is what it is looking like. No real leads for the NDA right now. We will try and of course get you the vote shares as far as Tamil Nadu is concerned, but that in just a bit. Let's look at Kerala. Kerala was the other breakthrough state where they were looking to actually kind of get into Kerala politics. You've got Thrissur, where Suresh Gopi has been leading consistently. This is the one that they were most confident about, but I see one more. This is for the LDF, I think. So the LDF has come back. LDF has retained 2, the UDF is -1 only because the NDA is leading in Thrissur. So not much changes for them as far as this is concerned. And let's also look very quickly at Andhra and Telangana. Now these are the catchment areas for the BJP. So this is where the NDA is now in lead. Andhra Pradesh, 22 for the alliance, 19 plus. YSRCP has become almost crashed completely, -19, and this of course majorly will be the TDP as far as the state is concerned. 16, 4, 2, 4 for the BJP is actually not bad. They've not opened their account last time around, so they've done well as far as this state is concerned. And very quickly, I want to quickly go across to Telangana, because this is the other big area where they were wanting to gain from last time. They were hoping to double from last time, so from 4 they were wanting to go to 8. They're +3 right now. Congress is at 9. Congress wanted 9, because if you convert their performance from last time around in the state of Telangana, in the state elections, the assembly extrapolation for the Lok Sabha was 9 Lok Sabha seats. All right. So these are the numbers that are coming in as far as this is concerned. CN Ashwath Narayan, BJP leader and former Deputy Chief Minister, Karnataka, is joining us. Neeti Jain of the BJP, Lavanya Balal of the Congress Party also with us. Let's talk about Karnataka. Karnataka, there is a dip for the BJP. Some saw it coming, but maybe not as much as this. Ashwath Narayan, are you disappointed from the results from Karnataka? Because this was a prestige issue for the BJP to be able to deliver to that 400 par target, and a lot hinged on Karnataka too.
Karnataka, let me make it very clear, the performance in the state of Karnataka, the NDA performance, the BJP performance is extremely good. Probably the Congress, what they were targeting, what they were expecting, they have not got up to their expectation. In Karnataka, the people of Karnataka have rejected Congress in the state of Karnataka, and their performance is very poor, and we have got extremely good numbers. We are having more than 20 numbers in the state of Karnataka, and the performance is really good. If you compare now the party in power in the state of Karnataka is Congress, and being in power, having so much of guarantees, they did all whatever they could do. But with all their might and their hard efforts, they were not able to make it. Probably people again have blessed NDA and BJP with great numbers, and we are extremely happy with the performance in the state of Karnataka.
Okay, you're happy with the performance, but Mr. Ashwath Narayan, is the benchmark the 2019 Lok Sabha elections or the previous assembly elections for the Bharatiya Janata Party?
If you look at when the 2019, it was just alliance of Congress and JDS. This time they had a comfortable majority. They had almost 136. You look at the numbers what Congress was claiming in the state of Karnataka. If you look at that numbers, probably we have done much more better than expected levels. We are extremely happy. We could have done much more better. But it's not that we are extremely happy with the performance, but we are happy. But we could have done better. Our target was 28.
That's not reflecting in the numbers so far.
But if you compare the last election and this election just recently they got a huge majority, which we have not seen in the past 36 years. The numbers what Congress party got in the state of Karnataka, it's a very big majority, very big numbers. Probably which they are also Congress very proud of it. If you look at now, the numbers has gone slided like anything. It's a big slap on the Congress government in the state of Karnataka. They were depending on the guarantees. They were not talking about the national agenda. They were not talking about the national leadership. They were not talking about the governance. They were just talking about the caste-based politics, negative politics. It is only guarantee. It was something not in a positive way what Congress campaigned in the state of Karnataka. It was only negative campaigning. People have rejected Congress and it has been shown their place.
We'll talk about Karnataka more. I do thank CN Ashwath Narayan for joining us. They are still confident that these numbers are actually looking good for the BJP. In the larger context, yes, the numbers look good because this is the state where they've actually managed to still hold on a little bit pristine than some of the other states where they've been reduced. TKS Ilangovan, DMK spokesperson, is also joining us. I want to go across to him for the big Tamil Nadu picture. The Tamil Nadu picture is virtually what the exit polls had shown. There was a possibility the BJP could break through with maybe one seat win, but it was always pegged as difficult. Mr. Ilangovan, your first thoughts on the verdict that is coming in from Tamil Nadu?
No, we don't expect BJP to gain even a single seat because BJP is not a party which the people of Tamil Nadu will prefer. And ideologically we are different, so the people of Tamil Nadu will not vote for BJP, but they are in alliance with some old parties in the state like PMK. Maybe with that support they might have gained a little vote, but I don't think they will have a single seat in the state.
Well, seat-wise, they're not looking very well. But, sir, if I may, ask you about the vote share itself that you were talking about. The vote share for the DMK was 53% last time around, right? At least I'm going by the Election Commission website right now. The DMK vote share seems to have come down, sir.
Okay. Yeah, that is because BJP had allied with some of the parties in the state. They have, and the leadership, the weak leadership of ADMK, which had made people to vote for BJP. Otherwise, BJP has no role to play here. And DMK's vote share might have gone down, but we have won all the seats this time. That is a gain for us, because even last time we had lost one seat, but this time we had won all the seats. And the people have rejected BJP totally.
So you don't want to read too much into the vote share, the decline in the vote share for the DMK. Let's take in a word from the BJP as well, Neeti. What do you make of the BJP's performance in Tamil Nadu? The BJP was hoping for maximum gains, a lot of gains in Tamil Nadu. In fact, you know, throughout the campaigning, we also saw the Prime Minister speak about Tamil Nadu pride, so on and so forth. His campaigning also came to an end when he meditated in Kanyakumari at the Vivekananda Rock Memorial. So a lot of inferences were made throughout to Tamil Nadu, Tamil pride, and focus of the BJP was on the southern part of the country as well. That seems to have not materialized really for the Bharatiya Janata Party.
Look, for Prime Minister Modi, I think the Southern Connect has always been there, and he's done his bit for the southern states, and he has spoken about all of those things. Like you said, we have increased our vote share in this state, and it is going to be a gradual process. I don't know how much of the counting has been done. Are you calling the Tamil Nadu election entirely? But again, the point is, if we have increased our vote share, so you cannot completely reject the BJP that we have made inroads in the state. Whether it turns into a seat or it doesn't is a secondary matter. I think if we have the vote share, I think the next time maybe we can look at more seats in Tamil Nadu.
No, actually the vote share increase, Mr. Ilangovar, I just want to press you a little bit more. You can't just dismiss it as the BJP coming together with some alliance partners like the PMK and others, because actually this is the first time where they are leading from the front in Tamil Nadu, and their partnership with the AIA-DMK broke. Last time around, the BJP as a party got 3.62% of the vote share. They had one seat in 2014, they lost that seat in 2019. Today, the BJP's vote share, I'm going by the Election Commission numbers as they stand last, is 10%, 10.5%. So that's an increase of 7%. You can't dismiss it as just alliances.
No, I am not dismissing it. That is because, you see, when the people who doesn't want to vote for DMK, they had not preferred ADMK because of the weak leadership of ADMK. Mr. Palanichami is not a good leader or a great leader. So people thought instead of voting for ADMK, we can vote for BJP. And because of the other alliances, they had strong some parties, particularly casteist parties are together. They were with BJP. Maybe that might have helped them in getting more votes, that's all.
No, so again, I just want to say, just because, of course, this number could change, the situation could change a little bit. But actually, if you look at the AIA-DMK vote share from last time around and this time around, as it stands on the Election Commission website, it's actually even Stevens. So it's not like the AIA-DMK has lost its vote share. Clearly, the BJP has one vote share. Where has that come from? Right now, it looks like it has come from the DMK's kitty. I request our guests to stay with us. Let's also get you a quick check of the big takeaways of the results so far. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, possibly for the very first time, has to rely on allies for the third term because the BJP has failed to touch 272 on its own. Anti-incumbency hurting the ruling BJP because their numbers, their tally is also down. Big Uttar Pradesh fall for the BJP, and this is going to be something that they look for, something face-saving here, but it hasn't come so far. Even some of their big names have lost from Uttar Pradesh. BJP losing a chunk of the Dalit vote share, and this is where a majority of their loss could have come from, particularly as far as the Hindi heartland is concerned, because the opposition did run the narrative of caste survey, of OBC reservations and more. Big boost for the India alliance, no prizes for guessing. A number of in excess of 200 is extremely good performance from them. Congress has doubled its seat share, well, roughly doubled. They were 52 last time, they're just short of the 100 mark as we speak, but they could gain a few seats. Akhilesh Yadav has emerged as the alliance's superstar because he's really turned it around for the alliance in Uttar Pradesh. It is by far the best performance of any of the alliance partners. Mamata Banerjee, you can understand. DMK, of course, you can understand. But not many gave Samajwadi Party the chance of doing as well as it has. It's actually leading the BJP in Uttar Pradesh. Mamata Banerjee, though, still continues to be Bengal's leading lady. Disappointment for the BJP here. They were thinking of improving from 18 last time. Their numbers have come down. Jod Tod ki Rajniti not working in Maharashtra, at least that's what the numbers suggest. Whether it was just the sympathy factor or other things as well that went into the Mahavikas Aghadi's favor, we'll have to wait and see. Jobs, rural distress surely have impacted the verdict. We will try to break down the rural versus urban vote pattern for you in just a bit. And Odisha win, where the BJP has turned out to be the single largest party and is winning the assembly elections. This is the one that is, of course, turning out to be the big gain for the BJP. Lavanya Balal, Congress spokesperson, also with us. Lavanya, of course, you come from Karnataka. How happy are you with the Karnataka numbers? But I also want you to talk about the pan-India numbers. What does 232, where the India alliance stands right now, mean for you?
It's a very good number for us. Everybody wrote us off. They said India alliance is not going to get any numbers. The BJP said it is going to be 400 par. They mocked the Congress saying we are going to be wiped out. And all of that happened. So much of setbacks for us. There were cases against us. The India alliance leaders were arrested. Our bank accounts were frozen. And it's a huge chunk of the media was very, very hostile towards the India alliance, especially to the Congress. And all of this, we have come back. We have come back. And, the counting is still not over. And in a lot of seats, the gap between the BJP and the India alliance partner candidates is less than 10,000. So that can swing at any time for the India alliance candidates. I hope it happens. It's a good number. We are very happy. Karnataka, we have increased our tally from last time. If you look at it, in 2019, we just won one single seat in Karnataka.
Okay, but
Lavanya,
it's still short of the 290 plus that the Congress was very confident of. So where did the Congress really calculate the 290 plus for the INDA bloc? That's still a question that needs to be asked. But nonetheless, we keep up with these visuals coming in of JP Nadda. I believe he's reached Amit Shah's residence. So Amit Shah, I beg your pardon, the Home Minister reaching BJP National President's residence. Now, a lot of hectic meetings are going to be witnessed in the next few hours. Given these numbers, it's the big verdict day and a lot of calculations that everybody is going to go at. So right now, as we speak, a meeting is going to shortly take place between JP Nadda and Home Minister Amit Shah. Shivani, very interesting what the BJP strategizes next. The BJP, how it's going to put to use these numbers. Given these numbers, the BJP is in a comfortable position to form the next government, but the allies are going to play a big, big role. Perhaps nobody saw this coming this way. Shivani.
No, absolutely. I think there's going to be some thinking that the BJP will have to do. Amit Shah, of course, is known as the Chanakya of the BJP or of Indian politics on the center right side. He's going to be pitted against maybe somebody like Sharad Pawar right now, Christine, who's the Chanakya or the person who can swing a few things for the India alliance on the other side, and both of them will pit their heads. Neeti, can I bring you in here? There must be a little bit of deflation from 400 par. Even if 400 par was a psychological psyops that was played on the opposition, you were surely hoping to better the 303 from last time around for the BJP alone. Right now, the NDA is falling short of that. Certainly, this means a bit of a humble pie for the BJP. That's how the opposition will see it.
Shivani, the point is, I don't understand what the opposition is being so jubilant about. We are the party that is the single largest party right now. We are forming the government as NDA. So I honestly don't understand. मतलब आप हमको बोल रहे हो that distinction नहीं आया इसलिए आप कटघरे में खड़े हो. लेकिन the opposition is happy just because they failed with a lesser margin.
No.
So that seems very inappropriate. The other part is
Niti, you've not passed. No distinction.
As NDA, we are forming the government, Shivani.
Okay, you may be confident the NDA is forming the government, but you are only about 13 seats ahead of the majority mark as the NDA. The BJP hasn't touched the majority mark. Surely you wanted that.
It all comes down to the 272 number, Niti.
No, of course we wanted that, but again, like Lavanya also said, that the margin in most of the seats right now is 500,000, 5,000, and that can swing in our favor as well. So let's not call this election right now. Let's just wait for it to be called, and then we'll decide what is to be done. But as things are right now, we are the largest party, and we are forming the government as NDA as per the current numbers that reflect it.
One can sense nervousness, Niti, and let's not deny it. Given just going by the optics, if a Sharad Pawar, for example, is dialing Nitish Kumar, the Home Minister Amit Shah is also dialing, TDP Chief Chandrababu Naidu. That's what we've learned as per sources. So there is a little bit of tension on the ground, and that can be sensed. It can be seen clearly by one and all. I think Lavanya wanted to come in.
They will be called.
Yes, when I said there is a lead of 5,000 to 10,000, I made it very clear that the lead is maintained right now by the BJP or the NDA candidate. So I meant to say that lead can swing anyways. It can swing towards the India Alliance partner as well. So it need not be, it is not end of the counting. We still have a couple of hours to go, and the numbers can change anyways. And BJP is, yes, it is.
But if Lavanya, as per you, the BJP is being too ambitious in thinking about the 272 mark, then so is the INDA bloc. You're at 232, and the whole of INDA, not just the Congress.
People can mock us. They have mocked us multiple times. People still mock us and say, oh, you people are very happy with losing the election. Let me make it very clear. Nobody gave us a winning chance. Everybody wrote us off. Everybody, a huge section of the media and the BJP wrote us off. But here we are. The India Alliance is here.
Okay.
And we have shown that you're not invincible. Your 400 par is shattered. Where is 400 par?
Okay.
And you
claimed
that, Bengal is going to be ours. Bengal is going to be ours. Where is Bengal?
No, but that is done from all sides.
Bengal? Where is Maharashtra?
Let's be fair. That's done from all sides. Every side plays on the front foot and suggests that they are going to win or sweep an alliance. Let's not forget that you came up with a number of 295 just 2 days ago. But Mr. Ilangovan, I want to ask you, is there a need for the opposition to be tempered about these numbers? As I see them, the India Alliance, which is an alliance that did not exist in 2019, is up by 100 seats. But this includes parties like the TMC and others which were not part of the alliance last time around, right? As far as, let's say, the Congress-led front is concerned, there was a separate third front. The NDA is down by 55 seats, 56 seats, right? So if this is the third time mandate for an NDA and for a Narendra Modi-led government, which is only 50 down from last time, is that reason for you to rejoice, or is that reason for you to also say, listen, this was the third term that we were fighting against him, and yet the BJP has managed to sneak in a victory?
No, it is a caution. This is a warning by the people to Modi, the BJP government, that they should not do anything on their own. Of course, last time with the 39% of vote share, they had got 305 seats on their own. This time only they could not even muster the majority without the alliance partners, NDA partners. That shows that the people had given a warning to BJP, and BJP should understand that warning and act accordingly.
Once the dust settles, Mr. Ilangovan, now that the INDA is feeling relatively better about its 2019 performance, once the dust settles, let's not forget that there are internal rivalries that the INDA has also been battling. For example, you have, all the parties united at the national front, but there are regional differences that have been seen all throughout campaigning. We've seen, in fact, on several seats, there are candidates from different INDA parties who've been fielded, right? So those kind of differences are also going to be a challenge in the near future, however strong that the INDA might try to project itself today.
I don't know, one thing, when you rely on the state parties like the TDP, then you cannot enter into the state rights and do what you did, like taking away, introducing GST and other things. They have to consult with this majority and with the support of Telugu Desam and other parties, state regional parties. He has to, the BJP has to go according to the wishes of the state leaders, because there is no national party in alliance with the BJP. So he cannot independently think and do things like what they had done earlier. Now they must be careful. And if at all they go against the wishes of the state party, the government will fall.
Niti, that's the real danger for you. This is unfamiliar territory, at least in the last 20 years. Of course, Atal Bihari Vajpayee had to lead a coalition government, as it is said. UPA 1 and UPA 2 ran. First of all, one of the big headlines from this verdict is that many felt that coalition era is gone, but it seems the coalition era can still survive if you mount a decent challenge. That aside, this is the challenge for the BJP. You've been criticized heavily for not giving your alliance partners the respect or the breathing space. Now you'll have to.
No, I honestly don't agree with that, Shivani. Whatever policies, whatever decisions were taken were all discussed in the parliament. If the opposition doesn't want to sit in the parliament, that is not our fault. So all of the decisions were taken as per the due process that is required in the country to be taken. So to just say that all of that has not happened, and the alliance has been with us. So like you said, we were in majority and yet we had our alliance. The NDA alliance has always existed. So I don't agree with what you're saying, and going forward also I think we want to take everybody along. All the decisions that are taken will go to the parliament and they will be discussed like they were discussed for the past 10 years as well.
You know, Niti, the fact is also that parties like the TDP and the JDU have snapped ties with the Bharatiya Janata Party. They were not part of the NDA, and this after 2019. So a lot of shift took place essentially after BJP emerged victorious in the manner in which it did in 2019. The BJP, of course, tried to put its act together again after the formation of the INDA bloc. So now, post INDA's formation, we've seen BJP aggressively reach out to its former allies, to the new allies, and now come up with the NDA that we see today. So all has not been well really as far as the NDA allies are concerned, and those allies have contributed a major chunk if we go by the leads today.
No, so we have always said that there were differences between the allies on policy matters. There were some policies where one ally did not agree and they decided to move away. But the point is that BJP has always taken decisions in the favor of the country which have worked for the people.
Just hold on. We're getting Shashi Tharoor speaking, the Congress candidate from Thiruvananthapuram. Let's just cut in what he's saying.
No, I would say that the BJP focused very, very hard on Thiruvananthapuram as also on Thrissur. And in some ways, Suresh Gopi's margin in Thrissur is a measure of the scale of their defeat in Thiruvananthapuram, because they put the same amount of effort, serious focus, national campaigners coming, national headquarters coming, serious expenditure, a lot of hard work. And they really put up an enormous fight. I think one very important message of Suresh Gopi in Thrissur was his systematic outreach to minority communities. It's a very strong message to the BJP that a communal campaign will not go very far in Kerala. As far as Thiruvananthapuram is concerned, I think a strong appeal that Rajiv Chandrasekhar had was basically, I'm a minister. If you vote for me, you'll have a minister in government who can do more for you than a fellow in the opposition. I think that brought him a certain number of votes, particularly in the city, from the educated people, the elites, the government servants and so on. They must have been attracted by that message, and it's something that we really did encounter in our campaign. But otherwise, I would say that it was a good election. I'm sorry about some of the unfortunate language, invective and accusations and allegations that were unnecessarily flung around. I hope that now that the election is over, we can put that behind us and treat each other with the kind of respect, the mutual respect that is essential in a democracy. Look, I think we have to wait and see the final results. I've been focused on Thiruvananthapuram and I haven't had the time to look at the rest. But you may remember when I came back here from Delhi, after my campaigning all over the country. I said that I don't believe the exit polls because it's not what I've seen on the ground. And what I've seen on the ground, very frankly, I think is much closer to the results we are seeing today. And that's why I do feel that people like me who stuck our neck out and said this are feeling quite vindicated. Thank you very much.
Well, Trivandrum is that one big result, Christine, we are all waiting for. I did cover this seat pretty extensively. So can I just give you the numbers as far as the Election Commission website is concerned? Shashi Tharoor was trailing for a fair bit by anywhere between 11 to 16k votes. Now he's in the lead by about 15,800 votes. But it was pegged to be a very close contest, and it has turned out to be a very close contest, which is why Mr. Tharoor is not, of course, very, very confident of which way this will go. He's asking for a little bit of patience to see exactly how long it takes. Suresh Gopi is the other man he mentioned. That's, of course, the BJP's leading candidate from Thrissur, the one seat that they were very confident about. He is still leading by 75k. His lead is actually expanding, Christine. Unlike, in Trivandrum, it is going up and down and changing hands. But I think I remember from a couple of hours when I was in our live results hub as well, he had about, about 60k at that time. Now he's about 75k now. So clearly, it looks like this is that one seat the BJP will manage to wrest. Otherwise, as far as Karnataka is concerned, you've got a sweep virtually of the UDF again, along with the IUML, 14 plus 2. And you've got the LDF restricted to 2. And I think you've got the BJP leading in 1. So out of the 20 seats, this is what it is looking like. 14 plus 2, 16 for the UDF, CPIM, KEC, 1 plus 1, BJP 1, RSP 1. But, this is going to be an interesting state to watch out for.
Absolutely. And, the contest that you were just talking about, Shashi Tharoor versus Rajiv Chandrasekhar. Many have been speaking about this contest in the run-up to the big day. And as far as Mr. Tharoor is concerned, he was also one of the few, apart from Mallikarjun Kharge, to really predict the 295 for the INDA bloc. He, in fact, did really take strong objection to the observations made by the exit pollsters and said that, they've not been able to get in a sense of the pulse of the people on ground. So he's been one of those Congress leaders who were talking about the 295, Lavanya. But again, speaking of the 295, if it's too optimistic for the Bharatiya Janata Party, then it's even more optimistic for the Congress party. If the Congress is speaking for the entire INDA bloc, they're way short of the 295 mark that they'd projected.
Absolutely. I mean, we have not reached the magic number that we wanted, the 295 number. But, at this point of time, I have to reiterate, the Election Commission was quite we have raised objections about the Election Commission's way of functioning when it came to campaigning, when it came to this divisive campaign by some of the leaders from the BJP, as we all know. So there were a lot of things that were a huge, challenge for the India Alliance, but we did manage a good job. And I think at this point of time, I would like to say the rural India has spoken, the agrarian community has spoken today, and that is what I think we all should be proud of. And BJP might continue to say, oh, we have listened to all our alliance partners for the 10 years. Absolutely not. Everybody knows the instances of BJP switching off the mics of opposition MPs in the parliament. And, the arrogance of the BJP in saying, hey, we have always listened to our partners, we will continue to do so, reeks of arrogance. But that's how BJP has always been functioning.
Okay, I want to give in some updates. The Congress party delegation is set to meet the Election Commission shortly. I wonder what it is on. I did see a tweet from Jairam Ramesh earlier where he said that counting is slow in certain pockets of Bihar and Uttar Pradesh. Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge are set to address the press conference, speak to the media at about 5:30 p.m. in the national capital. I also want to just ask our team to focus on the magic wall screen there if you can, because I opened the rural seats there. And the rural seats is what a couple of the Congress spokespersons have mentioned. Is it really so that the rural seats is the major swing? What do the numbers say? Out of the 338 rural seats, out of the 543 last time around, NDA won about 220 or 228. They're down to 188, so minus 40. The INDA alliance is at 140. They've doubled from the last time with plus 73. The others have lost, and I think this is going to include the likes of BJD, BSP. This is going to include the likes of YSRCP, all the non-aligned parties in this others category. Actually, that has also kind of changed the dynamics of the numbers we're looking at, because the India alliance as it stands today is very different than what it used to be in 2019. So is this the major chunk of what the BJP has lost? Well, if you look at the fact that they are stuck actually well below the 270 mark right now, they've lost in other places as well. But yes, you could argue that rural distress, quote unquote, has hurt them. Niti Jain, if you're still with me, you want to respond to that?
Shivani, like I said, I'm not going to go on a seat-wise analysis right now because I don't think any of these seats have been called. The margins are very low. And whatever you're asking, I think you'll have to give us some time to at least consolidate whatever has happened, come up with the reasons of it and everything. But right now, like I said, on the seat-wise analysis, I'm not going to call the election. UP and Bihar, the counting is still going on. Most of the places, I think the counting is still going on. And let that happen. And if whatever the reason is, I think at least I trust my party that if every time there is a loss and losses happen, we sit and we contemplate where did we go wrong, and we let you know what happens once it is done. But right now, the election has not been called, and we're still hopeful that the numbers will get better from where they are right now.
Okay, we'll get you some big numbers from Uttar Pradesh that are coming in, or the big upsets that are coming in. I do want to go across to former Maharashtra Chief Minister Prithviraj Chavan, who's joining us. So thank you for your time and for speaking to CNN News 18. First up, your take on the national picture. I'll come to Maharashtra in just a bit, but the India alliance is doing way better than anybody thought they could do. What do you think has led to these results?
Well, I think third time around, there was a huge anti-incumbency against Mr. Modi personally. Our campaign focused on 5 failures of Modi government, and of course the Congress manifesto, one of the finest manifestos that is seen by the people in a long time. The 5 issues that we focused on were all people's issues: the unemployment, the inflation, the farmers' crisis, the corruption, overall corruption, the way governments were brought down in Maharashtra, and the corruption that was evident from the electoral bond verdict, and of course, finally, save the constitution call. These 5 issues, the failures of the Modi government, the fear that Modi government, if it gets the majority that it is asking for, then there is a threat to the constitution, there is a threat to the reservation policy. That was on one side. The other side, on the background of Rahul Gandhi's very successful Bharat Jodo Yatra, the 2 yatras, and outstanding manifesto, on the back of the Karnataka promise which we fulfilled, on the back of Telangana promise which we fulfilled, we gave promises to India through our manifesto, which are all implementable.
Okay.
And on these twofold, the failures to the Modi government on one side, and what we offered to the people if we came to power was our main election strategy.
Right, you're saying the manifesto has done the trick. Actually, this is a phenomenon that we should study a little bit more. If the Congress manifesto, as much as it was criticized, did the trick. But okay, let's talk about Maharashtra. Is this the sympathy factor that has worked for you in Maharashtra, as many are saying? Or is there more, Mr. Chavan?
No. Sympathy factor, of course, helped us. Primarily, the way government was brought down, the corrupt practices that were followed, the fact that whatever happened in Maharashtra in breaking Shiv Sena and breaking NCP had direct blessings of Modi and Shah. And huge amount of money that was then threats of ED, CBI action, Samadama Dandabhed. The way this elected government was brought down, the elected parties were broken. That was not liked by the people. There was, of course, sympathy for Mr. Pawar and Mr. Uddhav Thackeray. But more than the Eknath Shinde breakup, where at least Eknath Shinde had fought with BJP earlier. The fact that Mr. Ajit Pawar's party was broken, he was taken in the party after Prime Minister personally accused him of a 70,000 crore corruption charge. And after that, you not only take him in the party, his people in the party, but make him a deputy CM.
Okay.
That was not liked by people in Maharashtra, and particularly even senior leadership of BJP in RSS.
Yeah, and it was more in recent memory. The recency factor also, I think, played in favor of the India alliance. But the MVA has done well, sir. What does this mean for the upcoming October elections, for the assembly elections? What does this mean for you in the Congress and the MVA at large?
Well, I think three-party combination is a very deadly combination, a very potent combination. This combination will reveal, will analyze where we went wrong. We took inordinately long time in finalizing seats. There was a dispute on 2-3 seats, which the results have shown that we were right in whatever we were asking for. I think if you look at that, I think there's no reason why we should not go into a three-party Mahavikas Aghadi alliance in the Assembly. And I think looking at the trends that we see now, we're sure to win the Vidhan Sabha election in October 2024.
All right, sir. I do thank you for your time. This is going to set the template, Prithviraj Chavan says, as far as the assembly elections are concerned. This is what I was talking about earlier. This has been a very painstaking effort to divide the seats in Maharashtra. It took inordinately long, but it eventually has turned out to be successful. I want to go across to Neeti very quickly on the Maharashtra numbers. Neeti, the BJP itself has lost quite a bit. It's not just the alliance partners. And the MVA is clearly setting forward now with a spring in its step. The MVA, I mean, as far as assembly elections are concerned, this must be nervous bells for you.
Shivani, of course, in Maharashtra, in a lot of places, we expected better numbers. But again, they have not been called. But I'm going to assume that if these numbers stay, we'll accept the mandate, whatever the people have given. We'll work on whatever went wrong. We have worked very sincerely for the past 10 years for the people, and that fact remains. What went wrong is going to be worked out. But again, let the elections be called, because the margins are very low wherever we are talking about.
Neeti, talking about Maharashtra itself, one of course is the aspect that Shivani spoke about, a sympathy wave that may have been created for the factions of Sharad Pawar and Uddhav Thackeray. That's one aspect of things. But what about the reservation? If Maratha consolidation is, in this case, perhaps worked for the INDA, then a reverse OBC consolidation should have worked for the NDA or the Mahayuti. Why has that not happened? If we were to just deep dive.
So, I think let's come to all of these issues once the election is called. I don't want to comment on this right now.
Okay. Do you want to comment on, let's say, Rajasthan, for example, because it was a clean sweep in 2019, again, a little bit of loss for the NDA?
See, you have to understand, we were going to this election for the third time, and we, like I said, we are very confident about the work that we have done for the past 10 years. We were confident about the numbers that we were expecting. What has gone wrong is going to be worked out. We'll have to work it out. Again, whatever the mandate is, we'll have to accept it, and we'll accept it very humbly. But it does not take away from the work that the Modi government has done for the past 10 years, and we intend to do for the next 5 years as well.
Okay, so the takeaway from the Hindi heartland, Shivani, also becomes very interesting. Much focus has been, in the run-up to the elections, all through campaigning, that the Hindi heartland is safe with the Bharatiya Janata Party. And the focus was on whether or not the BJP is able to make inroads in the southern part of the country. And that's happened to an extent if we just focus on the vote share, for example, in Tamil Nadu and elsewhere. Kerala, for example. Now, the opposition may want to downplay it, but the BJP hopes to gain in the assembly elections, subsequent assembly elections there. But what about the Hindi heartland picture? Do you think that's really changed for the Bharatiya Janata Party on unexpected lines?
Which assembly election you're saying the BJP hopes to gain?
For example, Tamil Nadu. The BJP was focused on Tamil Nadu in the Lok Sabha election to sort of look at it as a precursor for the assembly election.
Yeah, I mean, for the BJP, you know, it's a hungry party, it's an ambitious party. It never really says, okay, this is how it goes in Raebareli and Amethi. This is how it goes in Hyderabad. This is how it goes in Trivandrum. So there's no point putting our fight there. They will actually go to the bastions of the opponents and say, we are going to try and turn it around. So you have to give the party that much. Also, as far as the South is concerned, it's not so much about, you know, just looking at the next elections. Of course, the next elections are going to be the big playground. But this is also about the BJP wanting to always forever expand. They're not happy being a Hindi heartline party. They did so in the Northeast. They're doing so in Odisha. They've done so in West Bengal in the past, although they've suffered a little bit of a decline. And naturally, they would want to do it in South. And in South, they wanted the bragging rights that we would be bigger than the Congress individually. We'll look at those numbers again, but I just want to very quickly give you a sense of the Dalit seats. So as far as the data on our magic wall is concerned, because the Dalit factor has been talked about, the reservation factor has been talked about, the caste survey has been talked about. So that's not the magic wall I'm talking about. I've got this on my screen here. But the 160 Dalits, 20% or stronger seats. The INDA has won 95, which is plus 55 from last time around. That's a massive swing.
Significantly.
And NDA has won 59 of those, which is minus 38 from last time around. Others have also lost 17, and I again feel this is going to include the likes of the BSP that had won last time. I request our guests to stay with us. Crispin and I have to slip into a very short break. We'll be right back with lots more.
Perhaps Veer has a point that we set our ambitions too high. We could be guilty of the burden of expectations weighing too heavily on us. But now, just think of it. Had this been 2014, the 2014 NDA was about 310 or 315 seats. We are not very far away from that. By all likelihood, in 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock, we'll be making that mark.
Right.
At that time, that was considered as a wave. And today, it's not being considered as a wave.
No, and see, I'm just looking at Zaka wanted to know, beg your pardon, Rahul wanted to know, in phase 1 and 2 together, the opposition has actually taken 26 seats, plus 26 seats. The NDA is minus 23. And in that, if I have to look at the breakup of the NDA, the BJP has got 72 seats. They are minus 23 overall. So that's the breakup. And if you look at phase 1, 2 and 3, let me add to the filters and add phase 3 also. If you look at phase 1, 2 and 3, overall, the NDA is minus 34 seats. Yes. So the first 3 phases is where the BJP and the NDA has suffered a lot of losses. Bulk of the losses are from the BJP.
And that's the area where the SP has really capitalized in Uttar Pradesh also. If you overlay those three phases.
If we look at the Uttar Pradesh region, and let's look at the region, let's go back and we'll look at the states. I've got Payal with me. Just a minute. Yes, Payal. Chandrababu Naidu has dialed, has been spoken to by the PM. What's the conversation about? Yes, Payal.
You know, what we are given to understand is that Prime Minister Narendra Modi had called up Chandrababu Naidu, the TDP chief, to convey his congratulations to Naidu's led TDP, which is of course heading the NDA alliance over there, for the stupendous kind of result they've been able to get. If you remember, the 2019 elections were just the reverse when Jagan Mohan Reddy swept the entire election, but this time around it's the reverse which has taken place. Also, very importantly, although there were a lot of talks within the Congress circles that they will approach Chandrababu Naidu for an alliance, but Chandrababu Naidu, in no uncertain terms, has conveyed to the Prime Minister that irrespective of whatever is going the rounds, he still solidly continues to be with the NDA. Now, Chandrababu Naidu is somebody who's been with the Atal Bihari Vajpayee government also. He was with the government in 2014. He walked off the alliance in 2019 before the 2019 elections, but he's come back just a few months ago, so he's very much solidly behind the alliance and very much solidly behind the NDA. That's what Chandrababu Naidu has conveyed in his brief conversation with Prime Minister Modi.
Right. So, just quickly understanding between the JDU and the TDP, any of these allies who are a little dicey, is the BJP worried about them decamping or leaving the NDA because they're being wooed openly by the opposition?
Well, that cannot be confirmed as of now, because like I know that Chandrababu Naidu has conveyed in fact to the Prime Minister himself that he's going to be with the NDA. Nitish Kumar is known as the Palturam, is known as to have several flips and flops. It'll be important to see what the BJP's conversation will be, because I'm sure the BJP will put the likes of Vinod Tavde and the others who are in charge of Bihar to have a conversation with Nitish Kumar to make sure that they are on the same page. Because much to the surprise of BJP, although they were expecting Nitish Kumar's some seats to be lost, interestingly Nitish Kumar has done better than the BJP really expected. So will Nitish Kumar stage another flip-flop? We'll have to only wait and watch. But as of now, the BJP is very, very sure that their alliance partners will stay with them.
He has spoken to Chandrababu Naidu. He has dialed the TDP chief, perhaps to congratulate him on that landslide victory in the assembly elections, and also a phenomenal turn for the NDA in Andhra Pradesh. Although Odisha, it looks like it is going to be stuck, because the BJP is with 71 seats. It's short of majority there, Veer Sanghvi. The BJD is at 56. The Congress has 17. So there could be a bit of a flux there.
Yes, I think that's a reasonable assumption. Overall, I think the way to look at this election, and we were asked to look at it as BJP versus the rest, it's not really. It's a battle of two alliances, the India alliance versus the NDA alliance, and the NDA alliance is one. If you look at it that way, you get a completely different perspective. Our problem, and the BJP's problem essentially, is that the Prime Minister said 400, talked about a 1,000-year reign. He upped the ante. He made it seem that anything less than 400 would be a defeat. Whereas, in fact, if you're a third-term Prime Minister and you've got these results, if you're going to break history, make history and be sworn in for a third term, you've already achieved quite a lot. Why Mr. Modi upped the ante, I do not know.
Well, Prime Minister has spoken with Chandrababu Naidu. Payal is joining us with the details before we get into the analysis. Yes, Payal, what's the conversation about? Or we'll go across to Payal in just a bit. Yes,
if you look at phase 1 and phase 2, you'll see that both those phases haven't really kicked in for the BJP. If you just look at that in the data set,
right, let's see.
That'll give you the picture. And I think that's really where you have to press the panic button, so to speak. Let me bring in Mr. Poonawalla on that, if he's still there with us. Mr. Poonawalla, just wanted to ask you, the conversation here is veering around to the fact that the Prime Minister really went hell for leather after the second phase. Is that because the BJP had sensed that there was a certain degree of perhaps dissipation in support on the ground?
Look, Rahul, once again, the BJP and the NDA alliance, already NDA plus was 400, and therefore we set a high benchmark for ourselves.
Many believe this is on the cusp of us writing our destiny as a nation, ladies and gentlemen. We are leading, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you very, very much. हमने 3 लाख पार कर दिया. 3,42,000 live views right now.
400 par looks an impossible.
Sukhu for state and Modi for Delhi.
This is a definite grievance vote now, taking shape a little bit.
India alliance is gaining at the cost of the BJP, no doubt.
Whether for the BJP and the NDA the numbers are going up or not, but for us they are going up. Sarkar ne viewership hamari hai. We wanted you to take us past 4 lakhs. You said 4.51 is the viewership, and we are really streaming ahead of the competition. Here's my request: over the next hour, can we take us par 5 lakh? We'll stop asking you after you take us past 5 lakh concurrent views.
As we've been already validated that we were going to come back to power for a third time. The only question was that could we reach or better the target that we had set for ourselves. Perhaps Veer has a point that we set our ambitions too high. We could be guilty of the burden of expectations weighing too heavily on us. But now just think of it, had this been 2014, the 2014 NDA was about 300 310 or 315 seats. We are not very far away from that. By all likelihood, in 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock, we'll be making that mark.
Right.
At that time, that was considered as a wave, and today it's not being considered as a wave.
No, and see, I'm just looking at Zaka wanted to know, beg your pardon, Rahul wanted to know, in phase 1 and 2 together, the opposition has actually taken 26 seats, plus 26 seats. The NDA is minus 23. And in that, if I were to look at the breakup of the NDA, the BJP has got 72 seats. They are minus 23 overall. So that's the breakup. And if you look at phase 1, 2 and 3, let me add to the filters and add phase 3 also. If you look at phase 1, 2 and 3, overall, the NDA is minus 34 seats. Yes. So the first 3 phases is where the BJP and the NDA has suffered a lot of losses. Bulk of the losses are from the BJP.
And that's the area where the SP has really capitalized in Uttar Pradesh also. If you overlay those 3 phases.
If you look at the Uttar Pradesh region, and let's look at the region, let's go back and we'll look at the states. I've got Payal with me. Just a minute. Yes, Payal. Chandrababu Naidu has dialed, has been spoken to by the PM. What's the conversation about? Yes, Payal.
So, what we are given to understand is that Prime Minister Narendra Modi had called up Chandrababu Naidu, the TDP chief, to convey his congratulations to Naidu's led TDP, which is of course heading the NDA alliance over there, for the stupendous kind of result they've been able to get. If you remember, the 2019 election was just the reverse when Jagan Mohan Reddy swept the entire election, but this time around it's the reverse which has taken place. Also, very importantly, although there were a lot of talks within the Congress circles that they will approach Chandrababu Naidu for an alliance, but Chandrababu Naidu, in no uncertain terms, has conveyed to the Prime Minister that irrespective of whatever is going the rounds, he still solidly continues to be with the NDA. Now, Chandrababu Naidu is somebody who's been with the Atal Bihari Vajpayee government also. He was with the government in 2014. He walked off the alliance in 2019 before the 2019 elections, but he's come back just a few months ago, so he's very much solidly behind the alliance and very much solidly behind the NDA. That's what Chandrababu Naidu has conveyed in his brief conversation with Prime Minister Modi.
Right. So, just quickly understanding between the JDU and the TDP, any of these allies who are a little dicey, is the BJP worried about them decamping or leaving the NDA because they're being wooed openly by the opposition?
Well, that cannot be confirmed as of now, because like I know that Chandrababu Naidu has conveyed, in fact, to the Prime Minister himself that he's going to be with the NDA. Nitish Kumar is known as the Palturam, he's known as to have several flips and flops. It'll be important to see what the BJP's conversation will be, because I'm sure the BJP will put the likes of Vinod Tavde and the others who are in charge of Bihar to have a conversation with Nitish Kumar to make sure that they are on the same page. Because much to the surprise of BJP, although they were expecting Nitish Kumar's some seats to be lost, interestingly Nitish Kumar has done better than the BJP really expected. So will Nitish Kumar stage another flip-flop? We'll have to only wait and watch. But as of now, the BJP is very, very sure that their alliance partners will stay with them.
He has spoken to Chandrababu Naidu. He has dialed the TDP chief, perhaps to congratulate him on that landslide victory in the assembly elections, and also a phenomenal turn for the NDA in Andhra Pradesh. Although Odisha, it looks like it is going to be stuck, because the BJP is with 71 seats. It's short of majority there, Veer Sanghvi. The BJD is at 56. The Congress has 17. So there could be a bit of a flux there.
Yes, I think that's a reasonable assumption. Overall, I think the way to look at this election, and we were asked to look at it as BJP versus the rest, it's not really. It's a battle of 2 alliances, the India alliance versus the NDA alliance, and the NDA alliance is one. If you look at it that way, you get a completely different perspective. Our problem, and the BJP's problem essentially, is that the Prime Minister said 400, talked about a 1,000-year reign. He upped the ante. He made it seem that anything less than 400 would be a defeat. Whereas, in fact, if you're a third-term Prime Minister and you've got these results, if you're going to break history, make history and be sworn in for a third term, you've already achieved quite a lot. Why Mr. Modi upped the ante, I do not know.
Well, Prime Minister has spoken with Chandrababu Naidu. Payal is joining us with the details before we get into the analysis. Yes, Payal, what's the conversation about? Or we'll go across to Payal in just a bit. Yes,
if you look at phase 1 and phase 2, you'll see that both those phases haven't really kicked in for the BJP. If you just look at that in the data set,
right, let's see.
That'll give you the picture. And I think that's really where you have to press the panic button, so to speak. Let me bring in Mr. Poonawalla on that, if he's still there with us. Mr. Poonawalla,
Yeah.
Just wanted to ask you, the conversation here is veering around to the fact that the Prime Minister really went hell for leather after the second phase. Is that because the BJP had sensed that there was a certain degree of perhaps dissipation?
Good evening and welcome. You're watching our very special broadcast as CNN News 18 has been tracking the Indian election 2024, and wow, there have been so many surprises, twists and turns. I'm Avantika Singh.
And I'm Akanksha Swaroop, and bringing you all the latest trends that are right now emerging. Remember, the counting is still on and the results are still trickling in as we speak. In fact, we have some breaking inputs coming in right now. In fact, we are learning that the Grand Old Party has already approached the Election Commission in some breaking inputs that we are bringing to you right now, because the Congress is now complaining at the Election Commission that the counting is taking too much time. Remember, as we speak, the results are yet to be, in fact, declared officially by 4 p.m. is what we are learning. But the Congress has, in fact, approached the Election Commission only to complain about slow counting of votes. Let's also find out, in fact, who has approached the Election Commission from the Grand Old Party. Pallavi joins us with the details. Pallavi, what are you learning? Is Rahul Gandhi at the Election Commission's office, and why has counting been so slow so far?
So basically what we've been told, Abhishek Manu Singhvi as well as Salman Khurshid approaching the Election Commission, and the main ground that they are raising are twofold. One, that why is there so much of delay as far as official announcement of the electoral results on the Election Commission website is concerned. That's one. The second, if you start looking at the tweets which are coming in from Jairam Ramesh, what they are complaining about is that there are reports which are coming in. I'm quoting Jairam Ramesh, that there are reports which are coming in from many of the polling booths across the country that there is an attempt being made to try and change the electoral results as far as the counting goes. Very quickly, Akanksha, this is exactly what they have been talking about in the last 24 hours, that the counting is going to be fudged, and the Home Minister is in cahoots with the Election Commission to ensure that the counting of votes go in such a manner which ends up suiting the BJP. We are looking at the tight competition. The last few hours are going to be very, very critical, and the suggestion which is coming in from the Congress and the complaint they've taken to EC is precisely on these grounds.
It's very surprising that they think so, considering all the early trends that are emerging have only bucked the pre-poll expectations. But having said that, let's also play out a reaction that has come in from BJP's Rajiv Chandrasekhar.
0.7% as I understand today's numbers, which is again a record percentage of votes. And yes, we did come short by about a percentage or percentage and a half of votes. But that is something that we will look into, and we will look to increasing our support.
What do you think that restricted you from getting few more seats in Kerala?
No, it's too early to analyze that and too early to answer that question. But certainly, it was not for want of trying, not want of a vision for Tirunelveli. We campaigned extremely positively. As you know, there are dynamics of certain minority communities and certain narratives that were put out there by the parties that maybe we were not able to break through and we were not able to expose.
Will you able to continue here in Trivandrum?
No, my commitment to Tirunelveli is 100% total. It has nothing to do with me being a successful Lok Sabha MP or not. I have said when I came here on the 5th of March, it is my mission to transform Tirunelveli, and I stand by my mission. And all my colleagues in the BJP and my fellow Karyakartas stand by our mission to take Tirunelveli forward.
So BJP opened an account in Kerala.
We are very, very happy. We are very excited, and we think it marks a very, very important milestone in the growth and expansion of the BJP in Kerala and in the south of India. Suresh Gopi has worked very, very hard in the Trichur for the last 10 years. He has contested earlier. This is his third time at electoral politics, and to win by such a huge decisive margin and to put the Congress candidate into third place is certainly a very, very important signal and certainly an important encouragement for the BJP in particular in Thrissur and in Kerala in general.
In center, BJP didn't cross 400 mark.
No, it is obviously it is disappointing given the fact that the last 10 years our Prime Minister has worked very hard and transformed India significantly. The expectation was that the NDA would be 350 to 400 and we have come short as I see it on TV. We will see the results and we will see what.
Okay, it was a battle of big guns, isn't it? It was Tharoor versus Chandrasekhar, and it was such a neck-and-neck fight, isn't it, Akanksha, at the very last minute. But finally, as the vote counting progressed, you had the veteran Congress leader Shashi Tharoor heading in Thiruvananthapuram. Breaking news coming in, according to sources in the Congress party, the India Alliance meeting has now been called in Delhi tomorrow. We are still awaiting for a time. What we're getting to hear from sources is that they haven't decided on a time, but Sharon joins us now for the very latest. Sharon, over to you. So, a big surprise there. Lots of pleasant surprises for the Indy bloc, specifically for the Congress, who have doubled their number this time around. What are you hearing?
Well, Avantika, that is right. In fact, this result is something that is more than what they were expecting, though they were saying 295. But this result is, of course, something that they are positive about. And right now, Congress sources have in fact been suggesting that personally from the Congress President office, Kharge ji has in fact called in all the India Alliance leaders to come to Delhi. The time of the schedule of the meeting is something that will be decided. But tomorrow's meeting is going to be very crucial because that is where the strategy and other plans or their mode of action is going to be decided in the meeting tomorrow. Whether they will in fact be approaching, because right now there has been no talk or any sort of approach that has been done with regards to Nitish Kumar or Chandrababu Naidu. So whether that should be done, what is going to be their strategy, all this will be decided in the meeting tomorrow. So all the 28 parties of the India Alliance have been called in the national capital for the meeting tomorrow.
All right, many thanks to you, Shireen. We're in fact getting in more breaking inputs. Let's quickly bring you the trends that are now emerging as far as Maharashtra is concerned. In fact, we are now learning that Navneet Rana of the Bharatiya Janata Party has lost from Amravati and Supriya Sule has won from Baramati. In fact, Baramati was a very closely watched contest, Avantika, considering it's been a Pawar versus Pawar and
it was
a family
fight.
contest. Exactly. And so the results have given it away. Supriya Sule has won from Baramati. In fact, very sad
and
news
Navneet
for
Rana, a
Navneet Rana.
firebrand BJP candidate who was, you know, in the midst of that entire Hanuman Chalisa row. She, in fact, is also a very aggressive candidate. She losing from Amravati is also big news coming in.
I think it's, in fact, time for the BJP to, in fact, resort to some introspection. But, in fact, before we dive deeper into it, let's also quickly introduce our guests. I'm joined in by Mr. GVL Narasimha Rao, who's the national spokesperson of the BJP, Abbas Haider, who's the spokesperson of the Samajwadi Party. Many thanks to you, Mr. Haider and Mr. Rao, for joining in on CNN News 18. First of all, Mr. Rao, what do you make of the losses in Maharashtra, first of all?
Yeah, certainly we are disappointed by the results. We expected the coalition in Maharashtra to not retain the old numbers, but to sustain a large part of it. But I think certainly Maharashtra, though this was not totally unexpected, we have suffered significant losses in Maharashtra. And real problematic state has been Uttar Pradesh, where we were hoping to at least retain our previous strength, 2019 strength of 62 seats. But that is the state which has really sort of, I think, given a mandate which did not suit us, which did not encourage us. But we are, because you see, getting a majority, NDA majority itself is not a, is a remarkable achievement, because no government in the country has been re-elected for the third time in a row in the last 52 years. So this is happening, this third time hat-trick victory, though with a much reduced number, is a historic verdict by itself. So we certainly hope to have a very stable government that is committed to building new India, committed to building Viksit Bharat under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji. We have no doubt about whatsoever. But certainly the opposition going from 50 to 100, they might see this as a big a gain for them. So good luck to them. But we have achieving a third time victory in a row is itself a historic verdict, and that will slowly sink in, because today we are being measured against our target of 400 seats. But in reality, if you see this against, let's say, historical trends in this country, as I mentioned, this is a historic win coming after 52 years.
All right. You know, Abbas Haidarji, Uttar Pradesh, which had accounted for a lion's share for the BJP's tally, has gone the Indy Bloc way. What an amazing performance by the alliance, Indy Bloc and Samajwadi Party. UP ke ladke is trending now on social media. UP ke Shehzade, who are now obviously having the last laugh. What do you have to say about the performance of Sapa? You had the Samajwadi Party chief Akhilesh Yadav, who till the very last minute did not have a decision, and then finally he decided to throw his hat in the ring, and very strategic selection of candidates. Do you think all that effort has paid off for the Samajwadi Party in Purvanchal, in the state of Uttar Pradesh?
Thank you so much. Yes, certainly it has worked for the Samajwadi Party in India Alliance, and somehow people of Uttar Pradesh have given a message that, you know, empty rhetorics won't work anymore. They have voted for the fundamental issues, and even if they have, Bharatiya Janata Party has lost Ayodhya seat. I'm getting the news now. So you can understand what is happening in Uttar Pradesh. They were claiming that Prime Minister Modi is winning with a margin of 10 lakh vote. He'll win with a margin of 10 lakh. And what happened? Initially, he was trailing behind the India candidate. And now it is like, you know, a margin of just 1.25
You know, I remember, if I'm not mistaken, Akhilesh Yadav during a rally in Chandauli had said that Purvanchal will be the decider, and Purvanchal is going to be that area, that particular area of the state of Uttar Pradesh that is going to deal a severe blow to the BJP. And surprisingly, that kind of prediction has come true.
Yeah, even if you talk about the 6th phase, which happened in the Purvanchal, the eastern part of Uttar Pradesh. So we are winning almost 11 seats out of the 13. So this is what has been happening in Uttar Pradesh. And as far as the total number of are concerned, I think Bharatiya Janata Party has just not lost its credibility among the people of the country, but also among the ally partners of NDA. So I'm sure they don't trust Bharatiya Janata Party. They would look for some other alternative, because, you know, Bharatiya Janata Party has a long history of, you know, what they have done with the Shiv Sena and NCP. We all know, all the ally partners know. So certainly with the loss of credential, with the loss of trust, with the loss of credibility, I don't think Bharatiya Janata Party is going to make a government in the center. And certainly their number is going to come down within a couple of hours.
All right. In fact, Abbas, stay with us. I'm also joined in by Mr. Amitabh Dubey, who's the spokesperson for the Congress party. Mr. Dubey, how do you weigh in on what Abbas Haidar has just had to say? Not to forget the fact, the other aspect of my question is about Congress party itself bucking the pre-poll expectations, and yet you're approaching the Election Commission sniffing something fishy.
I can't really hear your question, I'm afraid.
Mr. Dubey, I want to know, why has the Congress approached the Election Commission, considering your party is already bucking the pre-poll expectations? You're far ahead than what was expected in the exit polls as well. But why are you constantly trying to, in fact, build upon a narrative that there's something fishy as far as the vote counting is concerned?
I'm not privy to what we are going to the Election Commission with right now. But
I'm informing you, Congress is approaching the Election Commission.
What is going on? See, I'll tell you what I have gauged from what I'm watching. There's been a lot of irregularities in the counting. There are a lot of complaints coming about the counting process. This time in the election, we have set up an entire structure, because there were many questions that had come up in previous elections about the vote counting process, particularly in elections that are very close, where the counting is very close. There were fears that the local administration might be involved in affecting the result one way or the other. So we've set up an entire structure to analyze that and observe it as it's going on, and we're getting feedback from that structure. So it's quite possible that that feedback is leading our leadership to approach the Election Commission wherever there may be complaints. I don't have details about the specific complaints at this point of time.
All right, GVL Narasimha Rao, if I could bring you in on how the BJP is now being attacked for the alliance formula that seems to have failed, especially when you look at states like Bihar and Maharashtra. It's being said that ye tod-phod ke alliance aapko sahayata nahi kar paaye. What is your assessment?
No, I think Bihar, we have done very well. So I don't think, but as far as Maharashtra is concerned, The allies have, together we have not done as well as we have expected, but we have not sort of junked our ally.
All right,
It was
considering you're talking about Bihar, I would also like you to weigh in on, are you very confident that Nitish Kumar will now be with you in this new alliance that forms?
Yeah, certainly. I think anyone who's been a part of a pre-poll alliance will certainly stay together. There is no question of anybody, because they know the other side, the so-called alliance, is not at all a cohesive alliance. The BJP with nearly 240, 250 kind of strength holds as a strong pillar of this NDA alliance, whereas Congress may not be able to even cross the 100 mark. So certainly nobody considers that as a viable coalition or a viable alternative. So the NDA is not only going to form government under Prime Minister Modi ji, it will also be a very stable government for the next 5 years. The only thing is, we will certainly have a larger alliance partners participation, even in 2014 and 19, though we had single party majorities in both the Lok Sabha houses, we had formed coalition governments. So this time it will be the same, maybe slightly more participation of the allies in the government, but the nature of the government will remain unchanged.
Amitabh Dubey, if you could weigh in on what Narasimha Rao had to say, in fact, in terms of kingmakers and the prospects of a BJP alliance now going forward.
So let us have the final results come in. At the moment, the BJP is obviously the single largest party, short of a majority. So let that process continue. It's up to, of course, the allies to decide which way they want to go. Many of the allies for many years have been subject to pressure from the agencies, ED, CBI and so on. They know what the experience has been under Mr. Modi's prime ministership. This is their one chance to see if they can make a change there, but that's for them to decide. It's not for us as an opposition party to get involved in the internal processes. But as an analyst, I can say that this is one chance when the BJP and the NDA can decide what kind of future they want for their government.
Right, we'll come back to you, all of our guests, in just a bit. But let's just shift our focus to Kerala, because that, has been a very interesting contest. We've seen the BJP opening an account there from Thrissur. But our reporter got a chance, Neetu got a chance to speak with Rajiv Chandrasekhar. He, in fact, has been a very prominent face, a BJP candidate, a last-minute entry into the race, a direct context with Mr. Shashi Tharoor. So let's just listen in what he had to say about these elections and him trailing behind Mr. Tharoor.
Joining me here is Mr. Rajiv Chandrasekhar. So it was more like a 20-20 match in Thiruvananthapuram. You going up, then Mr. Tharoor coming down, and finally it's a margin of about 15,000 votes. How do you see this?
No, look, finally in elections, there is people only remember the winners, and people certainly don't remember who came second and who came how close it is. But on a serious note, this was a campaign which I launched on the 5th of March when I was given this opportunity, excuse me, to contest in Thiruvananthapuram. And I said then, and I say today, that we were on a mission to transform Thiruvananthapuram. And our campaign was completely about transforming Thiruvananthapuram, development, prosperity and opportunities. And as a consequence of, I think, our positive campaign, over 3.4 lakh people of Thiruvananthapuram have voted for the BJP, which is a record number. And about 35.7% of vote share the BJP has got in Thiruvananthapuram, which is again a record number. So I am pleased with the support and the response and the love and affection that the people of Thiruvananthapuram have given me. Of course, I'm disappointed with the results, and I think I would have been a good MP for Thiruvananthapuram. But it is what it is, and we will continue to work hard and to grow our party.
For the first time, Kerala has given a seat for BJP in Thrissur constituency. How are you seeing this change?
No, I was very confident, as we were all, that this time in these elections, the BJP will succeed significantly in Kerala. We were expecting 3 seats, and as you can see, Thrissur, we have succeeded. Suresh Gopi has done a wonderful job over the last 10 years in Thrissur. Artingal, my colleague V. Muralidharan, has done a very solid fight where he has come up very short, close to the ultimate winner. And the Thiruvananthapuram contest as well. And then
Shobha Surendran Nalapura, who has done an excellent job in growing the party and the vote share and the number of votes. So it is no surprise that the BJP is growing in Kerala, will continue to grow, and it will completely expose and continue to expose this myth that somehow the South, and in particular Kerala, is a place where the people of Kerala don't want to support the BJP. And these elections have emphatically proved that more and more people are supporting the BJP than they are supporting the left. And that is certainly, in my opinion, the story of today and the story of tomorrow.
BJP has not gotten the magic number 272. With the support of the allies, yes, they have crossed that. The NDA has crossed that. But you all were looking for a much higher number. And the India alliance has also performed well than expected. How do you see this?
No, look, it is something that our leadership will examine, introspect. It is only this is today the day of the results, and the results are just coming out. Where the final numbers end up for the NDA, we still don't know. But clearly, it is clear that the numbers are a disappointment given the exit polls that predicted between 350 and 400. And the leadership of my party and the NDA will decide what are the reasons for it and what next steps to be taken. But these are messages from the people of India, the voters of India, to our party and the NDA, and we will listen to them loud and clear.
At this stage, are you confident that the NDA is coming back to that?
Oh, 100%. I have no doubt that the NDA will form the government, and that there will be a third term for Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, albeit with a slightly different majority.
Thank you. Thank you so much for speaking to us.
Okay, let's go back to our guests now. And we have been getting very interesting perspectives, but a huge disappointment. I mean, Akanksha, that's very obvious.
Especially when you look at the Hindi heartland, Avantika.
Yeah, that is true.
You have travelled extensively while covering Uttar Pradesh, and I think you'll be the best person to, in fact, talk about the kind of trends they are emerging and why are they emerging.
Right.
Perhaps let's also take some inputs.
Go to Abbas Haider to get some perspective on this. Abbas, that's what's been coming out. Uttar Pradesh has been a big shock, a huge setback for the BJP. This is the heartland state, as my colleague Akanksha was stating. So what do you think has helped the Samajwadi Party Congress upset the BJP's Uttar Pradesh apple cart? Do you think it's the strategic distribution of those tickets on non-Yadav OBCs and Dalits? Because when I went to cover most of the areas in western Uttar Pradesh and central Uttar Pradesh, something that was resonating amongst all the people in these areas, at least in western and central Uttar Pradesh, though of course they've received a beating in eastern Uttar Pradesh, is that asantosh hai, akrosh nahi hai. I mean, people were clearly disgruntled with the MPs, but there wasn't really a lot of anger for the Modi government. But obviously, we're seeing a big shock coming in from the Purvanchal area for the BJP and a big, huge win for the Indie Bloc and the Samajwadi Party.
People of Uttar Pradesh have shown that there is no Modi magic. Modi's popularity was overhyped. And as far as people's mandate is saying, it is saying that Akhilesh Yadavji's popularity is more than Narendra Modi in Uttar Pradesh. Yeah. Well, people have voted on the fundamental issues. They have voted for 33% reservation in government jobs for women. They have voted for employment. They have voted against inflation. They have voted against the divisive agenda of Bharatiya Janata Party. They have voted for their rights. They have voted for the rights of OBC, Dalits and minorities. We have fought for this election was focused on the issues of PDA. Because Bharatiya Janata Party government in Uttar Pradesh, we talk about 69,000 jobs where OBC quota and Dalit quota reservation was not taken care of by the government, and several other cases. Basically these communities have voted against the Bharatiya Janata Party. They have voted for the Samajwadi Party India Alliance across the state. And yes, people across caste lines, across religious lines, they have voted for us. If we see, we are also ahead in the number of seats in Uttar Pradesh, while the percentage of votes, we are also ahead as compared to the NDA and UP.
Yes.
So basically, in both the scenario, the people have, they have stood with us, and I believe that, after like couple of hours, the situation will be better for us, because I can see, I have data in front of me. There are like 7-8 seats where we are tailing by 700 votes, 600
yes,
votes,
we're just referring
votes.
to those numbers as well. But undoubtedly, Akanksha,
Absolutely.
you know, it is a remarkable turnaround for the opposition-led Samajwadi Party and the Congress in Uttar Pradesh.
Can I?
Just take a look at the
GVL,
numbers.
I'm going to bring you in on what point has just been made by Abbas Haider and Avantika over there. GVL, a lot of time, and in fact the last tenure of the Modi government was also spun around the narrative of the Sanatan Hindutva unity revolving around the Ram Mandir issue. But it seems that the caste politics in Uttar Pradesh has trounced the Ram Mandir issue. It doesn't seem to have worked. Yes, you'll say in your defense that that Ram Mandir was meant to be a promise that you were supposed to deliver, that your government was supposed to deliver. But what happens to the caste dynamics? It doesn't seem that caste dynamics has been subsumed, because it seems that as far as BSP's loss is concerned, that has now become Samajwadi Party's gain.
Yeah, you see, Ram Mandir wasn't an electoral issue for us, and I can tell you, in so many dozens of rallies addressed by our top leadership, we have not raised this issue. We have not asked for votes in the name of construction of the temple. But for the Samajwadi Party, which has not won.
Where I beg to differ, GVL, is that there's a press conference being addressed by Congress's Abhishek Manu Singhvi. Let's also listen in.
2:30 बजे के बाद जो अपडेशन होता है राउंड बाय राउंड, यानी काउंटिंग जब गणना हो रही होती है तो हर राउंड पे एक आंकड़ा प्रकाशित होता है। उसमें बहुत ढील आ गई है या बहुत धीरे धीरे हो रहा है, यानी हर आधे घंटे में वो आंकड़ा अपडेट नहीं हो रहा है इलेक्शन कमीशन की वेबसाइट पे। ये हमारी कंप्लेंट थी। 2 कंप्लेंट्स थी, एक तो कि संसदीय क्षेत्र के अनुसार ऐसा कोई अपडेशन नहीं है ही नहीं, और दूसरा जो असेंबली सेगमेंट्स के अनुसार राउंड बाय राउंड आता है आंकड़ा, वो भी बड़े विलंब के साथ अपडेट हो रहा है। ये 2 मुद्दे थे। तो हमने कहा इससे एक प्रश्न चिन्ह उठता है, चुनाव के जो पूरी एक स्पष्टता होती है और निष्पक्षता होती है, उस पर अननेसेसरीली बिना कारण के एक प्रश्न चिन्ह उठता है। तो इसको जल्दी होना चाहिए। हमने कोई ऐसे आरोप नहीं लगाया, हमने कहा कि हमको चाहिए एक सीधा आदेश चुनाव आयोग के केंद्रीय स्थल से कि ये जल्द से जल्द अपडेट हो। चुनाव आयोग ने हमको बड़े आदर के साथ सुना और कहा कि जहाँ तक संसदीय क्षेत्र का मामला है तो ये अपडेशन पहले भी नहीं होता था, अब भी संभव नहीं है, क्योंकि ये आंकड़े आते हैं असेंबली सेगमेंट वाइज। तो असेंबली सेगमेंट वाइज जो आंकड़े आते हैं उनको अपडेट वो तब करते हैं जब एक असेंबली सेगमेंट अगर 7 हैं एक संसदीय क्षेत्र में, वहाँ पहले आता है तो वो पहले हो जाता है, जहाँ बाद में आता है वहाँ बाद में होता है, इसलिए दोनों में समय का थोड़ा अंतर रहता है। इस बात को उन्होंने बड़े विस्तार से समझाया कि किसी रूप से वो विलंब नहीं होने देंगे, वो आदेश भी देंगे कि जो असेंबली सेगमेंट के अनुसार उसके आधार पर जो अपडेशन होना चाहिए वो जल्द से जल्द हो। और मैं समझता हूँ कि अगर ये आदेश तुरंत चला जाए, क्योंकि कुछ घंटे बचे हैं गणना में, तो ये एक प्रकार से हल होगा। बड़े एक सौहार्द के साथ ये बातचीत हुई और हमने उनको धन्यवाद किया हमको जल्द से जल्द अपॉइंटमेंट देने के लिए। एक और मुद्दा है जिसके बारे में मेरे दोस्त बोलेंगे, मैं अंग्रेजी में संक्षेप में बोल दूँ। वी वेंट टू द इलेक्शन कमीशन एट शॉर्ट नोटिस टू कन्वे अ कंसर्न ऑफ आवर्स। इट वाज मोर अ कंसर्न, लेस अ कंप्लेंट। We are very happy that they gave us time at very short notice. They heard us patiently. The main issue was about not updating parliamentary constituency data round by round in terms of votes counted and the results of that round. However, it was clarified that it is done assembly segment wise. As you know, these are not assembly elections, but the statistics are counted and updated assembly segment wise. So if a parliamentary constituency has averaged 7 assemblies, then it is done each round in each assembly segment wise. Now the problem was explained to us is that different assembly segments follow different speeds of counting and also of updation, which is why there is a lack of synchronism for the parliamentary constituency as a whole. In any case, the Election Commission has assured us that without all this technicality, they are again going to give very strict instructions that counting and updation round-wise at the assembly segment level shall be the fastest and the most prompt as possible. We are happy if that happens, and I think the matter would be resolved. Only a few hours are left for the elections, and we don't want to create unnecessary question marks, so long as this direction to immediately A, to count fast, and B, to promptly disclose the counting round for each segment. There is a second issue, my friend will address you on that, about Sonipat.
जी आप सबका स्वागत है धन्यवाद सिंघवी जी एक छोटा लेकिन महत्वपूर्ण एक विषय था एक छोटा परंतु महत्वपूर्ण एक विषय था और वो
All right, so Abhishek Manu Singhvi of the Congress Party putting things on the record officially over there. As you heard, Avantika, he's gone on to, in fact, agree of sorts with the Election Commission, talking about why there's a delay in sharing data. Right. And let me bring in Amitabh Dubey of the Congress Party, who's the spokesperson, still continues to be with us. Mr. Dubey, what is your assessment? Why is the grand old party sniffing foul play over here when the Election Commission's now clearly, in fact, explained why there's been this delay? Because, of course, different assembly segments are operating at a different pace, and, of course, they are hoping that in the next couple of hours, results should be crystal clear.
So I couldn't hear you very clearly, but you're asking why we are bringing these complaints to the Election Commission.
Right.
Is that the question?
Yes.
Yeah. So, you know, there is a context to this. The context is that the voters, the most important thing is that the people of India, the voters of India, have faith in our institutions, specifically the Election Commission. If you look at CSDS data in 2024, 23 or 24, the latest data, up to 50% of the people either have no faith or have diminished faith in the Election Commission, compared with 2019 when it was about 25%. So clearly the ECI has to bring people into confidence. And when it does things like delays turnout data by 10, 11 days, it refuses to even meet a delegation of opposition parties on the EVM issue for 10 months, it raises questions. And what we want to say is that for the ECI to maintain the faith of the citizens of India, not just the parties of India, it has to be transparent, and it has been lacking in many of these areas, which is why we set up a structure to observe the counting process and to look at how the counting is going. Right. And wherever we see aberrations or abnormalities, we bring it to the ECI's attention. Now, in this case, the ECI seems to have given a satisfactory attention, has been responsive. So this is the system working. We are being vigilant, and the ECI is responding.
All right, fair enough. Amitabh, Abhishek Manu Singhvi also making it very clear that it's a concern and not a complaint. Now, I wanted to shift your focus to the Congress MP Rahul Gandhi. He's on a dominant streak in the 2 Lok Sabha seats of Wayanad in Kerala and Rai Bareli in Uttar Pradesh. But the big story that everyone is tracking here is Amethi, the Gandhi family loyalist, in fact, on the verge of defeating Smriti Irani. How is your party reacting to this news? I know that the election hasn't been called in yet, but big news coming in. You have a family loyalist, KL Sharma, who was the last-minute announcement and now on the verge of defeating Smriti Irani, who turned out to be that giant killer in 2019.
Are you asking me?
Yes, Amitabh. The question is for you.
Yeah, okay. Yes. So, you know, the fact is that the feedback we have had is that Smriti Irani was quite unpopular in the constituency of Amethi. She was seen as someone who wasn't very attentive to local requirements. She didn't spend enough time there. The local party, her party workers were not very happy. So it was a calculated gamble that we took a party worker, Mr. Sharma, who's been there for 4 decades, who's very well known locally, who's been active locally, and put him up against her, and it obviously seems to have panned out. I think what she was hoping for perhaps was a high profile context with Rahul Gandhi or with Priyanka Gandhi that would give her the media attention that she often craves, and we strategically denied it to her. So Rahul Gandhi contested Rai Bareli and KL Sharma in Amethi, and clearly this strategy seems to have worked, and it is working in the context of a wider sweep or at least a very direct contest in UP that was completely unexpected by the exit polls and by the commentariat, and of course even by some political parties. I can say honestly that some people in the party are pleasantly surprised that we have been able to best the BJP
if I may
in one of the
ask you,
stronghold
because
states,
that's
the
a
state where the
question
Pran Pratishtha
that's on
was done,
everyone's
the state where
mind.
the campaign was launched.
that Rahul Gandhi is, taking an impressive lead from both Wayanad and Raebareli as well. If he wins both these seats, which one will he give up?
Yeah, I mean, that's a question that he has to decide. I'm not privy to his thinking. There's a lot of people in the party who would like Priyanka Gandhi to also be an MP.
Yes.
So, but that's really a question for them to take as individuals and people in their family.
But we are very curious, and I'm sorry if I grill you further on this, Amitabh, but what will giving up Raebareli for Rahul Gandhi mean? Will this be a catch-22 of sorts? Or will Priyanka Gandhi in fact step in to salvage the situation as far as your connect with the people of Raebareli and Amethi is concerned?
Again, are you asking me?
Yes, Amitabh, please go ahead.
Yeah. No, I mean, like I said, of course she has a connect with the people of UP. She's worked in both of these constituencies, and in fact in this campaign also she was working there. But it's a personal decision to contest for to become a member of parliament. There are many considerations. Each individual has to look at it themselves. So it's best to leave it to her. There'll be a political calculation, of course, but there'll also be a personal calculation. So I can't try and guess what her motivations and her plans might be. We'll have to wait and see.
All right, and since you're saying you'll have to wait and see, what are the seats now that the grand old party is currently very keenly, very closely eyeing?
What are the whats?
All right, I'm afraid we're running short of time. Many thanks to you, Mr. Amitabh Dubey, for joining in with your precious insights. And with that, let's quickly bring our viewers all the political reactions that have come in. Remember, the results are still pouring in thick and fast, but the reactions are also coming in. Let's play them out for you.
वो हमारे साथ रहे। अयोध्या में बीजेपी हार गई, फैजाबाद बीजेपी हार गई, जहां इतना बड़ा इवेंट किया था मोदी जी ने, ध्यान 14 दिन का व्रत किया, कल ध्यान किया, देश की जनता ने नरेंद्र मोदी जी को नकारा है, मोदी को फेयरवेल दिया है, मोदी जी को बस हो गया।
MP from Thiruvananthapuram. So first, congratulations, a nail-biting finish at the moment.
A cliffhanger, yeah, absolutely. Well, I think the World T20 is supposed to be happening in the West Indies and the US, but the super over was here in Thiruvananthapuram. It was quite a tight finish, and I must admit that I would like to congratulate my two rivals, Rajiv Chandrasekhar and Pannian Ravindran, for having led such a stiff fight. Neither gave an inch, and it became a very, very close contest in the end. Voters of Thiruvananthapuram have reposed their trust in me once again, and I look forward to fulfilling their trust and serving them with dedication in the years to come.
It was a very high-octane campaign here with the union MOS, and there has been a lot of allegations, complaints going back and forth. A change that way as far as the campaigns of your past three are concerned.
That's right.
So what do you think worked for you, and how do you see that campaign?
On your first observation, I think it's a pity that some of this actually happened, and I hope that everybody can agree to put these things behind them. There are apparently cases filed against me. But in any case, whatever needs to be faced, we'll face it. But I think at this point in democracy, we need to learn to respect each other. I have tried always to show respect to my opponents, and at the same time to take them on the issues, and that's fair game in democracies. That's really how it should be. There was unnecessary bitterness and invective that I would not like to see repeated.
बिहार में आप सबसे बड़ी पार्टी बन के निकले हैं, वहाँ पर 14 सीट आपको मिलती हुई दिखाई दे रही है। अभी तक जो आंकड़े आए हैं सामने, नीतीश किसके साथ हैं, एक सवाल फिर से उठ रहा है, क्योंकि ये कयास लगाए जा रहे हैं, क्योंकि जो थोड़ा बहुत आंकड़ा एनडीए गठबंधन को मिलता हुआ दिखाई दे रहा है, तो अब ये हो सकता है कि नीतीश जी को वापस लाने की कवायद शुरू कर दी जाए।
परिस्थिति ऐसी आ गई जब राहुल गांधी ने सबके सामने कह दिया कि नीतीश कुमार जी को ममता बनर्जी मानने के लिए तैयार नहीं है, तो प्रधानमंत्री के पद की बात नहीं थी, खाली कोऑर्डिनेटर की बात थी। उसके सामने हमारे सामने कोई रास्ता नहीं था। हमें प्रसन्नता है कि बीजेपी ने सम्मान हम लोगों को अपने साथ लिया, लोकसभा चुनाव में हमारी मनमांगी सीटें दी। आज हम बिहार में सबसे बड़ी पार्टी हैं।
अगर इंडिया गठबंधन से फिर से बातचीत की जाती है और बाकायदा पूरा सम्मान दिया जाता है, पद भी दिया जाता है, क्योंकि ऐसी चर्चाएं चल रही हैं कि उप प्रधानमंत्री का पद भी उनको दिया जा सकता है अगर बातचीत होती है तो।
नहीं, अब हमारा वापस जाने का कोई प्रश्न पैदा नहीं होता। हमने इस गठबंधन को बनाने में मेहनत की, बीजेपी के साथ मिलकर के हमने चुनाव लड़ा, हमारी मनमर्जी की सीटें मिली। यद्यपि हम बिहार से बाहर भी सीटें चाहते थे, वो मिलती तो यूपी में और भी अच्छा होता। अगर उत्तर प्रदेश में नीतीश कुमार जी को सीटें देकर के कैंपेन कराते तो शायद उत्तर प्रदेश के नतीजे भी एनडीए के मन माफिक होते। खैर कोई बात नहीं, फिलहाल हमारा यहाँ से कहीं और गठबंधन में जाने का प्रश्न ही पैदा नहीं होता। मैं सिरे से इसको नकारता हूँ।
जहाँ तक मुल्क भर के नतीजों की अगर हम बात करें तो दिल खुश हुआ। हम शायद इससे ज़्यादा उम्मीद कर रहे थे, लेकिन एग्जिट पोल्स गलत साबित हुए। वो जम्मू कश्मीर के बारे में भी गलत साबित हुए और बाकी मुल्क के बारे में गलत साबित हुए। जिस तरह अखिलेश ने यूपी में किया, ममता दीदी ने वेस्ट बंगाल में, स्टालिन साहब ने तमिलनाडु में, राहुल गांधी और खड़गे साहब और प्रियंका जी ने जिस तरह कांग्रेस की टैली जो है लगभग अब 100 पे वो टच कर रहे हैं। एग्जैक्ट फिगर्स मेरे पास अभी है नहीं। कोई भी एग्जिट पोल के बाद ये सोच भी नहीं सकता था कि ये इतनी अच्छी परफॉर्मेंस ऑपोजिशन की रहेगी।
All right, CNN News 18 continues to bring you all the top news makers. But before, in fact, I go to my guest, Mr. V.D. Sharma, who is the BJP State President of Madhya Pradesh. Important to inform you that it's been quite a clean sweep for the Bharatiya Janata Party on expected lines, Avantika.
Yes.
But how do you assess this clean sweep, considering Chhindwara was still considered as a Kamalnath bastion?
No, but the game has changed. At least the BJP has something to smile about as far as Madhya Pradesh is concerned, given the kind of shocks that they've been receiving one after the other from the heartland states. And also some good news for the BJP as far as Kerala is concerned, with them opening a, their account there, and most importantly, their vote share in Tamil Nadu increasing as well. But Madhya Pradesh, yes, it's an important one, and some relief there for the BJP, isn't it?
So, in fact, let's find out what's the sentiment within the BJP about this victory. Mr. V.D. Sharma joins us live. पहले तो बहुत मुबारकबाद वीडी शर्मा जी। आपको ये भी कहना चाहेंगे कि कहा यही जा रहा है कि अब मध्य प्रदेश बीजेपी के लिए गुजरात के समान हो गया है। किसको क्रेडिट देना चाहेंगे इस परफॉर्मेंस के लिए?
देखिए, मध्य प्रदेश के अंदर क्रेडिट अगर देना है तो मध्य प्रदेश के मन में हमेशा मोदी थे और मोदी जी के मन में मध्य प्रदेश रहा। आज हमने विधानसभा के चुनाव में हमने कैंपेन लिया था और लोकसभा के चुनाव में भी मध्य प्रदेश की जनता ने प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी को तीसरी बार भारत का प्रधानमंत्री बनाने के संकल्प पर आज जो इतना बड़ा जनादेश और आशीर्वाद दिया है। भाजपा के कार्यकर्ताओं की मेहनत, प्रत्येक बूथ पर हमने चुनाव बूथ पर लड़ा है और प्रत्येक बूथ पर मजबूती के साथ भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं ने काम किया और विकास और गरीब कल्याण जो प्रधानमंत्री मोदी और मध्य प्रदेश की सरकार हमारे डॉक्टर मोहन यादव जी के नेतृत्व में और इससे पहले की हमारी पूर्ववर्ती सरकारों ने जो गरीब कल्याण का काम किया और विकास के आयाम खड़े किए, इसको जनता ने आज मध्य प्रदेश के अंदर ये आशीर्वाद दिया है और मोदी जी को पुनः प्रधानमंत्री जनता मध्य प्रदेश की, जो हमने कहा कि मोदी जी मध्य प्रदेश के मन में है और मध्य प्रदेश मोदी जी के मन में है, इस आधार पर जनता ने आज आशीर्वाद दिया है।
जी, पर मध्य प्रदेश से थोड़ा हटके चलिए यूपी की बात करते हैं। यूपी में आपका परफॉर्मेंस काफ़ी डिसअपॉइंटिंग रहा है। जहां पे जिस स्टेट में योगी मोदी फॉर्मूला की बात होती थी, वहां आज समाजवादी पार्टी का पीडीए फॉर्मूला आपको पछाड़ गया।
पछाड़ना तो नहीं कहेंगे, लेकिन जो अपेक्षा के अनुरूप परिणाम उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर जरूर अभी जो ट्रेंड है जो मतगणना के, उसमें थोड़ा सा हमें ये कमजोरी लग रही है कि थोड़ा हम इसमें बहुत सफल नहीं हो पाए हैं। लेकिन मुझे लगता है कि फाइनल परिणाम आते आते उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर भी एक अच्छा नंबर भारतीय जनता पार्टी का अभी और बढ़ेगा।
मगर शर्मा जी, एक बात बताइए, पूरे उत्तर प्रदेश में मोदी का नाम और योगी का काम, ऐसे नारे हमने सुने थे जब हम गए थे इलेक्शन कवर करने में। इनफैक्ट समाजवादी पार्टी को तो गुंडा राज पार्टी कहा जाता था। आपकी खुद की पार्टी कहती थी कि ये जो पार्टी है, सपा की जो पार्टी है, वो बस गुंडागर्दी करती है एंड दे डोंट बिलीव इन लॉ एंड ऑर्डर। बट आज तो पूरे जो स्टोरी है पलट ही गया है। हाउ डू यू रिस्पॉन्ड टू दिस शॉकिंग परफॉर्मेंस जो बीजेपी ने देखा है उत्तर प्रदेश में?
नहीं, अच्छा कर रहे हैं। ये कोई समीकरण और इसके आधार पर हो सकता है कि हमें समाजवादी पार्टी को जो लाभ मिला हो किन्हीं समीकरणों के तहत, लेकिन है तो गुंडा पार्टी, इसमें कोई दो राय नहीं है। इनका इतिहास कहता है कि इन्होंने देश के अंदर क्या किया है, प्रदेश के अंदर क्या किया है, इसलिए कोई इसके बारे में कोई धारणा बदल जाएगी ऐसा नहीं है। गलती से जे वहां पर जहां पर इनके सांसद बनेगा क्या होगा ये तो उत्तर प्रदेश की जनता बेहतर जानती है। योगी जी ने आदरणीय मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में उत्तर प्रदेश के विकास को जिस प्रकार से चार चांद लगाए हैं और गुंडीज्म खत्म किया है। अब कई समीकरण कभी कभी राजनीति में बनते हैं, उन समीकरण के तहत हो सकता है कि कुछ प्लस माइनस हुआ हो, लेकिन हम इस पर अलर्ट हैं और मुझे लगता है कि हमारा नेतृत्व उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर भी इस पर गंभीरता से विचार करके कहां पर क्या ऐसी चीज हुई है इसके कारण से कुछ प्लस माइनस हुआ है, लेकिन मैं मानता हूं कि अभी भी नंबर और अच्छा आएगा।
पर मिस्टर शर्मा, जो होल्ड होता था बीजेपी का हार्टलैंड, हिंदी हार्टलैंड स्टेट्स पे, वो शायद थोड़ा सा हिल गया है इस टाइम। अगर आप बिहार की बात करेंगे तो वहाँ पर भी जो जेडीयू है, दे हैव परफॉर्म्ड मच बेटर देन द बीजेपी। राजस्थान की अगर बात करेंगे वहाँ पर भी जो आपका होल्ड था वो भी थोड़ा सा काफ़ी शेक हो रखा है। तो आपको नहीं लगता है कि बीजेपी के जो उम्मीद थे, जितने नंबर आने थे, वो तो उम्मीदों के बहुत ही ज़्यादा कम आए जो बीजेपी ने प्रिडिक्ट करा था कि जो उनको नंबर आए थे? आपके तो सारे जो कैंडिडेट्स थे वो सारे कह रहे थे कि आपको 80 में से 80 मिल जाएंगे, उससे तो बहुत ही कम आए सीट्स।
चूक कहाँ हुई है ये तो चुनाव परिणाम के बाद समझ में चीजें आएंगी, लेकिन फिर भी कोई इतना बड़ा चेंज नहीं है। एनडीए गठबंधन को अच्छा बहुमत मिला है और माना कि कुछ राज्यों में थोड़ा अपेक्षा के अनुरूप हमें परिणाम नहीं मिल पाए।
In fact, we have some breaking inputs coming in on that note. Remember, the Congress party had just approached the Election Commission of India, and with regards to that, we are getting in more inputs. As far as Congress's delegation that approached the EC is concerned, the Election Commission, in fact, has responded saying that the counting is conducted as per Rule 60 of the Conduct of Election Rules at the designated counting centers. Let's try and get in some understanding in terms of what the Election Commission has had to say. Arunima will be sharing more inputs with us. Arunima, share the details with us.
So, you know, the last couple of hours, the Election Commission of India website seemed to not be moving as fast as it was in the initial hours of counting. So, the Congress alleged that this was deliberately slowing down of the counting process. They've all expressed continuously over the last 2 months doubts over the way the ECI has been conducting the election, and keeping with that trend, they landed at the ECI's doorstep a short while ago and raised concerns about the way the counting was happening. So now ECI sources are clarifying that this is again trying to mislead and raise doubts unnecessarily. What they're saying is that the entire counting process is being conducted as per rules, in presence of the candidate, in presence of the micro-observers who have been appointed, and so far from no polling station or no counting station rather, there have been any complaints raised of any anomaly. So trying to ascertain that yes, it is taking time because perhaps you know, the counting process of all the EVMs is just taking time, but that does not mean that there is any deliberate mischief or anything amiss in the you know, delay that we are seeing.
So they have admitted to the delays, haven't they? Because Abhishek Manu Singhvi saying that we aren't registering a complaint is just a concern that we are raising. He in fact stated, Arunima, that parliamentary constituency data is not being uploaded on time. Has that been fixed? What are you tracking?
See, the Election Commission is trying to explain what we are calling delay. They're trying to explain it in terms of procedure. I'm just going to read out to you what they're saying. In assembly elections, round pertains to the assembly constituencies and hence are declared and reflected on the ECI result portal. For parliamentary constituency, the counting happens in the assembly segments falling in the particular PC, which is the parliamentary constituency. Since different assembly segments have different numbers of round, they run at different speed, and that reflects on the overall parliamentary number as well. For example, I can explain to you, if you take Guna has 8 assembly constituencies.
Okay.
Each assembly will be doing its own counting, and its returning officer will take his or her own time. And then when all the 8 have finished all rounds of countings, only then can you declare what the Guna parliamentary constituency result is. That is what the EC is trying to explain. But like I told you, the opposition and the Congress party have been suspicious of the entire process throughout the 2024 election, and their complaint is keeping in line with that trend.
All right, I'm going to leave it at that. Arunima, thank you so much for joining us. We will continue to get our viewers all the updates as we track those numbers. Remember, the elections are still on. Those numbers the votes are still being counting. So stay with us. We're slipping into a very short break. News and updates continue on the other side.
Look, Rahul, once again, the BJP and the NDA alliance, already NDA plus was 400, and therefore we set a high benchmark for ourselves. We always knew, as we've been already validated, that we were going to come back to power for a third time. The only question was that could we reach or better the target that we had set for ourselves. Perhaps Veer has a point that we set our ambitions too high. We could be guilty of the burden of expectations weighing too heavily on us. But now, just think of it. Had this been 2014, the 2014 NDA was about 310 or 315 seats. We are not very far away from that. By all likelihood, with 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock, we'll be making that mark.
Right.
At that time, that was considered as a wave, and today it's not being considered as a wave.
No, and see, I'm just looking at Zaka wanted to know, beg your pardon, Rahul wanted to know, in phase 1 and 2 together, the opposition has actually taken 26 seats, plus 26 seats. The NDA is minus 23. And in that, if I have to look at the breakup of the NDA, the BJP has got 72 seats. They are minus 23 overall. So that's the breakup. And if you look at phase 1, 2 and 3, let me add to the filters and add phase 3 also. If you look at phase 1, 2 and 3, overall, the NDA is minus 34 seats. Yes. So the first 3 phases is where the BJP and the NDA has suffered a lot of losses. Bulk of the losses are from the BJP.
And that's the area where the SP has really capitalized in Uttar Pradesh also. If you overlay those 3 phases.
If you look at the Uttar Pradesh region, and let's look at the region, let's go back and we'll look at the states. I've got Payal with me. Just a minute. Yes, Payal. Chandrababu Naidu has dialed, has been spoken to by the PM. What's the conversation about? Yes, Payal.
So, you know, what we are given to understand is that Prime Minister Narendra Modi had called up Chandrababu Naidu, the TDP chief, to convey his congratulations to Naidu's led TDP, which is of course heading the NDA alliance over there, for the stupendous kind of result they've been able to get. If you remember, the 2019 election was just the reverse when Jagan Mohan Reddy swept the entire election, but this time around it's the reverse which has taken place. Also, very importantly, although there were a lot of talks within the Congress circles that they will approach Chandrababu Naidu for an alliance, but Chandrababu Naidu, in no uncertain terms, has conveyed to the Prime Minister that irrespective of whatever is going the rounds, he still solidly continues to be with the NDA. Now, Chandrababu Naidu is somebody who's been with the Atal Bihari Vajpayee government also. He was with the government in 2014. He walked off the alliance in 2019 before the 2019 elections, but he's come back just a few months ago, so he's very much solidly behind the alliance and very much solidly behind the NDA. That's what Chandrababu Naidu has conveyed in his brief conversation with Prime Minister Modi.
Right. So, just quickly understanding between the JDU and the TDP, any of these allies who are a little dicey, is the BJP worried about them decamping or leaving the NDA because they're being wooed openly by the opposition?
Well, that cannot be confirmed as of now, because, you know, like I know that Chandrababu Naidu has conveyed, you know, in fact, to the Prime Minister himself that he's going to be with the NDA. Nitish Kumar is known as the Palturam, is known as to have several flips and flops. It'll be important to see what the BJP's conversation will be, because I'm sure the BJP will put the likes of Vinod Tavade and the others who are in charge of Bihar to have a conversation with Nitish Kumar to make sure that they are on the same page. Because much to the surprise of BJP, although they were expecting Nitish Kumar's some seats to be lost, interestingly Nitish Kumar has done better than the BJP really expected. So will Nitish Kumar stage another flip-flop? We'll have to only wait and watch. But as of now, the BJP is very, very sure that their alliance partners will stay with them.
He has spoken to Chandrababu Naidu. He has dialed the TDP chief, perhaps to congratulate him on that landslide victory in the assembly elections and also a phenomenal turn for the NDA in Andhra Pradesh. Although Odisha, it looks like it is going to be stuck, because the BJP is with 71 seats. It's short of majority there, Veer Sanghvi. The BJD is at 56. The Congress has 17. So there could be a bit of a flux there.
Yes, I think that's a reasonable assumption. Overall, I think the way to look at this election, and we were asked to look at it as BJP versus the rest. It's not really. It's a battle of two alliances, the India alliance versus the NDA alliance, and the NDA alliance is one. If you look at it that way, you get a completely different perspective. Our problem, and the BJP's problem essentially, is that the Prime Minister said 400, talked about a 1,000-year reign. He upped the ante. He made it seem that anything less than 400 would be a defeat. Whereas, in fact, if you're a third-term Prime Minister and you've got these results, if you're going to break history, make history and be sworn in for a third term, you've already achieved quite a lot. Why Mr. Modi upped the ante, I do not know.
Well, Prime Minister has spoken with Chandrababu Naidu. Payal is joining us with the details before we get into the analysis. Yes, Payal, what's the conversation about?
Begins. On the day that counts, CNN News 18 was way ahead of competition.
We have the first numbers coming in from Tumkur, Mysuru, Dakshina Kannada, BJP taking a lead.
Others tried to keep pace but were no match. Elections equals CNN News 18. Counting begins.
Or we'll go across to Payal in just a bit. Yes,
if you look at phase 1 and phase 2, you'll see that both those phases haven't really kicked in for the BJP. If you just look at that in the data set,
right, let's see.
That'll give you the picture. And I think that's really where you have to press the panic button, so to speak. Let me bring in Mr. Poonawalla on that, if he's still there with us. Mr. Poonawalla, just wanted to ask you, the conversation here is veering around to the fact that the Prime Minister really went hell for leather after the second phase. Is that because the BJP had sensed that there was a certain degree of perhaps dissipation in support on the ground?
Look, Rahul, once again, the BJP and the NDA alliance, already NDA plus was 400, and therefore we set a high benchmark for ourselves. We always knew, as we've been already validated, that we were going to come back to power for a third time. The only question was that could we reach or better the target that we had set for ourselves. Perhaps Veer has a point that we set our ambitions too high. We could be guilty of the burden of expectations weighing too heavily on us. But now, just think of it. Had this been 2014, the 2014 NDA was about 310 or 315 seats. We are not very far away from that. By all likelihood, with 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock, we'll be making that mark.
Right.
At that time, that was considered as a wave, and today it's not being considered as a wave.
No, and see, I'm just looking at Zaka wanted to know, beg your pardon, Rahul wanted to know, in phase 1 and 2 together, the opposition has actually taken 26 seats, plus 26 seats. The NDA is minus 23. And in that, if I have to look at the breakup of the NDA, the BJP has got 72 seats. They are minus 23 overall. So that's the breakup. And if you look at phase 1, 2 and 3, let me add to the filters and add phase 3 also. If you look at phase 1, 2 and 3, overall, the NDA is minus 34 seats. Yes. So the first 3 phases, is where the BJP and the NDA has suffered a lot of losses. Bulk of the losses are from the BJP.
And that's the area where the SP has really capitalized in Uttar Pradesh also. If you overlay those three phases.
If we look at the Uttar Pradesh region, and let's look at the region, let's go back and we'll look at the states. I've got Payal with me. Just a minute. Yes, Payal. Chandrababu Naidu has dialed, has been spoken to by the PM. What's the conversation about? Yes, Payal.
You know, what we are given to understand is that Prime Minister Narendra Modi had called up Chandrababu Naidu, the TDP chief, to convey his congratulations to Naidu's led TDP, which is of course heading the NDA alliance over there, for the stupendous kind of result they've been able to get. If you remember, the 2019 elections were just the reverse when Jagan Mohan Reddy swept the entire election, but this time around it's the reverse which has taken place. Also, very importantly, although there were a lot of talks within the Congress circles that they will approach Chandrababu Naidu for an alliance, but Chandrababu Naidu in no uncertain terms has conveyed to the Prime Minister that irrespective of whatever is going the rounds, he still solidly continues to be with the NDA. Now, Chandrababu Naidu is somebody who's been with the Atal Bihari Vajpayee government also. He was with the government in 2014. He walked off the alliance in 2019 before the 2019 elections, but he's come back just a few months ago, so he's very much solidly behind the alliance and very much solidly behind the NDA. That's what Chandrababu Naidu has conveyed in his brief conversation with Prime Minister Modi.
Right. So, just quickly understanding between the JDU and the TDP, any of these allies who are a little dicey, is the BJP worried about them decamping or leaving the NDA because they're being wooed openly by the opposition?
Well, that cannot be confirmed as of now, because, you know, like I know that Chandrababu Naidu has conveyed, you know, in fact, to the Prime Minister himself that he's going to be with the NDA. Nitish Kumar is known as the Palturam, is known as to have several flips and flops. It'll be important to see what the BJP's conversation will be, because I'm sure the BJP will put the likes of Vinod Tavde and the others who are in charge of Bihar to have a conversation with Nitish Kumar to make sure that they are on the same page. Because much to the surprise of BJP, although they were expecting Nitish Kumar's some seats to be lost, interestingly Nitish Kumar has done better than the BJP really expected. So will Nitish Kumar stage another flip-flop? We'll have to only wait and watch, but as of now, the BJP is very, very sure that their alliance partners will stay with them.
He has spoken to Chandrababu Naidu. He has dialed the TDP chief, perhaps to congratulate him on that landslide victory in the assembly elections, and also a phenomenal turn for the NDA in Andhra Pradesh. Although Odisha, it looks like it is going to be stuck, because the BJP is with 71 seats. It's short of majority there, Veer Sanghvi. The BJD is at 56, the Congress has 17. So there could be a bit of a flux there.
Yes, I think that's a reasonable assumption. Overall, I think the way to look at this election, and we were asked to look at it as BJP versus the rest, it's not really. It's a battle of two alliances, the India alliance versus the NDA alliance, and the NDA alliance is one. If you look at it that way, you get a completely different perspective. Our problem, and the BJP's problem essentially, is that the Prime Minister said 4.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage with me, Avantika Singh, and my colleague Akanksha. Okay, we're just getting in news that the senior Congress leader Jairam Ramesh has said that on the 14th of February in 2014, Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh had pledged special category status in the new state of Andhra Pradesh for 5 years. BJP leader Venkaiah Naidu has countered that by saying that the BJP, if elected to power, will extend it now for 10 years. It's interesting how the Congress and the BJP now trying all their best to woo Chandrababu Naidu. He has emerged as the kingmaker. 2 months later, the Prime Minister, in fact, in the holy city of Tirupati, had also repeated that very promise. So very interesting. You have Chandrababu Naidu, whose TDP is part of the alliance, the NDA alliance, and is also on course to wrest Andhra Pradesh from Jagan Mohan Reddy's YSRCP. Payal joins us for more on this. Payal, it's so interesting, you know, how these equations change all of a sudden, with the Congress party now trying to lure Chandrababu Naidu, who has emerged as the big game maker, as the king maker in the state of Andhra Pradesh.
Well, of course, tables have completely turned since the last election, and Chandrababu Naidu has got about 17 seats in his kitty as of now in the run-up to that results finally coming out. So he's of course going to be calling a lot of attention as far as this election and its results are concerned, because one has to understand that 17 seats out of 25 seats, if that is what Chandrababu Naidu gets, and there's Pawan Kalyan, who's also vying for 2 seats. The BJP is expected to get about 3 seats, which clearly means that all the 25 are going to the NDA as well. It's a clean sweep, and Chandrababu Naidu has done exceedingly well for himself in the assembly polls also, where he got a huge drubbing in the last election. So obviously, in 2014, when Chandrababu Naidu came to the BJP and the NDA, he was with them. But in 2019, since there was no promise given by the BJP for special status, he decided to walk out of that alliance. But the similar promise which was made by Jagan Mohan Reddy also remained unfulfilled. So it will be important to see what rope Naidu wants to really walk on. It's going to be tight rope, given the fact that his one promise was to deliver the special status for the state. If that is something which the Congress party is luring, although Chandrababu Naidu has spoken to both Amit Shah and the Prime Minister himself and told them that he is very, very confident that he is going to be with the NDA. But in politics, you never know. But as of now, Chandrababu Naidu is not speaking to any opposition leaders who are trying to call him and trying to speak to him. I'm given to understand the likes of Sharad Pawar also tried to call him and speak to him, but he's not spoken to anyone. He's only spoken to Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Amit Shah as of now, and once again told them with complete confidence that he will be with the NDA come what may.
All right. Many thanks to you, Payal, for joining in with those insights. In fact, we are also joined in by Mr. Ramesh Chennithala of the Congress Party. Mr. Chennithala, many thanks to you for joining in on CNN News 18. First of all, let me congratulate you for the kind of performance that the Congress Party has displayed, not to forget the overall tally of the India Alliance as well. How do you see this panning out today at the end of the day when counting finally gets over?
No, we are very happy that the people of India rejected Mr. Narendra Modi's politics. I feel that I was in charge of Maharashtra.
Yes.
Right. The second largest parliament members are from Maharashtra. See, when the election campaign was going on, it was very clear that the people of Maharashtra is totally against Narendra Modi and BJP. And then Mahavikas Agadi, we got 30 seats now. Some seats are also we are leading, but absolute majority we have gotten 30 seats. And one independent who won from Sangli, Vishal Patil. Vishal Patil is a congressman. He already declared that he will be a part of Mahavikas Agadi and the Congress party. So our tally is going to become 30. See, in Kerala we are winning all 17 seats out of 20. 1 seat is for LDF and 1 seat is for BJP. So across the country you can see that there is a sea change in the among the voters.
And
that
why
they are
do you
in favor
think,
of a
Mr.
change.
Chennithala, that is
They
the
are
reason? You know, we saw this big, massive Mahayuti alliance. You have Ajit Pawar leaving the earlier party, shifting to Eknath Shinde. But clearly, as I'm seeing the numbers in Maharashtra, BJP and its 2 allies have been clearly cornered by the voters who are leaning towards Sharad Pawar and of course the other parties. And Uddhav Thackeray, you think that the entire sympathy vote has worked for him, given the fact that many people in Maharashtra still believe that the party was unfairly taken away from him and given to Eknath Shinde?
Exactly. That is the Narendra Modi's politics of Ayaram, Gayaram were rejected by the people of Maharashtra. They doesn't like it. The way in which the government was pulled down, and Shiva Sena was splitted, and Shiva Sena and NCP was splitted, and they both the Sharad Pawar and Uddhav Thackeray were humiliated like anything, and we can from the election campaign itself I could have sensed it, and the majority the farmers are in distress. Largest farmer suicide has taken place in Maharashtra. And entire Marathwada region, because of the Maratha reservation,
right.
The government was cheating them. And the Dhangar reservation, the Prime Minister promised and nothing happened. All these things culminated on this election. Apart from that, the Agnivir is one of the major issues, Agnivir. And all the farming community in Maharashtra were against them. And all of these issues contributed in our victory.
Mr. Chennithala, there's a lot of talk about how the Marathwada region has today spoken against the ruling alliance in Maharashtra. Do you think that what has happened with Manoj Jarange Patil has sort of backfired for Maharashtra's government at the moment? And what will your party do for the cause of the Maratha vote?
That, see, we are already mentioned about our line on reservation. That is why we were telling about the caste census, and we are in favor of removing the gap of 50% reservation. All these things are before the people. The point is, the present day government in Maharashtra is not elected by the people. It was made by ED and CBI. See, Ashok Chavan switched over to BJP. Nanded, we are winning. See, it shows that people are with Congress and Mahavikas Agadi. If leaders will change the colors, people and the voters will not change. That is very evident from Nanded.
You know, speaking, Mr. Chenithala, speaking of leaders changing their colors, Sanjay Nirupam, if you remember, he said that the alliance with the Shiv Sena UBT is turning out to be self-destructive for the Congress. If you recall, he was so upset, so livid, he called the entire alliance to be indisciplined, unorganized. And look at things, how it stands today.
Yes, actually Sanjay is my good friend. He has taken a wrong decision. Now this alliance has got popular support. Uddhav Thackeray has got 10 seats. Sharad Pawar got 7 seats. And Congress got 12 plus 1, 13 seats. So this is a formidable force in Maharashtra, and people wanted that Mahavikas Agadi to continue. That is why they had given such a massive mandate for Mahavikas Agadi.
Mr. Chenithala, is today's mandate also a commentary on BJP's alliance-making politics? Many are, in fact, questioning, they're calling it Tor-Ford Ki alliance. Do you think that the sentiment of the people of Maharashtra is still with the original Pawars and the original Thackeray's?
Yes, the sentiments of the people is very, very clear. They had never liked this kind of politics of change Uddhav Thackeray and made another government. So, that kind of a politics were not accepted by the people of Maharashtra. You can see the entire Nagpur area, that Vidarbha area.
Right.
Vidarbha area, Fadnavis there was the instrumental to do all these things. How the people reacted in the Vidarbha area? Only one seat, that is Nagpur, except Nagpur. All the seats are with now with Mahavikas Agadi. Our candidates are leading.
Right.
So if you see entire all the 6 regions,
okay,
people are positively voted for Mahavikas Agadi. That is very clear, and I feel that this kind of politics of BJP will not be accepted by the people. It was done in Karnataka. When people got an opportunity, people voted out from Karnataka. Like that in Maharashtra also, in the coming Parliament Assembly election, they will vote out BJP and this government.
Mr. Ramesh Chenithala for speaking with us. Joining us is Mr. Anurag Thakur, the Union Information and Broadcasting Minister in Modi 2.0, and now Victor from Hamirpur. Anurag ji, namaste. Anand Narsimhan बोल रहा हूँ. आपको बहुत-बहुत बधाई. Congratulations on a good victory.
नमस्कार आनंद जी, कैसे हैं आप? आनंद में हैं?
मैं तो आनंद में हूँ. आप कैसे हैं? हमीरपुर और हिमाचल को लेकर आपकी क्या
सोच तो आनंद ही है.
4 की 4 हिमाचल में आपने जीत ली हैं.
बिल्कुल 4 की 4 जीतकर 2014 में भी, 19 में भी, 24 में भी तीनों चुनाव में मोदी जी को 4 की 4 लोकसभा की सीटें हिमाचल ने जिताई हैं.
लोकल असेंबली इलेक्शंस में भले ही हलचल दूसरी हो, लेकिन नेशनल लेवल पर बीजेपी का वर्चस्व दिख रहा है हिमाचल में. अनुराग जी,
निश्चित तौर पर दिल्ली में भी सरकार जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी की देश में सरकार बननी है एनडीए की, हम उस दिशा में आगे बढ़ रहे हैं. लगभग 300 के आसपास सीटों पर भारतीय जनता पार्टी का जो आंकड़ा एनडीए के साथ मिलकर आ रहा है, वो अपने आप में दिखाता है कि लोगों ने एक बार फिर नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में एनडीए की सरकार बनाने के लिए वोट दिया है.
बट द टॉक एंड एम वाज फॉर 400 पार, यहाँ 300 पार के लिए भी धक्के लग रहे हैं. दैट मस्ट बी अ लिटिल डिसअपॉइंटिंग.
हाँ, होता है कई बार, आपकी उम्मीदों के अनुसार आपको सीटें नहीं मिलती हैं, लेकिन फिर भी देखिए तीसरी बार लगातार अगर आपको सत्ता में आना है तो आपका कामकाज ये संभव करवा पाया है. जहां 1984 के बाद किसी को पूर्ण बहुमत नहीं मिलता था, एक नहीं दो बार मोदी जी को पूर्ण बहुमत भी मिला और तीसरी बार एनडीए को भी लगभग 300 सीटें हम जीत रहे हैं.
Two states where I think the setbacks have been huge. One is Uttar Pradesh and the other one is Maharashtra. Have you had the time to think about that? Because the Congress is almost touching 100 now, 99 for the Congress, big gains for the Congress, big gains for Samajwadi Party. Some rejection of jod-tod politics in Maharashtra evident. Anurag, आप क्या कहेंगे?
मैं इतना ही कहूंगा कि अगर आज के समय देखें तो जनता का वर्डिक्ट एनडीए के पक्ष में है. ये निश्चित तौर पर इंडी अलायंस की सीटें पहले से ज़्यादा बड़ी हैं जो एक गठबंधन बना है, और जो उनकी जीत हुई मैं उस पर उनको बधाई देता हूं. लेकिन सरकार किसकी बनेगी वो स्पष्ट दिख रहा है कि एनडीए की सरकार बनेगी. और नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में जिस तरह से भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने एक नहीं दो नहीं तीसरी बार अच्छा प्रदर्शन किया, और दो राज्यों में भी
जी
अगर आप देखेंगे हमारे अलायंस पार्टनर्स के साथ, उड़ीसा हो, टीडीपी के साथ आंध्र प्रदेश में हो, हमने वहां पे अच्छा प्रदर्शन किया. और भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने जिस तरह से उड़ीसा में प्रदर्शन किया है, ये अपने आप में बहुत खुशी की बात है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी न केवल लोकसभा बल्कि विधानसभाओं में भी शानदार प्रदर्शन किया. और अरुणाचल प्रदेश की बात करें, अन्य राज्यों में शानदार प्रदर्शन भारतीय जनता पार्टी का रहा.
आंध्र प्रदेश को स्पेशल स्टेटस, डेप्यूटी पीएम फॉर नीतीश कुमार, इस तरह से टीडीपी और जेडीयू को रिझाने की कोशिश कर रही है कांग्रेस, क्या कहेंगे?
मुझे लगता है मीडिया की बयानबाजी ज़्यादा है आनंद जी, ये मीडिया में ज़्यादा है. किसी एक चैनल ने चला दिया, बाकी 4 ने और चला दिया होगा.
नो, जयराम रमेश जी ने ट्वीट किया है अबाउट आंध्रा स्पेशल स्टेटस.
आपकी किससे बातचीत हो पाई है?
जयराम रमेश जी ने ओपन ऑफर दिया है, वी विल ब्रिंग बैक आंध्रा स्पेशल स्टेटस. इट्स एन ओपन ऑफर टू द टीडीपी बाय सेइंग दैट.
डिपेंड करता है कि किसकी क्रेडिबिलिटी है. कोई कुछ भी कहता रहे, लेकिन लोग विश्वास किस पे करते हैं? ये वही लोग हैं जिन्होंने 10 साल इंतजार कराने के बाद जो हमने पार्लियामेंट में हालत देखी थी, तेलंगाना राज्य बनते समय क्या हालत हुई थी.
Bengal also, big wins for the Trinamool, 29 for them. The NDA is only in 12. So will you see that as a setback? Because Bengal में आप काफ़ी confident थे as a party कि आप अच्छा करेंगे.
निश्चित तौर पर हमारी उम्मीदों के अनुसार कुछ राज्यों में जो हमारी अपेक्षाएं थी उस तरह से सीटें नहीं मिली हैं, इसमें कोई दो राय नहीं. आंकड़े बताते हैं. कारण क्या रहे आनंद जी, मुझे लगता है अभी बहुत जल्दी होगा. वोट शेयर कितना है, क्योंकि मैं अपना चुनाव लड़ रहा हूं इसलिए मैं सब वोट शेयर देख नहीं पाया
जी.
कई जगह हो सकता है भाजपा का वोट शेयर बड़ा हो, लेकिन बाकी जगह उनका कंसोलिडेट हुआ हो. तो ये भी डिपेंड करता है कि ऑपोजिशन का वोट कंसोलिडेट हुआ है तो उसका इम्पैक्ट भी आपको कई बार नजर आता है. दूसरी तरफ भाजपा का अपना वोट शेयर भी बड़ा हो सकता है. तो उस पर देखे बिना मुझे कुछ भी टिप्पणी करना उचित नहीं होगा.
कांग्रेस 100 तक पहुंची है. दैट्स अ बिग रिसर्जेंस. Will you believe that Rahul Gandhi is now been able to assert himself? And this is credit to them. Amethi, Raebareli, दोनों जीती है
अगर
कांग्रेस पार्टी.
आप 47 सीट से 99 सीट पे जाने पे इतना खुशी मना रहे हैं तो कोई बुराई नहीं है. आपकी सीटें बड़ी हैं, लेकिन अभी भी 100 से नीचे हैं. 272 तो दूर की बात है.
वरिष्ठ पत्रकार जावेद अंसारी हमारे साथ हैं. वो आपसे एक प्रश्न पूछना चाहते हैं अनुराग जी, विद योर काइंड इंडल्जेंस. यस
अनुराग भाई, आपने बहुत से वादे पूरे किए, एक नहीं किया धर्मशाला ले जाके क्रिकेट मैच खिलवाने का, वो कब करेंगे?
जावेद भाई, अभी हमें फ्री हो गए. आप जिस दिन आपके पास समय हो मीडिया के मित्रों के पास, धर्मशाला का खूबसूरत स्टेडियम आपका इंतजार कर रहा है. और मुझे पता आप कितने एविड क्रिकेट फैन हो. मैं जब पहली बार एमपी बना, अब तो मेरी 5वीं टर्म है, तब से हम क्रिकेट खेलते रहे. और अब इस चुनाव के बाद एक बार फिर आपको ले चलते हैं दिल्ली की गर्मी से दूर, पहाड़ों की ठंड में, धौलाधार की छांव.
बिल्कुल.
5-time MP अनुराग जी, व्हाट्स द रोड अहेड? क्या प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी की अगुवाई में फिर से सरकार बनती हुई दिख रही है? आप आश्वस्त हैं इसको लेकर?
मैं बहुत आश्वस्त हूं. ना केवल मैं बल्कि देश कि प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में ही सरकार बनेगी, क्योंकि दुनिया को उम्मीदें आज भारत से है और भारत के नेतृत्व से तो नरेंद्र मोदी जी से है। और भारत की जिस तरह से उन्होंने लीडरशिप दी है, कमान संभाली है, वो 10 वर्षों में बहुत आगे देश को लेके गए। लड़खड़ाती चरमराती अर्थव्यवस्था से दुनिया की 5वीं बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बना दिया। 25 करोड़ गरीबों को गरीबी रेखा से बाहर निकाल कर लाए। अब भविष्य के लिए भी जो दिखता है कि हमारी 8.2% विकास दर दिख रही है, वो अपने आप में दुनिया में सबसे आगे है। तो इसके लिए आपकी स्टेबिलिटी, कॉन्टिन्यूटी, स्थिरता, निरंतरता बहुत आवश्यक है, और वो तभी आती है जब मजबूत नेतृत्व हो, और मजबूत नेतृत्व नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व के साथ ही आपको मिलता है।
My final question to you now, बहुमत की सरकार तो है लेकिन allies के साथ, it's not a single party majority that the BJP enjoyed in 14 and 19. Will that impact the Viksit Bharat module? Will that impact certain radical steps that were planned in the first 100 days and beyond? क्या उस पर कुछ चीजें बैक बर्नर पे चली जाएंगी?
नहीं आनंद जी, कौन ऐसा भारतीय होगा जो विकसित भारत बनता ना देखना चाहता हो, जो देश का विकास ना देखना चाहता हो, जो देश को आगे बढ़ते ना देखना चाहता हो। हमारे अलायंस पार्टनर साथ में आए एनडीए में तो देश के विकास के लिए ही आए, मोदी जी के नेतृत्व के साथ ही आए, और जिन्होंने देखा कि 10 साल में कितनी ईमानदारी के साथ, पारदर्शिता के साथ नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने सरकार चलाई और आज फिर चलाने के लिए तैयार हैं। इसलिए मैं कहना चाहता हूं, विकास के एजेंडे से कोई दूर भागना नहीं चाहता, और हमारा भी अगले 5 साल के लिए दिलो दिमाग पे की बात है, विकास विकास विकास, गरीब कल्याण और विकसित भारत, इसका संकल्प हम लेके चले हैं। ये हम करके ही दिखाएंगे जनता के आशीर्वाद से।
Anurag Thakur ji, congratulations again. Many would not believe that you're already a 5-time MP at such a young age. Wish you all the very, very best. Thank you for speaking with us.
बहुत धन्यवाद।
क्रिकेट का वादा आपसे लेकर लिया है, आएंगे जरूर खेलने।
क्रिकेट का वादा पूरा करेंगे सर।
Thank you, thank you. Going straight across to Mr. Basavaraj Bommai, who is joining us, the former Chief Minister of Karnataka. Mr. Bommai, namaskara. Congratulations. How would you see your performance and also performance of the BJP and the NDA in Karnataka this time, sir? 19 out of 26 at this point. 28.
Yeah, we are shortfall of another 3-4 seats, which we have lost marginally. Otherwise, we had a aim at 24. But however, we have got 19 now with JDS 2 chipping in. And I think it reflects the scene of all India, where we are falling short of majority mark lines. Anyhow, but the spirit is the same. The spirit has, which has been lit by Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi, is so very strong that I think whatever the numbers are, our total sankalp, Vikas ka sankalp, it will be there forever.
What is your assessment? What perhaps went wrong? Why was the why the setback in Karnataka, and also national picture if you were to see the target set and where the NDA is and the BJP is currently?
In Karnataka, I think we should have planned pretty well during our seat selections, and pan India, the campaign which was totally casteist, done by the Congress party and its allies, has really disturbed the vote bank. Those who are voting for entire nation, that was little fractured. The main reason is that the casteist approach of the opposition has really toned down the development agenda of Narendra Modi, and you know how it is when the caste comes. It will be totally emotional, and as well as very little thinking goes into that.
Do you think this Samvidhan Badal Denge narrative actually hurt the BJP? We'll change the constitution, kind of a fear mongering.
I don't think that Samvidhan Badal Denge, but it was a package, you know, that they tried to misguide the SC, STs and OBCs in a different way. They said Samvidhan Badal Denge for SC, ST, as well as they said that caste census will be done and jiska kitna abadi hai uska utna hak. All these things have temporarily whip off the emotions, and they try to misguide, and they are successful in few states, especially UP. They have been successful. That's how they are able to muster some numbers there.
Do you believe there was
that we should?
Please come.
There is a saying that politics is a religion is a religion is a short term, the long term politics, and politics is a short term religion. And to beat religion, caste comes, and to beat caste, subcaste comes, and to beat everything, cash comes. This is how somebody had told me. I think that approach, the opposition took that line.
The BJP has lost Ayodhya also, so the Ram Mandir was not a factor at all. This entire Hindutva aspect didn't work for the BJP.
This if somebody has studied the political demography of Gorakhpur MP constituency, it is heavily loaded by minorities and other castes. So the Ram Mandir is there in Ayodhya, but however the entire constituency, the social structure of that constituency is little different from the Ayodhya, where the Ram Lala is now there.
In Karnataka, do you believe, along with the seat ticket allocation, internal strife and perhaps some complacency within the BJP Karyakartas has hurt the party?
No, the Karyakartas have ultimately, they have come together and done it. But however, another issue is in this thing is the guarantees which are given by Congress government has played the role, as well as the Congress government has used their money power and official power to the hilt in desperation, and that has also affected our marginal losses.
Yeah, from a Congress Mukt Bharat, is it now becoming a Congress Yukt Bharat, resurgence of the Congress now, Mr. Bombay? 99 seats for the Congress party. Final question, sir.
No, shall I tell you one thing? That
yes,
okay,
sir,
they have taken 99 seats, but ultimately in the long political journey of this country, Congress had it enough, and in the days to come, I know that Congress will not be the same Congress, and the numbers also will play an important internal politics of Congress.
Right. Mr. Basavaraj Romai, thank you very much for speaking with us. Handing it back to Akanksha and Avantika with news about Prime Minister Narendra Modi and his win in Varanasi.
All right, many thanks to you, Anand. In fact, let's also introduce our guests. I'm joined in by Mr. Abhishek Dutt, who's the spokesperson of the Congress party, Javed Ansari, who's a senior renowned journalist. In fact, we have some breaking inputs coming in. Mr. Bhati also joining in of the Samajwadi party. But let me also bring you those breaking inputs. Prime Minister Modi making a very important declaration over there. He's in fact gone on to declare the winners.
No, he's won. He's won with 1.5 lakh margin. That's a huge news. That's a big news coming in.
That is the big breaking news we are bringing to you of Prime Minister Modi's victory, an emphatic victory being declared over there from Varanasi.
How much did he win in the last time?
But Javed still, he is winning Varanasi for the third time.
And so are others. And Mr. Shivraj,
Mr. Shivraj
Singh Chauhan has won from Vidisha by 8 lakh votes.
Yeah, but you know, Javed, they may have lost out on the votes. 244, they are falling short of the majority, that's true. No, but the Prime Minister winning Varanasi by 1.5 lakh votes, how do you respond to that?
It's a win. He needs to be congratulated. But he's won by a lot less than what they were expecting. His own people, Mr. Amit Shah, said that they will win by the highest margin recorded ever.
Yeah, please go ahead, Mr. Ansari, finish.
So that he's fallen far short. In fact, early in the morning, they had the jitters because at one point
he was trailing.
At one point he was trailing.
Abhishek, in fact, like to bring you in.
This, on the back of the fact that they've lost Ayodhya, tells its own story.
True. Abhishek, that in fact, if I could bring you in, this is the first time we are seeing such a shrunken margin as far as Prime Minister Modi's victory is concerned. Would you also like to add in your inputs as far as Ajay's own performance is concerned? Abhishek, can you hear me?
I'd like to thank the entire voters of Varanasi, our alliance partners, and our candidate for giving a very big show. Fighting against Mr. Narendra Modi ji in Varanasi, and at one time he was trailing if you were following his election result. At the end of the day, him winning with a very small margin shows the popularity of Narendra Modi ji in our country and especially in UP. The same Bharatiya Janata Party had claimed that Mr. Modi will win with more than 6 lakh votes. Today, he stands with a margin of 1,57,000. After putting in all the resources, the entire government was there to support him. The way they were pushing the, the voters of our party, all the supporters were under heavy police pressure. But still, we all managed a very good election over there.
Right.
And Mr. Modi must confess one thing today, that brand Modi no longer stays in our country. Modi guarantee has not worked. People of the country have given a very strong message, and I'd like to thank all of them.
All right, just stay on with me. Rajkumar from the Samajwadi Party is also joining us. Rajkumar ji, UP has been a big surprise, big shock to the BJP, but you know, the Samajwadi Party, Sapa Party jo hai aapki, to biggest change maker, emerging as the king maker. Is it because of the distribution of the tickets, that entire strategy which has worked in the benefit of the INDA and the Samajwadi Party alliance?
नहीं, बिल्कुल जो अखिलेश यादव जी ने टिकटों का वितरण किया, जो वो लगातार बोल रहे थे पीडीए का नारा दे रहे थे, उस पीडीए को बिल्कुल प्रैक्टिकल रूप से उन्होंने उतारा। आपने देखा कि हमने 2 जनरल सीटों पर भी एससी कैंडिडेट लड़ाए, जिसमें फैजाबाद, जहां राम मंदिर बना हुआ है, वहां पर अवधेश प्रसाद हमारे जीत गए हैं, और मुझे पूरी उम्मीद है कि मेरठ भी हम जीत जाएंगे, जहां हमने एससी कैंडिडेट उतारा है जनरल सीट पर। 11 महिलाओं को टिकट दिया अखिलेश यादव जी ने, और ओबीसी के अलग-अलग
तो रहा है, नॉन यादव ओबीसीज को ज्यादा महत्व दिया है, दलित को ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंस दिया है, सो इट्स बीन वेरी स्ट्रेटेजिक. जावेद, वुड यू एग्री दैट इट हैज बीन अ स्ट्रेटेजिक?
100%. They've been very smart, very intelligent about it, and the BJP has goofed up its ticket distribution. If they had won UP, the credit would obviously have gone to the Prime Minister, to India's modern day Chanakya, Mr. Amit Shah, and of course the strong man of UP, Mr. Yogi Adityanath. Who would they give for this debacle? Who will they give the credit? Who will they give the responsibility?
Puri Yadav family has done very well, Rajkumar ji.
Not just Yadav family, not just Yadav family, it would be the SP, the India Alliance, not INDA, it's INDA Alliance. INDA, BJP says it, we don't have to repeat it. The India Alliance is the #1 grouping in Uttar Pradesh and not
यूपी के रिजल्ट को आप समीक्षा करते समय आपको इस बात पर विशेष ध्यान देना चाहिए कि उत्तर प्रदेश के मतदाताओं ने भारतीय जनता पार्टी की जो सांप्रदायिकता की और जातिवाद की राजनीति है उसे नकार दिया है, और ये जो मुद्दों के आधार पर चुनाव हुआ, जो अखिलेश यादव जी ने जनता के असली मुद्दे थे, रोजगार, महंगाई, भ्रष्टाचार, जो आपका अग्निवीर, किसान की जो एमएसपी की गारंटी, ये सारे मुद्दे उठाए, उन मुद्दों पे जनता ने वोट दिया है। ये देश के लिए एक अच्छा संदेश है।
There's, in fact, we've all very consistently heard these appeals come in from the UP CM as well as the Prime Minister, that when it comes to Uttar Pradesh, there was a lot of talk about the Yogi Modi model, the double engine ki sarkar. All of that seems to have failed at the moment.
That appears to have had more support in media houses than with the electorate of Uttar Pradesh. And I have a question. Modi is won by 158,000. That's breaking news. How much has Rahul Gandhi won in Wayanad and from Raebareli?
Huge.
What is the number?
Huge. I mean, he's on a dominant streak on both those seats, Wayanad and also from Raebareli, and just Amethi.
Abhishek, you will give it as much prominence as you give.
Right, I think we should bring in Abhishek. Abhishek, many critics were talking about how caste has been subsumed, and that in fact BJP was being credited for being this unifying force of the Sanatan Dharma. But do you think that caste is not a factor that is yet done away with when we look at the emerging trends and the results, especially in Uttar Pradesh?
See, it was not the people who said that. It was only anchors in the TV studio.
No, we never negated caste.
I'm not talking about you. Please don't take it to yourself. I said anchors in the TV studio. I didn't say you. And some people who were giving exit polls, they were mentally convinced that whatever Mr. Modi is saying is actually factually correct. But if we look at the reality, the way I was there in Uttar Pradesh during the election campaign, the way Mr. Rahul Gandhi ji along with Akhilesh ji and other alliance partners went to the people, they were very specific with the agenda. महिलाओं को प्रति साल 1 लाख रुपए की सम्मान राशि, युवाओं को रोजगार, किसानों को MSP कानून और साथ में उनका ऋण माफ. These were the biggest issues that the country is facing.
Right.
There is massive price rise, massive unemployment, and Bharatiya Janata Party, especially the Prime Minister, the way he's been speaking throughout the election campaign, he talks about Mahila, Mangal Sutra, Muslim. What was his agenda during the campaign? Did he ever went to the public and said, in the last 10 years, we've given so many jobs to the people of our country? Did he tell the people of our country that the price rise has come down?
True.
They used to laugh at the Congress, especially Smriti Irani. Let me just complete one second, please. Smriti Irani ji used to make fun of 440 rupees gas ka cylinder. And today, when the cylinder was 1,000 rupees, she never opened the mouth. People are very smart. They don't speak. They vote. And they voted exactly what people of the country wanted them to vote.
All right, Abhishek, we'll have to see how, in fact, the final results shape up. Many thanks to you for joining in on CNN News 18. Remember, results are still emerging at the moment as we speak, but the larger picture is still very much clear. On that note, it's time to slip into a quick break. We'll be back with the latest. Stay with us at CNN News 18.
Talked about 1,000-year reign. He upped the ante. He made it seem that anything less than 400 would be a defeat. Whereas, in fact, if you're a third-term prime minister and you've got these results, if you're going to break history, make history, and be sworn in for a third term, you've already achieved quite a lot. Why Mr. Modi upped the ante, I do not know.
Well, Prime Minister has spoken with Chandrababu Naidu. Payal is joining us with the details before we get into the analysis. Yes, Payal, what's the conversation about? Or we'll go across to Payal in just a bit. Yes,
if you look at phase 1 and phase 2, you'll see that both those phases haven't really kicked in for the BJP. If you just look at that in the data set,
right, let's see.
That'll give you the picture. And I think that's really where you have to press the panic button, so to speak. Let me bring in Mr. Poonawala on that if he's still there with us. Mr. Poonawala, just wanted to ask you, the conversation here is veering around to the fact that the Prime Minister really went hell for leather. After the second phase. Is that because the BJP had sensed that there was a certain degree of perhaps dissipation in support on the ground?
Look, Rahul, once again, the BJP and the NDA alliance, already NDA plus was 400 and therefore we set a high benchmark for ourselves. We always knew, as we've been already validated, that we were going to come back to power for a third time. The only question was that could we reach or better the target that we had set for ourselves. Perhaps Veer has a point that we set our ambitions too high. We could be guilty of the burden of expectations weighing too heavily on us. But now, just think of it, had this been 2014, the 2014 NDA was about 310 or 315 seats. We are not very far away from that. By all likelihood, in 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock, we'll be making that mark.
Right.
At that time, that was considered as a wave, and today it's not being considered as a wave.
No, and see, I'm just looking at Zaka wanted to know, beg your pardon, Rahul wanted to know, in phase 1 and 2 together, the opposition has actually taken 26 seats, plus 26 seats. The NDA is minus 23. And in that, if I were to look at the breakup of the NDA, the BJP has got 72 seats, they are minus 23 overall. So that's the breakup. And if you look at phase 1, 2 and 3, let me add to the filters and add phase 3 also. If you look at phase 1, 2 and 3, overall, the NDA is minus 34 seats.
Yes.
So the first 3 phases is where the BJP and the NDA has suffered a lot of losses. Bulk of the losses are from the BJP.
And that's the area where the SP has really capitalized in Uttar Pradesh also. If you overlay those three phases.
If we look at the Uttar Pradesh region, and let's look at the region, let's go back and we'll look at the states. I've got Payal with me. Just a minute. Yes, Payal. Chandrababu Naidu has dialed, has been spoken to by the PM. What's the conversation about? Yes, Payal.
You know, what we are given to understand is that Prime Minister Narendra Modi had called up Chandrababu Naidu, the TDP chief, to convey his congratulations to Naidu's led TDP, which is of course heading the NDA alliance over there, for the stupendous kind of result they've been able to get. If you remember, the 2019 election was just the reverse when Jagan Mohan Reddy swept the entire election, but this time around it's the reverse which has taken place. Also, very importantly, although there were a lot of talks within the Congress circles that they will approach Chandrababu Naidu for an alliance, but Chandrababu Naidu, in no uncertain terms, has conveyed to the Prime Minister that irrespective of whatever is going the rounds, he still solidly continues to be with the NDA. Now, Chandrababu Naidu is somebody who's been with the Atal Bihari Vajpayee government also. He was with the government in 2014. He walked off the alliance in 2019 before the 2019 elections, but he's come back just a few months ago, so he's very much solidly behind the alliance and very much solidly behind the NDA.
Back live in the battle for Bharat, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Anand Narasimhan. With me, Zaka Jacob on the magic wall, and Rahul Shivshankar, our consulting editor, also with us. But let's go straight to these pictures coming in from the Congress headquarters, where Rahul Gandhi has arrived, Priyanka Vadra has arrived, to jubilation, celebration, and all smiles. The Congress party on the verge of touching 100 seats. A big comeback from the 2019 performance of 52 seats. There's a big leg up, nearly 48, 47 seats up now, the Congress party. Although many within the BJP believe the Congress still pales in front of the performance of the BJP itself, which collectively right now is leading on 242 seats, leads and wins together, and about 9 more than the collective INDA or the India Alliance performance. So that's the argument that's coming through. But for the Congress party, they have been able to shoulder a huge burden and a huge bulk of the performance of the INDA. The single largest party within the opposition is led by Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Vadra, and they have won Amethi and Raebareli hands down. Big win in Amethi and in Raebareli, and that's why there are big smiles on the faces of Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Vadra. The Congress will believe that their story, their narrative, their campaign on ground has worked, and that's why it's returned them rewards in states like Karnataka, states like Maharashtra, states like Rajasthan, in Uttar Pradesh, and also overall their performances that has taken them to 99 seats. They've also done very well in Kerala. Zaka, these numbers, as we stay with these pictures, the Congress numbers is a story in itself.
Oh, absolutely. Out of the 233 that the India Alliance has, clearly the Congress is by far the biggest chunk of that at 99 seats. The second biggest is the Samajwadi party. But just focus on those pictures. Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi, clearly they're all smiles. Supriya Srinath right behind them. And, you know, just pause for a moment, because a year and a half, 2 years ago, when Rahul Gandhi undertook that Bharat Jodo Yatra, no one was quite giving him a chance. No one was really talking about it. People said it's an exercise in trying to relaunch him for the 5th time or the 10th time. The first Bharat Jodo Yatra really brought together unexpected people, and they got the kind of support that I don't think even Congress insiders were expecting. And then the second Yatra kind of got completely subsumed by the election cycle itself, the one from west to east. And no one really gave Rahul Gandhi that much of a chance, because, you know, it was like the election cycle is already here, and of course the India Alliance's seat-sharing problems overtook the Nyaya Yatra and its cycle. But, you know, think about it for a second. I mean, this man has been vilified. He has really been under the pump, both from the BJP, and may I say, you know, folks, some of us folks here in the media as well. But today is his moment, and you got to give him his due.
Credit where it's due, but we cannot forget that the Congress's success in Uttar Pradesh could not have happened without Akhilesh Yadav.
Right.
The one person and whose party and whose strategy needs to be admired, saluted and also acknowledged is Akhilesh Yadav and his performance, the PDA break one, the Pichla, Dalit and Agra, the Alpsankyak, that combination that he did with his seat sharing and also transfer of votes of cadre, helping the Congress party, all of that should be given.
The glue actually is the Congress, and it has to be. The math, you know, just adds up. We've been talking about this, the direct contest, unless the Congress gets to 100, you know, how can they get that? Look at this. In Rajasthan, again, it's the Congress that's the glue. In Maharashtra, the Congress today has more seats than the Uddhav Sena or the Sharad Pawar NCP, which again, you know, is all right. We've got Dipinder Hooda of the Congress now joining us, senior leader from Haryana, who's now won the Rohtak seat as well. Dipinder, many congratulations. As I see it, I think in Haryana, the Congress is winning or leading in 6 constituencies. The Aam Aadmi Party, I believe, has 1, or it was leading in 1. So 6 out of 10 in a state where the last 2 times you were wiped out, 10-0, 10-0. What does this mean? What is the voter of Haryana telling the people today?
Thank you. First of all, through you, I'd like to thank the people of Haryana and people of my constituency for showing faith and showering their blessings on the Congress party and supporting me in my constituency. Like you rightly said, at the moment, we are clear in 5 seats.
Yeah.
And there is a contest going on in 2 seats. We hope that, you know, things may turn around there. 3 seats are clear for the BJP. That's the situation in Haryana. I'm leading by 3,25,000 votes, and some certain counting is going on. Overall,
what is it? What is it? Is it Jats being upset with the BJP? Is it unemployment? Is it the Agniveer issue? We know there are a lot of folks who go to the forge from Haryana. What is it that you know, led to this kind of a result?
See, all what you are saying, all sections have voted for us, not just one community. Across spectrum, people are upset with the BJP. BJP has tried this narrative of divide and rule, not just in Haryana, across the country, somewhere on the basis of religion, like in Uttar Pradesh they've been trying, and somewhere on the basis of caste, like in Haryana they tried. But people are now fed up with this agenda of divide and rule, and people have rejected this agenda. This is one of the messages coming out of this election. And you know, there what has happened in Haryana has great implications locally, because our state government, which is the elections are due in 4 months, but the state government has already lost the majority when 3 BJP supporting independent MLAs had withdrawn their support and had given their letter of support to Chaudhry Upendra Singh Hooda ji during the Lok Sabha election. So BJP government today in Haryana has just 41 MLAs, and we need 46 for a clear-cut majority. So not only the BJP has lost confidence of the House, the BJP has also lost confidence of the people, because more people, in terms of vote share, we are ahead of the BJP as per the figures which are coming to us, and also in terms of the number of assembly segments in which we are leading. So through you, I demand that the BJP should, this is a moral defeat for the BJP in Haryana. BJP government should take the responsibility. It's a ये जो सरकार है, ये अल्पमत में सरकार चल रही है. अब इस सरकार को नैतिक जिम्मेदारी देके इस्तीफा लेना चाहिए, या गवर्नर साहब इसको बर्खास्त करें और हरियाणा के अंदर तुरंत चुनाव कराए जाएं. ये हमारी मांग है आज, और हम लोगों का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करते हैं कि लोगों ने हमारी उम्मीद से ज्यादा लोगों ने जो हमें साथ दिया, हमारा साथ आशीर्वाद.
Dipinder Hooda, thank you so much for speaking with us. He's saying now, given these results, 5 to the Congress in a state where they got 0 last 2 times, he is saying that the current government of Mr. Naib Singh Saini is in a minority, and that the governor should dissolve the House and call for elections immediately. These, meanwhile, are pictures from the Congress headquarters, the AICC media briefing room.
Well, there will be a press conference. I think Pawan Khera is there, Supriya Srinath is there. It looks like Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Vadra will jointly address that press conference. But before we go across, some big updates coming in from Bengal. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary has accepted defeat. He has conceded defeat to Yusuf Pathan. So another Trinamool Congress victory. Bengal is yet another story where the Trinamool Congress has come back and wrested the seats that it conceded to the BJP the last time around. So it's a big story there. The BJP is at 242 at this point, ladies and gentlemen. 293 for the NDA, 99 for the Congress Party, 233 for the INDA alliance. Now, overall, these results seem to be settling in, although we are given to understand about 44 seats where the margin of victory is fluctuating. It's between 1,500 to 3,000 votes, and that's why it's going to be a story for everyone, and we have to watch these 44 seats very, very carefully. These numbers will settle only by about 6:30, 7 p.m. we are given to understand. So it's a longer coverage of the battle for Bharat. It's not over yet. The NDA believes they will cross 300. The BJP believes it will touch 250. Will that happen? The Congress believes it should get to 105. It will be 100 plus. The INDA alliance believes they should get up to 240. We'll see what happens because it's quite tough. Even as Dipender Huda was saying, in Haryana itself, there are 2 seats where it's neck and neck. Now, sources within the BJP are turning around and saying, hey, don't deny us our victory. We are coming to power for the 3rd time. We have actually retained our vote share of 37.3% from 2019 with 245 seats. Our collect individual seats at 242 is still 9 greater than the entire opposition alliance put together. So why are you denying our victory is what the BJP is saying. Yes, we may have set a target of 400 par. We may have said that we will do better than 2019, but we have come back to power for a 3rd time, and that too with a strong coalition. And a 3rd consecutive term, which is historic. Anand, Congress hasn't even crossed 100 is their point of view.
Yeah, Anand, I've been writing a piece over the last 1 hour, and I've come to this sort of conclusion after looking at all the results, etc., that look, the BJP at the end of the day, led by Prime Minister Modi, is set for a historic 3rd term, albeit with a weakened mandate. No one is denying that, but in that mandate are some lessons for the BJP to learn.
Yes.
The Congress has spent 10 years out of power learning its own lessons. One of them was to perhaps concede ground to other political parties, which it has done. For example, in Uttar Pradesh, perhaps the BJP now needs to learn how to carry other parties along, perhaps be more consensus orientated. There are lessons.
Yeah,
but these pictures are historic in their own way.
Mr. Kharge is turned out to be a bit of a lucky totem, if you will, a lucky talisman.
Sonia Gandhi is also coming.
All right, Sonia Gandhi is also there. Rahul Gandhi is there. Jairam Ramesh, Mr. Nasser Hussain.
It'll be very interesting. It'll be very interesting to hear whether the Congress party is going to let the NDA form the government. We don't know. They could make a push for it.
They believe that this mandate is against Mr. Modi, and therefore the India alliance.
He should not be the Prime Minister, and they're being aggressive. See, Jairam Ramesh being unabashed as he openly invites Chandrababu Naidu by saying we will give Andhra Pradesh special status. The talk about, and there is unconfirmed rumors that Nitish Kumar has been approached with the Deputy PM assurance. Although both allies have very clearly said that no, we are strongly with the NDA, we are not going anywhere. The SKM in Sikkim has also openly endorsed their support for Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and they are firmly with the NDA.
उसके बाद में हमारे पूर्व अध्यक्ष राहुल जी आपसे बातचीत करेंगे और हमारे बीच में कांग्रेस संसदीय दल के अध्यक्ष सोनिया गांधी जी भी मौजूद हैं। मैं उनका भी स्वागत करता हूं। कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी।
क्यों इसको नहीं डाला शायद। Respected Madam Sonia Gandhi ji, Rahul Gandhi ji, Priyanka Gandhi ji, और इस मंच पे बैठे हुए हमारे पार्टी के सभी नेतागण, आज जो देश में चुनाव के रिजल्ट आए हैं, ये मैं तो पहले कहूँगा ये जो रिजल्ट है जनता की रिजल्ट है और ये जनता की जीत है और लोकतंत्र की जीत है। हम पहले से यही कह रहे थे कि ये लड़ाई हमारी मोदी वर्सेस जनता है, लोग हैं। तो 18वीं लोकसभा के चुनाव में हम विनम्रता से जनमत को स्वीकार करते हैं। इस बार जनता ने किसी एक दल को पूर्ण बहुमत नहीं दिया, खासकर सत्ताधारी दल भाजपा ने एक व्यक्ति एक चेहरे के नाम पर वोट मांगा। अब ये स्पष्ट हो गया है कि ये मैंडेट मोदी जी के खिलाफ गया है। ये उनकी राजनीतिक और नैतिक हार है। जो व्यक्ति बार बार अपने नाम से ही हर जगह वोट मांगते थे, उनकी ये बहुत बड़ी हार है और नैतिक दृष्टि से ये तो उनको बहुत बड़ा नुकसान हुआ है। आप जानते हैं कि कांग्रेस पार्टी और हमारे इंडिया गठबंधन से बहुत प्रतिकूल माहौल में चुनाव लड़ा। सरकारी मशीनरी ने कदम कदम पर अवरोध डाला, बैंक खाते सीज करने से लेकर तमाम नेताओं के खिलाफ अभियान चलाया। फिर भी शुरू से आखिर तक कांग्रेस पार्टी का कैंपेन सकारात्मक था, पॉजिटिव था। हमने महंगाई, बेरोजगारी, किसानों और मजदूरों की बदहाली और संविधान संस्थाओं का दुरुपयोग जैसे विषयों को केंद्रीय मुद्दा बनाकर हम जनता के सामने गए थे। इन मुद्दों पर बड़ी संख्या में लोग हमसे जुड़े, हमारा समर्थन किया। प्रधानमंत्री ने जिस तरह का कैंपेन किया वो इतिहास में लंबे समय तक याद रखा जाएगा। कांग्रेस के घोषणा पत्र के बारे में मोदी जी ने जो झूठ फैलाया, जनता ने उसे समझ लिया। मैं इस मौके पर कहना चाहूँगा कि श्री राहुल गांधी जी की दोनों यात्राएं, भारत जोड़ो यात्रा और भारत जोड़ो न्याय यात्रा के दौरान लाखों करोड़ों लोगों को मिलना, लोगों की समस्याओं को सुनना और आगे चलकर उन समस्याओं का हल ढूंढना हमारे कैंपेन का आधार बना। हमने इसी को 5 न्याय और 25 गारंटी का नाम दिया और इसी के आधार पर हमने गारंटी कार्ड बनाया। हमारे कार्यकर्ता उसे लेकर घर घर पहुंचे और लोगों को संपर्क करे। इसके अलावा जो एक महत्वपूर्ण बात है वो भाजपा नेतृत्व की अहंकार की वजह से हुई। उन्होंने धीरे धीरे सारे संवैधानिक संस्थाओं के ऊपर गैर कानूनी तरीके से कब्जा करने की कोशिश की। फिर इनका उपयोग विरोधी दल के खिलाफ करने लगे। जो दब गया उसे दबा के अपने तरफ लिया, जो नहीं दबे उसकी पार्टी को तोड़ दिया, नहीं तो फिर जेल में डाल दिया। लोगों को ये विश्वास हो गया था कि मोदी जी को एक मौका और मिला तो अगला हमला संविधान पर सीधा होगा और लोकतंत्र पर होगा। इसीलिए लोगों को इसके प्रमाण नए संसद सत्र के साथ ही दिखेंगे। खुशी इस बात की है कि भाजपा इस षड्यंत्र में अब सफल नहीं हो पाएगी। मैं इस अवसर पर सीपीपी चेयरपर्सन श्रीमती सोनिया गांधी जी, हमारे लोकप्रिय नेता राहुल गांधी जी, प्रियंका गांधी जी का विशेष मैं धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं। और इन्होंने दिन रात बराबरी से पूरे देश में कैंपेन किया और हमें एक मजबूत स्थिति में पहुंचाने के लिए भारी मदद इन्होंने की। और मैं ये कहूँगा कि इनके वजह से हमको बहुत बड़ा प्रोत्साहन देश में मिला और आज ये स्थिति जो बनी है उनके वजह से बनी, और हमारे करोड़ों कार्यकर्ता जो है देश में, उन्होंने भी हमारा साथ दिया, इसीलिए मैं बहुत बहुत उनको धन्यवाद देता हूं। आखिर मैं इंडिया गठबंधन के अपने सभी साथियों और शुभचिंतकों का धन्यवाद करता हूं। सभी एक साथ मिलकर एक स्वर में रहे, सभी ने मिलकर प्रचार किया और एक दूसरे की मदद की। हमारे हजारों लाखों कार्यकर्ताओं ने अच्छे तालमेल के साथ काम किया। आप सभी का धन्यवाद। अभी हमारी लड़ाई अंजाम तक नहीं पहुंची है। हम सबको आने वाले दिनों में इसी तरह लोगों के अधिकारों के लिए, संविधान की रक्षा के लिए, लोकतंत्र के बचाव के लिए, देश की तरक्की के लिए, सीमाओं पर सुरक्षा के लिए लड़ते रहना चाहेंगे। हमें सुनिश्चित करना होगा कि संसद सुचारू रूप से चले, विपक्ष के मुद्दों को प्राथमिकता मिले, संसद में उन पर बहस हो। आने वाले दिन महत्वपूर्ण होंगे। हम आपसे बात करेंगे जब कभी भी मौका मिले। आप सभी को मेरा धन्यवाद, और आपका साथ भी हमको रहा, और हमने चुनाव में भी जहाँ जहाँ हमको जितना हो सकता है वो साथ आपने दिया, इसलिए आप सभी को भी मैं धन्यवाद करता हूं और सभी को नमस्कार।
शुक्रिया खड़गे जी। मैं राहुल जी से गुजारिश करूंगा वो आपको संबोधित करें।
नहीं, खड़गे जी आपने बड़ी सही बात बोली। जहां तक आप हमारी मदद कर सकते थे उसी लेवल तक मदद की। देखिए, ये चुनाव इंडिया गठबंधन और कांग्रेस पार्टी सिर्फ एक राजनीतिक दल के खिलाफ नहीं लड़ी थी। ये चुनाव हम बीजेपी, एक राजनीतिक दल, हिंदुस्तान के इंस्टीट्यूशंस, हिंदुस्तान का जो पूरा गवर्नेंस का स्ट्रक्चर है, इंटेलिजेंस एजेंसीज, सीबीआई, ईडी, ये सब, आधी जुडिशरी, इन सब के खिलाफ हम लड़े थे, क्योंकि इन सब संस्थाओं को, इन सब इंस्टीट्यूशंस को नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने और अमित शाह जी ने कैप्चर करा, धमकाया, डराया। प्रेस की तो मैं बात करता रहता हूं, आपको मतलब काफी बार कहा है कि आपका भी रोल रहना चाहिए, और उस रोल को काफी लोगों ने किया, काफी लोगों ने खुल के किया, काफी लोगों ने छुप के किया, और आपके इमोशंस कहां थे हमें मालूम है। लड़ाई संविधान को बचाने की थी, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन को बचाने की थी। और मैं आपको सच बताऊं तो मेरे माइंड में था पहले से, जब इन्होंने हमारा बैंक अकाउंट कैंसिल किया, जब चीफ मिनिस्टर्स को जेल में डाला, पार्टियां तोड़ी, मेरे माइंड में था कि हिंदुस्तान की जनता अपने संविधान के लिए एक साथ खड़ी होकर लड़ जाएगी, और यह सच साबित हुआ। मुझ में भरोसा था, और मैं हिंदुस्तान की जनता से, इंडिया गठबंधन के पार्टनर्स से, कांग्रेस पार्टी के हमारे सब नेताओं और बब्बर शेर कार्यकर्ताओं से दिल से धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं। आपने संविधान को बचाने का पहला और सबसे बड़ा कदम ले लिया है। कांग्रेस पार्टी ने इस चुनाव में, कांग्रेस पार्टी के सब नेताओं ने 2-3 चीजें की। सबसे पहले हमने इंडिया गठबंधन के पार्टनर्स की रिस्पेक्ट की, उनकी जो विशेष थी उनको हमने साथ लिया और आपने देखा होगा कि जहां भी गठबंधन लड़ा हम एक होके लड़े। दूसरी बात, कांग्रेस पार्टी ने क्लैरिटी से हिंदुस्तान को एक नया विजन दे दिया है, प्रो पुअर विजन, प्रो प्रोडक्शन विजन हिंदुस्तान को इंडिया गठबंधन ने साफ दे दिया है। ये जो हमारा परफॉर्मेंस हुआ है, इंडिया गठबंधन का परफॉर्मेंस हुआ है, इसके पीछे कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन, जो रिजर्वेशन पर बीजेपी ने आक्रमण किया, गरीबी, अदानी जी के आपने स्टॉक्स तो देखे होंगे, देखे हैं वो स्टॉक्स उनके, तो बड़ी इंटरेस्टिंग बात है। जनता अदानी जी को मोदी जी से डायरेक्टली कोरिलेट कर रही है। मोदी जी की हार होती है, स्टॉक मार्केट कहता है भैया मोदी जी गए तो अदानी जी गए, मतलब डायरेक्ट रिलेशनशिप है, करप्शन की रिलेशनशिप है। और देश ने नरेंद्र मोदी जी को साफ कह दिया है कि हम आपको नहीं चाहते हैं। एंड दिस इज द मेन थिंग दैट दिस इलेक्शन हैज सेड। द कंट्री हैज unanimously and clearly stated, we do not want Mr. Narendra Modi and Mr. Amit Shah to be involved in the running of this country. We do not like the way they have run this country. We do not appreciate the way they have attacked the constitution. We do not appreciate the way they have run this country for the last 10 years. So that is a huge message to Mr. Narendra Modi. I'd like to thank everybody who has participated in this election. I am extremely proud of the people of India. I am extremely proud of the people who have resisted this onslaught on the constitution. और अंत में मैं आपको कह दूं कि इसको बचाने का काम हिंदुस्तान के सबसे गरीब लोगों ने किया है, सबसे गरीब लोगों ने किया है, मजदूरों ने किया है, किसानों ने किया है, दलितों ने किया है, आदिवासियों ने किया है, पिछड़ों ने किया है। इन लोगों ने इस कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन को बचाया है। इस कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन, ये कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन देश की आवाज है। बहुत सारे लोग ने इसको नहीं बचाया, चुप रह गए थे, मगर हिंदुस्तान के सबसे गरीब लोग, सबसे कमजोर लोग खड़े हो गए और उन्होंने इस कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन को बचाया। मैं उनका धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं, उनसे कहना चाहता हूं कि कांग्रेस पार्टी आपके साथ खड़ी है। जो हमने आपको वायदे किए थे, हम वो वायदे आपके लिए पूरे करेंगे। जाति जनगणना, महालक्ष्मी, ये हमारे वायदे हैं। धन्यवाद।
शुक्रिया राहुल जी। अभी 3-4 सवाल सिर्फ हम लेंगे। एक मिनट प्लीज, एक मिनट, शांत हो जाइए प्लीज, शांत हो जाइए प्लीज, शांत हो जाइए, एक मिनट शांत हो जाइए। एक मिनट शांत हो जाइए। एक मिनट, खड़गे जी और राहुल जी आपका 4-5 सवाल लेंगे। संजीव, हाँ जी, एक मिनट, एक एक करके चिल्लाइएगा मत प्लीज, चिल्लाइएगा मत। हाँ संजीव।
Rahul ji, although the NDA has emerged as, they are getting the majority, but some of its partners have been your partners in the past, including the TDP and the JDU. So have you decided to sit in the opposition, or there are chances of government formation by the India government?
We, as we have said earlier, we're going to have a meeting with our partners, the India alliance partners. I believe that meeting is tomorrow, and these questions will be raised there and they will be answered there. We respect our alliance partners, and we are not going to make statements in the press without asking them their opinion.
सर, आप ये कह रहे हैं कि ये हिंदुस्तान के गरीब की जीत है, संविधान बचाने की जीत है, तो अगर आप लोग विपक्ष में बैठते हैं और सरकार बनाने की पहल नहीं करते हैं, क्योंकि नंबर एनडीए और इंडिया अलायंस में कुछ ज़्यादा नहीं है, और अगर पहल नहीं करते हैं तो कैसे उनको आप जो है आगे उनका हक दिलाने के लिए आगे आ पाएंगे?
वही सवाल आप मतलब दूसरे तरीके से पूछ रहे हो। कल डिसाइड होगा, इंडिया गठबंधन की मीटिंग है, कल हमारा अलायंस डिसाइड करेगा। बड़ी फाइन लाइन है, तो जो इंडिया गठबंधन डिसाइड करेगा उस पर हम एक्शन लेंगे।
सर, खरगे साहब भी आपसे पूछना चाहते थे कि यहाँ पे बीजेपी में जश्न हो रहा है और उनके हिसाब से एनडीए को मेजॉरिटी मार्क से ऊपर मिला है, तो एनडीए सरकार बना रही है। तो यहाँ पे क्या आपको लगता है कि आपने कहा नैतिक आधार पे प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी को नहीं बने रहना चाहिए, क्या आपको लगता है कि बीजेपी में भी खेमेबंदी होगी इसको लेके, और क्या खुद नरेंद्र मोदी को ये फैसला लेना चाहिए?
देखिए, अभी राहुल गांधी जी ने आपके सामने स्पष्ट किया, जब तक हम अपने अलायंस पार्टनर से बात नहीं करेंगे और जो नए पार्टनर हमको जुड़ने वाले हैं उनसे भी किस तरीके से हम बात करके अपने को मेजॉरिटी बना सकते हैं वो देखेंगे। सारे स्ट्रैटेजीज अगर यही मैं बोलूँगा फिर मोदी जी होशियार हो जाएंगे, इसलिए।
हाँ, जयराम जी,
राहुल जी, खरगे साहब ने कहा कि हम जनादेश को स्वीकार करते हैं। जनादेश इंडिया गठबंधन के लिए क्या है? विपक्ष में बैठने के लिए या सरकार बनाने की कोशिश करने के लिए? और आप दोनों सीटों से जीते हैं, बधाई। आप कौन सी सीट रखने वाले हैं?
नहीं, सब दोनों सीटों से जीता हूं, और रायबरेली और वायनाड के जो वोटर्स हैं उनका दिल से धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं। अब डिसाइड करना है कौन सी सीट पे मैं रहूंगा, थोड़ा पूछूंगा और फिर डिसाइड करूंगा। दोनों सीटों में तो नहीं रह सकता हूं, बट अभी डिसाइड नहीं किया है।
राहुल जी, भारत जोड़ो यात्रा के लिए जब आप निकले थे तब से लेके अब तक काफी लंबी यात्रा रही, काफी बीच में उतार चढ़ाव आए। अब 100 का आंकड़ा आपने छुआ है। 2009 में जब इसी तरह का मैंडेट आया था तो पार्टी के अंदर दो राय थी, एक हम विपक्ष में रहें, पार्टी मजबूत करें, या सरकार के साथ जाएं। आप सरकार के
2009 में
2009 में हाँ
नहीं, 2009 में तो क्या बात
नहीं 2009 में दोबारा जब बहुमत मिला था तब एक राय थी कि आप विपक्ष की पॉलिटिक्स करके पार्टी को मजबूत करें।
ऐसी कोई राय नहीं थी, आपकी रॉन्ग इन्फॉर्मेशन।
अब मैं पूछ रहा हूं, अब आपसे पूछ रहा हूं, दो चीज है। ये जो मैंडेट मिला है, आप अपोजिशन में रह के आप और पार्टी मजबूत करना चाहते हैं या सरकार बनाना चाहते हैं? आप चाहते क्या है?
नहीं, देखिए, हम एक कोalition के भाग हैं, ठीक है। कांग्रेस पार्टी है, बाकी पार्टियां हैं, और उनके साथ अभी हमारा डिस्कशन नहीं हुआ है। हमने, भैया शांत हो जाए, हमने उनसे कहा था, इंडिया पार्टनर से कहा था कि चुनाव के बाद 5 तारीख को हमारी मीटिंग होगी और उस मीटिंग में हम ये जो सवाल है इसको डिसाइड करेंगे। तो सचमुच में इस सवाल का जवाब आज हमारे पास है नहीं, कल होगा।
राहुल जी, अमेठी में आपके लिए कहा गया कि राहुल गांधी ने अपने पीए को चुनाव लड़ा दिया, अब उन्हीं किशोरीलाल शर्मा
नहीं, देखिए, ये
बीजेपी ने कहा था।
नहीं, देखिए, बीजेपी लोगों को रिस्पेक्ट नहीं करती है,
और आज उन्हीं किशोरीलाल ने हरा दिया।
तमीज से बात नहीं करती है। मगर किशोरीलाल शर्मा जी जो हैं, वो 40 साल से अमेठी में कांग्रेस पार्टी के लिए काम कर रहे हैं और उनका अमेठी की जनता के साथ रिश्ता है। शायद बीजेपी के लोगों को यह बात समझ नहीं आई थी कि किशोरीलाल शर्मा जी अमेठी से बहुत क्लोजली कनेक्टेड व्यक्ति हैं और इसलिए उनकी जीत निश्चित थी। और मैं उनको कंग्रेचुलेट करना चाहता हूं कि अच्छी तरह वो जीते हैं। और उनको बारे में ये कहना कि वो पीए हैं, स्टनो हैं, ये बिल्कुल गलत है, ये ऑफेंसिव है, ये नहीं कहना चाहिए।
राहुल जी मैं मोहित हूँ न्यूज नेशन से। सर कहते हैं
आपने एक बात बोली जो मैं इसके जवाब देना चाहता हूं। देखिए यूपी की जनता से मैं कहना चाहता हूं, आपसे ज्यादा पॉलिटिकल विजडम, मतलब आपने कमाल करके दिखा दिया। यूपी की जनता ने कमाल करके दिखा दिया। नहीं, बहुत सारे स्टेट्स ने कमाल करके दिखाया, मगर बीजेपी यूपी ने हिंदुस्तान की राजनीति समझकर, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन पर खतरा समझकर उत्तर प्रदेश ने कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन की रक्षा की है। और मैं सब स्टेट्स का धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं, मगर उत्तर प्रदेश को मैं स्पेशल कहना चाहता हूं। आपने कांग्रेस पार्टी का, इंडिया गठबंधन का समर्थन किया। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
राहुल जी
आखिरी सवाल, और इसमें यूपी में एक और बात मैं बोल देता हूं, एक और बात यूपी के बारे में बोल देता हूं। इसमें मेरी बहन प्रियंका गांधी का भी काम है, जो यहां पीछे छुपी हुई है।
राहुल जी शुक्रिया, साथियों शुक्रिया, हो गया। सर राहुल जी लेट्स गो।
That's the Congress press conference comes to an end. Rahul Gandhi sticking to the story of what saved, what helped the Congress party and the INDA alliance on ground. Very clearly the aspect of Samvidhan Bachao, and he kept the constitution there, and this is the message, especially thanking the voters of Uttar Pradesh who he had admonished back in 2019 when he had gone to Wayanad. At that time he had said that the people in the north don't understand, have the political maturity or understanding that people in the south have, but today he has credited the Uttar Pradesh voters. He's also thanked Priyanka Vadra for the work that she has done. In the behind the scenes, she's aaj bhi chup ke khadi hai, piche khadi hai, but she's the one who's put on the hard yards in Uttar Pradesh and for the campaigning. Big mandate for Amethi and Raebareli, from Amethi and Raebareli for the Congress party. Overall, the Congress saying that Prime Minister Narendra Modi morally should not accept or should not continue as Prime Minister. The NDA, on the other hand, saying we've got more numbers. The BJP as a party itself has 8 more seats than the INDA alliance put together. So how is it a mandate against us? 2004, 2009, the Congress never had 241 seats. No party since 1991 has had these seats, and that too 3 times in succession that they have had more than 240 seats. So this is something which the BJP believes itself is historic for the NDA, and the NDA has the numbers comfortably. But Rahul Shivshankar and
here's the thing. One second, 2 things. I think the person in UP that he should have really thanked is Akhilesh Yadav, because Akhilesh Yadav is sitting at 36. He said India Alliance, but he didn't take any of the alliance members by name. 36 is what the SP has. 36. SP is the single largest party in Uttar Pradesh, more than the BJP. It's the 3rd largest party in the new parliament. In the 18th Lok Sabha, Samajwadi party will be the 3rd largest after BJP and Congress. And Congress has 6. But I think the interesting thing, to my mind, Nalin, and a lot of people, and Rahul Shivshankar, please weigh in on this. A lot of people were asking about this. What happened in UP, which did not happen so much in Bihar, or did not happen so much in Madhya Pradesh, and maybe happened to a lesser extent in Rajasthan? Because this was unexpected, completely unexpected. What was different here?
Well, look, it's quite clear that the Prime Minister, in his incipient 2nd term, had to deal with 2 massive disruptions. And they've actually had an impact on the livelihoods of a large number of people.
Yeah.
Now, why weren't you receptive to it is a question that the BJP will have to ask itself. But I suspect that there has been a combination of 2 factors. One, that Mayawati's vote has actually collapsed. The benefit of that has gone not to the BJP, and that's another question that they need to ask themselves, but it has gone more to the Samajwadi party. The BJP always prided itself.
Professor Gurmurthy has joined us, but Mamata Banerjee is speaking. 29 for the Trinamool in Bengal.
দ্বিতীয়ত হচ্ছে যে সন্দেশখালি নিয়ে এত অপপ্রচার কুৎসা আমার মা বোনদের অসম্মান করেছে, সেই সন্দেশখালিতেও আমরা জিতেছি। এবং মনে রাখবেন, আমরা উত্তরবঙ্গেও ওদের নাকি হোম মিনিস্টার সকল তার মেরুদণ্ড মানুষ ভেঙে দিয়েছে। সেই রকম তমলুক কন্টাইতেও কিন্তু মেরুদণ্ডটা ভেঙেছে। আমাদের আগে ভোটের রেজাল্ট থাকতো 2 লাখ, 2.5 লাখ, 3 লাখ। যেভাবে অবজারভারকে কাজে লাগিয়ে এসব করে বেড়াচ্ছে, এর বদলা আমরা নেব, রাজনৈতিক বদলা। এমনকি কোর্ট রায় দিয়েছে।
Mamata Banerjee talking about what's happened in Tamluk and Kontai and saying that she will take political revenge for what's happened there. She's also said that this entire false narrative around Sandesh Khali has the...
আমরা গ্রেটফুল টু সুপ্রিম কোর্ট ফর দেয়ার গুড জাস্টিস। আপনারা ইলেকশন চলাকালীন দেখলেন 15 লক্ষ ওবিসির সার্টিফিকেট বাতিল করে দেওয়া হলো। ইলেকশনের আগের দিন আমাদের অনেক ছেলে মেয়েকে সিবিআই নোটিশ পাঠিয়ে ভয় দেখানো হয়েছে, অনেককে ডেকে পাঠানো হয়েছে। একদিকে এনআইএ, একদিকে সিবিআই, একদিকে ইডি। কি নয়, আমি খুশি মোদি যে সিঙ্গেল লার্জেস্ট মেজরিটি পায়নি, উনি ক্রেডিবিলিটি লস করেছেন।
So Prime Minister Narendra Modi has not got single largest majority despite using all the central agencies as alleged by Mamata Banerjee, and saying he should resign, he should step away, and he should not continue. He morally does not have the right to be Prime Minister.
Responsibility, the mandate is against Mr. Modi. They haven't yet revealed what their cards are, whether they will be staking claim to form the next government. The numbers as they stand right now, 292 NDA, 241 BJP. So which means unless there is a major breakup in the NDA, they're not falling short of 272. Yes, all this hype around 400 and 370, all of that has come undone.
Well, in a sense, the Prime Minister is hoist on his own petard. He set himself a target. He said that he was going to win 400 seats for the NDA and 370 for the BJP. He may have done this to... He may have actually done this to sort of buoy the cadre itself, but it has been interpreted as a sign of overconfidence. Now, the point is that we've had coalition governments that have been running for 30 years before this hiatus of 10, where the prime ministers have actually spent large amounts of time in office and returned triumphant, even though they were still ahead of coalition governments. The Prime Minister has actually done very well to bring the party back after 10 years of the kind of anti-incumbency.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi, everybody...
Let me just finish, because fundamentally, if you look at the BJP's vote share across the country, it hasn't gone down, it has actually increased. The BJP has also made gains in newer territories that it did not hold earlier. Yes, there has been a mess-up of massive proportions in Uttar Pradesh, and we've all of yesterday we spent this time here in the studio gauging Uttar Pradesh, saying that look, Uttar Pradesh holds the key to this election. Yes. Somewhere along the line, the BJP and its karyakartas have perhaps taken either the opposition too lightly, or the opposition has had an impact on the voters' mind by going out there and saying that this 400 plus target is a combination of arrogance, and number two, it's a combination of an attempt to try and change the constitution. Now, you know, at the end of the day, communication matters. And to be fair, if the Samajwadi Party and the Congress have run a campaign and they've found a receptive audience, well...
Rahul, just one second. See, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Mamata Banerjee, Rahul Gandhi, Akhilesh Yadav. All these leaders individually have campaigned and they've worked hard, right? Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Pan-India, Rahul Gandhi, Pan-India. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, 240 seats. Rahul Gandhi, 99 seats. Mamata Banerjee in Bengal, as her bastion, has added 7 seats to her previous tally, 29 seats. Akhilesh Yadav, yes, perhaps phenomenal performance, and we should give him credit for that, because he's got 30 plus seats on his own, and he's the third largest party. But even now, at 99 and at 36, they far trail Narendra Modi at 245.
You're absolutely right. Anand,
so who is a Mamata Banerjee to turn around and ask that Narendra Modi should actually not take his claim to be Prime Minister by winning the BJP 240 seats?
Look, accountability is the essence of democracy. Those who were saying that India's democracy has withered, there's been backsliding, etc., etc., well, they'll have to eat a lot of humble cake today. The Prime Minister received a rap on his knuckles. he's been given a wake-up call.
Yeah.
How he heeds it is, of course, up to the Prime Minister and the BJP and its managers. The point is that the elector, the voter, has come out and said, look, we are thirsting for some succor.
Yeah.
Now, you have to give us that. If you're not capable of it, well, we've told you that we're giving you another chance, though with a caveat and a bit of a shackle. You've got to work harder
in terms of trust
Earn
factor, winnability factor, strike rate, he far outnumbers and outperforms any of the other leaders on the horizon. The BJP right now has more seats than the entire collective opposition.
One second.
Put
This
together.
is
That's
a
reality.
lesson in humility.
Absolutely.
Let's be very, very clear about it. In Indian politics, the Indian voter, from time and time again, he's shown this to Mrs. Gandhi, he has shown this to Rajiv Gandhi, and I guess in his own way, in her own way, the voter today is showing Mr. Modi, do not take us for granted. The Indian voter is not somebody you take for granted. And you can put it in a historical context now.
And it could be also within the party where many would have said that don't take the party leadership and those who are core committed to for granted. Yeah.
Absolutely clear, Zaka. That is the one overarching message of this election. Modi remains popular. He is still the single largest party. But the message is to the Prime Minister and to the BJP that don't take us for granted.
Yeah.
Simple. It also means that you can push people up to a point, but no further than that. I think in terms of the fact they still don't trust the other guy to come to power, but they've put the BJP on notice.
Yeah. This is putting the
Rohan
BJP
Mitra, Tom Wadakan with us, Pradeep Bhati with us. We'll just go across to Professor Gurumurthy. Professor Gurumurthy, your assessment. Oh, we've lost Professor Gurumurthy. He was there with us. We'll try and get him back. Professor Gurumurthy was joined, and we'll try and understand from him, because this could be, is this a... Yeah, Professor Gurumurthy is back with us. Professor Gurumurthy, is this a possibility that it's a message saying don't take us for granted from the voter and also from the cadre, the core cadre?
See, I would look at it slightly differently because it's not a pan-Indian phenomenon. If it is widespread, if the reduction is widespread and there has been no gain at all in different parts of the country, I think there would be a single reason. But I think this is basically confined to 4 states where the BJP traditionally had fared well and thought it would fare well, like West Bengal. So I wouldn't say there is any single reason which would explain this. But I do think that the BJP underplayed the effect of this 1 lakh katakat. See, Mayawati was holding the poor people on an ideological plane. She would not allow them to sell themselves for freebies. When Mayawati ceased to be a contender, her votes melted away. And I think this freebie would definitely have had an impact on UP. You know, it need not be that it shifts 10% votes. If it shifts 3% vote, that is sufficient. So I feel that there are a variety of reasons for that. And of course, communal consolidation is also a factor. And I do think the caste factors also played a role. So I have a feeling that it is not explainable by any particular reason. Maybe that the BJP was also overconfident. It didn't put its act together. It thought that Narendra Modi was going to win them the elections. So it is for the BJP to analyze, will try and a comprehensive analysis of why it failed in UP. But I believe governance is more important. You know, after 1989 till 2014,
I think we're losing his...
Professor Gurumurthy, we have a patchy line with you through, sir. We'll try and connect with you again to try and understand this perspective. Because you said overconfidence, along with that is arrogance also a factor. and some very, very smart strategies employed in Uttar Pradesh, especially by Akhilesh Yadav. Does that actually make a difference? Zaka, Pradeep Bhati is here, so let's try and talk about what they did in Uttar Pradesh and what they did right.
So one critical thing that Akhilesh Yadav did and the Congress also did is to give tickets to a large number of non-Yadav OBCs, a large number of Dalits. In fact, I believe Akhilesh Yadav gave just 5 tickets to Yadavs.
Right.
And one, I believe, to a Muslim candidate. There was no other MY candidate who got a ticket. It was all, you know, the smaller caste OBCs who got the tickets. I think 50% of the tickets went to either Dalits or to other lower backward castes.
Was he took a leaf from the BJP playbook
of
UP. He replicated the social coalition that the BJP had built. So 5 Yadavs, and those were from the family. 17 Dalits, and all the others, most of the others were non-Yadav OBCs, so Kushwahas, Mallas, you know, that kind. So this is exactly what the BJP did. So what basically, see, he learned a lesson in 2022 when he got a real hike in the vote share, but fell short with a glass ceiling because all he had was a Muslim in the Yadav vote. He knew that to win, he has to broad base it. So what has happened this time? Why have we seen a political earthquake in UP? Is because the opposition has been very smart. They had the natural, they had the Muslim vote, they had the Yadav vote, they added a smattering of the social coalition of people who broke away from the BJP and came, and the BSP which broke down, it ended up going here. So that's what took the opposition across for conversion. Because BJP's vote share has fallen by 5 or 6%.
I think we should come out of this mindset that Samajwadi party is only getting Muslim and Yadav's vote. We have to actually come out of this, and this is all studio-based idea which has been floated all around.
We said the exact opposite of that.
But what is that? What is that? That is a long time back story. Let's bygone is bygone. What I am saying is, people of the Uttar Pradesh felt cheated, and they buy the Honorable Akhilesh Yadav's dream of UP, the dream of hatred which has been spread by Honorable Prime Minister, and the language he has used. The people of Uttar Pradesh has shown him the way, because the reason of his losing the popularity is that last time he got vote somewhere around 5 lakh, and this time around 1.5 lakh. So 70% of the people who voted for him actually disowned him this time. So let one should be clear that popularity of Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi has come down drastically. So he is no more that popular leader that we were talking about. PDA, which the slogan which we have given, is majorly voted for Honorable Akhilesh Yadav and Samajwadi party. And there is no doubt now the PDA, the tallest leader of PDA and Bahujans is Akhilesh Yadav ji today in entire India and Uttar Pradesh. Third thing, the people of Uttar Pradesh, they have shown the way to India, INDA, and also to India, that what kind of politics and what kind of false promises that BJP was making from last 10 years and 7 years in Uttar Pradesh has to be shown this way, that we have really cut them half in Uttar Pradesh, and the number will even go
see, these numbers are changing. Aapke number badh gaye. Samajwadi party has gone up to about 43 right now, 43 and 36, and the Trinamool has again gone up to 30. And the BJP slipped there. So the regional Chhatraps in that fight with the BJP, they are actually scoring and they are hurting the BJP. The BJP slipped below 240. They had gone up to 245 in terms of leads. They have slipped to 239. The NDA is at 290. They had gone up to 296 at one point in time. And inching towards 300. They've slipped back 6 seats. And large number, Congress still remains at 99. That means a large number of the regional Chhatraps and the regional players are actually hurting the BJP.
This is a mixed response to the Bharatiya Janata Party depending on geographies. It's quite clear that certain local issues have overridden the larger issues that the BJP was trying to evoke.
We have Tom Vadakkan and Rohan Mitra also.
No, let's go and ask them. In fact, Mr. Vadakkan, would you like to comment on why you have a situation where the BJP has gained some in the south but has lost where it really mattered to it? The areas, the geographies that powered it to victory in 2 general elections.
Rahul, these are matters that we will be analyzing, but from what I see, this issue about freebies, especially in an aspirational background, I think it's like asking for more. I mean, I'm reminded of Charles Dickens' book, where you keep asking for more and then you offer this. So the point is, where is the delivery happening? If the delivery had to be done, then it would have been economical. But when you are nowhere near the power, I mean, you have done well, essentially because of this freebies. You have made these offers across. People have believed you. Now, when you have to deliver, that's where the questions come up. Now, we have the numbers at the current position. And I think Modi ji is going to be sworn in as on the third term. And we have a plan for 100 days and another 5 years. We have a joint plan with the NDA partners. We will face the rough weather. We know we can deliver. The only point is we are not offering freebies that way. I mean,
no, but Tom,
I think we might have to change that.
Can I just ask a thing? I think Rahul mentioned this. You guys made the whole thing about 400 par and, Mission 370 and so on. So it's not like the media did it or the opposition did it. You guys raised the bar and now you've fallen well short of that bar. Yes, of course, you will continue to be in government, but a much reduced majority. Are you not acknowledging what the voter of this country is trying to tell you?
Humbly accepting the mandate. There's no question about that. We are in a humble, full respect for the mandate. But there are issues which has to be analyzed. And now as to the question of the target of 400, that was for our own consumption. That is to buoy up our own teams, to tell them, look, we need to attain that mark. That's part of
But Tom, it was not said in a closed room. No, you went to the bully pulpits and said Mission 400, Mission 400. Every day, every rally, this is what was said. In fact, the first sort of backlash came after around the first phase when the BJP itself realized, and credit to them, that look, people are asking what's in it for us. You want 400, that's your problem, right? What are we getting out of it? So I think the BJP realized that and they stopped. I think from the PM downwards, they stopped using Mission 400 and 400 par. I think that thing got stopped. Rohan Mitra is also there with us. Look, I'm very, very clear about this. I think though Mr. Kharge, Mr. Rahul Gandhi, the other opposition, Mamta, has also not revealed their cards as to what the India alliance wants. I don't think they've come to a decision on whether they want to stake claim or whether they want, they would just rather, see the back of Mr. Modi and they're okay with anybody else from the BJP, taking on from here and leading the BJP into the third term. I think given these numbers, they probably would be more comfortable doing that and be a more vociferous opposition.
It would be difficult in any case to pick one particular leader to lead this. The Congress would have a claim. Yes. You have the Samajwadi party, that's the third biggest. Yeah. And then you have Mamta Banerjee, who's no shrinking violet. Yeah. So, there will be
and the most important thing, you have to get somebody from the NDA. You have to get both Nitish Kumar and Chandrababu Naidu. Right now, they need to get both. Otherwise, the NDA still has the majority. Yeah. So, Rohan Mitra, again, what is the message of the Indian voter? That is the most critical thing, because I think at the end of the day, and I tweeted about this as well, Janta Janardhan, in a democracy, people are God. And this is God's voice. Listen to what the people are saying.
See, and in that voice, just adding that, the BJP as a party has got 239, the Congress as a party has got 99, and Samajwadi as a party has got 36. Trinamool as a party has got 30. Yes, Rohan Mitra.
Good evening, guys. I was listening to you, and absolutely, the BJP is the single largest party. Their coalition has crossed the halfway mark. But the point is not that. Mr. Vadakam was saying something about the freebies. The freebies, this is not a freebies. When the country, there are no jobs for the poor people, when the divide between the rich and the poor is constantly, increasing, and you're seeing the people, like the poor people, who you're saying that you're giving them the free ration. But outside of that, what? What next? The only reason the Congress and the allies in the India parties, we spoke about giving freebies. It's not freebies, sir. It is about giving them a livelihood. It is about taking care of their basic needs, which the BJP forgot, because the BJP was thinking that, the stock markets are going up. Mr. Adani and Mr. Ambani and the bigger industrialists was making money. So we were reaching out to the poor people. Coming back to the verdict, Zaka, you've said, the numbers were 400 plus. Even after the exit polls, the whole India alliance was written off. Everything was against us. When the people were changing parties, we were told that, the Congress and the India alliance is against the Hindu religion as a whole. Today, what have we seen? In Allahabad, the India Alliance has won. This is where the Ram Mandir has been built.
Ayodhya.
So if the
Ayodhya. You mean Ayodhya, Faizabad.
Yeah. If the India Alliance people, like, come on, I mean, we are not anti-Hindu. We are not anti any religion. We are just standing by the people who are, who have been lynched. But if they are in the Muslim religion, standing by them does not make us anti-Hindu. There have been comments, I'm not going to deny it on your channel, there have been some comments which have, hurt the Hindu sentiment, but they are not coming from the top leadership. I'm going to point out people like Acharya Pramod Krishnan, people like, Gaurav Vallabh, who changed parties right at the, at the onset of the elections. This was their only narrative, that the Congress party and the allies are anti-Hinduism. But it is not true. When you are talking about issues, you're talking about employment, you're talking about jobs, these are the bigger issues which the India Alliance tried to bring forward to the people. And these
you
are
may
the
say
things
that,
we
sir.
fought this election upon. And we have increased, the Congress party from 52. We are almost there. We almost doubled our seats.
Correct.
And the BJP has lost 60 seats.
Yeah, but
so it's a moral victory. It's a big victory for us.
It's a
Nobody
big
gave us a chance.
it's a big win for the Congress party, because you've jumped to something that you've not achieved in the last 15 years. That's true. But since 2009, you've not seen these kind of numbers. But this is still not enough for you to say that you're the single largest party, or it's an overwhelming mandate away from the BJP.
This is not a vote. This is not a vote for them.
Yeah, it's not a vote for the Congress or it's a vote outside of. It's somewhere in between, where somewhere the voter is saying we need to temper things down a bit because we don't want anybody to get carried away. Tom Wadakan, quickly, we got to take a break. Quickly, want to understand. Mamata Banerjee is saying there is a Bihar ka picture baki hai. RJD, Rabri Devi is saying Bihar mein picture baki hai. Is there a certain worry around what Nitish Babu would do? Because there is an open, wooing that's happening about special status in Andhra Pradesh to Chandrababu Naidu and the Telugu Desam party, and now to Nitish Kumar. Sources have said, unconfirmed sources saying he's been offered deputy PM by the INDA alliance and the Congress.
Well, in politics, all this happens. In fact, I've heard it from the television centers of various channels, that these are the possibilities, that they could happen, that could happen. But there's a ground reality. The ground reality is NDA is as firm and cemented than you can imagine. So all this big talk about Deputy Prime Minister and what have you. And let me remind you that about the stock market, please don't link any election with the stock market. Stock market behaves on its own. They decide on what. How can you decide that because the stock market has gone down because you got 99 seats? Please, if you understand the stock market, you will never talk like that. Stock market operates on the market vibrancy, and
there
don't
is a sentiment.
link it.
There was a sentiment. There was a sentiment of stability that was expected. There was a sentiment of stability. There was a sentiment of stability, and clearly, when the exit polls happened, the stock markets went up. The BJP said, "Look, everybody's buoyant." So today, when the numbers went down, the stock market also tanked because the buoyancy was there was a balloon bust, because they thought, "Arey, ये तो कुछ सब गड़बड़ हो गया. अब 400 पार नहीं हो रहा है, 350 पार नहीं हो रहा है." So the sentiment was there. Let's not say it's not there. It is there. Just quickly, Professor Gurumurthy is joining us. Bhatiji, coming to you, Pradeep ji. One sec. Professor Gurumurthy, we've got to take a break, but Professor Gurumurthy, quickly. Oh, we've lost him there. We've lost him there again. Just wanted to ask him about Tamil Nadu, because so much of effort put in Tamil Nadu and it's 39-0. What's the story? Professor Gurumurthy is back with us. Professor Gurumurthy, quickly on Tamil Nadu. 39-0 is the score. So all that effort gone to a naught?
BJP vote share is more important than BJP seats. In all channels I had mentioned it, because for the first time after 1989, a national party was leading a third front, and it was heading the third front, and it had gained traction. See, Tamil Nadu was divided between these two Dravidian parties, and there was no way Nationalist Party could make a headway. They had to ally with one of them after 1989. But the BJP got a fortuitous opportunity because the ADMK did not want to ally with it. I thought it was the fortune of the BJP that the ADMK moved away from that. I think this election has shown that there is scope for a national party. that message has been delivered by the BJP. It's not a small message. As someone who has been observing Tamil Nadu politics for the last 50 years, I think it is a very, very important message, like which happened only in 1989, when Rajiv Gandhi led the charge against both these Dravidian parties. I think the BJP's potentiality has been revealed. Let us assume the BJP had got some 5 seats in association with the ADMK. It wouldn't have mattered. That the BJP on its own is getting some 13-14% votes. If you take the BJP alliance, I think it's a very major breakthrough. Though in terms of seats, even I never expected that the BJP was going to make an impact in terms of the number of seats.
Right, but in Maharashtra, sir, this entire Jod Tod being rejected, celebration shots coming in from Matushri and Shiv Sena Bhavan. Arvind Sawant has won, Uddhav Thackeray there. You had Aditya Thackeray literally lifting Arvind Sawant and congratulating him. Joy there. What a comeback for Uddhav Thackeray, where all was lost. It was seen he's over, he's jaded, but he's shown who the real Thackeray is.
Uddhav has 4 seats in Mumbai. Out of 6, 4 out of the 6 seats are with Sena Uddhav, which is South Bombay, Arvind Sawant, South Central Bombay, Anil Desai, Northwest Bombay, Amol Kirtikar, and Northeast Bombay, Sanjay Dina Patil. So 4 out of 6 seats are with the Uddhav faction of the Sena.
All right, we've got to take a break. Commercial compulsions request all our guests and our viewers to stay on with us and continue to watch our feed on YouTube. Also, ladies and gentlemen, to all our viewers, thank you for your viewership through the day here on Battle for Bharat. Keep that going till late into the evening because it's not settled yet. It's still fluctuating as you see the leaderboard. Stay with us.
In his brief conversation with Prime Minister Modi.
Right. So, just quickly understanding between the JDU and the TDP, any of these allies who are a little dicey, is the BJP worried about them decamping or leaving the NDA because they're being wooed openly by the opposition?
Well, that cannot be confirmed as of now because, like I know that Chandrababu Naidu has conveyed, in fact, to the Prime Minister himself that he's going to be with the NDA. Nitish Kumar is known as the Palturam, is known as to have several flips and flops. It'll be important to see what the BJP's conversation will be because I'm sure the BJP will put the likes of Vinod Tavde and the others who are in charge of Bihar to have a conversation with Nitish Kumar to make sure that they are on the same page. Because much to the surprise of BJP, although they were expecting Nitish Kumar's some seats to be lost, interestingly Nitish Kumar has done better than the BJP really expected. So will Nitish Kumar stage another flip-flop? We'll have to only wait and watch. But as of now, the BJP is very, very sure that their alliance partners will stay with them.
He has spoken to Chandrababu Naidu. He has dialed the TDP chief, perhaps to congratulate him on that landslide victory in the assembly elections and also a phenomenal turn for the NDA in Andhra Pradesh. Although Odisha, it looks like it is going to be stuck because the BJP is with 71 seats. It's short of majority there, Veer Sanghvi. The BJD is at 56. The Congress has 17. So there could be a bit of a flux there.
Yes, I think that's a reasonable assumption. Overall, I think the way to look at this election, and we were asked to look at it as BJP versus the rest, it's not really. It's a battle of two alliances, the India alliance versus the NDA alliance, and the NDA alliance is one. If you look at it that way, you get a completely different perspective. Our problem, and the BJP's problem essentially, is that the Prime Minister said 400, talked about a 1,000-year reign. He upped the ante. He made it seem that anything less than 400 would be a defeat. Whereas, in fact, if you're a third-term Prime Minister and you've got these results, if you're going to break history, make history and be sworn in for a third term, you've already achieved quite a lot. Why Mr. Modi upped the ante, I do not know.
Well, Prime Minister has spoken with Chandrababu Naidu. Payal is joining us with the details before we get into the analysis. Yes, Payal, what's the conversation about? Or we'll go across to Payal in just a bit. Yes,
if you look at phase 1 and phase 2, you'll see that both those phases haven't really kicked in for the BJP. If you just look at that in the data set,
right, let's see.
That'll give you the picture. And I think that's really where you have to press the panic button, so to speak. Let me bring in Mr. Poonawalla on that if he's still there with us. Mr. Poonawalla,
Yeah.
Just wanted to ask you, the conversation here is veering around to the fact that the Prime Minister really went hell for leather after the second phase. Is that because the BJP had sensed that there was a certain degree of perhaps dissipation in support on the ground?
Look, Rahul, once again, the BJP and the NDA alliance, already NDA plus was 400 and therefore we set a high benchmark for ourselves. We always knew, as we've been already validated, that we were going to come back to power for a third time. The only question was that could we reach or better the target that we had set for ourselves. Perhaps Veer has a point that we set our ambitions too high. We could be guilty of the burden of expectations weighing too heavily on us. But now, just think of it, had this been 2014, the 2014 NDA was about 310 or 315 seats. We are not very far away from that. By all likelihood, with 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock, we'll be making that mark.
Right.
At that time, that was considered as a wave, and today it's not being considered as a wave.
No, and see, I'm just looking at Zaka wanted to know, beg your pardon, Rahul wanted to know, in phase 1 and 2 together, the opposition has actually taken 26 seats, plus 26 seats. The NDA is minus 23. And in that, if I have to look at the breakup of the NDA, the BJP has got 72 seats. They are minus 23 overall. So that's the breakup. And if you look at phase 1, 2 and 3, let me add to the filters and add phase 3 also. If you look at phase 1, 2 and 3, overall, the NDA is minus 34 seats. Yes. So the first 3 phases is where the BJP and the NDA has suffered a lot of losses. Bulk of the losses are from the BJP.
And that's the area where the SP has really capitalized in Uttar Pradesh also. If you overlay those
and
three phases.
If we look at the Uttar Pradesh region, and let's look at the region, let's go back.
Counting begins! On the day that counts, CNN News 18 was way ahead of competition.
We have the first numbers coming in from Tumkur, Mysuru, Dakshina Kannada, BJP taking a lead.
Others tried to keep pace, but were no match. Elections equals CNN News 18.
Lok Sabha has been spoken to by the PM. What's the conversation about? Yes, Payal.
So, you know, what we are given to understand is that Prime Minister Narendra Modi had called up Chandrababu Naidu, the TDP chief, to convey his congratulations to Naidu's led TDP, which is of course heading the NDA alliance over there, for the stupendous kind of result they've been able to get. If you remember, the 2019 elections were just the reverse when Jagan Mohan Reddy swept the entire election, but this time around it's the reverse which has taken place. Also, very importantly, although there were a lot of talks within the Congress circles that they will approach Chandrababu Naidu for an alliance, but Chandrababu Naidu, in no uncertain terms, has conveyed to the Prime Minister that irrespective of whatever is going the rounds, he still solidly continues to be with the NDA. Now, Chandrababu Naidu is somebody who's been with the Atal Bihari Vajpayee government also. He was with the government in 2014. He walked off the alliance in 2019 before the 2019 elections, but he's come back just a few months ago, so he's very much solidly behind the alliance and very much solidly behind the NDA. That's what Chandrababu Naidu has conveyed in his brief conversation with Prime Minister Modi.
Right. So, just quickly understanding between the JDU and the TDP, any of these allies who are a little dicey, is the BJP worried about them decamping or leaving the NDA because they're being wooed openly by the opposition?
Well, that cannot be confirmed as of now, because, you know, like I know that Chandrababu Naidu has conveyed, you know, in fact, to the Prime Minister himself that he's going to be with the NDA. Nitish Kumar is known as the Palturam, is known as to have several flips and flops. It'll be important to see what the BJP's conversation will be, because I'm sure the BJP will put the likes of Vinod Tavde and the others who are in charge of Bihar to have a conversation with Nitish Kumar to make sure that they are on the same page. Because much to the surprise of BJP, although they were expecting Nitish Kumar's some seats to be lost, interestingly Nitish Kumar has done better than the BJP really expected. So will Nitish Kumar stage another flip-flop? We'll have to only wait and watch, but as of now, the BJP is very, very sure that their alliance partners will stay with them.
He has spoken to Chandrababu Naidu. He has dialed the TDP chief, perhaps to congratulate him on that landslide victory in the assembly elections, and also a phenomenal turn for the NDA in Andhra Pradesh. Although Odisha, it looks like it is going to be stuck. because the BJP is with 71 seats. It's short of majority there, Veer Sanghvi. The BJD is at 56. The Congress has 17. So there could be a bit of a flux there.
Yes, I think that's a reasonable assumption. Overall, I think the way to look at this election, and we were asked to look at it as BJP versus the rest, it's not really. It's a battle of two alliances, the India alliance versus the NDA alliance, and the NDA alliance is one. If you look at it